The Arctic is a place I've always dreamt of exploring, especially as a kid who grew up watching the Polar Express and Ice Age movies. To me, the Arctic seemed like this magical place that barely any human ever went to. It makes you wonder what kind of creatures really are out there and the stories behind their encounters. From the possibility of living woolly mammoths to giant polar bears, welcome to the Arctic Cryptids Iceberg. Alright, let's get straight into it now with the first entry of Tier 1, Woolly Mammoths. The woolly mammoth, which is probably the most famous creature from the Ice Age, has long been considered extinct, with the last known populations disappearing around 4,000 years ago. Despite considered extinct for thousands of years though, some people firmly believe that these creatures could still be found in the remote places of Siberia. This belief is fueled by occasional stories and supposed sightings that come from local folklore and even some TV programs devoted to this kind of stuff. For instance, rumors from the 1940s mentioned military pilots spotting a small herd of mammoth-like animals in Yakutia, and in 1978, a group claimed to have seen about a dozen mammoths drinking from the same river. One of the most detailed stories though comes from the Casca First Nation in British Columbia. This story tells of a family constantly on the move, hunting for beaver, with their journey taking a dark turn one evening when the mother, carrying her baby and a load of meat, senses a weird presence around her. The thumping of massive footsteps alerts her to a mammoth's pursuit, attracted by the scent of her haul. In a desperate bid for survival, she throws the meat away to distract the beast and then rushes back to the camp to warn her family. Her husband, being skeptical of the mammoth's existence, dismisses her fears until he ends up facing the mammoth himself, which ends up costing him his life. The narrative escalates as the widow, with her child, seeks refuge in a nearby village. The villagers, who recognize the imminent threat, devise a plan to trap the mammoth on thin ice, hoping to drown it. The story basically ends with the boy who slays the mammoth, which ends up earning him a place of honor among his people. Also, I wanted to add that there's a video out there claiming to be that of a woolly mammoth in a lake, but to me it looks like a bear with a fish in its mouth. It's really blurry though, so it's a bit hard to tell, but let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Organism 46b. The story of Organism 46b takes us to Lake Vostok, a massive lake hidden under 2 miles of ice beneath the Antarctic surface, near the Soviet-established Vostok Station. The story unfolds with the Russian scientific team's venture into Lake Vostok's icy depths. After years of drilling through the ice, they finally reached the lake in 2012. It was here that Dr. Anton Padalka and his team encountered Organism 46b, an encounter they'd remember forever. It started when it came into its territory, and immediately, the creature not only disabled their communication equipment, but also used its venom to paralyze and kill. One team member met a horrific end when the creature hypnotized him, leading him to his gruesome demise. Organism 46b even mimicked a human diver, tricking the team before attacking them again. After a terrifying series of events, including a tentacle attack in their camp, the team allegedly managed to capture the creature. However, upon resurfacing, Russian officials allegedly took the creature away, dismissing the team's claims to the wider world. The aftermath of this encounter led Dr. Padalka to flee the country, fearing that the Russian government intended to weaponize the creature. Even with all this though, people doubt the story of Organism 46b, with many calling it a hoax. Critics point out the logistical impossibilities, such as transporting a massive creature through a small ice core hole, and the lack of verifiable evidence or witnesses besides a few vague accounts. But yeah, it's pretty much a mystery out there, but the details are really interesting. Little people. Little people have long been a pervasive theme in the mythology and folklore of various cultures across the globe, primarily in the narratives of Native Americans. Sightings and stories shared among Native American communities often portray the little people as beings who engage in playful or tricky behavior. They're said to lure the curious with enchanting songs, only to disappear when approached, leaving no trace of their presence except the lingering mystery of their music. According to legend, they've also been known to intervene in the lives of children experiencing neglect or hardship, guiding them to safety or even adopting them into their hidden world. One of the more intriguing aspects of the little people though is their interaction with adults in Native American folklore specifically. There's accounts of these beings pleading with those who have seen them to keep their existence a secret, rewarding discretion with fortune or assistance in times of need. This relationship between humans and the little people varies from tribe to tribe too, with some viewing them as benevolent protectors and others as ominous figures best avoided. What's really interesting though is that there's been some physical evidence and archaeological findings that have mixed with the lore of the little people. Discoveries of small, perfectly formed skeletons in various locations particularly in the western United States, have fueled speculation and added mystery to the legends. Although often explained away by science, these findings have been seen as actual proof of the little people's existence, with tales suggesting that such remains are quickly hidden away or lost by institutions as sort of like a conspiracy theory to hide evidence. This would probably be because it would challenge, evolution and everything we know about it. So yeah, it's a theory out there. Hot-headed naked ice borer. The hot-headed naked ice borer is a fictional creature that gained notoriety from an April Fool's article in the April 1995 issue of Discover magazine. The story, which was penned by Tim Folger, a then editor at the magazine, presented this creature as a seal-like entity equipped with a bony, triple-A-shaped protrusion on its head. This bony growth, which was said to be filled with blood vessels, could supposedly heat up enough to melt ice, allowing the creature to burrow beneath the ice to hunt its prey, which were typically penguins. The article even went as far as speculating that the mysterious disappearance of Antarctic explorer Philip Foisson in 1837 might have been because of an encounter with this fictional creature. Despite the clear signs of a hoax though, the magazine article received a crazy response, generating more mail than any other piece previously published by the magazine. It even fooled some zoo officials and scientists who wrote to the magazine with some inquiries about obtaining specimens, which is pretty funny. Also, the story was mistakenly taken as fact by Ripley's Believe It or Not, which featured it as a genuine news item. The hot-headed naked ice borer also inspired a fictional species of kaiju named ice borers in the TV show called Godzilla the Series, showing just how big of an impact it had and the entertainment value of a well-crafted hoax. Moving on to Tier 2, Large Antarctic Sea Mammal. The large Antarctic sea mammal, or known as Antarctic Godzilla, is a cryptid tale that emerged from the icy waters of Antarctica. It was reported by the crew of a Japanese research vessel Soya on the evening of February 13, 1958. According to eyewitness accounts detailed in Captain Matsumoto's 1959 publication Transportation of Antarctica, the sighting occurred unexpectedly as the Soya navigated the open sea. The crew's attention was drawn to a dark object on the water's surface, initially dismissed as debris, but soon recognized as something far more intriguing. As the vessel approached, the object revealed itself to be a colossal animal, turning its face towards the onlookers. The creature displayed a visage with 2 eyes and 2 ears, startling the crew with this resemblance to terrestrial animals, yet possessing a distinctively otherworldly appearance. Its head, which was approximately 70 to 80 centimeters in length, bore a round top similar to a monkey's, yet its face resembled that of a cow. The entire body was cloaked in dark brown hair about 10 centimeters long, swaying in the Antarctic breeze. For about 30 seconds, the crew observed this leviathan, noting its large eyes, pointed ears, and broad shoulders, until it simply went away. Despite its brief appearance though, the Antarctic Godzilla left a lasting impression on those who witnessed it, propelling theories and speculation about its origins and existence. Some have suggested it could be a previously undiscovered cetacean, a unique pinniped, or even a ningen, another cryptid reported to inhabit the Antarctic waters. Others consider the possibility of a hoax or a misidentification of a known species, though the detailed accounts and the crew's conviction lend a certain weight to the sighting. Balrayuk. According to Yupik folklore, the Balrayuk was a formidable predator, eventually driven to extinction by human hunters. It was seen as a serpentine-like creature, often with 6 legs and 3 stomachs, which are notably transparent in a lot of the artistic renditions. The behavior of the Balrayuk, as conveyed through Yupik stories, paints a picture of a creature that was perfectly adapted to ambush predation in its wetland habitats during a time when the Bering Strait region was warmer and more humid. As the folklore goes, imagine walking on solid ground, only to find yourself sinking as if the earth turned into water beneath you. This is what people believed would happen if the Balrayuk was near. Interestingly, these creatures seem drawn to individuals going through significant life changes such as puberty, giving birth, or even experiencing loss through death or miscarriage. The Balrayuk would wrap itself around these people, eventually leading to their demise. The transformation of a person into an Amikuk, another type of mythical creature, was thought to be connected to this process, though the details remain a mystery. There's also a fascinating story about the Balrayuk's incredible weight. Legend says that when alive, it could easily rest atop plant stems without causing them to bend. However, once dead, it became so heavy that it could sink right through the ground as if it were diving into water. To prevent the earth from swallowing the creature whole, people would place logs under its body when it died. Balrayuk's legacy is now preserved in various forms of Yupik art, from carvings to masks. Whether depicted with 8 legs and 4 stomachs or shown alongside human figures, each representation adds depth to the Balryuk's mysterious nature. Urayuli. The Urayuli, also known as the Hairy Man of southern Alaska, is a cryptid that has captured the imagination of many because of its intriguing characteristics and mysterious sightings. These creatures are said to inhabit the wooded areas near Lake Ilamna and stand approximately 10 feet tall with long, shaggy hair, luminescent eyes, and notably elongated arms that reach all the way down to their ankles. They emit a high-pitched wail similar to that of a loon and are believed to be peaceful creatures, unlike a lot of other cryptids like the Kushtaka found in southeastern Alaska. The lore surrounding the Urayuli is deeply rooted in native Yupik communities, with legends suggesting that these creatures were once children who wandered off and got lost in the forest at night, only to transform into these towering beings. It's said that this tale possibly served as a cautionary story to deter children from straying too far from home. There have also been numerous anecdotal sightings and encounters with the Urayuli, lending a sense of realism to the legend. For instance, in 1956, a fisherman reported seeing the Urayuli while securing his fishing vessel at night. Another significant sighting was in 1999 when a group discovered large, wedge-shaped footprints in the mud along the Kisar Lake River, believed to belong to the Urayuli because of their size and spacing. Even in 1982, a hunting guide presented a photograph of what he claimed was the Urayuli standing on a mountain ridge. I couldn't find this photo, but I'm guessing it was kind of blurry, but yeah, anyways, that's about the cryptid. Kushtaka. The Kushtaka, which we just mentioned, also known as Land Otter Man, is deeply rooted in the lore of the Tlingit peoples of southeastern Alaska. These mythical beings are described as shapeshifters with the ability to transform between humans and otter forms, and their stories range from mischievous to malevolent. According to legend, Kustakas can mimic human voices and animal sounds, and they're known to lure people away from safety by imitating the cries of a baby or the screams of a woman. There's even tales of the Kustakas leading their victims into the wilderness, either to kill them or turn them into another Kustaka, thus trapping their souls and preventing reincarnation. Sightings and encounters with creatures resembling Kustakas have been also reported, such as fishermen hearing childlike cries that lead them to encounters with otters displaying unusually human-like behavior. Among the most interesting stories though are those featured in modern media, like an episode of Alaska Monsters. In this episode, the crew allegedly experiences firsthand the terror of the Kustaka legend. Todd, one of the team members, gets in a really scary situation when something believed to be the Kustaka drags him into a small lake during their first night of checking out the area. The following day, Todd and Rhett set to work, constructing what they hoped would be a spiritual trap capable of capturing this creature. The suspense peaks on the last night of the hunt when a figure resembling Rhett is seen walking away from the team. However, the real Rhett soon appears from a different direction, suggesting the possibility of the Kushtaka's presence and its ability to shapeshift. That's pretty scary thinking that a creature could shapeshift into someone you know. Despite their efforts and the creature triggering the trap, it manages to escape, unseen by the cameras. And yeah, that's basically how the episode goes. Alright, moving on to Tier 3, Alaskan Giant Polar Bear. In the vast and mysterious wilderness of Alaska, there's the legend of the Alaskan Giant Polar Bear. Unlike the bears we're accustomed to, this creature is described as a colossal white bear, dwarfing the already impressive Kodiak brown bear, with the distinct feature of having hair on the pads of its feet. Tales from Kodiak Island bring this legend to life, where a woman recounts her father's encounter with such a bear, a creature unlike any other. The sightings of these creatures aren't just confined to Alaska alone though. Far-flung locations like Greenland, Alberta, and even Quebec have also been places for the appearance of the Alaskan Giant Polar Bear. One of the most peculiar sightings occurred in Alberta, where a couple on a gondola ride claimed to have seen a giant white bear with 2 heads. Meanwhile, in Quebec, an elderly woman's quiet moment in a restaurant was disrupted by the sight of a massive white fur mass speeding down a hill, leaving no evidence but the mystery in its wake. Perhaps even more weird though are the sightings reported in London, which is a location far from where polar bears typically be. Stories tell of a giant polar bear invading a subway train and another plunging into a small city creek. These creatures, possibly remnants of a bygone era, may trace back to the Pleistocene polar bear, which is known as Ursus maritimus tyrannus, a species which was over 11 inches taller than today's polar bears. The intrigue of the Alaskan giant polar bear was also captured in the History Channel 2's documentary series Missing in Alaska, particularly in the episode titled Scared of the Bear God. This series delves into the mysteries of the Alaskan Triangle, a region notorious for disappearances attributed to cryptids, supernatural phenomena, and unexplained forces. If you guys want to learn more about this entry, I suggest checking it out. Through the investigations of Jax, Ken, and Tomi, the series explores the legend of the bear god, offering us a glimpse into the world of these mysterious creatures. Siberian Snowman. The Chujonya, also known as the Siberian Snowman, is a creature standing 6 to 7 feet tall and covered in dark hair. It's often seen as a Neanderthal-like figure, donning pelts for clothing, with some accounts even mentioning a white patch of fur on his forearms and, intriguingly, a tail on some occasions. The first significant expedition to investigate the Chujonya was launched by the Soviet Union in 1928, focusing on the areas near the Indrika and Yana rivers. This expedition aimed to gather information and validate the existence of these beings, which were believed to be remarkably similar to another cryptid, being the Mulin, based on accounts from nomadic Yaku and Tungus tribes. These native accounts provide a vivid description of a well-built, Neanderthal-like entity that is occasionally accused of consuming human flesh. Another notable report came from a 1957 incident where hunters claimed to have killed a Chujonya, whose body was supposedly transported to Yakutsk and then just mysteriously disappeared. There were even reports from the early 2000s where strange animals caught in traps were described like a primate but not identifiable as a known species. These incidents sparked debates and investigations but often ended with more questions than answers about the creature's true nature. While some researchers suggest that the Chujonya might be one of the last links to our simian ancestors or a relic population of Paleo-Aztec peoples, the consensus remains elusive, possibly because of Siberia's vast and inaccessible terrain. Great White Wolf. Reported for the first time in 1974 by Frank Graves, a close associate of notable researchers like Ivan T. Sanderson and Carl Schucker, the great white wolf is described as a giant dog or wolf, significantly larger and more robust than any known wolf species. It's characterized by a broad head, shorter legs with the front ones being slightly longer than the back, a thick tail, and smaller ears. Its fur is described as very long and shaggy, potentially bullet resistant, and its footprints measure an impressive 8 inches across. The native people of the Nahanni Valley, a place known as the Valley of the Headless Men, due to the mysterious deaths and decapitations of explorers and prospectors, have long spoken of the great white wolf. They regard it as a solitary scavenger, elusive and distant from humans, yet some believe it plays a role in the unexplained fatalities in the area. The wolf's rarity and solitary nature, combined with the alleged tendency to venture south only in the winter months, contribute to its mystique and the difficulty of its study. In one of the more detailed sightings during the 1940s or 1950s, Frank Graves recounted an encounter with what he called the granddaddy of all wolves in the Nahanni Valley. He described a massive white creature that initially appeared to be a polar bear but revealed itself to be a gigantic dog-like animal. Despite Graves' attempt to defend himself by firing at the creature, it seemed unharmed and simply just retreated back into the forest, leaving no evidence of its existence beyond the story of its sighting. Initially, there was even speculation by Ivan T. Sanderson that the great white wolf might be a relic of prehistoric carnivores. However, this theory has been since revised with suggestions that the sightings could actually be of an exceptionally large individual of the Mackenzie timber wolf, which is a known subspecies of the grey wolf. Tizuruk. The Tizuruk is a cryptid sea serpent reported from the subarctic coastal waters of King and Nunavik Islands in the Bering Sea off the coast of Alaska. Cryptozoologists have explored this creature's possible connections to other marine cryptids like the Wasco, Sisiotl, Stellar Sea Ape, and Cadborosaurus. Some researchers suggest that the Tizuruk might even be a pinniped, specifically theorizing it could be a northern hemisphere counterpart to the Antarctic leopard seal. Accounts of the Tizuruk come from local inhabitants, especially from King Island, where ethnologist John White collected stories with the help of Roy P. Mackle. The locals, who held taboos about the creature, reported that hunters had occasionally been killed by it, and they don't even like speaking about the creature because of the taboo behind it. The creature was described primarily through sightings of its head and neck, which are said to emerge 7 to 8 feet out of the water, featuring a snake-like head and a flapper tail. The creature's overall form is unknown though because of these partial sightings and the taboo behind it. It's believed to inhabit bays more than the open ocean and has been described as a giant caterpillar or worm-like animal in some accounts. Roy P. Mackle even proposed that there might be 2 types of unknown marine animals in the Bering Sea, with one potentially being a zeuglodon, which is a prehistoric whale, and the other a long-necked eared seal similar to that of a leopard seal. The leopard seal theory is supported by the behavior of being attracted to tapping on boats, a characteristic which is shared by the Tizuruk. Bernard Hivlemans, another prominent figure in cryptozoology, also supported the Zeuglodon theory, but they're mainly just theories out there. Moving on to tier 4 now, man seal. Man seals are interesting cryptid mer beings reported from the Arctic and Pacific coasts of Alaska. These unique marine mammals are described as resembling seals but with distinctively human features, including heads, faces, shoulders, and sometimes even forelimbs. Despite their supernatural attributions in folklore, there's been claims from the late 19th century that these creatures were occasionally caught in fishing nets or hunted. A notable sighting from the late 1940s involved a local from Point Borough who, while hunting seals, reported seeing a mysterious monster with a human face and black, close-cropped hair. The man seals also share their habitat with another famous cryptid we talked about earlier, the stellar sea ape, which was reported from the Bering Sea but noted for its absence of visible forelimbs. But yeah, that's pretty much about the creature. There isn't too much information about it. Walrus dog. The Azwigum, often referred to as the walrus dog in English, is a mysterious cryptid reported from the icy waters of the Bering Strait coast of Alaska and Greenland. Described as larger than a bull walrus, this mysterious creature is said to possess a long, slender body covered with black scales soft enough to be penetrated by spears. Its distinct features include a long, rounded tail with 3 edges and several spikes, setting it apart from known marine animals. This cryptid is believed to prey on seals and fish, while also assuming a protective role over walrus herds, using its tail to lash the water as a signal of danger. Even though it's predominantly a predator of seals and fish, the walrus dog is also noted to be dangerous to humans. Edward William Nelson, a naturalist who explored the Bering Coast around the turn of the 20th century, documented the Inuits' fear of this creature. He related a chilling account of a walrus dog attacking an umiak, a traditional skin boat full of people, resulting in the death of all of them aboard. As he quoted, "The people of the islands in Bering Strait told me that sometimes they see these walrus dogs, and that their walrus hunters are very much afraid of them. They also informed me that on one occasion a walrus dog attacked an umiak full of people and killed them all." Mahaha. The Mahaha is a sinister figure from Inuit folklore, known for its malevolent presence in the North American Arctic. Seen as a demon-like entity, the Mahaha is characterized by its slender, strong physique and an icy blue hue that mirrors the cold environment it inhabits. Its appearance is marked by long, unkempt hair that veils its face, white eyes, and a disturbing, perpetual grin. Despite its nearly naked form, the Mahaha seems unaffected by the harsh Arctic cold. This creature is also infamous for its cruel method of killing its victims, which involves tickling them to death with its long, sharp nails attached to its gaunt fingers. In Inuit communities, finding a deceased individual with a twisted smile was often attributed to the Mahaha's deadly embrace, which, imagining that, sounds really creepy and terrifying. In the realm of folklore though, despite the Mahaha's menacing nature, it's seen as a creature that's easily deceived. Many tales conclude with the creature being outwitted by those it seeks to harm. Amikuk. The Amikuk is another one that comes from Inuit mythology, well known in the folklore of the Bering Strait of Alaska, which a lot of these come from. This monster is portrayed as a colossal entity surpassing the size of a bull walrus with a unique physical description. Its body is elongated and slender, covered in black scales that are both moist and slimy to the touch, yet vulnerable enough to be penetrated by spears. Unlike typical creatures of its environment, the Amikuk doesn't possess any legs, and instead it has 4 human-like arms and hands. These limbs serve dual purposes for the creature, being to facilitate movement and capture prey. Also, the Amikuk is reputed to have a formidable presence both in and out of the water. It's overall feared for its ability to attack kayakers by pulling them under the water, and has the ability of burrowing through earth and ice, producing a thumping noise that paralyzes its victims. The Amikuk also possesses magical qualities, including shape-shifting abilities and the creation of a nest containing magical fur, which can repair broken objects or even generate wealth. I couldn't really find information on sightings or stories though, so a lot of the information is mainly just through the information of Inuit mythology. In popular culture, the Amikuk has also become a part of modern entertainment, featuring in the trading card game MetaZoo Cryptid Nation. Our onto tier 5 now, Stellar Sea Ape. Stellar Sea Ape, a marine cryptid, was described from an encounter by the explorer George Wilhelm Steller on August 10, 1741, in the waters near the Shimagan Islands. Steller, a respected naturalist, depicted the creature as approximately 5 feet long with distinctive dog-like features, including a head with large eyes, pointed erect ears, and long whiskers. Its body, covered in thick grayish hair, had a shark-like tail but no visible forelimbs, and its belly was reddish-white. Stellar observed the sea ape rising from the water, engaging curiously with the ship, and even juggling a piece of seaweed. By his attempt to shoot it for further study, the creature ended up evading him. Notably though, this encounter was absent from the ship's log, Stellar's government reports, and his scientific descriptions, leading to speculation about its actual authenticity. A second kind of similar account emerged though in 1969, when sailor Miles Smeaton and his companions reported seeing an animal in the Aleutians that bore a striking resemblance to Stellar's description, reigniting interest in the cryptid. Debate over the sea ape's identity has persisted though. Dean Littlepage, who is a biographer, suggests a young northern fur seal might explain the sighting, citing the animal's physical characteristics and how they could be misinterpreted from a distance. Another theory suggests that Stellar's account was a jab at his Danish captain, with whom he had a strange relationship, drawing parallels between the creature's features and the captain's appearance. The true nature of Stellar's sea ape though still remains a mystery, and there's not too much out there about it. Igiduk. In Inuit mythology, the Igiduk is a shape-shifting entity known for its ability to kidnap children. According to myths and legends, the Igiduk engages in the sinister act of abducting children and hiding them away from their families. However, these tales also suggest a glimmer of hope. If the children can persuade the Igiduk to release them, they might find their way back home using Inukshuk, stone markers that guide them through the Arctic landscape. The narratives surrounding the Igiduk are complex too, portraying it as a creature capable of both helpful and deceitful actions. The habitat of the Igiduk is as mysterious as the creature itself too, with significant sightings reported around Freeman's Cove area on Bathurst Island. This region is circled by dormant volcanic mountains, and Inuit beliefs suggest that the Igiduk resides in a liminal space, neither fully in this world nor completely in the next, trapping those who wander too far north between the realms of the living and the dead. I don't know about you, but that sounds pretty cool, and it's the first time I'm hearing that of a cryptid. One chilling story recounts the experience of Corey K. Boa and his wife Anogo, who became disoriented in an area believed to be under the Igiduk's influence, despite Boa's skills in navigation. This disorientation is thought to be a deliberate act by the Igiduk to protect its domain and prevent humans from encroaching on its territory. The presence of a polar bear near Boat's children during this episode also adds a layer of danger and mystery to the legend. Scientific explanations for the phenomenon attributed to the Igiduk point towards natural causes though, such as the release of hydrogen sulfide gas from sour gas deposits, which can induce hallucinations or sensations of being watched. Reports of animal remains found in mysterious configurations and sightings of gas vapor suggest that these environmental factors may contribute to the eerie experiences attributed to these mythical beings, since we talked about before it has a lot of volcanic mountains. Yukon Beaver Eater. The Yukon Beaver Eater, also known as Saito Ichin, is a cryptid that comes from the oral traditions of Canadian First Nations peoples. Described as a creature larger than the biggest grizzly bear, it's intrigued enthusiasts and researchers alike because of its unique dietary habits, specifically targeting beavers by flipping their lodges to capture them. This cryptid, when compared to illustrations of prehistoric animals by the native people, closely resemble a giant ground sloth, which adds a layer of mystery to its identity. In 1989, a significant sighting was reported to the British Columbia Scientific Cryptozoology Club by Dawn Charlie, a member of the Canadian First Nation. She related an encounter experienced by Violet Johnny, who, along with her family, encountered an enormous creature while fishing at Tutchkin Lake. The creature, identified as a Saito Ichin, approached them, prompting a hasty retreat after they fired shots to deter it. This sighting, among others, suggests the creature's presence in the mountainous regions east of Frenchman Lake, where it's rumored to reside. The identification of the Saito Ichin with the ground sloth raises some pretty interesting questions about survival and adaptation too, as these ancient creatures were known herbivores and believed to be extinct. The possibility that a giant ground sloth could have adapted to consuming beavers is a fascinating hypothesis, though other theories suggest that the Saito Ichin could be just an unusually large grizzly bear or even a giant beaver. The notion that the Saito Ichin might actually feed on the material of beaver lodges rather than the beaver themselves also offers an alternative theory. This theory aligns with the dietary habits of modern sloths and prehistoric evidence suggesting occasional meat consumption among primarily herbivorous giant sloths. And further complicating the mystery is the suggestion that the Yukon Beaver Eater might preserve the memory of creatures like the giant beaver, which coexisted with the early humans and could have left a lasting impression on oral traditions. Kupkujiak. The Kupkujiak, a cryptid bear reported from the icy expanses of western Alaska and eastern Russia, comes from Inuit and Siberian folklore. Described as an enormous creature surpassing even the largest known polar bear in size, the Kupkujiak is seen as having 6, 8, or even 10 legs, although some accounts suggest it possesses only the typical forelimbs of bears. Cryptid's legend was notably documented by Canadian anthropologist Diamond Gennis during his time with the Western Inuit, indicating a deep-rooted place in the oral traditions of the indigenous people of the Arctic. Its massive size and strength, capable of breaking through thick ice, and a head that could measure up to 5 feet long are among its most daunting features. Its behavior too is the stuff of legend, with tales of the creature ambushing boats and using its multiple legs to lure hunters by mimicking distress signals, which also brings up the idea of intelligence. Sightings of the Kupkujiak further adds layers to the mysterious nature of it. One notable encounter was reported by a native of Wales living near Point Burrow, who described the distance between the creature's ears as spanning the full stretch of a man's arms. Another account from 1913 told of travelers from Point Burrow witnessing the Kupkujiak's head emerging through the ice, a sight that prompted them to quickly retreat despite believing the ice too thin to support the creature's massive weight. The origins and explanation of the Kupkujiak's characteristics remain speculative though, with some comparisons to the giant ground sloth among the theories posed to explain its depiction. That raises something interesting too, that two of these cryptids already resemble the giant ground sloth, so it lends some credence to the theory that it's still out there. Vatnagerða. The Vatnagerða, or lock pike, is a cryptid from Icelandic folklore, known not really for its size but for the lethal toxicity of its flesh and skin. First sighted in 1859 and with reports persisting until 1924, this creature is described as being exceedingly rare, possibly indicating a very low population. Living at the bottom of murky lakes, Vatnagerðas are said to detest light, which can purportedly kill them, emerging only before storms or in foggy conditions. The lore surrounding the capture is as intriguing as it is chilling, requiring a hook baited with gold and gloves made of human skin or multiple layers of skate skin to handle without succumbing to rashes and inflammation. However, securing a Vatnagerða is only part of the challenge, as its corrosive poison can melt through containment materials, including horse skins and even the earth itself. There's also a story out there I wanted to add of a sorcerer aiding a farmer's family by using the Vatnagerða. The sorcerer, donning gloves made from human skin and using a gold-baited hook, captured a Vatnagerða from Pike Lake to ward off an evil spirit tormenting the farmer's daughter. Despite the precautions taken to contain the creature, the pack horse used to transport the dead Vatnagerða suffered a hairless, sunken patch on its back, showcasing the potent, lingering danger of the Vatnagerða's poison. Ultimately, the Vatnagerða was buried under the family's threshold, ensuring the ghost's departure and the daughter's recovery. Alright, on to the last here now, Bergman's bear. Bergman's bear is a cryptid that focuses on a potentially extinct subspecies of the brown bear. The narrative began when Swedish zoologist Sten Bergman in 1920 suggested the existence of this unique bear subspecies residing on the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. The Cold War era, characterized by restricted access to certain areas because of Soviet military control, has led to speculation that such seclusion may have inadvertently aided the conservation or recovery of this bear population. Renewed interest emerged in the 1960s though, propelled by Hunter Rodian Sivobolov's interactions with Kamchatka natives. They shared tales of an extraordinarily large bear referred to as Irkwem or God bear, a nomenclature derived from its great size and a reference to the appearance of its hind legs. Biologist N.K. Vereshchagin ventured a bold hypothesis, suggesting that the God bear might be a surviving specimen of the colossal short-faced bear known from the fossil record, but considered extinct. This proposal, however, was met with skepticism from the scientific community, largely because the physical descriptions of the Irkwem didn't align with the known anatomical features of the short-faced bear. Added to the mystery though are recent records from Alaska, where exceptionally large grizzly bears have been documented, including a record-breaking specimen in 2013. The existence of an ice bridge between Russia and Alaska during winter months introduced the possibility of genetic exchange or migration between bear populations across the Bering Strait. This connection fuels speculation that the lineage of extraordinarily large bears may still persist, evolving in isolation or through intermingling with other bear populations. Shell Monster. The shell monster is a mysterious bear-like creature native to the shores of Iceland, with tales of sightings that span centuries. With a physique more similar to a hippo-sized animal and covered with blue scales like that of a pangolin, the shell monster's legend has been kept alive through various sightings reported from the 18th to first half of the 20th century. One of the most notable accounts comes from Gisli, who lived between 1787 and 1877. In his tale, he described a stormy encounter with the creature as it emerged from the sea, its size and strength awe-inspiring. Despite Gisli's attempts to defend himself using tidal trails, the shell monster pursued him until he narrowly escaped its grasp, a story that adds a layer of fear and fascination to the cryptid's lore. Another account from Simon, dating back to early 20th century, paints a vivid picture of a region steeped in ancient lore and inhabited by various cryptids, including the shell monster itself. According to Simon, the shell monster was a common sight in the fjords during autumn, so he really saw it as a real entity that once roamed the Icelandic coast. Interestingly, an English trawler crew from the 20th century also reported an encounter with the shell monster, claiming to have accidentally caught the creature in one of its nets. The crew's terror at the discovery and subsequent efforts to rid themselves of the unwanted catch highlight the shell monster's formidable reputation. There are even claims out there that the creature was capable of spitting poison, causing burns to those who came into contact with it. Great auk. The great auk, a flightless bird once abundant in the North Atlantic, met a tragic end because of human activity. One of the most poignant tales of its demise occurred in June 1840, when 3 sailors from St. Kilda, Scotland, encountered a great auk on the nearby sea stack of Stack-an-Armon. The bird, described as awkward with small wings and a peculiar appearance, was captured by the sailors who initially kept it alive. However, superstitious beliefs led them to kill the bird during a storm, fearing that was the cause of their misfortune. This event marked the last sighting of the great auk in the British Isles. Just 4 years later, in 1844, the species was eventually driven to extinction when the last known pair was killed on Eldey Island, Iceland, by fishermen. The female of this pair had been incubating an egg, which was destroyed in the process, eradicating any hope for the species' survival. Onto the cryptid part of this story though, an interesting and obscure story emerged in April 2012 when a report claimed that the great auk had been rediscovered. According to this report, a decade-long study led by eminent academics based on clues such as eggshell fragments and wing feathers found on a previously uncharted volcanic island, along with grainy video evidence, suggested the survival of the great auk. The breakthrough came with the capture of a bird, which was to be revealed in a news conference in Tórshavn, capital of the Faroe Islands. This story fueled speculation and excitement about the possibility that the great auk had somehow survived extinction. I couldn't really find any follow-up to this article though, and it was all the way back in 2012, so I'm not too sure where this whole thing went and how it concluded, but if any of you guys know, please drop it down in the comments. Hafgufa. The Hafgufa, which comes from Old Norse mythology, is described in ancient texts as a behemoth lurking in the icy waters between Iceland and Greenland. This creature's lore is deeply connected to the maritime culture of the Norse, reflecting the trepidation and awe with which they regarded the sea. The primary source of knowledge about the Hafgufa comes from the King's Mirror, a 13th century Norwegian text that aimed to educate a king's son about various aspects of life, including the natural world. In the script, the Hafgufa was described as an island-sized fish, demonstrating the ancients' attempt to comprehend and categorize the unknown. According to the King's Mirror, the Hafgufa was capable of ingesting vast quantities of fish by creating a maelstrom to draw them into its mouth, a behavior that's a lot like the whale feeding techniques known as trap feedings. The Hafgufa has also appeared in various sagas and accounts where it's sometimes conflated or mentioned alongside other mythical sea creatures like the Langbakkar. These tales often emphasize the creature's colossal size and its capacity to engulf whales, ships, and men alike, painting it as a symbol of the ocean's destructive power. In modern times though, the Hafgufa has been compared to the Kraken, another legendary sea monster, and even speculated to be based on observations of real marine animals, such as whales exhibiting unusual feeding behaviors. Despite the scientific rationalizations of its origins, the Hafgufa is a cool reminder of a time when the world's map edges were marked with the warning, "Here be dragons," which basically means you should definitely avoid these places. Sea monks. The sea monk, a cryptid with origins dating back to the 16th century, has intrigued observers all the way since the Renaissance to modern times. The first notable report came when a peculiar creature was found off the coast of Norway, described as resembling a monk. This creature, according to historical accounts, lived only for a few days, exhibiting no signs beyond just size, hinting at its distress or perhaps its otherworldly nature. Japetus Steenstrup, a Danish zoologist, proposed in the 1850s that the sea monk might have been a misidentified giant squid, while others, like cryptozoologist Bernard Hevlemans, speculated that it could have been an errant walrus. The story of the sea monk is further complicated by its potential religious and political implications. During the time of its discovery, the creature was interpreted by some as a divine message, critiquing the corruption within the clergy, paralleling other animal clergy hybrids used in religious satire. Also, it is suggested that Denmark's King Christian III might have utilized the sea monk's discovery to enhance Denmark's international profile amid religious and political shifts towards Protestantism. This strategic use of a cryptid sighting illustrates the complex interplay between the mysterious and the mundane, where tales of unknown creatures can serve broader societal and political purposes, which is pretty cool. Another thing about the sea monk's legend is the suggestion that it was a Jenny Hanavar, which is basically an artificially created cryptid made from the dried bodies of rays or skates, manipulated to appear as dragons, mermaids, or other mythical beings. This practice, which is popular among sailors, served as a way to bring back exotic souvenirs from their voyages, so it could have been just that. Super Otter. The super otter was primarily documented in the Arctic and Norwegian seas. Bernard Heuvelmans, a foundational figure in cryptozoology who we talk about a lot, compiled 28 sightings that led to the categorization of this cryptid. It's described as resembling an oversized marine mammal, similar to seals or otters, but distinguished by its possession of multiple limbs and a tapering tail. This cryptid's narratives mixes with historical voyages and local folklore, presenting a case study in the intersection of observed anomalies and myth. One of the earliest documented encounters, known as Egede sea serpent from 1734, involved missionaries Paul Egede and Andreas Bing near Greenland. Their reports describe a creature with a pointed snout, broad fingers, and a notably long tail, characteristics aligning with later descriptions of the super otter. Hans Egede, which is Paul's father, provided a written account that highlighted the creature's ability to spout vapor and its serpent-like body. Another intriguing sighting, though, occurred in Sundsland before 1753, where fishermen reported an encounter with the sea monster that bore similarities to the creature described by the Egedes. According to Eric Pontoppidan, the fisherman's account detailed a large, possibly woolly-haired creature with a tapering tail and seal-like features. This report, while adding to the mystique of the super otter, also echoed the physical descriptions found in earlier and subsequent sightings, suggesting a consistency in the observation of this marine cryptid. To imagine a creature that lived millions and millions of years ago, when Earth's whole structure and climate was completely different, still possibly out there or a form of it, is both really interesting and terrifying at the same time. Whether it's accounts of witnessing living raptors or the greatest lizard to have ever existed, welcome to the Prehistoric Cryptid Iceberg. Alright, let's get straight into a video now with the first entry of Tier 1. Megalania. The Megalania, known scientifically as Megalania prisca or Varanus priscus, was a colossal monitor lizard that roamed Australia during the Pleistocene epoch, which was roughly from 2.6 million to 11,700 years ago. At 35 feet in length and weighing up to 8,300 pounds, it represents the largest terrestrial lizard to have ever existed. It belonged to the clade Toxicophera and shared the characteristic of having venom-secreting oral glands with other reptiles. Aboriginal cave paintings and oral traditions vividly recount encounters with this predator. These depictions and stories often portray the Megalania as a really destructive force, which I bet it was. The thing is though, some paintings are believed to be less than 10,000 years old, which would be way after its supposed extinction date, with it being about just 40,000 years ago. Peter Hancock, who is an author who specializes in Aboriginal lore, recounts tales of Megalania's encounters with other formidable creatures, including great white sharks. This recent dating of narratives has led some, like cryptozoologist Rex Gilroy, to speculate that the Megalania may have survived into more recent times. Gilroy also points to historical accounts and modern sightings as evidence that Megalania, or possibly even a similar giant lizard, might still exist, hidden in Australia's vast wilderness. He even managed to cast plaster tracks from a reported sighting in 1979, suggesting the presence of a large, unknown lizard in that area. Skeptics, though, including paleontologist John Long, argue against the likelihood of Megalania's survival into modern times because of a necessity of a substantial breeding population. However, discoveries related to Komodo dragons, such as their ability to reproduce through parthenogenesis, offer some pretty interesting possibilities about the survival mechanisms of their ancient relatives. This discovery has led some to reconsider the size of a viable breeding population for such creatures. Also, on the topic of the Komodo dragon, which is essentially like a smaller version of the Megalania, was itself a mystery to the Western world until the early 20th century, showing the potential for other giant lizards to possibly remain undetected. Georgia Raptor. In a remarkable encounter on July 25, 2008 in Georgia, an 18-year-old and his grandfather, while on a deer hunting trip, reported seeing a creature strikingly similar to the raptors from the Jurassic Park films we all know and love. This event, taking place in the dense woods of their private land, involved coming across an animal that mirrored descriptions of a troodontid, a type of dinosaur known for its agility and distinctive physical features. According to their account, the creature emerged from the underbush onto a rocky path, approximately 150 yards ahead. It possessed a long, rigid tail, stood on two legs, and had noticeably short arms, complete with a significant claw on each foot and smaller claws on its arms. Describing it as lizard-like, the witnesses were astounded by its presence, given that such creatures were believed to have existed millions of years ago. That is pretty insane to think about though, seeing a raptor in the modern day, especially considering how terrifying encountering a dinosaur might be. Anyways, choosing caution over curiosity, they remained motionless to avoid attracting the creature's attention. It appeared to be assessing its environment, sniffing the air before eventually retreating into the foliage. This encounter left them convinced of the existence of undiscovered creatures, challenging the confines of our known and established scientific knowledge. Dodo. The dodo bird, scientifically known as Raphis cucullatus, once inhabited Mauritius's remote island, believed to have become extinct by the late 17th century due to human activities. This bird, standing about 3 feet tall with a distinctive 9-inch hooked bill, stout yellow legs, and a tuft of curly feathers at its rear, evolved in an environment free from natural predators. This lack of threat led to its inability to fly, as its sternum couldn't support flight and its wings diminished over time. The dodo's diet consisted mainly of berries and ground-level vegetation, and it nested on the ground. The arrival of humans though, and other animals like dogs, pigs, cats, and rats, introduced new predators to the dodo's environment, which, coupled with habitat destruction, led to its decline. While the last confirmed sighting of the dodo was in 1662, debates over its exact extinction date persist, with estimates ranging from 1662 to as late as 1693. Initially dismissed as a myth by the 19th century, the discovery of dodo bones renewed interest in the bird, challenging previous notions of its existence. Despite being classified as extinct, occasional claims of dodo sightings from uninhabited islands around Mauritius have definitely emerged, suggesting the possibility, however slim, of its continued existence in isolation. These sightings though have yet to be substantiated, and most experts simply agree on the dodo's extinction. Also, a notable hoax in 2015 involving a video purportedly showing a live dodo in Costa Rica was actually debunked, showing how it's still ongoing and the fascination is still there. River dinos. Cryptid enthusiasts and researchers have long been fascinated by reports of reptilian creatures inhabiting various regions across the United States, particularly in the American West. Dubbed river dinos among other names, these cryptids are believed to be remnants of prehistoric times that have somehow managed to survive into the modern era. Descriptions and sightings of these mysterious creatures have been reported in the Four Corners region, as well as in Ohio, Kentucky, Texas, and Georgia, suggesting a wider distribution than previously thought. Characterized by their bipedal stance, river dinos are said to stand about 3 feet tall with arm-like appendages where forelegs would typically be found. Witnesses describe these creatures as moving swiftly and gracefully, often associated with wet environments, which led to the name river dino. One of the earliest recorded sightings was by a couple in Arizona who claimed to have come across the carcass of an unknown reptilian creature. Another notable encounter involves a woman from the Mesa Verde area of Colorado who observed an animal that didn't match any known lizard species and seemed incapable of surviving the local winter climate. Additionally, a mother and daughter driving to Colorado in 2001 reported seeing a creature that resembled a cross between a bird and a dinosaur, lacking feathers and possessing a long neck and skinny legs. Despite the fascination with river dinos though, skeptics argue that the sightings can be attributed to misidentifications or hoaxes. However, the consistency of reports over the years has kept the possibility of their existence alive in the minds of cryptozoologists. Tier 2. Amali. The Amali, a cryptid reminiscent of prehistoric dinosaurs, has reports of its presence in the lakes of Gabon, Africa. This creature, sharing similarities with the more popular Mokele Mbembe and the Nyamala, is described as an amphibious creature adorned with 3 claws on each of its feet, leaving behind footprints comparable to the size of a frying pan. The Amali, alongside the Jago-Nini, another aquatic cryptid, reportedly inhabits the same waters, exhibiting a peculiar behavior of breaking ivory trees. This creature first entered the view of cryptozoological lore through the adventures of Alfred Aloysius Horn in the early 1880s. Horn claimed to have discovered a cave painting of an Amali, which he then allegedly sent to US President Ulysses S. Grant, despite the timeline suggesting this occurred after Grant's presidency. According to local lore, the last sightings trace back to the 17th century, linked to speculation that the Amali may now be extinct, with only the stories of what ancestors witnessed remaining. Theories about the Amali's existence range from it being a surviving population of sauropods, a case of misidentification, or even possibly a new species of large reptile mistaken for a dinosaur because of its significant size and long neck. Also, the existence of pygmy mammoths and descendants from Pliocene and Oligocene species supports the possibility of smaller species surviving longer than their larger counterparts. Lone Pine Mountain Devil. The Lone Pine Mountain Devil, a creature of North American folklore, is often described as a venomous, winged predator bearing resemblance to ancient microraptors. Its legend is deeply rooted in the lore of the American Southwest and northern Mexico, where it said to inhabit remote forests. Characterized as a bat-like cryptid, the creature reportedly possesses multiple layers of deadly fangs and talons, invoking images of prehistoric winged theropods, but with some venomous capabilities. The origins of the Lone Pine Mountain Devil trace back to Native American times, with the creature allegedly acting as a guardian of nature, targeting those who desecrate the wilderness. The most significant account, though, occurred in 1878, involving a group of Spanish settlers whose celebration in the Sierra Nevada mountains turned tragic. According to a surviving priest's journal, winged demons, as he quoted, descended upon the settlers in a horrific attack, sparing only the priest, who recounted the tale as a divine punishment for their sins. Despite its fearsome reputation, the Lone Pine Mountain Devil's existence remains within the realm of folklore and misidentification, with the scientific community dismissing it as a combination of legend and confusion over real animals. Also, sightings significantly dwindled after the early 20th century, coinciding with population growth in Southern California. Recent years have seen a resurgence of reported encounters, yet these claims often lack credible evidence. The legend was further examined in the 2021 documentary by the Crash Course Cryptozoology YouTube channel, which suggested the myth might have originated from an internet hoax. Despite this though, the Lone Pine Mountain Devil continues to captivate the imagination as a symbol of nature's retribution against human encroachment, embodying the mysteries that might still exist in the wild corners of the world. Murray. The Murray is a mysterious cryptid reported from Papua New Guinea, described as a large, dinosaur-like creature with a lifestyle that suggests both bipedal and amphibious traits. This creature, measuring around 6 feet in width, is distinguished by its massive legs, resembling palm tree trunks, a long neck, and a slender tail, alongside a unique set of largest triangular scoops on its back. Its skin is crocodile-like, and its head bears resemblance to large-eyed bovine, complete with impressively long teeth. The legend of the Murray has been part of local lore since it was first seen by native villagers and later by 2 missionaries. Its reputation as a potentially surviving T-Rex-like dinosaur has sparked curiosity and fear alike, especially following reports of the creature preying on dogs, which led to a significant search party involving policemen and villagers that ultimately yielded no concrete evidence of its existence. In the year 2000, the intrigue surrounding the Murray was reignited by reports from missionaries armed with paleontology books visiting the Lake Murray region. Their attempt to validate the cryptid's existence through comparisons with known dinosaur imagery reportedly agitated local natives. Another sighting came in June 2013 by an individual playing tennis, which just added to the creature's mysterious lore, and we still don't know too much about it. Mount Kansing Dragon Snake. The Mount Kansing dragon snake is a cryptid from Indonesia and is known to be a formidable creature terrorizing nearby villages from its cave on Mount Kansing in the Lampung province. Described as a dragon or living pterosaur, it has been a source of fear for years, with locals attributing the disappearance of small children and babies to this creature. It's depicted with a horse-like head, serpent body, and 2 wings, differing from the typical Asian dragon concept. Despite efforts to trap it by blocking its cave entrance, its existence remains a topic of legend and speculation. The creature's activities were notably documented in Jejak Jejak Misterius, which is an Indonesian TV documentary focusing on cryptids. Eyewitness accounts such as from Darga, an elder in the village, describe the dragon as a predator of small children, suggesting it's seen as actually a living creature rather than a mythical or supernatural being. Efforts to contain the creature by sealing its cave were a desperate measure to end its reign of terror, leading many villagers to leave the area. The Mount-Kansing dragon snake could represent a case of misidentification though, or folklore, blending elements of real animals with mythological dragons. Some speculate it might even be a djinn, capable of shapeshifting, or a living relic from the age of dinosaurs, like a Dimorphodon. Regardless of its true nature though, the Mount-Kansing dragon snake embodies the deep-rooted fear and fascination with the unknown that still persists in a lot of small communities. Our onto tier 3, Burunjor. The Burunjor, a creature that comes from Australian lore, is often described as a dinosaur-like being, which evokes some images of Tyrannosaurus rex or possibly descendants of Megaraptorids. This cryptid, deeply rooted in Aboriginal mythology, is said to be a massive lizard around 20 to 20 feet long, with small clawed hands and capable of bipedal movement. Its existence is primarily supported by accounts from the 1950s, where ranchers reported a large bipedal creature preying on their livestock, and Aboriginal tales depicting a creature with a diet that included kangaroos and other large animals. The most recent documented encounter with the Burunjor, when a family traveling near Roper River claimed to have seen a 20-foot-long, feather-covered monster. Another notable report from 1978 involves Brian Clark, who, while lost in the woods, was part of an incident that led to speculation about the creature's existence due to mysterious, loud, and ground-shaking noises heard by rescuers. Despite the lack of new sightings in over 3 decades, the Burunjor continues to captivate the imagination, with some believing it could have gone extinct if it ever existed. This cryptid also finds itself at the center of debates among proponents of young Earth creationism, who see it as evidence supporting their views. The mystery of the Burunjor still remains though, with only ancient Aboriginal cave paintings, fossil footprints, and details of history to possibly hint at the existence of Australia's own living dinosaur. Arzamassian monster. In 1719, a mysterious creature, later dubbed the Arzamassian monster, plummeted from the skies following a severe storm in Arzamas, Russia. Upon discovering the carcass, local officials adhered to an edict from Peter the Great, which mandated the forwarding of any unusual finds to St. Petersburg Kunstkamera for scientific examination. The decree underscored the notion that such anomalies were not products of supernatural forces, but of nature itself. The creature was meticulously measured and described by the finders, who noted its significant size, peculiar features resembling both aquatic and avian animals, and fierce yet lifeless gaze. Efforts to preserve the find involved submerging the carcass in a wine-filled barrel intended to transport to the Kunstkamera. Unfortunately though, the barrel, along with the remains of the Arzamassian monster, vanished en route, leaving behind only descriptions and speculations about its true nature. Descriptions of the monster suggest a length of 7.5 meters from snout to tail, and bat-like wings extending 7 meters, and pike-like teeth larger and more twisted than any known fish. Its tail measured an impressive 3 meters, and its limbs bore eagle-like talons, though on a much grander scale. The creature's eyes, though lifeless, were described as fiercely penetrating. Theories about the Arzamassian monster's identity range from a large pterosaur, a pelycosaur, or even an undiscovered species. The least likely hypothesis though says it was a Spinosaurid. The disappearance though of the creature's remains and the lack of any physical evidence makes it hard and has left the Arzamassian monster still shrouded in mystery. Ropin. The Ropin is a fascinating cryptid believed to inhabit the regions of Papua New Guinea and Indonesia's Papua province. Described as a demon flyer, it's often depicted as resembling a pterosaur or a large bat. The term Ropin itself originates from local language, referring to a sizable nocturnal creature that emits a brief glow as it traverses the night sky. The lore surrounding the Ropin is rich too, with some local narratives painting it as a creature of folklore, embodying both physical and spiritual attributes. However, there are those who firmly believe in its existence, describing it as a large, bat-like creature, sometimes with features reminiscent of pterosaurs, which were known for the long tails and wing structure. The Ropin's diet is primarily said to consist of fish, though there are unsettling tales of consuming human remains, suggesting a tendency towards grave robbing. Also, contrary to some claims that the ropen's existence was concocted by creationists, its first report sighting dates back to 1935 by the esteemed biologist Evelyn Cheeseman, a proponent of evolution. Cheeseman's observations introduced the ropen to the scientific community, although she initially encountered it as unexplained aerial lights during her research in New Guinea, well before the concept of a living pterosaur entered popular discourse. The debate over the ropen's true nature continues though, with some suggesting it might be a misunderstood species of bat, such as the flying foxes known for their impressive wingspan, or even a type of bird like the frigate bird. Others, however, entertain the possibility that it actually represents a surviving lineage of pterosaurs, particularly those resembling the Rhamphorhynchidae family, known for the distinctive tail shapes. This speculation is fueled by various accounts and expeditions seeking the ropen, alongside reports of similar mysterious lights and creatures in the region, which still remain unexplained by local mythology or scientific understanding. Manaus pterosaur. The Manaus pterosaur is a cryptid reportedly sighted in the vicinity of Manaus, in the Amazonas state of Brazil. This creature is described as having a wingspan of approximately 12 feet, featuring flat heads, long beaks, and elongated necks, with wings that are ribbed, resembling brown leather and apparently lacking any feathering. These creatures were observed flying in a V formation, a behavior noted by J. Harrison in 1947, sparking curiosity and speculation about their true nature. Several theories have been proposed regarding the identity of the Manaus pterosaur. Some suggest it could be a misidentification of large, native Brazilian birds such as the jabiru, Maguari stork, or wood stork, which are known for their significant size and distinctive appearance. Another possibility, though, is that these sightings could be attributed to pelicans, which are known to fly in V formations. However, the more intriguing and controversial theory posits that the Manaus pterosaur could be, by its name, a specimen of pterosaurs. This theory is met with skepticism though because of the discrepancies in the descriptions of the pterosaur's anatomy, particularly the absence of pycnal fibers, which are filament-like structures present on many ancient reptiles, including pterosaurs. Critics argue that the descriptions of the Manaus pterosaur align too closely with the outdated representations of pterosaurs, casting doubt on the veracity of these sightings. Niger fire spitter. The Niger fire spitter, a cryptid reminiscent of dinosaurs or dragons, was reported in Arlit, Niger in 1984. This creature, which was described in a unique encounter, has sparked intrigue because of its distinctive characteristics and the mysterious circumstances surrounding its sighting. Local uranium miners reportedly encountered the fire spitter, leading to a confrontation where it was allegedly shot by army soldiers. The primary source of information on this cryptid is actually an email from an individual whose servant claimed to have witnessed the creature, adding a layer of hearsay to the tale. Described as possessing a long neck and tail with a head similar to a crocodile's, the Niger fire spitter reportedly has skin tough like an elephant's, spines along its back, and large clawed feet reminiscent of an ostrich's tracks. The creature's coloration was said to blend with the sand, marked with small black and white spots. When threatened, it was reported to spit fire at its attackers, a detail that significantly contributes to its mythical dragon-like image. The credibility of the Niger fire spitter's existence, though, is met with skepticism, primarily because of the anecdotal nature of its discovery and the absence of additional corroborating evidence. Despite this, the story raises potential questions of undiscovered species in Niger. Also, the description was provided before the discovery of Spinosaurus as a quadrupedal dinosaur, which adds an interesting layer to the tale, suggesting the servant's account might not have been influenced by contemporary scientific illustrations or knowledge. This detail, along with the local traditions of fire spitters in African cultures, where masks and myths often embody powerful, supernatural creatures, provides a fascinating cultural context to the creature's description. However, though, the most plausible explanation for the Niger fire spitter leans towards misidentification of known wildlife or other large reptiles native to the region. This doesn't really explain the fire-breathing part though, but that's basically the theory out there. Alright, Tier 4, New Guinean Iguanodon. The New Guinean Iguanodon, also known as the Papuan Iguanodon, is a cryptid resembling a dinosaur, with reports of its presence emanating from the rainforest near Tingavanavudu village in Papua New Guinea. This creature first captured public attention, especially after being featured in the television show Destination Truth. Reports of this creature date back to at least 1999, with sightings describing it as a large, dinosaur-like reptile, stirring renewed interest in the possibility of prehistoric creatures surviving in modern times. For instance, in 2004, reports emerged from near Rabaul, describing a 3-meter tall creature with a grayish color, a head similar to a dog's, and a tail similar to a crocodile's. Witnesses, including a villager named Christine Sami, recounted their terror upon encountering this huge and ugly-looking animal as quoted, which was likened in size to a 900-liter water tank. Despite search by police and villagers, the creature remained elusive, leading to speculation about its nature and existence. Comparatively, a sighting in 1999 near Lake Murray detailed a creature of significant size with a long neck and tail, walking on 2 hind legs and possessing sharp, finger-like teeth like we talked about earlier. Its skin was comparable to that of a crocodile's, complete with triangle troops on its back. Both sightings drew parallels to dinosaurs, specifically in their size, appearance, and crocodile-like features, prompting discussions on whether these observations could indeed be that of a dinosaur, possibly a hadrosaur or iguanodon. Iguanodon, which was one of the first dinosaurs to be discovered, was a large bipedal plant eater that inhabited swampy areas, making it a plausible candidate for these sightings given Papua New Guinea's similar environment. However, the dietary habits described in some reports, such as the alleged consumption of dogs, raise questions about the accuracy of identifying these creatures as iguanodons, which were actually herbivores. Another theory though posits the existence of a relic theropod dinosaur, aligning with the description of sharp teeth and carnivorous behavior. However though, the sizes of known theropods in the region don't entirely match the dimensions provided by eyewitnesses, leaving the true nature of the New Guinean iguanodon shrouded in mystery. Pukehina predator. The Pukehina predator became a subject of widespread speculation and intrigue when its carcass washed ashore in New Zealand in June 2014. Found on the beach and Bay of Plenty by beachgoers on 4-wheel vehicles, this mysterious and decomposing remains sparked immediate debate and curiosity about its origins, with some suggesting it was a creature from prehistoric times. Measuring about 9 meters in length, equipped with large teeth and rudimentary flippers, the find left many puzzled about what kind of animal it could be. The discovery quickly caught the public's imagination, especially after video of the so-called monster was posted on YouTube, asking viewers for their theories on the creature's identity. Suggestions ranged widely, from a saltwater crocodile to a giant moray eel, reflecting the mysterious nature of the find. However, marine mammal expert Anton van Helden weighed in on the debate, proposing a more scientific explanation. He suggested that the remains most likely belonged to a killer whale, based on its characteristics. Despite this rational explanation though, the initial discovery fueled a wide array of speculations, including the possibility of it being a surviving zeuglodon, which is a prehistoric whale. Amela Natuka. The Amela Natuka, whose name translates to elephant killer in the Lingala language, is a creature rumored to inhabit the Congo basin, extending its presence possibly into Cameroon. Described as an elephant-sized beast with a formidable horn on its snout, this cryptid is reputed for its aggressive behavior, notably its tendency to attack and kill elephants, buffaloes, and hippos. It's said that the local populace fears it for its ferocity, placing it among the most daunting creatures of local folklore. Characterized by its brownish to gray skin, the Amela Natuka resembles a rhinoceros in shape, including the single long horn, which is subject of many speculation. This horn's composition, whether it be bone, ivory, or keratin, remains a mystery, complicating efforts to classify the creature within known animal groups. Its reported semi-aquatic lifestyle and herbivorous diet, primarily consisting of malumbo plants, adds layers to its mystery, painting a picture of a complex being that eludes simple explanation. Historical accounts of the Amela Natuka date back to the early 20th century, with various expeditions and local testimonies contributing to its legend. Notably, Dr. Roy P. Mackle's expeditions in the 1980s provided a significant boost to its notoriety in the cryptozoological community. Despite the lack of concrete evidence though, such as physical remains or photographic documentation, the Amela Natuka continues to captivate the imagination of both cryptozoologists and adventurers. Arica Monster. The Arica Monster is a creature that's said to dwell in the vast and unforgiving expanse of Chile's Atacama Desert, which is the driest desert on Earth. This cryptid, described as bearing a resemblance to both a dromaeosaur, a type of fast and agile dinosaur, and a kangaroo, has been the subject of sporadic sightings, particularly by motorists navigating the road that connects Lacuique and Arica. reports describe a bipedal entity approximately 6 feet tall with sharp teeth and 3-toed footprints, indicative of its predatory nature. In 2004, an encounter involving several members of a large Spanish family detailed an alarming confrontation with 4 creatures that bore dog-like faces on kangaroo-like bodies, an account that adds to the mystery and perplexity surrounding this creature. The frequency of sightings in that year alone suggests that, if real, the Arica monster might not be a solitary creature, but part of a group of species residing in the desert. Speculation about the Arica monster's true nature though varies widely. Some suggest it could be a surviving dromaeosaur, a theory that tantalizes enthusiasts of prehistoric life and suggests a remarkable case of a living fossil. Others propose it might be similar to a Phoros racos, a large flightless bird that once roamed South America, or perhaps a Chuvurosaurid, a reptile from the Triassic period, given its described physical traits and the historical biodiversity of the continent. Another intriguing hypothesis suggests it might be a polydilopimorph, a group of ancient South American mammals, further expanding the potential explanations for its identity. The sightings and subsequent theories regarding the Arica monster have not only captivated the local population, but have also attracted the attention of the global cryptozoological community, featuring in investigations by the Destination Truth team and speculative discussions in cryptozoology circles. Despite the desert's harsh conditions which make sustained life challenging, the possibility of an undiscovered species or prehistoric survivor in such a remote area continues to fuel debates and expeditions. Yeren. The Yeren, also referred to as China's Bigfoot, is a cryptid reputed to inhabit the remote, mountainous regions of China, with a significant number of sightings reported from Hubei province. This creature, also known by various names such as Yeren, Yehren, Chinese wildman, or man monkey, is described as having reddish-brown hair, with some rare sightings of white-haired specimens suggesting albinism or advanced age within the species. Standing 6 to 8 feet tall and in some extraordinary claims up to 12 feet, the Yeren's physical description aligns with that of a large primate, bearing a large jaw and a human-like head shape, distinct from other known apes. Over 400 individuals have reportedly encountered the Yeren, prompting investigations by the Chinese government to uncover the truth behind these sightings. Despite the collection of footprints and hair samples, concrete evidence eluding scientific confirmation keeps the Yeren within the realms of legend and cryptozoology, much like its Himalayan counterpart the Yeti and North America's Sasquatch. The Yeren is generally described as peaceful too, often avoiding human interaction. However, an intriguing report from 1980 detailed a woman's claim of being kidnapped by a Yeren, resulting in a pregnancy that bore an offspring with psychological traits of both humans and apes. This tale, even though it's sensational, contributes to the mystery surrounding the Yeren and fuels speculation about its actual existence. Cryptozoologists and enthusiasts have proposed several theories regarding the Yeren's identity, ranging from it being a surviving Gigantopithecus, a massive prehistoric ape, to a new species of ground-dwelling bipedal orangutan indigenous to mainland Asia. Others speculate that the Yeren could be closely related to humans, possibly representing a relative population of an ancient hominin species such as Homo erectus or Neanderthals, adapting to secluded environments of China's mountainous terrains. Tier 5. Mkuo Mbembo. The Mkuo Mbembo, a creature shrouded in mystery and known only from a singular report, is said to inhabit the western regions of Cameroon, Africa. Unlike the more frequent discussed Mokele Mbembe, which shares its geographic location, the Mkuo Mbembo presents a distinctly different set of characteristics according to local descriptions. This cryptid is described as a herbivorous behemoth with a head purportedly as large as that of a fully grown hippopotamus. Its body is said to be shiny black and it possesses a head reminiscent of a seal's, though flattened from top to bottom, indicating a unique physical structure among known animals. The creature's roar is described as gurgling, a detail that adds to the nature of its reported presence. Its semi-aquatic habits, as inferred from the singular account from it emerging from an aquatic cave to lunge at the water's surface, suggest a lifestyle that bridges land and water habitats. The creature's interactions with its environment, particularly its aggressive behavior towards hippos without consuming them, have led to speculation about its diet and ecological role. Such behavior could potentially explain the absence of hippos in the region, hinting at a complex ecological dynamic. Speculation about the nature of the Mkuo Mbembo though ranges from it being a surviving species of prehistoric marine reptile or mammal, possibly a seal or a large crocodile, to more fantastical theories involving extinct genera such as Pyretherium or Moeritherium. The latter, an extinct aquatic mammal from North and West Africa, has been mentioned due to similarities in the head's described shape, suggesting a potential connection or misidentification. Chickjarni. The Chickjarni is a mythical creature reputed to reside on Andros Island in the Bahamas. Described as a bird-like being, particularly resembling an owl, it stands out in folklore for its distinctive features and the superstitions surrounding it. According to legend, the Chickjarni is furry, feathered, approximately 3 feet tall, and possesses 3 fingers, 3 toes, and striking red eyes. Local lore suggests that encounters with the Chickjarni can significantly affect an individual's fortune. Treating a Chickjarni with kindness is believed to bring good luck, while disrespecting it or harming the creature is said to result in bad luck and misfortune. This belief underscores the Chickjarni's deep-rooted presence in the cultural fabric of Andros Island, with sightings reported up to the modern day, keeping the legend alive within the community. The origins of the Chickjarni tales have been linked by scholars to the prehistoric Tytopollins, which was a large, flightless species of barn owl that once inhabited Andros. Standing about 1 meter tall, Tytopollins closely matches the descriptions of the Chickjarni, suggesting the legend may have a basis in real, historical encounters with this now extinct bird. Although Tytopollins is believed to have survived until the arrival of settlers in the 16th century, who then cleared much of the eastern Andros forests, it's speculated that the species might have persisted in the island's western regions, possibly explaining contemporary reports of the creature. Gitmo bird. The Gitmo bird, also known as the Guantanamo Bay pterosaur by some, represents one of the most mysterious cryptids reported in the Caribbean, specifically within the southeastern end of Cuba. Sightings of this creature have sparked debates among cryptozoologists and enthusiasts alike, with accounts dating back to 1965 and as recent as 1990. Descriptions of the Gitmo bird vary, but it's generally portrayed as a large, bird-like or pterosaur-like creature, raising questions about its true identity and whether it could be a surviving species of prehistoric life or a misidentified known animal. One of the more compelling sightings come from Patty Carson in 1965, who described encountering a large, featherless winged creature near the Guantanamo Bay Naval Base. This creature was said to be as tall as a man, with a multitude of small, needle-like teeth and a long tail ending in a diamond shape. Patty's brother, Tom Carson, reported a separate sighting of the creature in 1966, further adding to the mystery. Also, another notable report comes from U.S. Marine Eskin Kun in 1971, who claimed to have seen 2 creatures resembling pterodactyls while stationed at the base. These accounts are intriguing, especially considering the isolation of Guantanamo Bay and Cuba's extensive coral reefs and forests, which could potentially harbor undiscovered species. The legend of the Gitmo bird is also sometimes mixed with the Santeria religion, a syncretic faith that developed in Cuba among enslaved Africans. A sacred story from this tradition speaks of a warrior named Ochosi who was tasked with capturing a rare, mystical bird, further embedding the concept of extraordinary avian creatures in local lore. Theories about the Gitmo bird's identity range from it being a surviving pterosaur similar to the ropen of Papua New Guinea, or possibly the extinct Cuban ivory-billed woodpecker, which was thought to have disappeared in the late 1980s but whose calls were reportedly heard in the late 1990s. Some suggest this could be the case because of the shared similarities between the crest and similar features. Dragons of Rabka. The Dragons of Rabka are a series of cryptids reported to have existed in the vicinity of Rabka Zazores in Poland, particularly in the Gors Mountains of the Western Beskids. Last sighted in 1987, these creatures are depicted in legends and some historical accounts as bipedal, lizard-like beings of human size. Characterized by their lizard-like appearance, these cryptids were described as large and formidable, capable of moving on 2 legs, which is reminiscent of the bipedal stance associated with dinosaurs. They were known for their aggressive behavior, particularly towards animals, posing a significant threat to local shepherds as livestock, and even capable of killing wolves, a testament to their formidable nature. Interestingly, these creatures were reported to be active primarily from spring to autumn, suggesting a period of inactivity or hibernation during the winter months, a behavior that isn't typically associated with reptiles but might indicate adaptation to a local climate. The habitat of these creatures was the forested and mountainous terrains of the Gorsa Mountains, where they were said to dwell in the caves and burrows near hot springs. This specific environment, coupled with the region's unique geological features, might have supported their survival, offering a secluded refuge and could potentially hide such creatures from widespread human detection. Several theories have been proposed to explain the existence of the Dragons of Rabka. One theory suggests they could be surviving remnants of prehistoric life, such as dinosaurs, that managed to persist in this isolated area because of its unique microclimate. Another theory posits that these reports could be the result of mass hysteria or legends created to explain away or embellish encounters with ordinary wildlife or to serve as cautionary tales. The detailed descriptions of these creatures by local villagers, however, remain a curious element, suggesting either a remarkable coincidence with known dinosaurian features or the possibility of an undiscovered species having inspired these legends. Despite the fascination and speculation surrounding the dragons of Rabka, their existence still remains unconfirmed, with no physical evidence such as bones or fossils found to substantiate the claims. The last sighting occurred in 1987, and the absence of further encounters suggests that if such creatures did exist, they have either gone extinct or migrated to a different region, possibly because of environmental changes or increasing human activity in the area. Alright, on to the last tier now, Tier 6, Ponic. The Ponic is a mysterious creature reported to inhabit Lake Bohiniagamuk in Canada. With over 1,000 sightings to its name, the descriptions of the Ponic vary significantly, though many reports converge on a few intriguing characteristics. Witnesses have described the Ponic as a massive creature measuring between 35 to 60 feet in length, equipped with 2 or 3 humps, a sail-like extension along its spine, flippers and barrel-like neck, and a head shaped reminiscent of a horse. The history of the Ponic sightings dates back to 1873, with notable observations by individuals such as Louis Berube, a lumberjack who reported seeing a huge fish in the lake, and Benoit Lavasseur, who described a 25 to 30 feet long creature emerging from and then diving back into the water. The opening of a new road across Lake Bohiniagamuk in 1933 increased the frequency of sightings as it allowed more people to observe the lake and potentially the Ponic. Among the recorded sightings, Father Leopold Plante's encounter in 1957 stands out, where he witnessed a black entity with 2 humps suddenly appearing before diving into the lake's depths. Similarly, in 1981, Mrs. Sylvie Thierola Lavoie reported seeing something large moving beneath the water's surface. More recently though, Father Calix Berube observed a dorsal finback creature appearing and disappearing in the afternoon light. The true nature of the Ponic still remains a mystery though, and theories regarding its identity range widely. These theories include a large yet unidentified species of fish, a surviving nothosaur, which is a type of prehistoric marine reptile, a giant otter, or even a classical sea serpent. Chipekwe. The Chipekwe is a cryptid that comes from Lake Bangweulu in Zambia. This term, derived in the Bemba language and roughly translating to monster, encompasses at least 3 distinct entities reported in the region, one of which bears a striking resemblance to the Emla Natuka from the Republic of the Congo, which we mentioned earlier. Misidentified in the past through photographs such as the Kasai Rex picture by Franz W. Grobler, the Chipekwe's lore intertwines with the mystery and allure of living dinosaurs. The origins of the Chipekwe myth trace back to European explorers' first encounters with Central African legends, fueled by local tales around Lake Bangweulu. These stories suggest the absence of hippos in the lake, attributed to a hippo-consuming entity that seldom left the water. Intrigued by such accounts and a Bushman painting depicting a dinosaur-like creature, zoo owner Carl Hagenbeck proposed that the Chipekwe might be a surviving sauropod, sparking numerous expeditions, though many were thwarted by disease. Further accounts by European settlers like J.E. Hughes added layers to the Chipekwe's legend, with reports of large, unseen creatures causing disturbances on the lake and tragic encounters leading to loss of local hunters. Descriptions varied from smooth, dark-bodied animals with ivory horns to shaggy, large beings with fangs, suggesting a diversity in the Chipekwe's portrayal that ranges from dinosaurian figures to mythical waterlines. A notable sighting in 1954 by Alan Brignell mentioned a creature with a small head and long neck, distinct from the previous descriptions and adding to the mysterious nature of the Chipekwe. Despite the varied accounts and theories, including suggestions of the Chipekwe being misidentified aggressive hippos, the creature remains an interesting figure in cryptozoology, embodying the mystery and unexplored wilderness of Africa. Through the work of researchers like Bernard Heuvelmans and Roy P. Mackel, the Chipekwe continues to fascinate, representing the endless possibilities of undiscovered life on Earth. Olisho. The Olisho is a creature rumored to inhabit Central Africa, particularly noted in the regions of Cameroon, the Republic of the Congo, Zimbabwe, and Zambia. This cryptid is often described as a colossal bat or flying reptile, evoking images of prehistoric pterosaurs. The term Olisho is believed to originate from the Ipulu language combining ol, meaning large or gigantic, and nyatya, referring to a flying creature. This creature is traditionally associated with ceremonial dance masks that depict demons, suggesting a cultural link to the supernatural or demonic rather than to a specific biological entity. In the realm of popular culture, the Olisho has captured the imagination of audiences through its depiction in the Lost Tape series as a cave demon and its portrayal as a giant bat originating from the Tora Bora caves in Afghanistan, which diverges from the African lore. Additionally, it appears in the video game The Secret Saturdays Beast of the Fifth Sun as a humanoid ally and is mentioned in Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker by the character Chico, who proposes the Oleshio as proof of the continued existence of pterosaurs. The Oleshio is reputed to possess a wingspan ranging from 6 to 12 feet, with a body cloaked in black and wings that may appear dark brown or red under different lights. Notably, its lower jaw is armed with serrated teeth, each roughly 2 inches in length, evenly spaced to suggest a formidable predator. The most prominent sighting of the Oleshio dates back to 1932, when explorer Ivan T. Sanderson encountered the creature while hunting hammer-headed fruit bats in southern Cameroon. Alongside his companion Gerald Russell, Sanderson reported a harrowing encounter with the Oleshio as it swooped down upon them near a mountain stream, leading him to describe it as the granddaddy of all bats. This incident has since become a cornerstone of cryptological lore, often likened to reports of the Kungamado, another legendary flying creature of Africa, which we mentioned in an earlier video. Embulu. The Embulu, translating to the animal with planks growing out of its back, is a mysterious aquatic cryptid reported to inhabit the Liguala region of the Republic of Congo. Alleged to be a living relic similar to a prehistoric stegosaurus, this creature has primarily been sighted by villagers near Bonilla and Elabo, who describe it as having green algae on parts of its body that emerge above water. The specifics of its feet remain elusive, as most sightings occurred with the creature submerged. Characterized as herbivores, the true nature of Mbelu's diet, along with many other aspects of its existence, remains speculative because of the absence of physical evidence. Its descriptions closely align with other dinosaur-like cryptids reported across Africa though, such as the Ngoma Monene, known for similar ridges down its back, and the Muhuru, resembling the Stegosaurus from Kenya's jungles. The creature's reported features suggest the creature not just surviving but possibly thriving in the remote waterways of Africa. Kitingvor. The Kitingvor, also known as the snake-eating cow, is a creature reported to inhabit the forests of Cambodia and Vietnam. This cryptid is distinguished by its cow-like appearance, featuring unique twisted horns that measure approximately 45 centimeters in length and a coat of spotted fur, setting it apart from known bovine species. The existence of the Kitingvor came to light in the scientific community when a set of peculiar horns was discovered by Wolfgang Peter in a market in Ho Chi Minh City in 1994. This discovery, believed by Peter and Feeler to potentially represent a new species, sparked interest and speculation about the creature's existence and ecological role. Historical accounts add to the mystery of the Kitingvor too, with reports from British hunters in the early 20th century who claim to have observed, shot, and killed several of these animals, using them as bait for tigers. These anecdotes suggest that the Kitingvor may have been a part of the region's fauna at one point, and although its existence today remains uncertain, the possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. The notion of a cow consuming a snake is not entirely without precedent too, as evidenced by an incident in Australia in 2020 where a cow was observed eating a large python. This rare behavior might lend some credence to the folklore surrounding the snake-eating cow and suggest the legend of the Kitingvor could be rooted in unusual but natural animal behavior. The ocean. It covers 71% of our planet and is home to a lot of really weird species of animals. Explorers have pondered for centuries what really lies down there, and throughout time, stories have arisen of beasts that are unheard of. From living plesiosaurs to sharks with tentacles, welcome to the Aquatic Cryptids iceberg. Also, I made this chart myself, so let me know if there's anything I could improve on for the future. Alright, let's get straight into it now with the first entry of Tier 1, Ogopogo. The Ogopogo is a creature that's said to live in Canada's Okanagan Lake and is also known by its indigenous name Nahaatik, which translates to either water demon or water god. For a long time, stretching hundreds of years, the natives believed they could only cross the lake if they gave a live sacrifice for this creature, like a small animal. There was even an event from oral recounts where a chief leader who denied the existence of Ogopogo ended up sucked to the bottom of the lake by the creature. Several sightings have been reported over the years from non-native people too though, originating back all the way to 1872. In the 1900s is when Ogopogo started gaining even more attention though, and a local tourism agency even offered cash out for someone who could prove the existence of this creature. In 2008, Sean Valoria did exactly that, who was out with the lake by his girlfriend, and captured photographs of what appeared to be a mysterious object with black hump ridges. Apparently, his camera died though, so he wasn't able to take much photos, and the only ones he didn't want to publish. What he did publish though was another sighting when he returned 8 days later after to the lake and saw some disturbances in the water. The images were then analyzed by local experts and TV shows like Monster Quest, and ended up revealing no evidence of tampering. It still didn't really provide evidence though, but the fact that experts think it isn't hoaxed is pretty cool. With all this, international interest in the Ogopogo has surged, with documentary producers and TV shows globally seeking to explore this legend. Locals and tourists often come to the lake with their cameras, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Ogopogo. Champ. Champ is a serpent-like creature with a humped back and a long neck, said to inhabit Lake Champlain. Native American folklore, particularly from the Abenaki and Iroquois tribes, contain early references to a large creature in the lake known as Gitskog. The legend gained traction among European settlers, and over the years there have been numerous sightings. One of the earliest reported sightings dates back to the 18th century, when French explorers were warned by the Abenaki about disturbing the lake's waters. Despite the warning, in 1819, Captain Crumb reported seeing a black monster about 107 feet long in the Bulwaga Bay. The creature had distinctive features like eyes the color of a peeled onion and a red belt around its neck. The year 1873 was particularly eventful too, with multiple sightings, including one by Clinton County Sheriff Nathan H. Mooney, who described an enormous snake or water serpent. That year, showman P.T. Barnum even offered a reward for the creature's hide. The most famous sighting occurred in 1977 though, when Sandra Mancy captured a photograph of what appeared to be the champ. As she quoted, "I saw it move. I saw it at different angles. You know if something is living or not." By 1992, there had been as many as 180 sightings, with about 600 individuals claiming to have seen champ. Researchers and scientists have conducted studies throughout the years, including underwater sonar surveys, but no concrete evidence for champ has been found. Mokele Mbembe. Mokele Mbembe is a creature said to inhabit the Congo River Basin in Central Africa. It's described as a dinosaur-like animal and has found its way in a lot of popular culture, from books to films. The legend, dating back centuries, is rooted in indigenous tribes' folklore in Central Africa. Mokele Mbembe, which translates to one who stops the flow of rivers in Lingala, is believed to dwell in deep, unexplored swamps and river systems of the Congo Basin, often hiding in caves along riverbanks. The creature is described as highly territorial and potentially herbivorous, feeding on vegetation. Earliest Western accounts date back to 1776, with French missionaries noting enormous clawed footprints. In 1913, German captain Freiherr spoke of a creature feared by locals, described as brownish-gray, elephant-sized, with a long, flexible neck, small head, and a tail like an alligator, which does really sound like a dinosaur. Even cryptozoologists speculate Mokele Mbembe might be a surviving dinosaur species, like Brachiosaurus or Diplodocus. Skeptics who argue against its existence cite the lack of concrete evidence despite numerous expeditions into the Congo. Carl Hagenbeck, a German big game hunter, was among the first Westerners to lead an expedition in search of it, describing it as half elephant, half dragon. After that, over 50 expeditions have been carried out, but none have provided indisputable evidence of its existence. Local tribespeople have consistently claimed sightings though, so you can see how it's pretty complicated. The vast unexplored Congo Basin, covering about 1.5 million square miles, is considered a pretty plausible location though for such a species, if it does exist. Selkie. Selkies are mythical creatures from Scottish, Irish, and Icelandic folklore and are known for their ability to transform from seals into humans. These shapeshifters have been featured in a lot of tales passed down, often mixed with themes of love, loss, and freedom. A common story in Selkie folklore is about a man who finds a Selkie woman in her human form, dancing on the beach. In these tales, the Selkie has shed her seal skin, which lies hidden nearby. The man, captivated by her beauty, steals the skin, thus preventing her from returning to the sea. The Selkie, who is now trapped in human form, is compelled to become the man's wife. These stories frequently involve the Selkie bearing children with their human husband. Despite living a seemingly normal life, the Selkie often remains deeply connected to the ocean, which is her true home. Her longing for the sea is a persistent theme in these tales, and in some stories, one of her children accidentally discovers the hidden sealskin and shows it to her. Upon finding the skin, the Selkie immediately returns to the sea, often leaving behind her children and husband, highlighting her true nature. This might seem like a normal tale, but the cultural significance of Selkies in Old Scottish and Irish folklore is pretty profound. They symbolize themes of transformation and the duality of nature, being neither entirely of the sea nor of land. Selkies are said to remind of the wildness of the ocean and the mystery of the creatures that inhabit it. They also represent the idea of being caught between two worlds, never fully belonging to either. Cadborosaurus. Cadborosaurus, or Caddy, is a sea serpent rumored to inhabit the coastal waters around Cadboro Bay in British Columbia, Canada. This cryptid has intrigued people for over a century, with the first reports dating back to the late 1800s and early 1900s, primarily from sailors. One of the earliest accounts was from Captain C.J. House, who claimed to have seen a serpent-like creature with a horse-like head, raising its head about 30 feet above the water. The average length reported ranges from 30 to 60 feet. Over 300 sightings have been claimed in the past 2 centuries, including locations like Saanich Inlet and San Francisco Bay. One notable incident is the Kelly Nash video from 2009, where fishermen filmed several minutes of footage featuring multiple creatures in Nushanak Bay. There have also been several carcasses associated with Cadborosaurus. The most famous is the Naden Harbor carcass, found in the stomach of a sperm whale in 1937, featuring a 20-foot length and a serpent-like body with a fin tail. However, later analysis often attributed these carcasses to known animals such as basking sharks, beak whales, or even fetal baleen whales. Kappa. So the Kappa is probably one of my favorite here and is a really fascinating figure in Japanese folklore, known for its unique physical and behavioral characteristics. These mythical creatures are said to inhabit Japan's ponds, rivers, and lakes, and are often depicted with a humanoid appearance. They have webbed hands and feet, scaly green skin, and a distinctive bowl-like indentation on their heads, which is filled with water and believed to be the source of their strength. Their behaviors range from harmless pranks to more serious acts like drowning people and animals, kidnapping children, and consuming human flesh. Despite these menacing aspects, Kappas can also behave friendly towards humans. It's said that they're obsessed with politeness, and if a person bows down to a Kappa, it will feel compelled to return the gesture. This action can cause the water in its head to spill, rendering the Kappa powerless. Once the water is refilled, the Kappa can regain its strength, and in some stories, it may even serve the person who helped it. This is kind of like a way to trick a Kappa in some stories. A famous historical account from a Japanese heroic tale involves Tawara Toda, a skilled archer who ended up capturing a Kappa. The creature, after being subdued, promised to teach Toda the secret of removing stones from horses' hooves in exchange for its life. An interesting thing I want to add though, in 2016, a group of people in the town of Kamitakatsu claimed to have seen a Kappa in the river. The creature was described by them as having green skin, a beak-like mouth, and a shell on its back, aligning with traditional descriptions. In another instance, a self-proclaimed paranormal researcher named Masaki Miyagawa claimed to have captured a Kappa in a river in Kyoto in 2002. He provided photos for the creature, which he described as having webbed hands and feet and a turtle-like shell. Luska. The Luska, a cryptid believed to inhabit the Caribbean waters, especially around the Bahamas, is described as a hybrid between a shark and an octopus, and is said to be 25 to 200 feet long. The sea monster is rooted in Caribbean folklore and is thought to dwell in underwater caves and blue holes, emerging suddenly to seize its prey with its large tentacles and powerful jaws. There have been various sightings and encounters with the Luska throughout time, with divers reporting unexplained disappearances and sightings of large, shadowy figures with tentacles, believed to be the Luska. In one instance, a fishing boat near a blue hole disappeared without a trace, with local fishermen attributing its vanishing to the Luska. These reports often lack concrete evidence but continue to fuel speculation and interest in this cryptid. Even an alleged corpse of the creature was found in the late 19th century, when a large carcass washed ashore near St. Augustine, Florida. The creature, described as having silvery pink hue and axe-proof skin, was initially thought to be a giant octopus by Professor Vero. Later, after examining tissue samples, the conclusion shifted to a sperm whale's head. This incident stirred debates among scientists and cryptozoologists alike about the existence of giant cephalopods and the possibility of creatures like the Luska actually being real. The Luska's legend has also been featured in films, documentaries, and even video games, often portrayed as a terror of the Caribbean. The creature's representation in the media reflects the enduring fascination and fear it inspires. Lake Van Monster. The Lake Van Monster, known locally as Van Gulu Canavari, is a creature said to dwell in Lake Van, a large alkaline lake in eastern Turkey. This cryptid has its origins traced back to ancient Armenian mythology, with the god Vahan, known as the Reaper of Vishaps or Water Dragon, was said to dive into the Lake Van to extract any Vishap that had grown large enough to devour the world. The first recorded sighting of the Lake Van Monster dates back to 1889 though, when a local fisherman claimed to have seen a large, snake-like creature in the lake. Since then, there have been numerous reports and alleged sightings of the creature. In 1997, the legend gained even more traction when a local man, Unel Kozak, claimed to have captured the monster in video. Some criticized Kozak's footage and its authenticity, suggesting it could have been a hoax. Despite this skepticism, the legend of the Lake Van Monster has become an important part of the region's folklore and cultural identity, inspiring artwork, literature, and even tourist campaigns. Even a 4-meter high statue based on the reported sightings has been built in the city of Van, Turkey. With all distraction and attention, the Turkish government sent an official scientific survey group to the lake, which failed to spot the creature. Bunyip. The bunyip, a cryptid from Australian mythology, traces back to the early days of European settlement in Australia. Originating from Aboriginal folklore, the name bunyip roughly translates to demon or evil spirit. It was often correlated as a cautionary tale about the dangers of waterways. Descriptions of the bunyip vary greatly, indicating a creature that is as mysterious as it is terrifying. Early settlers reported seeing a creature with dark fur, a face resembling a dog, sharp teeth and claws, and sometimes even equipped with flippers, tusks, or horns. Some accounts even described it as having a duck-like bill. These very descriptions have led to numerous theories about the bunyip's true nature. One interesting aspect of the bunyip legend is its possible connection to extinct Australian megafauna. Scholars have proposed that the bunyip myths may stem from Aboriginal encounters with the remains of prehistoric creatures like Dabradodon or Thylacoleo, leading to their interpretation as bunyips. This theory suggests that the bunyip could be a cultural memory of animals that once roamed the Australian landscape. I actually touched on this aspect in a paleontology video, and the rabbit hole is pretty interesting. Another theory proposed by Charles Fenner in 1933 suggests that seals that wandered inland might have been mistaken for bunyips. Their physical features, including smooth fur and distinctive cries, could have contributed to the sightings and legends. Nahuelito. Nahuelito, a cryptid reported to dwell in Argentina's Nahuel Lake, traces its origins back to the early 20th century, with the earliest reports emerging in the 1920s. Described often as a serpentine or plesiosaur-like creature, Nahuelito is said to possess a long neck, humped back, and considerable size. The narrative gained traction through press coverage and eyewitness accounts, which painted a vivid description of the mysterious lake inhabitant. The Buenos Aires Zoo, under the guidance of Clementine Onelli, a renowned figure in Argentine natural history, launched an investigation in 1922 to find evidence of this mysterious creature. However, despite these efforts, no concrete proof of Nahuelito's existence was uncovered. Over the years, the legend has been fueled by various theories, ranging from Nahuelito being a remnant of prehistoric times to a mutant resulting from nuclear experiments. One of the earliest sightings was reported by George Garrett in 1910. He described seeing a creature with a significant portion of its body protruding above the lake's surface. This account, along with similar stories from local communities, spurred further expeditions, including one led by Garrett himself in 1922. However, like the Buenos Aires Zoo efforts, these explorations yielded no verifiable evidence. The Argentine Navy's encounter in the 1960s, where they tracked an unidentified underwater object for several weeks, reignited interest in Nahuelito. Despite numerous reports and alleged photographic evidence, which have been often dismissed as hoaxes, Nahuelito's existence remains unconfirmed. Altamaha. The Altamaha, also known as Alti, is a cryptid believed to inhabit the marshes and waters near the Altamaha River in Georgia. Among its numerous reported sightings, a few stand out for their intrigue and detail. One of the earliest documented encounters dates back to April 18, 1830. Captain Delano of the schooner Eagle reported seeing a monstrous creature off St. Simon's Island, just below the mouth of the Altamaha River. He described it as being about 70 feet long, with a circumference similar to a barrel, and a head that resembled an alligator's. This sighting wasn't isolated. 5 other crew members and several planters on Simon's Island also claimed to have seen this peculiar beast. This encounter was so notable that it was reported in the Savannah, Georgia newspaper, so it captured a bunch of public attention. Fast forward to 1969, 2 brothers fishing on the Altamaha River at Clark's Bluff reported an encounter with a creature they initially mistook for a sturgeon. Upon closer examination, they revised their assessment, describing it as approximately 10 to 12 feet long, with an alligator-like snout, a horizontal tail, and a distinct triangular ridge along its body. Its color was noted as gunmetal gray, adding to the creature's mysterious and intimidating appearance. The sighting was brief but left a lasting impression on the brothers, who were familiar with the local wildlife and certain that what they saw was unlike any known aquatic animal they had seen before. Ikotorso. Ikotorso is a sea monster from Finnish mythology. Its exact appearance isn't well defined and is believed to dwell in the northern depths of the sea near the land of Pohjola. This creature's role extends beyond that of a simple sea monster. It's also regarded as a god of war and a harbinger of destruction. In the Finnish national epic the Kalevala, Ikoturso is summoned by Louhi, the Lady of the North, to stop the theft of the magical artifact sample. However, the hero Vainamonian captures Ikoturso and makes it promise to never return from the bottom of the sea. Ikoturso's malevolent nature is further added by its association with disease and death. It's sometimes referred to as the father of diseases, in leagues with Loviatar, the blind daughter of Tuoni, the god of death. In some Finnish folklore narratives, Ikoturso is credited as the progenitor of several afflictions unleashed upon humanity. The mythology of Ikoturso might have been inspired by real creatures, such as the Wells catfish, a huge predatory fish that was once found in Finnish waters. The catfish, known for its large size and intimidating appearance, might have contributed to the legends of Ikoturso. The creature's association with the catfish is further suggested by its depiction as having a long, wet beard, similar to the beard of a catfish. In contemporary Finnish culture, Ikoturso continues to be a popular figure. It's often featured in Finnish literature, art, and popular culture, appearing as a fearsome monster in movies, TV shows, and music. The Finnish metal band Turisas, named after the sea monster, incorporates themes from Finnish mythology in their music, keeping the spirit of Ikoturso alive in modern times. Jialong. The Jialong in Chinese mythology is depicted as an aquatic dragon and is often associated with the rivery waters. It's known to take various forms, sometimes described as a man, other times as a fish, but consistently it embodies characteristics of a river dragon, spiritually similar to a crocodile. One particularly vivid description of the Jialong comes from an 11th century text called Moke Huixi, portraying it as a snake with a tiger head several fathoms long, living in brooks and rivers, and capable of producing a bellow similar to a bull. This Jialong was said to trap humans with its stinking saliva, then pull them into the water to suck their blood from their armpits. This description, considered the best definition of a Jiao by scholar Wolfram Eberhard, paints a pretty terrifying image of the creature. The Jialong's scales are a notable feature, often referred to as scaly or scaled dragon in medieval texts. Its aquatic nature is also emphasized in various historical Chinese texts. The Jialong or Jiao is seen as the lord of aquatic beings, and legends say that if a number of fish in a pond reaches 3,600, a Jialong would come as their leader and enable them to fly away. Interestingly, the Jialong is also perceived to have gender characteristics, with some sources suggesting it as exclusively female, a dragoness. The myths suggest a female counterpart of the Jialong called the Jiao, which is hornless, unlike the horned Jialong. Also, in Chinese culture, the Jialong has been used as a symbol of China's technological advancement, particularly with the naming of China's first deep-sea manned submersible after the mythical sea dragon. Lake Tianqi Monster. The Lake Tianqi Monster, often regarded as China and North Korea's counterpart to the Loch Ness Monster, is a mysterious creature said to inhabit Heavenly Lake on the peak of Baekdu Mountain. This area spans the Baekdudoigun and Changbai mountain ranges, crossing Jilin Province in China and Raegang Province in North Korea. The lore of the Lake Tianqi Monster dates back to the early 20th century, with the first report sighting in 1903, describing a large buffalo-like creature that attacked 3 people before retreating underwater after being shot. More recent accounts describe the monster with a human-like head, having a white ring around its neck and gray, smooth-like skin. In 2007, Chinese TV reporter Zhu Yongshen claimed to have filmed 6 identified creatures in the lake, describing them as seal-like and finned, swimming in coordination as if following commands. Sightings continued into the 21st century, with various reports emerging over the years. In July 2020, a worker at the Changbai Mountain National Park filmed a black round object on the lake's surface, believing it to be the monster. However, these sightings are often met with skepticism. Scientists argue that the lake's volcanic activity makes it an unlikely habitat for the large creatures. Despite this, sightings of up to 20 mysterious creatures have been reported, keeping the legend alive. The Brosno Dragon. The Brosno Dragon, also known as Brosnia, is a creature said to inhabit Lake Brosno in the Tver region of Russia. Described as resembling a dragon, the script has sparked fear and curiosity for centuries, with its stories dating back to as early as the 13th century. The Brosno dragon is often compared to a plesiosaur or an aquatic reptile, measuring approximately 15 to 30 feet in length. It's characterized by dark, scaly, or slimy skin and is said to be elusive and aggressive. The habitat of this creature is a deep, cold lake with a murky bottom, located in a remote area of Russia. There are numerous legends and eyewitness accounts associated with the Brosno dragon. One ancient story tells of Bati Khan's army, which was terrorized by the creature emerging from the lake. leading them to abandon their campaign against the Novgorod Republic in Russia. Other legends include fishermen being devoured whole and claims that it swallowed a plane during World War II. Eyewitnesses often report seeing the creature surfacing in the evenings, moving in a serpentine manner through the water but disappearing quickly when approached. In 2002, a significant investigation into the Brosno dragon was conducted by the Kosmiok Research Association. They used sonar equipment to scan Lake Brosno and discovered a huge jelly-like substance near the lake's bottom, roughly the size of a railway car. After detonating a low-capacity underwater explosive device, the substance moved but was not identified as a living creature. Korokamui. The Korokamui is a sea monster deeply rooted in Ainu folklore and Japanese mythology. It's often depicted as a colossal octopus or fish-like creature, with some accounts describing it as having a human-like face and long arms with suckers. The creature's size is said to be massive, with some legends claiming it can grow up to 120 meters in length. Korokamui sightings have been reported for centuries, primarily in Ichiwara Bay near Hokkaido, Japan. There have also been numerous sightings off the coast of Korea and Taiwan. The creature is often described as red in color. Its appearance is said to make the sky and sea appear to have a reddish tinge, causing panic among seafarers and fishermen who believe it to be an omen of the monster's approach. One Ainu legend traces the origin of the creature to the transformation of a giant spider, Yeshukep, into an octopus by the sea god Repun Kamui. This transformation was a response to the spider's attack on a village, and as an octopus, the creature grew in size and became more ravenous, posing a threat to sea monsters and maritime traffic. In Shinto tradition, Korokamui is revered as a deity of healing and spiritual knowledge, although it is also known for its harmful and capricious nature. The creature's ability to regenerate its limbs is seen as a symbol of its healing powers. One account recorded by John Batchelor in the Ainu and Their Folklore 1901 describes an incident where fishermen encountered a giant sea creature with enormous eyes. The monster attacked their boat and discharged a dark, odorless fluid, terrifying the fishermen. A general theme with eyewitnesses is usually like a description of giant octopuses capable of swallowing boats and feeding on whales and other sea creatures. Tier 3. Lake Iliamna Monster. The Lake Iliamna Monster, also known as Ili, is a cryptid said to inhabit Alaska's largest freshwater lake, Lake Iliamna. The lake, spanning roughly 1,000 square miles and reaching depths to nearly 1,000 feet, provides a pretty fitting habitat for such a creature. The first modern reports in Lake Iliamna date back to the 1940s, but Native American legends about mysterious creatures in these waters go even further back. One of the earliest recorded sightings was by bush pilot Babe Ellsworth and Bill Hammersley in 1942, who claimed to have spotted a giant fish more than 10 feet in length while flying over the lake. Even in 1945, survey pilot Larry Rost reported seeing a fish at least 20 feet long swimming in the lake. These sightings typically describe the creature as having a large, broad head, a long, tapered body with colors ranging from aluminum or silver to dark brown. There's numerous tales of local anglers attempting to catch this creature, with stories of it snapping stainless steel cables and straining a tuna hook. Some fishermen have also reported unusual movements of large, mysterious creatures beneath their boats. Despite various hypotheses, including it being a giant sturgeon, a sleeper shark, or other large aquatic mammals, the true nature of this creature still remains unknown. The remoteness of the lake and the lack of comprehensive scientific research just adds on to the mystery. In recent years, more sightings have continued to be reported, with fishermen witnessing large, fish-like creatures making massive waves. Hard evidence or clear photo documentation of these sightings is scarce though. Storshuyuret. The Storshuyuret, also known as the Great Lake Monster, is a creature said to reside in Lake Storsund, Sweden. The cryptid has been part of Swedish folklore for centuries, with the earliest recorded mention dating back to 1635. It's described as having a serpentine body, often with a long neck and a dog-like head, and is said to measure between 10 and 42 feet in length. One popular theory suggests that Storshuyuret might be a prehistoric animal that survived the Ice Age. This theory likens it to other famous cryptids such as the Loch Ness Monster and Champ, which are also speculated to be ancient surviving species. The creature was first described in a tale by Vikar Morgens Petersen in 1635, featuring two trolls brewing a mixture that creates a strange animal with a black serpentine body, as it quoted. Other origin stories include a runic spell by the sorcerer Ketil Runsik to imprison the monster and tales of magical trolls conjuring the beast. There have also been numerous sightings of Storshuyuret over the years. In 1857, workers at the Forsbacka Brook, which is an iron mill on the lake, report seeing a creature with a head black and gleaming, about the size of a large cat's head. Peter Olsen, a naturalist, published a booklet in 1899 documenting 22 eyewitness testimonies with descriptions of the monster varying in size and appearance. Some accounts described it as having several humps on its back, while others mentioned a more snake-like form. In 1986, Storhuyret was declared an endangered species by the Jamland County Administrative Board, but this protection was revoked in 2005. In August 2008, a film crew claimed to have captured the creature on film, reporting an endothermic mass in the lake. Morag. Morag, another creature from Scottish folklore, inhabits Loch Moror in the Scottish Highlands. The tales of Morag date back several decades, with accounts varying in detail. Witnesses describe seeing a large serpentine-like creature with humps moving through the water. These sightings have been pretty sporadic, contributing to Morag's mysterious nature. One of the most notable sightings occurred in 1969 when two local men, Duncan MacDonald and William Simpson, encountered what they described as a large serpentine-like creature while fishing on Loch Morar. They reportedly shot at the creature, though it's unclear if they actually hit it. This incident stands out because of the clarity of the description provided by the witnesses and the reaction it provoked. Morag sightings were previously considered a harbinger of death, particularly the death of prominent members of the local communities. In 1902, the folklorist Alexander Carmichael visited the Lochaber area to collect stories about Morag. He found that Morag was seen as a beautiful mermaid, an enchantress with flowing hair, and her sightings were often associated with the death of local leaders. For instance, the last reported sighting in this form was in 1898, when Agnes MacDonald, a local leader, died. More recent descriptions make her closely related to Nessie though, with accounts of Morag being about 25 to 30 feet long, having structures that look like 3 humps on the upper part of the body, rough, scaly, leathery skin, and a head about a foot across. Cryptozoologists have speculated about Morag's identity, suggesting it could be a kelpie or waterhorse, a shape-shifting water spirit in Scottish folklore, or even a prehistoric dinosaur like a plesiosaur. Waitoriki. The Waitoriki is a cryptid reported to inhabit areas around the lakes and rivers on the South Island of New Zealand. Described as an otter-like creature, it somewhat resembles a cross between an otter and a beaver, about the size of a large cat, weighing around 10 pounds and measuring 1 to 2 feet long from head to tail. It's said to be covered in brown fur, sometimes with white patches, and possesses a thick tail resembling that of a beaver. This tail may help in swimming and stabilizing while feeding. Unlike beavers, the Waitoriki's tail is completely furred. It has short legs, webbed feet, and a face that somewhat resembles a cross between an otter and a cat. It's believed to live in burrows near water and is thought to feed on fish and eels. The origin of the name Waitoriki is unknown and not considered grammatically correct in the Maori language. In 1838, an alleged pelt was found by Julius von Haast, but it lacked toe webbing, essential for aquatic creatures like otters and beavers. Experts consider the pelt inconclusive, possibly belonging to other animals like quolls or possums. Due to New Zealand's water-based environment, theories about its classification vary between it being marsupial or a monotreme, but it's more likely categorized as an aquatic mammal. Monotremes, like the platypus, lay eggs, while marsupials, like kangaroos, nurture embryos in a pouch. The difference in reproduction methods is a key factor in these classifications. However, the actual existence of the Waitoriki is debated, and it's officially classified as a cryptid. New Zealand, being separate from other landmasses for about 80 million years, has no native land mammals except for some bat species. The Waitoriki, if real, would be really remarkable for this reason. Meshekanabek. The legend of Meshekanabek dates back to the 19th century at Lake Manitou in Rochester, Indiana, and was said to be a giant creature residing in the lake. One of the earliest recorded encounters with Meshekanabek was by 2 fishermen, the Robinsons, who encountered a close and terrifying creature. While fishing on the lake, they noticed a large disturbance in the water. Initially believing it to be a school of fish, they rowed towards it, only to discover that the disturbance was caused by a massive creature, nearly 60 feet in length, moving rapidly on the water's surface towards their boat. In a state of panic, they rowed back to the shore as the creature briefly surfaced before disappearing. The presence of Meshekanabek stirred fear in the community, leading to a posse being formed to capture or kill the creature. However, their efforts were unsuccessful, and the sightings of the creature became less frequent over time. Alright, Tier 4, the Cornish Sea Serpent. The Cornish sea serpent, known locally as Morgawr, which means sea giant in Cornish, is a creature purported to inhabit the waters near Falmouth Bay, Cornwall, England. Sightings of Morgawr have been reported since at least the early 20th century, with descriptions varying but often depicting a large serpentine-like creature. One of the earliest reports of a creature resembling Morgawar dates back to 1935, where it's described as having a big head, a goose-like neck, and a huge hump on its back, resembling a big barrel, estimated to be about 40 and 50 feet long. The mouth of the Helford River is reported to be Morgawar's favorite location, with many sightings occurring there in an area now nicknamed Morgawar's Mile. The creature gained significant attention in 1975 when it is described as having a trunk with a very long neck and a skin like a sea lion's. Local fishermen blame poor fishing and bad weather on sightings of the monster. Some versions of the story link the monster's appearance to World War I events, describing it as a crocodile-like creature with webbed feet and a powerful tail. However, the creature's existence is widely debated, with suggestions that it might be a hoax invented by Cornish author Tony Doc Shields, who claimed to have sighted it in 1976 and provided photographs to a local newspaper. Also in 1976, fishermen John Cock and George Vinicombe claimed to have sighted the creature, describing it as looking like a prehistoric monster and as large as a 32-foot boat. Their account was later dismissed by a Natural History Museum official, who suggested they had seen a sea turtle instead. Charlie. Charlie, also known as Slimy Slim or the Twilight Dragon of Payette Lake, is a cryptid resembling a sea serpent, often compared to the Loch Ness Monster. It is believed to inhabit the deep alpine waters of Payette Lake near Mackall, Idaho. The first references to Charlie may stem from Native American beliefs, predating Western settlement, describing an evil spirit in the lake. The first documented sighting by Western settlers, though, occurred in 1920. Workers at the upper end of the lake mistook what they initially thought was a log, which had then began to move, suggesting the presence of a large creature. In August 1944, the creature was reportedly seen by several groups, describing it as being 30 to 35 feet in length, with a dinosaur-like head, pronounced jaws, camel-like humps, and the shell-like skin. In September 1946, a group of 20 people reportedly sighted the creature, with Dr. G.A. Taylor of Nampa, Idaho, noting that it appeared to be between 30 and 40 feet long, and seemed to dive into the water like a small motorboat. The serpent was officially named Charlie in 1954 following a contest held by A. Boone McCallum, editor of the Star News. The name was suggested by Laila Hanifer Turi of Springfield, Virginia, referencing a popular catchphrase from Jack Pearl's old-time radio show. Charlie ended up being reported about a dozen times between 1956 and 1997, which is the last documented sighting. The Lake Chelan Monster. The Lake Chelan Monster, a creature in Washington State's Lake Chelan, has been the subject of fascination and fear for over a century. One of the most harrowing encounters occurred in 1892 when a young man bathing in the lake was attacked by a monster. Described as having the legs and body of an alligator, the head and eyes of a snake, a scaly tail, and bat-like wings, this formidable creature clamped its jaws onto the man's legs. Despite attempts by his friends to free him using knives, rocks, and sticks, the beast remained undeterred. In a desperate move, they dragged it over a fire, prompting it to take flight with the man still in its grasp, before plunging back into the lake's depths, taking the young man with it. Additionally, Native American legends add to the monster's mystique. Tribes in the Pacific Northwest speak of a monster serpent in Nahahatak that wreaked havoc in the region, destroying homes and causing famine. The creature's fury was such that even attempts by a good spirit to trap and kill it by building a rock barrier in the valley only led to further destruction and the tragic death of a young girl who left paintings of her life and the events on the valley's rock walls. These legends and encounters all contribute to the enduring mystery and intrigue surrounding the Lake Chelan monster. Gustav. Gustav is a notorious large male Nile crocodile from Burundi, rumored to have killed as many as 200 to 300 people along the banks of the Ruzizi River and the northern shores of Lake Tanganyika. While the actual number of victims is difficult to verify, Gustav has obtained a near mythical status and is greatly feared by people in the region. He was named by Petrus Fai, a herpetologist who has been studying and investigating him since the late 1990s. Gustav's exact length and weight are unknown, but estimates suggest he could be easily more than 20 feet long and weigh more than 2,000 pounds. Notable characteristics of Gustav include 3 bullet scars on his body and a deeply wounded right shoulder blade. The circumstances surrounding these scars are unknown though. Scientists and herpetologists who've studied Gustav claim that his uncommon size and weight impede his ability to hunt the species' usual prey, forcing him to attack larger animals and, to some extent, humans. In 2004, a documentary film titled Capturing the Croc Killer aired on PBS, documenting an attempt to capture Gustav. The film detailed the efforts of Fai and other scientists who attempted to capture Gustav using a trap cage weighing a ton and measuring nearly 9 meters in length. Despite several kinds of bait being used and the strategic installation of giant snares on certain banks, Gustav evaded capture. The last reported sighting of Gustav was in 2009, and in 2019 there were unverified claims that Gustav had been killed, but no photographic evidence has been surfaced, leaving these claims dubious. The Honey Island Swamp Monster. The Honey Island Swamp Monster is a cryptid often compared to Bigfoot and is a notable figure in Louisiana folklore. Its origins trace back to the early 20th century, with the first documented sighting by Harlan Ford in 1963. Ford, a retired air traffic controller, reports seeing a bipedal, hairy creature over 7 feet tall with dingy, grayish hair and yellow eyes. The legend gained momentum when Ford and his friend Billy Mills found unusual footprints and a wild boar with the throat gashed, supposedly by the creature. Local lore offers a unique origin for the monster, suggesting it might be the offspring of chimpanzees that escaped from a circus train wreck near the Pearl River in the early 20th century. Some believe these chimps adapted to the swamp environment. Alternatively, Cajun and Native American folklore associates the monster with the Letish, a humanoid raised by alligators. Despite its fearsome description, the creature is mostly portrayed as reclusive, displaying aggression only when threatened. Over the years, numerous sightings have been reported by fishermen, hunters, and swamp dwellers, describing a large bipedal creature with hair, often near the water's edge or dense vegetation. Theories about its nature range from an undiscovered primate species to a hybrid or mutant creature, while skeptics attribute the sightings to misidentification or hoaxes. The Honey Island Swamp, where the creature is said to inhabit, is a protected area because of its ecological importance. This conservation effort helps preserve the unique biodiversity of the swamp, which may include various wildlife, possibly even the cryptid itself. On to Tier 5, Taniwha. Taniwha are supernatural creatures in Maori tradition, similar to serpents and dragons in other cultures. Their descriptions and roles vary across different tribal traditions and are seen as part of the natural environment in the Maori worldview. Taniwha have diverse forms. Some resemble giant lizards, sometimes with wings, and others are more reptile-like sea creatures, or take the shape of sharks, whales, or even logs of wood in rivers. Some Taniwha could change their shape, moving between different forms, and could either be male or female. They're known to live in or near water, hiding in lairs known as Ruia Taniwha, which are often deep pools, caves, or dangerous waterways. In Maori stories, Taniwha play various roles. Some are seen as terrifying creatures that capture and eat people or kidnap women. Others act as guardians for tribes and sub-tribes, and people would offer them gifts and receive charms when passing their dens. Taniwha are also symbolic of great chiefs, with some tribes referring to many important chiefs as Taniwha. Famous Taniwha include Coop's guardian Taniwha, Tuhirangi, who guided and protected canoes in Cook Strait, and Tutai Poroporo, a Taniwha that began as a shark and transformed into a creature that started eating people. Another notable Taniwha is Hein Korako, a female Taniwha who married a human and later protected local people. In modern times, Taniwha still hold significance. For example, in 2002, the Negati Naho people in Waikato opposed the plan for a highway that would destroy the lair for their Taniwha, Kuretahi, leading to the highway being built in a different area. The Aspistocolone. The Aspistocolone, a sea creature, is often depicted in medieval bestiaries and literature as a gigantic sea creature, varying in descriptions from a whale to a sea turtle, but consistently characterized by distinctive features like a spiky shell or coral-covered back. The creature's name combines the Greek words aspis and kilon, meaning shield turtle. This mythical creature is known for its deceptive appearance, often luring sailors with its tranquil waters that resemble an island. Unwary sailors, mistaking it for land, would anchor their ships to explore, only to find themselves trapped on its back. Once sailors ventured onto it, the Apistocolone would dive into the ocean's depths, dragging them to their demise. It's often associated with a voracious appetite, consuming everything in its path. Symbolically, the Apistocolone has been interpreted as representing the dangers of the sea and the perils of deceptive temptations. It's a cautionary tale against falling into treacherous traps and a reminder of the uncertainties of the ocean. The legend of the Apistocolone has been preserved through generations of sailors, becoming a part of maritime folklore and nautical lore. It's inspired various works of art and literature throughout history, from medieval manuscripts and paintings to maritime-themed literature. In modern times, it continues to appear in books, movies, and video games, showcasing its enduring impact on popular culture. Siryn Cruin. The Siryn Cruin, a mythical sea creature from Scottish Gaelic folklore, is known for its enormous size and strength. It's reputed to be the largest of all creatures, capable of devouring 7 whales, and is recognized by several names in Gaelic tradition, including Great Whirlpool of the Sea, Great Beast of the Ocean, and Monster of the Ocean. The creature's massive size is reflected in popular chitinous rhyme, 7 herringers are a salmon's fill, 7 salmons are a sea's fill, 7 seals are a whale's fill, 7 whales are the fill of a Sidon croin, and 7 Sidon croin are the fill of the big devil himself. According to local folklore, the Sidon croin could disguise itself as a small silver fish to avoid being detected by fishermen or to attract its next meal. When fishermen caught the seemingly small fish, it would transform back into its monstrous form and devour them. The first mention of the Sidon croin dates back to the 16th century in the Book of the Dean of Lismore, a collection of poems and stories from Scottish Gaelic culture. This manuscript described the Sidon croin as a massive sea monster that could swallow 7 whales at once and was feared for attacking ships and dragging sailors into the ocean's depths. The physical description of the Sidon croin varies, with some accounts describing it as a snake-like creature and others as having a grey crest. Its habitat is believed to be the deep waters of the ocean, particularly near the western coast of Scotland. The creature is carnivorous too, feeding mainly on whales and other large sea animals. The Nkanyamba. The Nkanyamba is a legendary creature from South African mythology, particularly associated with the Zulu and Xhosa tribes. This mythical serpent is said to live in a waterfall lake area near Pietermaritzburg. The Nkanyamba is often described as a large serpent with an equine head and is believed to be particularly active during the summer months, causing seasonal storms. The legend of the Nkanyamba has its origins in the oral traditions of the Zulu and Xhosa people. According to one version of the legend, Nkanyamba was originally a beautiful maiden with mystical powers over water and weather. However, her arrogance and misuse of these powers led to her transformation by the gods into a fearsome serpent. This tale serves as a cautionary story about the consequences of tampering with the natural order. Physically, the Nkanyamba is believed to be over 20 feet long and resembles a snake or eel, except for its equine head, which can be that of a horse or a zebra. It's also said to have a horse-like mane on its head and a fin-like mane across its back. The creature is associated with significant supernatural abilities, including the power to attract massive tornadoes during the summer months as it takes flight in search of its mate. It's also linked to the unexplained disappearances of domestic animals. There have been several modern sightings of the Nkanyamba. For instance, a game ranger reportedly saw the creature in 1962, and a caretaker claimed to have seen it twice in 1974 and 1981. In 1995, Bob Teeney, a restaurant owner, also reported seeing the animal at Hawick Falls. While some scientists suggest that the Nkanyamba might be a large species of freshwater eel, locals maintain that it is much larger and possesses supernatural powers. The Beast of Busco. The Beast of Busco, also known as Oscar, is a creature from Indiana folklore, specifically from the area around Churubusco, Indiana. This mysterious creature is said to be an enormous snapping turtle, with reports of it dating back to the late 19th and mid 20th century. The story of the Beast of Busco begins in 1898 when a farmer named Oscar Folk claimed to have seen a giant turtle living in the 7-acre lake on his farm near Churubusco. Although he shared his sightings with others, it was largely dismissed and the matter was dropped. However, the legend resurfaced 50 years later. In July 1948, 2 Churubusco citizens, Ora Blue and Charlie Wilson, report seeing a huge turtle, estimated to weigh around 500 pounds, while fishing on Falk Lake. Gail Harris, who then owned the property, along with other witnesses, also claimed to have seen the creature. These sightings sparked national interest, and the story was widely circulated by the media. The town of Churubusco became the center of attention, as thousands flocked to catch a glimpse of the legendary turtle. Attempts to capture the Beast of Busco were made, including efforts to drain the lake and using a female turtle as bait, but all were unsuccessful. The last significant sighting occurred when the lake was nearly drained, and the turtle allegedly appeared, consuming a full-grown duck in a single bite. Despite the lack of concrete evidence and the failure of various attempts to capture it, the Beast of Busco became a staple of local folklore and has had a lasting impact on the community of Churubusco. The town celebrates the Churubusco Turtle Days festival every year, featuring turtle races, parades, and other events in commemoration of the Beast of Busco. On to the last tier now, Orang Ikan. The Orang Ikan, which translates from Indonesian to fishman, is a cryptid associated with the folklore of the Kai Islands in the province of Maluku, Indonesia. These islands are known for their white sandy beaches and clear waters, adding a pretty cool backdrop to the mysterious tales. The legend of the Orang Ikan gained attention during World War II. In 1943, Japanese soldiers stationed in the area began reporting sightings of strange creatures in the coastal waters. These beings were depicted as resembling humans in their facial features and hands, but with distinct differences. They were said to be about 1.5 meters with tall, pink skin, spikes on their heads, and a wide mouth similar to that of a carp. Unlike classical mermaids, the orang ikan reportedly had ordinary human legs instead of fishtails. These creatures were observed swimming in shallow waters near the beaches, and there were instances where they came onto land. One notable account involved Sergeant Taro Horibo, who was called to the village where a dead orang ikan was allegedly found. Horibo described the creature as having long dark hair with a reddish tinge, a neck covered with spines, a monkey-like face, and wide fish mouth filled with sharp teeth, and membranes between the fingers and toes. The body was said to be dotted with strange growths resembling algae. The accounts of the orang ikan by the Japanese soldiers were not taken seriously though by scientists, mainly because of the lack of photographic evidence. Despite this skepticism, sightings in and around the Kai lagoons reportedly continue to this day. Kalupalik. The Kalupalik is a creature from Inuit mythology, particularly associated with the icy Arctic waters of northern Alaska and Canada. In Inuit folklore, the Kalupalik is described as a child-snatching sea hag or aquatic humanoid. It's described as having scaly, bumpy skin, fins protruding from its neck, back, and torso, webbed clawed hands, and a foul surfer-like smell. Unlike many mythical mermaids, the Kalupalik is not portrayed as attractive, but rather as a fearsome predator. Inuit parents traditionally warn their children about the Kalupalik, especially if they wandered too close to the shore or ice. The Kalupalik was said to emit a distant, eerie humming sound to attract curious children. If a child approached a weak part of the ice, the creature would snatch them and drag them into freezing waters. The stories varied regarding what the Kalupalik actually did to the captured children. Some tales claimed it devoured them, while others suggested the creature raised the children as its own in an underwater lair, feeding on their youth and innocence to remain immortal. The legend of the Kalupalik might have originated as a cautionary tale to keep Inuit children from wandering too close to dangerous Arctic environments. It served as a tool in parenting to instill fear of the hazardous icy waters and to keep children safe. The Kalupalik has also been featured in various forms of media, including children's books like A Promise is a Promise by Robert Munch and Michael Kurskak. These contemporary representations continue to keep the legend alive, both within and outside Inuit communities. Vodyanoi. The Vodyanoi, a cryptid from Slavic mythology, is known for its association with water and mysterious origins. This creature is derived from the Slavic word voda, meaning water, and is often depicted as a malevolent spirit. The Vodyanoi enjoys drowning humans, especially those who disregard specific customs such as swimming after sunset or on holy days. In folklore, it's typically shown as an old man with a green beard and webbed fingers, living in bodies of water like rivers and lakes. This water spirit's depiction varies across Slavic cultures. In Czech and Slavic folklore, it's known as vodnik, while in German tales it's referred to as Wassermann or Nix. Often represented as a shapeshifter, the Vodyanoi can transform into different forms, including snakes or fish. It's also credited with the ability to control the weather, often being blamed for storms and floods. The Vodyanoi's counterpart, Vodyanesta, described as a beautiful water maiden with flowing green hair, is sometimes considered its wife. She can manifest in various forms such as a golden fish or a white swan. While generally harmless, she can be mischievous, sabotaging fishing nets and watermill wheels. Rituals and offerings, including bread, tobacco, and even animals, are often made to appease these spirits and avoid their wrath. Yakumama. The Yakumama, meaning mother of water, is a legendary giant serpent believed to inhabit the Amazon River and its nearby lagoons. This enormous creature, up to 60 meters in length, is regarded as the protective spirit of these waters. Indigenous people often describe the Yakumama as a formidable entity responsible for devouring prey and manifesting its presence through giant splashes of water. Fishermen's disappearances in the region have been attributed to this creature, intensifying its fearsome reputation. Yakumama's physical description is pretty astonishing. It's depicted as a thick, muscular serpent with a body length up to 60 meters, covered in dark green or brown scales. The head of Yakumama is said to be as large as a small boat, featuring glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth. While there's no scientific evidence of Yakumama's existence, it's speculated that its legend might be based on sightings of large snakes like the green anaconda, which is known to reach significant sizes but not nearly as large as the Yakumama. The serpent is deeply woven into the cultural fabric of the Amazonian people, symbolizing the balance between man and nature. It's often featured in their art, music, and dance, highlighting its significance in Amazonian heritage. Yakumama is not just a cryptid but a symbol, reminding the importance of preserving the natural world. In folklore, Yakumama is known for its powerful abilities, including captivating its prey with its gaze and controlling weather elements like rain and storms. Offering of foods and alcohol are made to appease Yakumama, especially by local fishermen and inhabitants of the Amazon basin. The legend of Yakumama also includes tales of its interactions with humans, often with dramatic consequences. For example, a man traveling down the Napo River with his family encountered Yakumama during a storm. Despite his prayers and offerings, Yakumama consumed his cargo and livestock, leaving the man to return to his village with nothing but his life. Paranormal Cryptids. They're probably the most creepy ones out there, since the tales of these cryptids involves things that seem way out of the ordinary and beyond our human comprehension. I wanted to point out that because this video will deal with supernatural figures, some don't really classify them as cryptids, but I tried my best to include ones that actually have sightings. Alright, so if you love some creepy tales, you'll definitely enjoy this iceberg. Let's get straight into it now with the first entry of Tier 1, Skinwalkers. Skinwalkers originate from Native American folklore, particularly among the Navajo, and also present in Pueblo, Apache, and Hopi legends. According to some traditions, skinwalkers were once kind-hearted medicine men who, after abusing indigenous magic for evil, gained the ability to transform into or possess animals or humans. This transformation, considered a deep-seated taboo, is often depicted as the medicine men wearing the pelts of the animals they become. Physically, skinwalkers retain some animalistic features even in human form, and their existence is a sensitive topic among the Navajo, as discussing them is believed to increase the likelihood of their appearance, and is considered bad luck. One of the most intriguing cases involving alleged skinwalker activity is the Skinwalker Ranch in Utah. Here, in 1996, Terry and Gwen Sherman reported strange occurrences, including UFO sightings, mysterious cattle deaths and disappearances, and unexplained phenomena. Perhaps one of the most chilling experiences was when Terry Sherman heard voices speaking in an unrecognizable language. Despite being just 25 feet away, he couldn't see anyone, and it was said it was so terrifying that his dogs panicked and fled. Even one of the cows that vanished left tracks in the snow that abruptly stopped, as if the animal had vanished into thin air. These events continued even after the ranch was sold to UFO enthusiast Robert Bigelow, who conducted extensive but inconclusive research on the site. In popular culture, skinwalkers have also been portrayed in various forms, often as four-legged beasts with a distorted human face and glowing orange eyes. However, these portrayals, while bringing legend to mainstream attention, often lead to misinformation about the deeply held beliefs of Native Americans, sometimes leading to discomfort and unwanted scrutiny of their traditions. Banshee. The Banshee, a figure from Irish folklore, is known for her haunting wail that predicts the death of a family member. Her appearance sort of varies, but is often depicted with long hair, which may be silver, red, white, or gray. The Banshee can also appear headless, sometimes carrying a bowl of blood, and is usually seen wearing silver, green, black, or white clothing. She can manifest as a young woman, a washerwoman washing blood out of clothes, or an older woman, with some stories describing her with red, glowing eyes. Throughout history, there have been numerous accounts of Banshee sightings and encounters, like one that occurred in East Wall, Dublin in 1941. The story goes that at mid-World War II, a local doctor, while attending to a very sick man, heard a wailing through the window. The sick man's wife, terrified, screamed for the Banshee not to take her husband, throwing holy water around the room. That night, the doctor found a comb on the ground, a symbol associated with the Banshee. When he returned home, he saw old hag sitting on his doorstep, wailing and combing her gray hair. Moments later, a nearby explosion killed his family. Banshees have also been reported to follow Irish families to other countries. For example, in West Virginia, USA, the Banshee's cries were heard upon the deaths of Thomas and Mary Marr, years apart. In North Carolina, a Banshee is said to haunt the Tar River, mourning the death of David Warner, unjustly killed during the American Revolution. These stories suggest that Banshees are protective of their respective families, regardless of where they are in the world. Jersey Devil. The Jersey Devil, a legendary creature said to inhabit the Pine Barrens of southern New Jersey, has been part of local folklore for over 250 years. Described as a kangaroo-like creature with the face of a horse, the head of a dog, bat-like wings, and a tail, this mysterious being is said to prowl through the marshes and periodically rampage through towns and cities. The origin of the Jersey Devil legend is often traced back to a woman known as Mother Leeds. The story goes that, distressed upon learning of her 13th pregnancy, she exclaimed, "Let it be the devil." Upon birth, the child transformed into a demonic creature, flew up the chimney, and vanished into the Pine Barrens. Over the years, this tale has taken many variations, including suggestions of a family curse or supernatural causes. Sightings of the Jersey Devil have been reported for centuries too, like in January 1909, when councilman E.P. Whedon of Trenton claimed to have been awoken by flapping wings outside his window, finding cloven footprints in the snow. This incident sparked a wave of sightings across New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware. In 1978, 2 teenagers in Chatsworth, New Jersey, reported encountering the creature, and as recently as 1960, unusual tracks and shrieks near Mays Landing were attributed to the Jersey Devil. A $10,000 reward for its capture, announced in 1960, remains unclaimed till now. Notable historical figures have also allegedly encountered the Jersey Devil. Joseph Bonaparte, Napoleon's brother, claimed to have seen it in 1813 while living in Bordentown, New Jersey. He described encountering a large creature with a horse's head and wings in the woods near his home. Spring Hill Jack. Spring Hill Jack, a figure from English folklore, became notorious during the Victorian era for startling jumps and frightening attacks. He first emerged in the public eye in 1837 and was described as a devil-like gentleman with an ability to leap extraordinary heights. The first recorded sighting was by a servant named Mary Stevens in October 1837. She was walking to Lavender Hill when a figure leapt at her, grabbing and scratching her with her claws. Her screams attracted passers-by, but the assailant vanished. The most infamous attacks, though, were on Jane Alsop and Lucy Scales. In February 1838, Alsop answered her door to a man claiming to be a police officer, who then revealed a hideous appearance and attacked her with claws and blue and white flames from his mouth. Lacey Scales, along with their sister, experienced a similar assault later that month. As they walked through Green Dragon Alley, a cloaked figure spurted blue flame in Scales' face, causing her to collapse in fits. Throughout the 19th century, Spring Hill Jack was reportedly seen leaping from rooftops and over walls in various parts of England, including London, the Midlands, and Northamptonshire. His appearances were characterized by extraordinary agility and terrifying features, including red eyes, claws, and sometimes flames. By 1904, sightings of Spring Hill Jack had diminished, but his legacy continued in popular culture. He appeared in plays, novels, and penny dreadfuls, becoming a symbol of urban legend and mystery. Despite numerous sightings and reports, his true identity and the nature of his existence, whether he was a supernatural being, an elaborate hoax, or a combination of both, remain a mystery. Black Shuck. Black Shuck, also known as Old Shuck, is a legendary creature in English folklore, particularly associated with the counties of Norfolk, Suffolk, and Essex in East Anglia. This mythical hellhound is often described as a large, shaggy black dog with glowing red or fiery eyes. The legend of Black Shuck has been mixed with the English countryside for centuries, with numerous sightings and stories. One of the most famous incidents involving Black Shuck occurred on August 4, 1577, at the churches of Bungay and Blythburgh in Suffolk. According to accounts, Black Shuck burst in Holy Trinity Church in Blythburgh during a thunderstorm, killing a man and a boy and causing the church steeple to collapse. As the dog left the church, it left scorch marks on the north door, which are reportedly still visible today. The same day, a similar incident was reported at St. Mary's Church in Bungay. These appearances of Black Shuck are often attributed to intense electrical storms that occurred at the time, coupled with the social and religious tensions of the Reformation period. This may have contributed to a supernatural interpretation of these events. Even in more modern times, though, there have been reports of sightings along the coastal areas of Norfolk, with witnesses claiming to see a large black dog with glowing red eyes prowling the beaches or walking around the cliffs. Encounters in churchyards are also commonly reported, with the creature seen roaming through graveyards or lurking near church entrances. Doppelganger. Doppelgangers from German folklore are paranormal doubles of a real person, often seen as a harbinger of bad luck or even a sign of impending death. These ghostly doubles have been a part of myths and stories for centuries. One of the most famous doppelganger sightings involved President Abraham Lincoln. He reportedly saw a pale, ghostly double of his face in a mirror, which his wife, Mary Todd Lincoln, interpreted as an ill omen, predicting that Lincoln would not live to finish the second term. Another eerie encounter is that of Emily Sagi, a 19th century schoolteacher in Latvia, whose doppelganger would appear and mimic her movements or make insulting gestures. Interestingly, Sagi herself never saw the double, but it was witnessed by students and staff, causing her significant trouble. Even a poet named Percy, husband of Mary Shelley, claimed to have encountered his doppelganger multiple times. Before his untimely death in a sailing accident, he described a haunting experience where his double asked him a chilling and weird question, which being, how long do you mean to be content? His friend Jane Williams also reported seeing his doppelganger. The phenomenon doppelgangers is also found in various cultures. In Norse folklore, entities known as vardogar are ghostly beings that perform actions of their living counterparts in advance. Ancient Egyptian mythology even speaks of Ka, a tangible spirit double. The Bell Witch. The Bell Witch is a legendary figure in southern United States folklore, specifically from 19th century Tennessee. The story centers around the Bell family of Robertson County, who experienced strange phenomena and haunting attributed to the Bell Witch from 1817 to 1820. The legend began when John Bell witnessed the apparition of a strange creature, linked to a series of unexplained events at the Bell household. The family heard knocking sounds, chains dragging, and gnawing noises, and the children were physically tormented by an unseen entity. The haunting escalated with the apparition beginning to speak, offering various explanations for its presence, including the disturbance of a Native American burial mound on the property. The spirit, which eventually came to be called Kate after claiming to be Old Kate Bat's witch, focused his malevolence on John Bell and his youngest daughter Betsy. Kate expressed particular displeasure when Betsy became engaged to a local named Joshua Gardner. One of the most notable figures to have investigated this haunting was then General Andrew Jackson. His encounter with the Bell Witch included a wagon inexplicably becoming struck upon when entering the Bell property, and one of his men being attacked by an unseen force. The climax of the legend involves the death of John Bell, which many believe was caused by poisoning by the Bell Witch. After John Bell's death, the entity's disturbances lessened, and eventually promised to leave, but return in 7 years. It reportedly made a brief return in 1828, but this time it was not as disruptive. Pugwudgies. Pugwudgies come from Native American folklore, particularly among the Wampanoag and other tribes in northeastern United States. These beings are described as small, human-like figures around 2 to 3 feet tall, and are often depicted with features that are a mix of human and supernatural elements. The name Pugwudgie translates to Little Man of the Woods that vanishes in the Wampanoag language. According to the legends, Pugwudgies have the ability to appear and disappear at will, control nature, use magic, and create fire. They're also often associated with the spirits of the forest. In folklore, Pugwudgies can be both helpful and mischievous. Some stories portray them as benevolent creatures, assisting humans or guiding them out of the forest. However, more often they are depicted as malevolent beings, playing harmful tricks on people, leading them astray, or even causing them harm or death. Their behaviors towards humans is unpredictable, and they are generally considered to be best avoided. One story from Wampanoag folklore explains that the Pugwudgies became mischievous and started tormenting the natives out of jealousy of the devotion and affection the natives had for the giant Maushop. Maushop eventually exiled the Pugwudgies, but they returned with hostility towards humans. In more recent times, Pugwudgies have been sighted in various locations, including near Fall River, Massachusetts, and Mound State Park in Addison, Indiana. They've since become part of popular culture, mentioned in some songs, and even appearing in the Harry Potter series as a house at the School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. On to Tier 2, Nopera Bo. The Nopera Bo, also known as the Faceless Ghost, is a mysterious and eerie figure in Japanese folklore. This yokai appears human but lacks any facial features, presenting a smooth, featureless expanse where the face should be. It is sometimes mistaken for Mujina, an old Japanese term for a badger or raccoon dog. Nopara Bo often appear at night to scare people, and are known for their ability to mimic the appearance of familiar individuals to victims, creating sort of a sense of betrayal when they reveal their true, faceless form. While not usually violent, they derive sadistic pleasure from the terror they instigate. One of the most famous stories involving Nopara Bo is the tale of a lazy fisherman who ignores warnings to not fish in the imperial koi ponds near Haikanyo Palace. He encounters a woman who pleads him to stop, but he ignores her. In response, she wipes off her face, revealing a featureless expanse. When the fisherman returns home, his wife also turns out to be a Nopara Bo, further traumatizing him. Reports of Nopara Bo sightings extend beyond Japan though, with notable cases in places like Hawaii. For instance, in 1959, a woman in Honolulu reported encountering a Mujina, which was confused as a Nopara Bo at a drive-in theater. The encounter was so shocking that reportedly led her to hospitalization. In popular culture, the Nopara Bo has also been featured in various media forms, including films, anime, and manga. The Green Lady. The Green Lady, a figure steeped in British folklore, is an entity often associated with haunting appearances in Scotland, Wales, and England. One of the most well-known tales is the Green Lady of Cesarfili Castle in Wales. This story involves Alice de la Marche of France, who was married to Earl Gilbert de Clare. Alice, known for her passionate nature, fell in love with Gruffud the Fair, leading to a tragic end where Gruffud was executed, and Alice died of a broken heart. Her spirit, adorned in green, is said to haunt Caerphilly Castle, embodying her husband's envy or a connection to nature. There's reports that Alice's ghost can transform into ivy, with the ability to reach out and vanish if she likes someone. Another intriguing case is the Green Lady of Lavender Mountain Road, also known as the Stretch Road at Barry College. Described as either a green fog cloud or a young woman with a greenish hue and no eyes, the spectre has been subject of various stories for over a century. According to one account, the Green Lady was a woman named Becky Stanton, who died in a house fire in 1923. In another version, a Barry freshman died in 1988 in a tragic accident on Stretch Road. The Green Lady is said to appear as a green cloud or in rear-view mirrors, contributing to the paranormal allure of Barry College. Kuchisake Onna. Kuchisake Onna, known as the Slit-Mouthed Woman, is a haunting figure in Japanese folklore. Her story is believed to emerge during the Heian period, potentially originating from the tale of Samurai's wife, who was disfigured for infidelity. However, some scholars, like Likura Yoshiyuki, argue the legend dates back to the 1970s, with the earliest apparent references found in various Japanese publications in 1979. Described as a vengeful spirit or onryo, Kuchisake Onna is characterized by a beautiful appearance, along with a grotesque scar extending from ear to ear across her mouth. Typically depicted wearing a cloth mask to hide her disfigured face, she is known for her alluring voice and engaging eyes, often cloaked in red clothing to mask the blood of her victims. Her height varies across stories, with some versions depicting her as over 2 meters tall. The legend basically talks about how she preys on lone travelers at night. When she approaches them, she asks, "Am I beautiful?" or in Japanese, "Watashi kiri?" If they respond negatively, she attacks with a sharp weapon. If the answer is positive, she reveals her mutilated mouth and then asks again, kind of like a cycle. A negative response results in immediate death or mutilation by her, while a positive answer may lead to a temporary reprieve, only to be killed later. Surviving an encounter with her involves giving ambivalent answers, distracting her with traditional Japanese candy, or repelling her with the scent of hair pomade. Kuchisake Onna's presence extends beyond folklore into a lot of popular culture too though. She has appeared in films, manga, anime, and video games, notably in the 2007 Japanese horror film Carved: The Slit-Mouthed Woman, and its sequels. She's also featured in the video game Ghostwire Tokyo and referenced in other media, illustrating her enduring influence in contemporary Japanese horror and folklore. Pontianak/Kuntilanak. The Pontianak, also known as Kuntilanak, is a prominent figure in Southeast Asian folklore, particularly in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. This mythological creature, related to the Langswer, is often described as the spirit of a woman who died during childbirth or while pregnant. The Pontiac is typically depicted as a beautiful woman with pale skin, red eyes, and long black hair, dressed in a blood-smeared white dress. However, she can transform into a monstrous form when capturing her prey, which is usually men or helpless individuals. According to folklore, the Pontianak haunts rural areas, preferring forests and banana trees, and is believed to be frightened by artificial lights and electric sounds. She is known for luring in unsuspecting victims, especially men and pregnant women, using her seductive appearance. Once she has lured someone, she turns into a hideous form, and is said she feeds on babies and can cause harm to pregnant women, potentially leading to miscarriage. To revert back to her human form, it's said that she inserts a nail into a hole in the nape of her neck. In her human form, the Pontianak is depicted as docile and submissive, embodying ideal feminine behavior as perceived in the culture. However, if the nail is removed, she reverts back to her Pontianak form. The legend of the Pontianak is so ingrained in local culture that it even inspired the name of an Indonesian city called Pontianak in western Kalimantan. The city's founding is intertwined with myths about these ghostly entities, with traditions and beliefs surrounding the Pontianak still prevalent among the locals. Liak. The Liak, a mythical creature from Balinese folklore, is known for its horrifying appearance and feared for its malevolent activities. This feature takes the form of a flying head with entrails, still attached. Leak are said to hunt for pregnant women or newborn children to suck their blood. In Balinese culture, there are 3 Leak, 2 females and 1 male. Leak are essentially humans who practice black magic and exhibit cannibalistic behavior. They are particularly associated with Rangda, the queen of Leak, who is a widow witch and plays a significant role in public rituals. By day, Leak appear as ordinary humans, but at night, their heads and entrails detach from their bodies and fly around. They are known to haunt graveyards and feed on corpses, and they have the power to shapeshift into animals like pigs. The mythology of the Leak is deeply rooted in Balinese beliefs and practices. They are considered manifestations of dark forces in the unseen world, and are symbols of evil in Balinese culture. The Leak's ability to separate its head and organs from its body to fly and hunt for prey adds to the terror it inspires. Its significance in Balinese culture is reflected in its portrayal in art, literature, and dance, particularly in traditional barong dance that depicts the struggle between good and evil. Nuklavi. The Nuklavi, a fearsome creature from Orcadian folklore, is often referred to as the Devil of the Sea. Originating from the Orkney Islands of Scotland, this mythical being is the grotesque fusion of horse and human, with this name derived from Old Norse word nok, meaning an evil spirit, and the Orcadian dialect word la, signifying day or living. One of the most chilling tales of the Nuklavi involves an islander named Thomas. The story goes that as Thomas, after having a few drinks, was walking home one night under a bright moon. He found himself on a path bordered by the sea on one side and a freshwater loch on the other. Suddenly, he noticed a large figure approaching him. Initially mistaking it for a horse rider, he soon realized the horrific truth. It was the dreaded Nuklavi. The creature was a monstrous blend of a man and a horse, with a large pig-like snout and long arms that could reach the ground. It had a single red eye that glared menacingly, and its skinless, flesh-red body exposed back blood coursing through its veins. Terrified but trapped between the sea and the loch, Thomas stood his ground, praying for salvation. As the Nuklavi closed in, its horse head lowered to Thomas's level, opening its vast jaws and emitting a foul stench. In a desperate move, Thomas stepped back into the loch, splashing one of the creature's legs. The Nuklavi, repelled by fresh water, stepped back, allowing Thomas to escape along the loch's edge towards a nearby river. Chased by the roaring Nuklavi, Thomas dove into the river, swimming to safety on the other side. He looked back to see the Nuklavi screeching on the opposite bank, his bonnet the only casualty in the fearsome encounter. The Headless Horseman. The Headless Horseman is a really famous figure in folklore and ghost stories, especially in Western literature, so you've probably heard of him before. The spectral figure is often depicted as a horseman who has been beheaded and is seen riding a horse, usually at night. The image of the Headless Horseman is most famously associated with the American folktale The Legend of the Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving, but variations of this creature appear in different cultures and traditions too. In The Legend of the Sleepy Hollow, set in a Dutch settlement in New York State, the Headless Horseman is said to be the ghost of a Hessian trooper whose head was shot off by a cannonball during the American Revolutionary War. According to the story, he rides forth to the scene of the battle every night in search of his head. The tale's protagonist, Ichabod Crane, encounters the ghostly rider one night as he travels home from a party. The story ends with the suggestion that the Headless Horseman might have been another character in disguise, throwing a pumpkin to scare Ichabod, but the true nature of the encounter remains ambiguous. The Headless Horseman's motive isn't limited to American folklore though. Variations of headless ghosts or riders can be found in other cultures. For example, in Irish folklore, the Dullahan is a headless demonic fairy usually seen riding a horse and carrying his head under his arm. Unlike the Headless Horseman of Sleepy Hollow, the Dullahan actively uses his head, which is said to have a hideous grin and the ability to see great distances. On to Tier 3, La Llorona. La Llorona, also known as the Weeping Woman, is a figure in Latin American folklore, particularly prevalent in Mexico. Her story is one of tragedy and sorrow, often serving as a cautionary tale. The tale varies slightly in different regions, but its journey revolves around a beautiful woman named Maria. Maria, either due to the betrayal of her husband or a moment of rage and despair, drowns her children in a river. Immediately regretting her decisions, she is overcome with grief and spends the rest of her life weeping and searching for her children. After her death, she is doomed to wander, trapped between the living world and the spirit world, weeping and searching for her children eternally. Her haunting cries, "Ay mis hijos," meaning "Oh my children," are said to bring misfortune to those who hear them. La Llorona is often used as a figure to elicit obedience from children, with parents telling their children to behave, or La Llorona might take them away. More broadly, her story reflects themes of loss, regret, and the consequences of one's actions. The Weeping Woman's Tale is also seen as a metaphor for societal issues, like the mistreatment of women. Her legend has been a source of inspiration for numerous artistic expressions, including movies, music, literature, and visual arts. She often appears in horror stories and films, where a character is depicted in various ways, from a vengeful spirit to a sorrowful ghost. The White Lady. The legend of the White Lady involves stories found across various cultures. Two particularly compelling tales are the White Lady of Kinsale in Ireland and the White Lady of Durr in Eastman Park in upstate New York. So to start with the White Lady of Kinsale, Ireland, in the 17th century at Charles Fort in Kinsale, a tragic story unfolded involving the fort's commander, his daughter, and her husband, who was an officer. On their wedding night, after the couple spotted a white rose on the fort's ramparts, the officer agreed to stand guard while a sentry fetched the flower. Overcome by the day's festivities, the officer ended up falling asleep. The commander, during his rounds, shot the sleeping officer, realizing too late it was his son-in-law. Upon discovering the bodies of her husband and father, the bride, consumed by grief, leapt from the ramparts to her death. Her ghost, dressed in her wedding gown, is said to haunt the fort ever since. Sightings of the White Lady of Kinsale have been reported, including one by a nurse who saw her standing over a sleeping child. On the other hand, the White Lady of Durr in Eastman Park involves a woman named Alicia, rumored to be searching for a lost daughter. Sightings of the White Lady have been reported along the lakefront of Durr in Eastman Park in Rochester. The story dates back to the 1800s, with variations on how the daughter disappeared, ranging from running away with a lover to being abducted. Alicia, heartbroken, spent her life searching for her daughter. The White Lady is said to be more hostile towards men but appears sorrowful towards women. An old refectory stone foundation in the park, known as the White Lady's Castle, is a popular spot associated with these sightings. Yuki Onna. Yuki Onna, which translates to Snow Woman in Japanese, is a spirit or yokai in Japanese folklore. She is known for her ethereal beauty and is often depicted as a tall woman in a white kimono or entirely nude, with long black hair and blue hips. Her skin is said to be inhumanly pale or even transparent, blending in with the snowy landscape. The legend of Yuki Onna varies significantly across different parts of Japan, but she's usually described as haunting snowy landscapes and appearing to travelers during snowstorms. Some stories portray her as malevolent, capable of killing people with her icy breath or leading them astray in the snow to die of exposure. In other tales, she is more benign, if still eerie and supernatural. One common theme in Yuki Onna's stories is her interaction with men. In many versions, she appears to travelers or residents during heavy snowfall and uses her beauty to lure them into desolate snowscapes, where they freeze to death. In some stories, she is depicted as a vampiric being, sucking the life force or spirit out of her victims. However, there are also tales where Yuki Onna displays a gentler side. In one popular story, she marries a human man, bearing him children, and living with him until her true nature is revealed, often accidentally. Upon discovery, she disappears, sometimes expressing regret or sadness. The Yuki Onna is often interpreted as a personification of winter and snow, embodying the beauty and danger of these elements. The Flying Dutchman. The Flying Dutchman is a legendary ghost ship that is said to never be able to make port, doomed to sail the oceans forever. For anyone that likes oceans and pirates, you'd probably know this one. The ship is often described as a spectral vessel, glowing with ghostly light, and is said to be the portent of doom for sailors who encounter it. According to the most common version of the legend, the Flying Dutchman is captained by a man condemned to sail the seas for eternity as punishment for his pride, blasphemy, or a deal with the devil. In some versions, this captain, often referred to as Hendrik van der Decken, defied the elements or a divine warning during a treacherous voyage around the Cape of Good Hope, vowing to round the cape if it took him until the Judgment Day. As a result, he and his ship were doomed to battle the ocean's waves forever. Sightings of the Flying Dutchman have been reported for centuries, with sailors claiming to see the ghostly ship glowing with an eerie light, sometimes in the midst of a storm or appearing out of a fog bank. These sightings were often considered bad omens, and seeing the Flying Dutchman was thought to foretell disaster or death. The ship is said to try and signal nearby ships, which could spell doom for those who respond. Richard Wagner's opera The Flying Dutchman is one of the most famous adaptations of the legend, and the story has been featured in many movies, television shows, and books, often with varying interpretations of the ghostly ship. Quick shout out to Pirates of the Caribbean too, which is an awesome movie. Cadejo. The Cadejo is a creature from Central American folklore, often described as a large, dog-like animal. According to variations of the story, there are different types of Cadejos. The most fearsome is the black Cadejo, which is similar to a wild dog or wolf, and encountering it can be a deadly affair. It's known to terrorize its victims by making noises and appearing in the shadows, causing fear and demoralization. In contrast, the white Cadejo is benevolent, often described as having fluffy, downy-like fur and light blue eyes. This creature is more of a protector, appearing usually at night to guide people out of trouble. It's also believed to be the only defense against the malevolent black Cadejo. A notable sighting involved a man walking near a cornfield in Texas, who saw a huge black dog with burning red eyes floating above the field and keeping pace with him. Terrified, he ran until a car stopped and offered him a ride, escaping the creature that he later identified as a Cadejo. This sighting, like many others, could be interpreted as a form of social control, a cautionary tale warning against staying out late or straying too far from home. The origins of the Cadejo legend are believed to be a blend of pre-Columbian and Hispanic or European belief systems. Indigenous cultures believed in spirit animals that protected people, similar to the white Cadejo, while the black Cadejo embodies aspects of European Christian devil imagery. The legend likely served as a warning to stay alert, especially at night, and could have been influenced by sightings of large wild animals misidentified in the dark. The Vanishing Hitchhiker. The Vanishing Hitchhiker is a well-known urban legend that's captivated audiences for decades. The basic story typically involves a driver who picks up a female hitchhiker on a deserted road at night. To the driver's surprise, the hitchhiker mysteriously disappears during the journey. Upon reaching the destination, the driver learns that the hitchhiker had died years earlier. Often, this revelation comes when the driver tries to return an item left behind by the hitchhiker, such as a scarf or a book, or upon visiting the address given by the hitchhiker and meeting her grieving parents. There are many variations of this legend, with some adding elements of prophecy or doom. For example, in some stories, the hitchhiker makes predictions about future events that later come true, enhancing the eerie and supernatural aspect of the tale. The Vanishing Hitchhiker legend is believed to have originated from earlier stories in Europe about travelers on horseback and has evolved over time with the advent of automobile transportation. It has become one of the most famous American ghost stories, often shared as a true story or a campfire tale. The story reflects the fascination with automobile transportation since the days of Henry Ford, and has been the subject of extensive research by folklorists, including Jan Bruvnand in the 1980s. The Black Dog of Newgate. The Black Dog of Newgate is a famous legend linked to the former Newgate prison in London, England. This legend is part of a broader category of spectral black dogs in British folklore, often associated with ill omen or malicious intent. According to the legend, during a famine in the reign of King Henry III, prisoners in Newgate resorted to cannibalism and consumed a scholar who was believed to be a sorcerer. Following this, a monstrous black dog, thought to be the spirit of the sorcerer seeking vengeance, began to haunt the prison. The dog reportedly killed those responsible for the scholar's death, one by one, and continued to haunt future generations of inmates. Some accounts suggest that just seeing the phantom hound could drive people insane or lead them to take their own lives. The latest recorded account of this story dates back to 1596, attributed to Lake Hutton, a prisoner at Newgate. His book, The Black Doggy of Newgate, presents the legend as a morality tale, highlighting the harsh conditions and immoral behavior within the prison. Hutton debates the existence of a black dog in his book, suggesting that the story may have been an allegory for the desperate circumstances in Newgate, rather than actual literal truth. In the context of the 13th century, the premise of the scholar being a prison for sorcery is questionable, as the Catholic Church at that time distinguished between demonic worship considered heresy and witchcraft not necessarily heretical. Therefore, it's considered more likely that Hutton's account was a fictional story, made to draw attention to the appalling conditions of Newgate Prison. Tier 4. The Dearg Dhu. The legend of the Dearg Dhu, an Irish vampire, tells a tragic and vengeful tale. Stemming from Ireland's Celtic past, the story intertwines mythology with societal commentary. The legend begins with a beautiful woman forced into arranged marriage with a cruel chieftain against her will and true love for a farm laborer. Her father, driven by greed, had promised her a hand to the chieftain in exchange for wealth and lands. The marriage turned out to be a living nightmare for the woman, as her husband locked her away and subjected her to constant cruelty. Desperate and hopeless, the woman starved herself to death to escape her husband's tyranny. Her burial was modest and hasty, with her family and former husband quickly moving on from her death. The local people of Waterford mourned her though, not realizing the depth of hatred and anger she harbored in her heart at the time of death. on the anniversary of her death, driven by rage and a thirst for revenge, she rose from her grave as the Dirk Du, a monstrous vampire. Her first act was to kill her father, draining his life force. She then sought out after her former husband, and finding him indulged in debauchery, drained his life force and blood, leaving nothing but a husk. It says she spared the life of her former peasant lover, indicating some remnants of her past love. The Dirk Du story serves as a cautionary tale, emphasizing the consequences of forced marriages and the oppression of women. Glashstein. The Glashstein is a creature from Manx folklore, originating from the Isle of Man. This mythical being is often described as a shapeshifter, known for its mischievous and sometimes harmful interactions with humans. The Glashstein's name is believed to derive from Celtic Old Irish words like glaes, glaze, or glass, which means stream or sometimes sea, indicating its close association with aquatic environments. Glashstein stories often involve the creature's interaction with women. In several tales, the Glashstein is depicted as having a great curiosity for women, sometimes pestering them or tearing off pieces of their attire. One notable story describes the Glashstein who catches a girl by grabbing her dress. The girl manages to escape by cutting away her dress while the creature sleeps. Another tale tells of a Glashstein who, in disguise of a handsome man but unable to hide his horse ears, is foiled when his true nature is revealed, and a rooster's crow, signifying dawn, scares him away. Despite sometimes menacing nature, the Glashstein could also be helpful. In Manx lore, a Glashstein is described as aiding a woman with farm tasks, like rounding sheep or threshing corn. These stories show the Glashstein's capricious character, being helpful or harmful depending on its whims. Also, an interesting sighting from 1859 describes an animal, believed to be a Glashstein or a similar creature, in a field near Ballow Glen on the Isle of Man. Many people went to see it, but they ended up disappointed. Additionally, the Glen May area was thought to be haunted by the spirit of a man who, mistaking the Glashstein for an ordinary horse, rode into the sea and drowned. Manananggal. The Manananggal is a mythical creature deeply rooted in Philippine folklore, known for its unique and terrifying characteristics. During the day, it appears as a normal human female, but at night, it transforms into a monstrous entity with bat-like wings, sharp fangs, and a long, proboscis-like tongue. The most unnerving feature of the Manananggal is its ability to detach its upper torso from its lower body, enabling it to fly in search of prey. To avoid detection during the day, the Manananggal must reattach its body before sunrise. If its lower half is found and destroyed while it's hunting, it cannot reattach and is left vulnerable to the sun, leading to its death. Originating in pre-Columbian Philippines, the Manananggal likely emerged as a personification of darker, malevolent forces within indigenous mythology. The arrival of Spanish colonizers in the 16th century influenced the evolution of this folklore, blending indigenous tales with European stories of witches and vampiric beings. The Manananggal has come to symbolize various societal fears and anxieties, especially regarding female sexuality and traditional gender roles. It's often depicted as a creature that preys on pregnant women, reflecting cultural fears around pregnancy and childbirth. The Woman in White. The Woman in White is a ghostly figure that appears in various cultures with distinct yet eerily similar narratives. One of the most haunting tales comes from the Berliner Skulls in Germany, where the White Lady is said to be a harbinger of death and misfortune. Her origin is often linked to Anna Siedo, a woman who was tragically imprisoned and died in captivity. Her ghost was first reported in 1598 and has since been cited before the deaths of significant historical figures associated with the castle. The legend intertwines with the history of the castle, as the apparition of Anna Siedo's ghost is believed to appear during crucial moments, marking a blend of historical events and spectacle lore. Another compelling story is that of the White Lady of Ballad Drive in Quezon City, Philippines. The spectral figure is believed to be the spirit of a woman who met a tragic end in a car accident on this very road. She is notorious for haunting the area, especially targeting taxi drivers. Witnesses claim to see her blood-covered form suddenly appearing in the backseat of their vehicles, particularly late at night. This legend has become a staple of Filipino folklore, infusing a modern urban setting with the timeless chill of a ghostly presence. The Blue Lady. The Blue Lady is a spectral figure that has become the subject of various ghost stories and legends in different parts of the world. Two notable tales come from the United States, each distinct in its setting and backstory. One legend hails from Thompson Park in Ohio, where the Blue Lady is said to roam. According to local folklore, she is seen walking around the park dressed in an ornate blue dress, carrying a lantern that casts a blue glow. The story goes that in the 1950s, a young man asked a girl to meet him at a large rock in the park for a prom date. However, he never showed up, and the girl, anxious and heartbroken, jumped in front of a passing car, leading to her tragic death. It's said that if certain rituals are performed in the park involving car horns or headlights, the Blue Lady will appear and follow visitors around until they leave. Another tale comes from Canton, Michigan, specifically the Denton Road Bridge. This haunting story centers around the ghost of the Blue Lady, believed to be trapped beneath the bridge, eternally reliving her untimely death. While the exact details of her story are unclear, locals and visitors have reported strange occurrences and ghostly sightings in the area surrounding the bridge. The legend has become part of the local folklore, with people sharing their eerie experiences and encounters with the Blue Lady. The Grim. The church Grim, known in various cultures as the Grim, is a guardian spirit from English and Scandinavian folklore. It's believed to protect churchyards from thieves, vandals, witches, and warlocks, and even the devil himself. The Grim most commonly takes the form of a large black dog, though it's occasionally been known to assume other animal forms. One of the most intriguing aspects of the church Grim's lore is its origin. In order to protect the new churchyard from the devil, a sacrifice was thought to be necessary. The first person buried in a churchyard was believed to be forever bound to protect it. To prevent this fate from befalling a human soul, a dog would often be buried alive under the church or churchyard as a substitute. This foundation sacrifice was thought to defend the churchyard indefinitely. This Grim also serves as an omen that foreshadows death. In Yorkshire tradition, the Grim is known to toll the church bell at midnight before death occurs. Clergymen would observe the Grim during funerals, and its appearance could indicate whether the soul of the deceased was destined for heaven or hell. In Scottish belief, the role of the churchyard guardian would pass to the spirit of the person most recently buried under the next funeral provided by a new guardian. This vigil was known as the graveyard watch, and in some instances, the church Grim could take a human form. Even in Scandinavian folklore, the church Grim is often seen as a protective revenant of an animal buried in the church's foundation. These animals could include a lamb, boar, pig, or horse. The buried lamb in particular was said to represent Christ, the Lamb of God, serving as the sacred cornerstone of the church. The Fetch. The Fetch, also known as a wraith in Irish folklore, is an apparition or double of a living person. It's kind of like the doppelganger we talked about before. Traditionally seen as an omen, the Fetch is often interpreted as a sign of impending death or misfortune. The spectral figure usually appears as a shadowy duplicate of a living person, often including their clothing, but is unsubstantial and not made of matter. In Irish folklore, the Fetch is believed to appear only for a short time, usually at a distance, and then fades away. The Fetch is typically not seen by the person it resembles, but by a close friend or family member. Its appearance can be a warning. If a Fetch is seen in the morning, it might indicate good luck, but if seen after nightfall, it often signifies that death or catastrophe is near. A famous story from St. Andrew's Churchyard in Newcastle upon Tyne illustrates the lore surrounding the Fetch. In this tale, a sexton sees the Fetch of his sweetheart, Charlotte, in the graveyard, only to discover the next day that she had died at the exact time he saw her apparition. However, unlike a premonition seen by the person themselves, a Fetch appears at a point of death. Black Annis. Black Annis is a mythical creature from English folklore, primarily associated with Leicestershire. She is often described as an old, blue-faced witch with iron claws and a single eye, feared for her taste for human flesh, especially that of children. According to folklore, Black Annis inhabited a cave in the Dane Hills, known as the Black Annis Bower, which she supposedly carved out of rock with her own claws. This cave, though no longer existing, was a source of terror for local inhabitants, and sightings of Black Annis were often reported around this area. Legends say that when Black Annis grinded her teeth, the sound could be heard by people, giving them time to secure their doors and stay away from windows. It was said that cottages in Leicestershire were designed with small windows to prevent Black Annis from reaching inside with both arms. Her howls were reportedly so loud that they could be heard from as far as 5 miles away, causing villagers to take protective measures such as covering their windows with animal skins and placing protective herbs above them. One famous story about the Black Annis is that she lived in a cave in the Dane Hills, with a great oak tree at the entrance. According to the legend, she would lure children into her cave with the promise of sweets, only to kill and eat them. Her haunting wails and screeches would echo from the hills, making her a terrifying figure in the minds of children. The Redcap. The Redcap, also known as Powrie or Dunter, is a malevolent figure found in the folklore of the Anglo-Scottish border. It's described as a murderous goblin-like being, dwelling in ruined castles along the border, especially those with a history of tyranny or wicked deeds. The Redcap is known for soaking its cap in the blood of its victims, which is a key characteristic of its appearance. In folklore, Redcaps are notorious for their violent behavior. One One of the most chilling aspects of the red cap legend is that they must kill regularly to keep their caps soaked in blood. If the cap dries up, the red cap will die. They're typically depicted as short, thick-set old elves with long, prominent teeth, skinny figures with talons like eagles, large fiery eyes, greasy hair, iron boots, and of course a red cap on their head. A famous story in red cap folklore involves William de Soulis, a cruel landlord known for practicing black magic and using children in sacrificial rituals. His activities attracted a redcap known as Robin Redcap or Redcap Sly. Robin offered William protection from harm in exchange for free reign around Hermitage Castle. This protection was supposedly absolute unless William was bound with a rope made of sand. The story ends with the villagers capturing William, biting him with a sand-filled lead belt, and boiling him alive as retribution for his crimes. After William's death, Robin Redcap disappeared, but legends persisted of a treasure he had stashed at Hermitage Castle. The legend of the Redcap serves as a cautionary tale to warn travelers away from dangerous, lonely locations. If you ever encounter a redcap, folklore suggests not running away, but rather using a crucifix or quoting scripture to fend them off. The Nine Roog. The Nine Roog, also known as the Red Dwarf of Detroit, is a figure from folklore that has been associated with the city of Detroit for centuries. Described as a small, red creature often seen as a harbinger of doom, the Nine Roog has been linked to various misfortunes and disasters in Detroit's history. According to a legend, the Nine Roog was first seen in Detroit in the early 18th century and has since appeared before significant events, causing unease among those who witnessed it. The earliest and one of the most notable events associated with the Nine Roog was the Great Fire of 1805, which nearly destroyed the entire city of Detroit. Eyewitnesses claim to have seen the Nine Roog dancing among the flames, with its eyes glowing vibrantly. Other significant sightings included its appearance before the 1967 Detroit riots and during times of economic struggle in the city. Workers in abandoned factories and empty buildings report seeing a small, red creature accompanied by a feeling of despair. The Nine Roog's appearances throughout history are often marked by unsettling coincidences and troubling events, leading many to view it as a symbol of collective fears and setbacks that have plagued Detroit. While some skeptics dismiss the Nine Roog as mere folklore, several individuals claim to have had a genuine encounter with the creature. Its continued presence in Detroit's cultural and mythical landscape is undeniable, even inspiring an annual event known as the Marche du Nine Roog, which combines elements of Mardi Gras and local folklore. This event serves as both a celebration and a symbolic banishing of the creature, blaming it for the city's misfortunes over the past year. The Gjengongir. The Gjengongir, a term found in Scandinavian folklore, particularly in Norway, Denmark, and Sweden, refers to a type of revenant or ghost. The word is derived from Gengangere, which translates to someone who walks again after death. Unlike typical ghosts, Gengangers are known for their corporeal form, appearing almost identical to living humans, without ghost-like qualities. In folklore, Gengangers are often motivated by revenge, returning from the grave to torment their family and friends. They typically attack at night, inflicting a dead man's pinch on the sleeping victims. This pinch, far from being harmless, will leave a blue mark on the victim's skin, which often led to sickness and death. Gengonger's touch was believed to be so deadly that even a faint brush could cause the skin to rot and lead to infection. Historically, Gengongers were linked with Viking Age stories, where they were also known as Drogar. They were seen as mortal creatures as depicted in various Icelandic sagas like Grettis Saga and Beradia Saga and the Saga of Eric the Red. In these stories, Gengongers were often slain by heroes, which underscores their physical nature. To prevent the rise of Gengonger, people in the past would employ various methods, including Christian incantations, painting crosses, and carrying the coffin 3 times around a church before burial. These practices were seen as ways to ensure that the deceased would not return from the grave. In modern times, the perception of the Gengonger has evolved. While still regarded as violent entities in some traditions, they're more commonly seen as ethereal and non-violent, similar to the contemporary perception of ghosts. Alright, on to our last tier, tier 6, Padfoot. Padfoot in British folklore refers to a type of spectral or ghostly black dog reported across the United Kingdom. Like a lot of the other stories, Padfoot is sometimes seen or heard as a harbinger of death. It is particularly associated with the Leeds area and is thought to be a supernatural creature that possesses characteristics similar to other mythological black dogs. Descriptions of Padfoot vary, but is often depicted as being larger than a sheep, with long smooth hair, and sometimes accompanied by the sound of a chain. It may appear in front of houses where death is imminent, and is known to follow people or suddenly appear at their side. Some accounts describe Padfoot as being the size of a small donkey, black, with shaggy hair and large eyes like saucers. It was considered wise to avoid interacting with Padfoot, as any form of engagement could give it power over the person. Sightings of Padfoot were often taken very seriously, as it was believed that seeing or hearing this creature was an omen of death in the family of the witness. The folklore on Padfoot is part of a broad tradition of ghostly black dogs and British folklore, each with regional variations and names. These spectral dogs were often seen as omens of death or guardians of the supernatural realm. In modern culture, the legend of Padfoot gained renewed attention through the Harry Potter series by J.K. Rowling, where the character Sirius Black transforms into a large black dog named Padfoot. This character was inspired by the traditional British legends of ghostly black dogs like the Barghest. The Tokoloshi. The Tokoloshi, also known as Tokoloshi or Hili, is a legendary creature in African folklore, particularly in the cultures of South Africa. This entity has been a part of African mythology for generations, captivating the imagination of many. It is considered a spiritual being, often associated with ancestral spirits or element forces of nature. The Tokoloshi is both feared and respected for its magical powers and shape-shifting abilities. It is typically described as a small, dwarf-like creature about 2 to 3 feet tall with red, glowing eyes and sharp claws. Known for its mischievous and malevolent nature, the Tokoloshi delights in causing chaos, playing pranks, and frightening people, especially at night. One particular story from Zulu mythology describes the Tokoloshi as a terrifying creature that disrupts sleep. These creatures are said to invade sleeping people's rooms to cause havoc, ranging from mere scares to even choking them to death with their long, bony fingers. They particularly enjoy scaring children, often leaving them with long scratches. To protect themselves, people would place bricks beneath their bed's legs, putting themselves out of the creature's reach. The Tokoloshi is also linked to witches in African folklore, who would call upon these creatures to create pain and havoc in a community. To keep a Tokoloshi docile, witches would cut the hair out of their eyes and feed them curdled milk. If a Tokoloshi continues to terrorize the community, a Sangama or a Zulu witch doctor may be summoned to exorcise the area using traditional magic known as muti. Näcken. Näcken, also known as the Neck in English, is a famous mythological creature in Swedish folklore. It is depicted as a water spirit residing in Swedish freshwater streams and rivers, often portrayed as a naked man playing the violin. The Näcken's musical talent is said to be enchanting, capable of luring people into the water, leading to their demise. This creature symbolizes the dangers associated with water, using its seductive music to attract victims to a watery grave. The Näcken is described as a shapeshifter who can take various forms, including that of a young boy or an old man, and is easily recognizable by his long green and black hair and eyes as dark as a forest lake. Despite his musical prowess, Näcken's music often carries a melancholic and sad undertone, possibly reflecting his loneliness. Legend suggests that Näcken might offer violin lessons to the brave souls who seek him out, but these lessons can come with a risk, as he might choose to drown the student during the process. Those who survive his lessons can play so mesmerizingly that even inanimate objects like tables and chairs start dancing. However, playing certain dangerous tunes like the feared Horglaten could lead to uncontrollable and destructive dancing, ending only when the violin strings are cut, breaking the spell. Näcken's stories have been passed down through generations, reflecting the Swedish's deep connection with the natural environment and the mythological beings beliefs inhabit it. Puchen. The Puchen is a prominent figure in Mapuche and Chilati mythology from southern Chile. This creature is notably feared for its ability to shapeshift and instantly change into animal form. It is often described as a gigantic flying snake that produces strange whistling sounds. The Puchen is notorious for its deadly gaze, which can paralyze its intended victims, allowing it to suck their blood. The creature is frequently blamed for the unexplained loss of blood from livestock such as sheep. According to a legend, El Puchen can take the hearts of its victims without leaving any physical mark on the body. The creature can be eliminated by a machi, a Mapuchean herbal healer or medicine woman, indicating the deep cultural and spiritual practices of the Mapuche people in dealing with such supernatural entities. One interesting aspect of the Puchen is its possible connection to other mythical creatures. Some theories suggest that it might be related to or even the same as the legendary Chupacabra due to its shape-shifting abilities. Furthermore, the name Puchen is used as a vernacular for the common vampire bat species Desmodus rontutus, which could be the origin of the legend. The Mapuche people, known as the people of the land, have inhabited South America, particularly in present-day south-central Chile and southwestern Argentina, including parts of Patagonia, for at least 2,000 years. The Baobab Sith. The Baobab Sith are mythical creatures from Scottish folklore, particularly prominent in the folklore of the Scottish Highlands. These beings are often depicted as female fairies with a sinister and deadly nature. Known for their enchanting beauty, they appear as young women dressed in long green dresses that conceal their deer hooves instead of feet. This deceptive appearance hides their true, dangerous form. One of the most well-known stories about the Bab and Sith involves a group of young men who encountered them in an isolated bothy in the hills. The men, after a day of hunting, are visited by 4 beautiful men who ask to join them. The women soon reveal their true nature, attacking and drinking the blood of the men with their sharp nails. One of the men, noticing the danger, managed to escape by seeking refuge among iron-shod horses, as the Bab and Sith are repelled by iron. This tale serves as a warning of the danger posed by these creatures. Unlike traditional vampires, the Bab and Sith do not have fangs. Instead, they use their long, sharp fingernails to slit their victims' neck to drink their blood. They're known to be particularly drawn to hunters, lured by the smell of blood. These creatures also have the power to shapeshift, favoring the form of a wolf, and have a known fear of horses. They're vulnerable to iron, which is one of the few known substances that can harm them. The Bab and Sith holds a significant place in Scottish folklore and Celtic mythology. Their blend of beauty and lethality has fascinated storytellers for centuries, and they continue to be a popular subject in modern culture, appearing in literature and media. Cryptids. There's probably more iceberg videos for them than any other topic out there. And it really makes sense since these legends of unearthly creatures can never really be confirmed to be real or fake, leaving them as mysteries to us. I've been wanting to do a cryptid video for a while now, and since a lot of the videos out there focus on general, more known cryptids, I thought I'd take a different approach, since as you can tell by the title, we'll be covering lesser known cryptids throughout the whole iceberg. Anyways, I'm excited to get into this video, so I hope you enjoy it. Alright, let's start off with the first entry of Tier 1. Champ. Champ is a reputed lake monster said to inhabit Lake Champlain, and has gained over 300 reported sightings over the years, which kinda shocked me when I first read that. Its origins relate to Iroquois legends of giant snakes named Onyarekoa by the Mohawk. One of the earliest European accounts was an 1892 report by Captain Crum in the Plattsburgh Republican, describing a huge serpentine monster, estimated to be about 187 feet long. It was said to have distinctive features like 3 teeth and a belt of red around its neck. Another famous sighting was by Sheriff Nathan H. Mooney in 1883, who reported seeing a water serpent approximately 25 to 30 feet in length. In 1977, Sandra Mansey eventually captured a photograph that seemed to show a dinosaur-like head emerging from the lake. To be honest, I've seen this picture before, but I thought it was for the Loch Ness. Like, I swear they look so alike. Some suggested that maybe it was a rising tree trunk or log, since the lake is pretty shallow in depth, but who knows. In 2005, a video was even taken by fishermen Dick Affolter and Pete Baudet, purportedly showing an image resembling a plesiosaur-like animal. But with most sightings, it's still all pretty mysterious. After all this though, Champ has since become an important cultural icon for the Lake Champlain region. The creature has been featured in local celebrations, and there are various statues and memorabilia depicting Champ, showing its impact on the culture there. Cactus Cat. The Cactus Cat is a legendary creature of American Southwest folklore, and is often described as a bob-like entity with hair-like thorns and long spines extending from its legs and tail. This creature is said to use its spines to slash cacti at night, later returning to drink the fermented juice, and was known to howl throughout the night, especially when drunk. The Cactus Cat was considered hostile towards any animal in its territory, often inflicting large punctual wounds or fatal injuries. To survive the harsh desert heat, it would carve out the inside of a cactus to sleep during the day and hunt scorpions at night, reportedly being immune to their venom. William Thomas Cox, in his 1910 book Fearsome Creatures of the Lumberwoods with a Few Desert and Mountain Beasts, wrote about the cactus cat's drunken habits. He described how the creature would return to the fermented cactus sap, becoming intoxicated and then joyfully waltzing off in the moonlight. There's also information out there about their lifespans, which were said to range from about 20 to 30 years, and even their mating habits, which kinda surprised me for a cryptid. In folklore too, there are tales that in earlier times, when the cactus cat was said to be more common, South Americans would trail it to exploit the fermented cactus sap. This practice supposedly accelerated the extinction of the species. There have been reports of the cactus cat retaliating against such followers with its spiny tail, leading to casualties that were often misattributed to other causes. So yeah, I feel like we just described the whole life story of a cryptid, like its lifespan and everything, which is pretty cool. Most of the information comes from like books about cryptids that were published in the 1900s. Tsuchinoko. Tsuchinoko is a creature deeply embedded in Japanese folklore, and is often described as a snake-like being, but with several distinctive features that set it apart from an ordinary snake. This creature is reportedly found in the mountainous regions of western Japan, particularly in water caves of Shinoko and Honshu. In terms of physical appearance, the Tsushinoko has a unique body shape. It's thicker in the middle and tapers towards both ends, giving it like a bottle-like or spindle-like appearance. Its length varies, but is generally reported to be about 30 to 80 centimeters long. Beyond its physical description though, the Tsushinoko is known for its abilities, like jumping up to a meter in the air, which is obviously pretty unusual for a snake. Also, folklore suggests that the Tsushinoko is capable of vocalizations, including mimicking human speech, and has a liking for alcohol. This is where it gets kinda cool though, cause maybe it's just me, but I've never heard of an actual insane amount of money being offered for capturing a cryptid. Basically, the government of Yoshi Okayama once offered a reward of 20 million yen, which is equivalent to $200,000 for the successful capture of a Tsushinoko, and later another award was even offered for 100 million yen, which is $1 million, which is pretty insane. Today, Tsushinoko spotting expeditions are organized in wilderness areas, meaning there's still ongoing interest in this mythical creature. Also, this cryptid has been featured in anime like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Let me know if any of you guys have ever seen them before in the animes. Billy Ape. The Billy Apes, also known as the Bondo Mystery Apes or Lion Killers, are a unique group of chimpanzees from the northern Congo. They garnered attention in 1996 when Swiss photographer Karl Arman discovered a skull combining chimpanzee and gorilla traits. These apes walk upright like huge chimpanzees but have features resembling gorillas, such as a flattened face and a wide muzzle. They build ground nests similar to gorillas but have a diet akin to chimpanzees, mainly consisting of fruit. Notably, they are fearless towards humans, displaying curiosity rather than aggression. Locals divide them into two groups, arboreal and terrestrial. The terrestrial group, larger and darker, rarely climbs trees and is reputed as lion killers, believed to be capable of hunting large predators like lions and leopards. This reputation was bolstered by an incident where a group of chimpanzees was found eating a dead leopard. With all this information known, the Billy Apes were initially considered to be a legend or a cryptid. Considering they were considered like lion hunters and everything, it does make sense for people to think they were a cryptid. It takes a turn here though, because it wasn't until the early 2000s that researchers began to take these stories seriously and conduct field studies to learn more about them. Mitochondrial DNA analysis in 2003 eventually identified the apes as a part of an eastern chimpanzee subspecies, but with distinct behavioral and physical characteristics. So basically, it turned from a cryptid to an actual real animal, which is pretty cool. Mongolian deathworm. The Mongolian deathworm, known as Olgoi Korkoi in Mongolian, meaning large intestine worm, is a legendary creature purported to reside in the Gobi Desert. This cryptid, first brought to Western attention by Rowan Chapman Andrews in his 1926 book On the Trail of Ancient Man, is described as a sausage-shaped 2 feet long creature with no head or legs, reportedly so venomous that touching it results in instant death. Andrews also noted in his 1932 book The New Conquest of Central Asia that the worm inhabits the arid regions of the Western Gobi, but expressed skepticism about its existence. Mongolian legends depict the worm as capable of traveling underground, creating visible waves of sand on the surface. It's believed to kill from a distance, either by spraying venom or through electric discharge, and primarily lives in burrows underground, emerging only rarely. The lore surrounding the Mongolian deathworm has been passed down through generations among the nomadic tribes of the Gobi Desert. It's often described as a creature to be avoided at any cost, capable of lurking beneath the sand and emerging suddenly to attack its prey. The fear of the deathworm is so ingrained in local culture that even talking about it is sometimes considered taboo, especially during thunderstorms, when it's believed to be most active. Alright, now we're on to tier 2, Walton Park Gnomes. The Walton Park Gnomes encounter, a weird event from 1979, involved a group of primary school children from Radford, a suburb of Nottingham, who ventured into Walton Park. They claim to have encountered numerous tiny men, about half their own height, with deeply wrinkled faces and white beards with red tips. These gnomes were described as wearing pointed caps, yellow or green tights, and blue shirts, and driving miniature bubble-like cars that move swiftly without any engine sounds. The children's detailed descriptions of the gnomes, their attire, and the vehicles they drove, despite slight variations, indicate a shared experience. They described the gnomes as cheerful and playful, driving around the swamps near the lake and occasionally chasing the children, who eventually fled the park. This incident became a topic of discussion in their school, though adults generally did not believe their story. Interestingly, this was not the only sighting of such entities in the area. Mary Jory Johnson, a former secretary of the Nottingham-based Fairy Investigation Society, confirmed other sightings of bubble car driving gnomes near Walton Park. In addition to these encounters, there were reports of similar known phenomena in the park as recently as 2016, including news of railway disruptions attributed to these mysterious beings. Monopod. The monopod, also known as the sciopod or skiopod, is a creature from mythology and medieval lore. This creature is known for its very prominent feature. It has a single large foot extending from a leg centered in the middle of its body. Originating from Greek and later Roman mythology, the monopod was described by ancient writers such as Pliny the Elder and Herodotus. These ancient authors portrayed the monopod as living in exotic, far-off lands. An intriguing part of the monopod is how it is said to use its singular foot. According to legend, monopods could use their giant foot to shade themselves from the sun, like a sort of natural umbrella. In medieval times, the monopod was often featured in travel writings and maps. They were depicted in manuscripts and mappae mundi, which were world maps, as wonders of the distant, unexplored parts of the world. During this era, there was a fascination with the exotic and unknown, and the monopod fit perfectly in this category. It symbolized the mysterious and bizarre creatures that were believed to inhabit the far corners of the earth. John of Marignoli, reflecting on his travels in India during 1338 to 1353, clarifies that the mythical creatures with one foot likely arose from a misinterpretation of Indian customs. He claimed that in India, people would commonly go naked and carry a portable canopy called a chatar on a cane, used for protection against sun and rain. Marignoli theorized that poets transformed this practical item into an idea of a single, large foot used for shade. He even brought a chatar back to Florence to demonstrate this misconception. Encantado. The Encantado, deeply engaged in Amazonian folklore, is a legendary creature reported to be a shape-shifting river dolphin with the ability to transform into a human form. Originating from the beliefs of the Amazon rainforest inhabitants, particularly in Brazil, Encantado translates to enchanted one in Portuguese. This creature is typically linked to the boto, a species of freshwater river dolphin in the Amazon basin. In its dolphin form, the Encantado is often depicted as pink or light gray, with a majestic and graceful presence. According to legends, the Encantado possessed the power to entrance and manipulate humans to enchanting music and dance, often attending late-night gatherings to captivate attendees. These stories suggest that individuals who fall under its spell might follow the Encantado into the water, never to be seen again. The Encantado plays a significant role in Amazonian culture, influencing local customs, music, dance, and spiritual rituals. It serves as a symbol of the allure and dangers of the unknown, remaining a fascinating element of the Amazon mystical lore. Argentinian gnome. The Argentinian gnome, known in Spanish as duende, is a figure in South American folklore, particularly in Argentina. This creature is often depicted as a small humanoid being, similar to the European concept of gnomes or elves, and it holds a special place in the region's cultural stories and superstitions. In Argentinian lore, the duende is typically described as a small, mischievous creature. It's often depicted wearing traditional clothing like a wide-brimmed hat and a poncho. These gnomes are said to be quite elusive, appearing mostly at night or in secluded natural areas. The behaviors of Argentinian gnomes sort of stands out about the cryptid. These creatures are often portrayed as tricksters, enjoying the act of playing pranks on unsuspecting people. Their behavior can range from harmless to more malevolent acts, depending on the particular story or local belief. Like in one story that comes from rural Argentina, where duende was said to have taken residence near a small isolated village. Initially, the creature was merely a source of minor annoyance, known for its harmless pranks like moving objects around or making strange noises at night. However, as time passed, its actions grew increasingly sinister. The villagers started to report more disturbing occurrences. Livestock began to go missing, only to be found later in inexplicable locations, sometimes harmed or distressed. Whispered accounts told of a small shadowy figure seen darting through the fields in the twilight, almost as if monitoring the village. The situation escalated when a local child went missing. The child was found unharmed a day later, but in a state of deep fear, speaking of a small man with a mischievous grin, who lured him away from his home. The description was said to match exactly that of the duende, causing a bunch of fear throughout the village. But yeah, that was quite a long entry, but I thought I'd add the story there to show a different side of cryptid behaviors. Flying humanoids. Flying humanoids are creatures or entities reported to be human-like in shape, but with the ability to fly without any visible means of propulsion, like wings or engines. They've been spotted in various parts of the world and have sparked a bunch of curiosity about them. One of the most famous examples of a flying humanoid is the Mothman, the legend that originated in Point Pleasant, West Virginia in the 1960s. Described as a large winged humanoid with glowing red eyes, the Mothman became a part of local folklore, and some even connected its sightings to the collapse of the Civil Bridge in 1967. In Mexico, there have been numerous reports of flying humanoids too, often described as dark, shadowy figures hovering in the sky. Some witnesses say that these figures resemble witches or wizards that are seen floating silently over urban and rural areas. These sightings often come with a feeling of unease or fear among those who are said to see them. Another intriguing case comes from the United Kingdom, where police officers in 2004 reported seeing human-like figures flying over Birmingham. These sightings were unusual because they were actually reported by law enforcement, which added a bit more credibility to the claims. The theories about what these flying humanoids could be are as varied as the sightings themselves though. Some people think that maybe they might be optical illusions or misidentifications of birds or other animals. Others suggest they could be supernatural beings or even visitors from another world. Alright, we're now on to Tier 3, Snallygaster. The Snallygaster is a creature from American folklore, particularly known in the regions of Maryland and the surrounding Appalachian Mountains. This creature is described as a bizarre and terrifying creature, often depicted as a bird-reptile hybrid with fearsome features. The legend of Snallygaster goes back to early German settlers in the region, who brought with them tales of a dragon-like beast called a Schnellergeist, meaning quick spirit in German. This mythical creature was said to swoop down silently from the sky to capture livestock and even unwary people. According to folklore, the Snallygaster has a number of frightening characteristics. It's often described as having a large, beaked head, razor-sharp teeth, and enormous wings. Some tales even mention it having tentacles or one eye in the middle of its forehead. The creature is said to emit a screeching noise and is often depicted as a terrifying predator. The Snallygaster became particularly popular in the early 20th century. Newspapers in the 1900s even reported sightings of the creature, with accounts of it terrifying local residents and farmers. These reports helped to cement the Snallygaster's place in local folklore and American cryptid lore. Also, an interesting aspect of the Snallygaster legend is its supposed rivalry with another mythical creature, the Dueño, also a native to Maryland folklore. The Dueño is described as a wolf-like beast, and stories often tell of epic battles between the two creatures. Crawfordsville Monster. The Crawfordsville Monster also originates from American folklore, stemming from Crawfordsville, Indiana. This cryptid gained notoriety in the late 19th century, specifically around 1891 when it was first reported. According to reports from the time, the Crawfordsville Monster was described as a large, unknown entity, often likened to a floating, swinging mass in the sky. Eyewitnesses claimed it was about 20 feet long and 8 feet wide, and it moved through the air as if it was swimming. The most distinctive and unsettling feature reported was its lack of discernible head or appendages, which added to its otherworldly appearance. The first sighting of the Crawfordsville Monster was by two ice delivery men in the early hours of the morning. They described it as a writhing, twisting creature with a flaming red eye at the front, giving out a wheezing, fearful noise. Following this initial sighting, the creature was reportedly seen by multiple residents over the next few days, leading to a significant stir in the community. A notable aspect of the legend is the level of detail in the eyewitness accounts, which include descriptions of its movement and behavior in the sky. This led to a lot of speculation about the nature of the creature, with theories ranging from it being a spectral entity or an undiscovered species of animal. Some proposed that the sightings were actually a flock of birds, possibly migrating killdeer or a group of bats, which under the right conditions could appear as a single, large entity. But I don't know, when I search killdeer flock, it doesn't really look like it looked like one thing. But yeah, it's pretty much a mystery, I guess. Van Meter Visitor. The Van Meter Visitor is again part of American folklore, and comes from the small town of Van Meter in Iowa. This creature became the talk of the town in 1903 when a series of weird encounters were reported by several respected members of the community. According to accounts from 1903, the Van Meter Visitor was a large, winged creature described as being half human and half animal. It was said that the creature had the ability to emit a powerful and blinding light from its forehead, which were reportedly used to stun people. You can kind of see a link between these cryptids too, like the forehead stuff. This aspect of the creature gave it a supernatural quality to those who heard the story. The series of sightings lasted for several nights, causing quite a stir in Van Meter. One of the most notable encounters involved a local doctor who, after being intrigued by the stories, decided to investigate. He reportedly came face to face with the creature, describing it as fast-moving and frightening. Other residents, including a banker and a high school teacher, also reported similar encounters, adding some credibility to the sightings. The climax of the Van Meter Visitor saga occurred when several townspeople, armed and furious, followed the creature to an abandoned old mine. According to the story, the creature, along with a smaller version of itself, disappeared into the mine. A brave attempt to explore the mine led to no further discoveries, and the creature was never seen again. Connarchy Monster. The Connarchy Monster is a case that emerged in May 2007 when a bizarre carcass washed ashore on the coast of Guinea, West Africa. The creature was initially described as a gigantic crocodile or lizard monster with an armored back, fur, and a long tail, and what appeared to be 4 paws. The skin of the carcass had a blackened surface, which led some to speculate that it might have been burned. The appearance of the carcass generated various theories and speculations. The Russian news agency Pravda featured photographs of the carcass, dubbing it a hellish, hairy sea monster, Some scientists who examined the creature admitted they had never seen such an animal before, and they were unsure about its classification. Speculations ranged from the carcass being a rotting mammoth, a monster turtle, a mosasaur, or another type of giant reptile. It never really ended up being examined though, since the carcass disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The prevailing view now though is that the carcass was actually that of a very decomposed baleen whale. The burnt looking skin, a common feature in decomposing whale carcasses, often flakes off in small bits that resemble thin plastic or burnt paper. A photo of the carcass's flipper showed the characteristic shape and bumpy edges of a humpback whale, which further supported this explanation. Grunch Road Monster. The Grunch Road Monster is a piece of local folklore from New Orleans, Louisiana. This cryptid is surrounded by eerie tales and legends, mainly focused around Grunch Road, a secluded and somewhat mysterious area near the city. According to the legend, the Grunch Road Monster is a chupacabra-like creature, described as being goat-like but with a more demonic appearance. It's often depicted as having sharp teeth, scales, and sometimes even horns, and said to be pretty small, not much larger than a medium-sized dog. The stories of the Grunch Road Monster date back several decades, with various accounts and rumors adding to its mystique. One popular tale involves unsuspecting drivers who are lured out of their cars by the sight of a seemingly injured goat or dog by the roadside. When they step out to help, they're suddenly attacked by the Grunch. Another aspect of the legend involves strange disappearances and unexplained phenomena in the area, which locals attribute to the creature. This has led to Grunch Road being considered a place of bad luck or malevolence, with many residents of New Orleans avoiding the area, especially after dark. The origin of the Grunch Road Monster legend is still unclear though. Alright, we're now into Tier 4. Michelin Men. The Michelin Men, also known as Balloon Men, are a rare cryptid with a handful of sightings worldwide. These humanoid entities, named for their resemblance to the Michelin Man mascot, have sparked curiosity about their origin, possibly extraterrestrial. One report details a close encounter in a home, where the witness saw the Michelin Man-like figure approach, but then retreat and vanish, leaving the observer more curious than frightened. Also in Spain, 1960, Don Miguel Timerins Ceballos observed two humanoid beings with stiff, robot-like movements and red garments, one taller and the other shorter with a black boot. Both had the distinctive ringed appearance of the Michelin Man. Another significant sighting on the island of Réunion in 1960 involved M. Louis Fontaine witnessing an oval-shaped cabin with two small Michelin Man-like humanoids inside. After a bright flash and a heat blast, both the cabin and beings disappeared without a trace. Lastly, in 1976 in Spain, Vicente and Carmen Coral encountered a tall humanoid figure during a night drive, bearing a striking resemblance to the Michelin Man and causing their car's electrical system to malfunction. Pascagoula Elephant Men. The Pascagoula Elephant Men refer to an extraordinary and bizarre encounter that reportedly took place in Pascagoula, Mississippi. This incident stands out due to the unusual description of the entities involved and the context in which they appeared. The incident occurred in 1973 and involved two men, Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker, who claimed to have been fishing on the Pascagoula River when they experienced a startling encounter with unknown beings. According to their account, they heard a whirring or whizzing sound and saw flashing blue lights. A craft with a shape resembling that of a football appeared and hovered nearby. Hickson and Parker described the creatures that emerged from this craft as being roughly humanoid in shape, but with features resembling elephants. They had wrinkled skin which gave the appearance of being grey and rough, much like an elephant's hide. Their most distinctive feature was a trunk-like appendage, in place of a nose or mouth, leading to the description as elephant men. The men reported being paralyzed and examined by these beings inside the craft before being released. The incident quickly gained media attention, and despite initial skepticism, the sincerity and distressed state of Hickinson and Parker lent some credibility to their account. They even underwent lie detectors which they reportedly passed, and were interviewed by various law enforcement and military personnel. Parker even released a book about his whole story and how it affected his life. It's said it's still a mystery, and apparently the story never changed at all too from the original, so that's also a pretty interesting detail. Domston Blobs. The Domston Blobs refer to a relatively obscure incident in UFO and anomaly research. This event took place in the small fishing village of Domston, near Helsingborg in southern Sweden in 1958. What sets this one apart is the unusual physical evidence that was claimed to be left behind. According to the reports, several local residents witnessed a strange phenomenon involving unidentified flying objects that left behind physical traces. For example, one of these sightings was the discovery of peculiar gelatinous blobs after the objects were seen in the sky. These blobs were described as being translucent and jelly-like substances. Witnesses who encountered the blobs reported that they were unlike anything they had seen before. Some of the blobs were found on rooftops while others were scattered in open areas. The incident ended up attracting a bunch of attention from UFO researchers and investigators at the time. Samples of the mysterious substance were reportedly collected for analysis. However, the results of these analyses, if they were actually conducted, aren't known or documented in public records. There have been various speculations about the nature of these blobs. Some suggest that it might be a form of star jelly, a mysterious substance often reported in folklore and UFO cases, supposedly deposited on Earth during meteor showers or UFO sightings. Alien Bigfoot. The alien Bigfoot suits this list, I think, since I've never heard of Bigfoot being tied to an alien, but it's actually a cryptid with sightings primarily reported in Pennsylvania. One of the most notable encounters took place on the night of July 31st, 1966. During this incident, a glowing object landed near Prescott Isles Park Beach, where 5 young people witnessed a tall, dark figure approach their car, scratch its roof, and then suddenly leave. This event was reported to the police, and the next day, investigators found large amounts of silicon and cone-like indentations in the sand where the craft landed. The witnesses' accounts were supported by other Erie residents who reported seeing strange lights or UFOs in the sky that night. Additionally, respected paranormalist John Keel investigated further sightings in Erie. One such sighting was reported by Julie Hellwing, who saw a human-shaped entity about 5.5 feet tall wearing yellow clothing. The creature had a large moon-shaped head with muddy-colored, tangled hair and moved in a stiff, robot-like manner. Another anonymous witness reported seeing a similar creature, which moved awkwardly towards their car, pounded on the hood, and then shuffled away. These sightings contribute to the unresolved mystery of Erie and the legend of the alien Bigfoot. Also one. Alright, this is probably my favorite entry, and it's gonna be kinda long since it has some really interesting details that I found out about it. Alright, so on October 25th, 1974, Higdon, who was not initially planning to hunt, decided to venture in the Wyoming countryside for elk hunting after a crew member called in sick. His encounter took a bizarre turn though, when after firing a bullet from his rifle, he noticed it floated like a butterfly and dropped to the ground. A sudden, painful silence enveloped the area, accompanied by a sense of static electricity. Confronting a humanoid figure, Higdon observed that it was not human. It had no detectable ears, small eyes without eyebrows, and a slit-like mouth with large human-like teeth. The figure, named Also One, wore a tight-fitting black suit and had a drill-like device in place of a right hand. Higdon was offered and consumed a pill provided by the figure, which was supposed to last 4 days. Higdon then found himself inside a transparent, cube-shaped craft alongside Also One and 5 motionless elk. The craft took off, and Higdon was subjected to an examination in a room with a platform and a glassy shield that performed a scan on him. Also One informed him that he didn't suit their purpose for a supposed breeding program. During this journey, Higdon witnessed a megalithic tower with revolving patterns of multicolored lights on an alien planet and observed several humans outside the craft. He was told that they were on a planet 160,000 light miles from Earth, with different time passage. After being informed that he didn't suit their purpose, Higdon was returned to Earth. He found himself near his truck, which had been moved several miles. Disoriented and injured, he managed to call for help. Doctors later noted that his blood was enriched with nutrients and vitamins, and scars from tuberculosis had disappeared, suggesting a physical transformation linked to the encounter. This case attracted significant attention from the UFO community, which I can't blame them for because it's really interesting. In 1978, Higdon passed a polygraph test, affirming the genuineness of his experience, which remains one of the most compelling and mysterious encounters in UFO and cryptid history. Alright, Tier 5. Mokele Mbembe. Mokele Mbembe, derived from the Lingala language spoken in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, translates to the one who stops the flow of rivers. This term refers to a legendary entity believed to dwell in the Congo River Basin, an area encompassing regions in Congo, Zambia, and Cameroon, as well as Lake Tele in the Republic of Congo. Described as a mythical, water-dwelling creature, Mokele Mbembe's exact nature varies in descriptions, sometimes portrayed as a living entity and other times as a spiritual being. Its physical appearance is often linked to a sauropod, a type of long-necked dinosaur such as Apatosaurus or Diplodocus. This resemblance has fueled its classification as a cryptid, since we all know the dinosaurs are known to be extinct. The Mokele Mbembe is reported to be of substantial size, comparable to an elephant, with distinctive features including smooth, brownish-gray skin, a long and flexible neck, and a very long tail similar to a crocodile's. These descriptions are derived from various sightings in folklore within the swampy jungles of Western Africa. Elephant Humanoid. The elephant humanoid cryptid, primarily reported in Australia, has sparked intrigue and speculation among cryptozoologists. In April 1968, Marbel Walsh, while driving near Narrabeen Lake in New South Wales, encountered a peculiar creature standing in shallow water. Walsh described it as being over 4 feet tall, with dark gray, tough leathery skin like an elephant, small front legs, and larger hind legs. The creature's head resembled an anteater's, and it had a rigid, squared-off trunk. This hybrid beast quickly retreated into the bush when spotted. The sighting was not an isolated incident though. In April 1971, 2 anglers fishing on Arabine Lake reported seeing something unusual in the light of their kerosene lamp, suggesting another potential encounter with this cryptid. During the late 1970s, UFO researcher Bill Chalker explored these sightings but couldn't substantiate a connection to known animals. Chalker noted the resemblance of these creatures to Ganesha, an elephant-headed deity in Hindu mythology, though he didn't insert a direct link between the cryptid and religious figures. Jabba Fofi. Also, just a quick warning, if you don't like spiders, you're probably not gonna like this entry. The Jabba Fofi, a creature deeply rooted in African folklore and the dense forests of the Congo Basin, is often referred to as the giant spider of the Congo. It is described as enormous, with some accounts suggesting a leg span of up to 5 feet or more, far surpassing the size of the world's largest known spiders. Typically, it is depicted with a brownish color, similar to the tarantula species. According to local legends, the Jabba Fofi spins large webs between trees, using leaves and ground debris for camouflage, and creates burrows covered by a thin webbing layer. Indigenous narratives from Congo's native tribes tell of these massive spiders capable of weaving enormous webs. These stories, passed down through oral tradition, vary slightly among tribes, but consistently mention the presence of an unusually large spider. Tribal elders have spoken of hunting these spiders, a task often described as perilous due to the spiders' alleged aggressive nature. During the era of European colonization in Africa, explorers and settlers reported encountering massive webs and sighting unusually large spiders. A well-known account from the 20th century involves British explorers Reginald and Margaret Lloyd, who in the 1930s claimed to have encountered a Jabba Fofi with a leg span close to 4 feet. Missionaries in remote parts of the Congo have also shared tales of encountering the spider's large webs or hearing about them from local tribespeople. I wonder if the spider in The Lord of the Rings was inspired by this creature. Trunco. Trunco, a cryptid encountered on October 25, 1924 near Margate, a seaside town in South Africa, captivated locals during a dramatic 3-hour maritime battle between 2 killer whales. The creature, never seen before, had a bizarre body with a trunk-like appendage, a large body, a lobster-like tail, but no discernible head, neck, fins, or facial features. Witnesses described Trunco as being covered in a thick, shaggy white coat, approximately 47 feet long, with a trunk around 14 inches in diameter and 5 feet long, ending in a snout resembling that of a pig. This fierce battle, witnessed by a handful of locals and tourists, saw Trunco using its tail to propel itself 20 feet into the air and lash out at the orcas. Despite its vigorous defense, Trunco was ultimately defeated. After the encounter, its lifeless body washed up on the shores, remaining unexamined and eventually decomposing under the sun for 10 days. The tale of Trunco caught international media attention, with varying accounts in newspapers. In 1924, London's Daily Mail published an article, followed by the Elwood, Indiana Call Leader in 1925. Notably, photographic evidence of Trunco, which emerged later, was minimal. Initially known as the Margate Monster, it was a cryptozoologist, Carl Schunker, who named it Trunco in 1996. Alright, we're now on to the last tier, Tier 6. I appreciate everyone who came this far. Tatzel worm. The Tatzel worm, a cryptid from the alpine regions of south-central Europe, is steeped in folklore and mystery. Described as a lizard-like creature with a cat-like face, it features a serpent-like body that can be either slender or stubby. This cryptid is often depicted with 4 short legs or just 2 forelegs, lacking hind legs. Encounters with the Tatzel worm describe it as having a size ranging from 1 to 7 feet in length. Intriguingly, the Tatzel worm is sometimes said to be venomous, with the ability to attack using poisonous breath, and known to emit high-pitched or hissing sounds. Various anecdotes from Switzerland, Austria, Bavaria, France, and Italy contribute to its lore. For instance, a Swiss anecdote mentions a cat-headed serpent that was reportedly 7 feet long and caused trouble for local residents until it was killed. Another account from the 17th century describes a 4-legged cat-faced mountain dragon encountered on Mount Wengersberg, Switzerland, that could rear up on its hind legs and was as tall as a man. Additionally, a legend from 1779 tells of a farmer, Hans Fuchs, who encountered 2 Tatzel worms and was so frightened that he died of a heart attack shortly after the encounter. Beebe's abyssal fishes. Beebe's abyssal fishes are a collection of deep-sea creatures observed by William Beebe, an American naturalist during his pioneer dives in the 1930s. Beebe, alongside engineer Otis Barton, descended into the ocean's depths off Bermuda's coast using a bathysphere, a spherical deep-sea submersible. These dives, reaching down to 3,028 feet, were groundbreaking at the time and allowed BB to observe life in an environment previously unseen by humans. During these expeditions, BB reported seeing very strange and previously unknown deep-sea creatures. He gave vivid descriptions of the fishes, many of which had bizarre and fantastical features. For example, he described fishes with protruding eyes, bioluminescent bodies, and otherworldly appearances, fitting for life in the extreme and mysterious conditions of the deep sea. Some of the fishes he described including species with glowing lures and patterns of bioluminescent spots, resembling constellations and long, fin-like eel creatures with pale bodies. These descriptions captured the public's imagination and significantly contributed to our understanding of deep-sea biodiversity. Drekavac. The Drekavac, also known as the Screamer or the Screecher, is a mythical creature from South Slavic mythology. Its name is derived from the verb drgati, which means to screech. The creature is believed to originate from the souls of sinful men or unbaptized children, and has been described in various ways across different regions. In some tales, it is depicted as an undead man who emerges from his grave at night to haunt the living, while in others it is portrayed as an undead child that rises from its grave to haunt his parents. The creature is known for its terrifying screams and is believed to be the most active at night, especially during the 12 days of Christmas, which are referred to as unbaptized days in Serbo-Croatian. Also, Merry Christmas to everyone who's celebrating. For me, it's in 2 days. Anyways, when it assumes the form of a child, it is said to predict someone's death, while in its animal form, it predicts cattle disease. There have been numerous sightings of the Drekavac throughout history. For instance, villagers on the mountain of Zlatibor have reported seeing it, and many inhabitants claim to have heard its screams. In 1992, villagers in Krivavica found the remains of an animal unlike any known from the area, and claimed it was a Drekavac. It was described as looking like a dog, but with a snake-like head and hind legs similar to those of a kangaroo. Kinda reminds me of the Demogorgon in Stranger Things, which, let me know if anyone has seen that show, it's one of my favorites. Also, the Drekavac has also been featured in some literature and games. Berkonge. The Berkonge, also known as the Mountain King, is a creature from Norwegian folklore. The name Berkonge translates to Mountain King in English. This creature is known to assume the shape of a man wearing nothing but a cape made of leaves. It's said to appear in forests where it seduces women who are alone and brings them into mountains with him. According to the tale, these women are never seen again. In its non-human form, the Berkonge is described as being monstrously huge and resembling an arachnid or a lizard. It is known to roam in the forests and mountain ranges, particularly in Dovre, Norway. The Berkonge is often depicted as a handsome man, which aids in its seduction of women. However, some accounts suggest that it can transform into a more monstrous form, which is described as being lizard-like or arachnid-like. Also, just a note, someone who's Norwegian said in the wiki for this cryptid that it's more of like a large humanoid troll-like creature rather than a reptile creature that's typically depicted in images. Baba Yaga. Alright, so I don't really know why this is at like the bottom of the tier list, because personally I've seen Baba Yaga before because of Arthur. I remember seeing an episode where she was featured in it, and it was pretty scary, I'm not gonna lie. So I feel like some people do know Baba Yaga. But yeah, basically Baba Yaga is a prominent and intriguing figure in Slavic folklore, often depicted as a witch-like character. She plays a pivotal role in numerous Eastern European fairy tales and myths, embodying both fear and wisdom, and often serves as a pivotal character in stories involving heroes and heroines. Physically, Baba Yaga is typically portrayed as an old woman, and her appearance is usually described as frightening. She is often depicted with a long nose, iron teeth, and a hag-yard bony figure. Despite her fearsome appearance, her character is complex and multifaceted. She can be malevolent, threatening those who cross her path, but she can also offer guidance, wisdom, and help to those who are pure of heart, or who manage to outweigh her. One of the most distinctive elements of Baba Yaga's lore is her dwelling. She is said to live in a hut deep in the forest, but this is no ordinary hut. It stands on chicken legs and can rotate to face different directions. This unusual abode reflects her connection to the magical and the unpredictable nature of her character. Baba Yaga is also associated with a mortar and pestle, which she uses not for grinding herbs, as a traditional witch might, but as a vehicle flying through the air. In many tales, Baba Yaga's role is ambiguous. She is neither wholly good nor evil. She sets impossible tasks for those who seek her out or stumble upon her, and how they respond to these challenges often determines their fate. In this way, she serves as a test or trial for the characters in Slavic fairy tales, forcing them to demonstrate their bravery, wit, or virtue. Chessie. Chessie, the Chesapeake Bay monster, is a sea monster believed to inhabit the Chesapeake Bay. Described as a long, snake-like creature with small humps along its back, Chessie has been part of American folklore with claims of sightings dating back to 1936. The creature is often depicted with a horse or snake-like head and usually in dark brown or black color, moving with a serpentine motion that creates waves on the water surface. One of the earliest reported sightings was in 1936, where something reptilian and unknown, as quoted, was observed by a military helicopter's crew over Bush River, although this account is contested due to the timeline of helicopter development. Another significant sighting occurred in 1943, when two fishermen near Baltimore noticed an unusual object in the water, which they described as having a long body and a head shaped somewhat like a horse's head. Over the years, Chessie has been spotted by various witnesses, including a notable 1982 video recording by Robert and Karen Frew near Kent Island, showing a brownish object moving in the water like an aquatic snake. Despite numerous sightings, some have been attributed to other animals, such as manatees, known to occasionally visit the Chesapeake Bay area from Florida. Manatees, however, do not match the descriptions of Chessie, as they lack humps or snake-like heads and create smooth footprints on the water surface, rather than moving side to side. The legend of Chessie has also been embraced as an environmental icon, symbolizing the ecological health of the Chesapeake Bay area. In the 1980s, Chessie was even used by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for educational purposes, featuring in coloring books focusing on the conservation of the Chesapeake Bay's resources. Despite the lack of concrete evidence to prove Chessie's existence, the legend continues to captivate the imagination of locals and visitors alike. Racetown Ray. In the depths of Racetown Lake in Huntingdon County, Pennsylvania, there lurks a mysterious creature known as Racetown Ray. This being, often depicted in old photographs as a large, shadowy figure just beneath the lake's surface, has sparked a wave of curiosity and speculation for decades. The saga of Racetown Ray begins with its earliest recorded sighting in 1962 at the old Racetown Dam, before the creation of the 8,300-acre man-made dam lake we know today. With depths reaching up to 185 feet, Racetown Lake provides a vast and mysterious habitat that could definitely potentially hide such a creature. Over the years, there have been numerous accounts of encounters with Ray, with descriptions suggesting it could be as long as 50 to 60 feet. The creature's diet is thought to be primarily herbivorous, resembling the feeding habits of manatees, which are gentle, plant-eating marine mammals. This theory is also supported by Jeff Cross, a wildlife biologist at Racetown Lake, who observed that the creature appears not to prey on fish or other animals, but rather contributes to the safety of swimmers and boaters by its peaceful nature. One particularly vivid account from a camper in 2005 or 2006 describes a close encounter with Ray while swimming early in the morning. The camper saw something large moving in the water and initially mistook it for a deer or bear because of the wave it created. However, the creature's ability to dive and re-emerge before swimming directly towards the camper, who then hastily retreated to the shore, suggests behaviors not associated with known wildlife. Also, Racetown Ray has garnered enough attention to attract investigations by television shows like Sci-Fi Channel's Fact or Faked Paranormal Flies. This episode explored the lake using sonar and night dives. Despite these efforts, the true nature of Ray remains a mystery, with theories ranging from it being a surviving prehistoric species to simply a case of mistaken identity with large carp known to inhabit the lake. Alkali Lake Monster. The Alkali Lake Monster, also known as the Walgren Lake Monster, is a cryptid legend from northwestern Nebraska, near Hay Springs. According to legend, the Alkali Lake Monster is an enormous beast that inhabits the waters of what is now known as Walgren Lake. Reports vary widely in the descriptions, but many agree that the creature could be anywhere from 40 to 100 feet long, bearing resemblance to an alligator with some variations. These variations include depictions of the monster having 4 legs, 2 front legs with a flipper in the back, or even a serpentine body similar to the Loch Ness Monster. A feature agreed upon by most accounts, though, is a large horn positioned between its eyes and a notable unpleasant stench. The first documented sighting of the monster dates back to a 1922 report in the Hay Spring News, with a significant encounter occurring in 1923 when a local man, J.A. Johnson, and his friends encountered the beast while camping by the lake. They described seeing a gigantic creature, nearly 40 feet in length, with a dull gray-brown color, 1 horn on his head, and an alligator-like appearance. This sighting was followed by a loud roar from the creature before it simply vanished beneath the lake's surface, sparking interest in further reports in various newspapers across the country. Despite the thrilling tales and purported sightings, skepticism surrounds the Alkali Lake Monster's existence. Investigations into the origins of these stories have suggested that they might be part of a hoax concocted by John J. Maher, a newspaper reporter known for creating sensational stories to boost his sales. Maher's tales of the Alkali Lake monster terrorizing locals and devouring livestock captured the public's imagination, which led to a flurry of supposed sightings and encounters. However, some locals and enthusiasts continue to believe in the monster's existence, attributing earlier accounts to indigenous legends and documented encounters, despite the lack of concrete evidence. Megalodon. The megalodon, which you probably all know, is often depicted as one of the most formidable predators to have ever lived, and is believed to have gone extinct over 2.6 million years ago. The fascination with megalodon stems not only from its massive size, which is estimated to have ranged from 33 to nearly 60 feet in length, but also from the mysteries surrounding its existence and the limits of human knowledge about the deep sea. In 1918, Australian fishermen reported an encounter with a gigantic, fully white shark speculated by ichthyologist David George Stead to potentially be a living megalodon. This story has since become a cornerstone of cryptozoological claims regarding the existence of the megalodon. The intrigue surrounding the megalodon has been fueled by historical incidents where animals thought to be extinct, such as the coelacanth, ended up being rediscovered, suggesting that the depths of the ocean, which are unexplored, could still hide unknown creatures. The Mariana Trench, the deepest known part on Earth, has also been a focal point for speculation about the megalodon's survival. Its remote and largely unexplored depths offer a possibility that creatures like the megalodon could possibly be living while evading detection. The discovery of life forms in the trench, such as the Osedex zombie worms and the frilled shark, highlight how much is still unknown about this dark and pressurized environment. These findings underscore the potential for other, even large creatures to exist undetected. However, despite the allure of the megalodon living in the Mariana Trench, the scientific consensus remains that this ancient shark is long extinct. The notion of its survival is often met with skepticism, attributed to either misidentifications or, hoaxes. UB-85 atrocity. The UB-85 atrocity involves the mysterious circumstances surrounding the German submarine UB-85 during World War I. The submarine, built by A.J. Wesser of Bremen, was launched on October 26, 1917, and was equipped for a crew of up to 34 members, including 3 officers. It carried 10 torpedoes and was armed with a deck gun, designed for a range of naval warfare activities. On her second patrol, UB-85 encountered trouble off the coast of Belfast, Ireland, on April 30, 1918. The submarine was forced to surface and was abandoned by her crew while under fire from the British HM drifter Coreopsis II, leading to their capture as prisoners of war. The official reason for surfacing was attributed to the submarine being partially flooded because of a semi-open hatch while evading attack. However, a more sensational account emerged from the interrogation of UB-85's captain, Gunther Kretsch, who claimed that the submarine had surfaced to recharge its batteries when it was attacked by a large sea creature. This creature was described as having large eyes and a skull-like head with glistening teeth, and supposedly clung to the submarine, causing significant damage that left it unable to submerge. This led to the crew firing their sidearms in defense until the creature released the vessel and then disappeared back into the ocean. The damage from this encounter reportedly made the submarine unable to dive, which is why the British were able to capture it so easily on the surface. The discovery of a UB third-class submarine wreck off the Galloway coast in October 2016, believed to be either UB-85 or UB-82, brought this story back into focus. Dr. Innes McCarthy, who identified the wreck, suggested that the discovery brings us a closer understanding to the true reason behind UB-85's sinking, be it mechanical failure or something more mysterious. Corfu Island Creature. The Corfu Island creature, often referred to as a Grecian dolphin, is a mysterious figure in the world of cryptozoology. Originating from a peculiar sighting off the coast of Greece, captured in a photo by tourists, this creature sparked a whirlwind of speculation online. The image depicted a weird dolphin-like entity that didn't match any known marine animal, leading to a plethora of theories about its identity. Suggestions range from it being a mutated dolphin affected by nuclear waste, an extraterrestrial being, to more grounded guesses like a type of pikefish or a manatee with an unusually long snout. The creature bore a striking resemblance to ancient cetaceans, particularly the Ambulocetus, known as the walking whale, which lived millions of years ago and showcased a fascinating transition from land-dwelling mammals to the whales we recognize today. Ambulocetus, which inhabited the early Eocene period in regions of what is now Pakistan, was adept both on land and in water, resembling a mammalian crocodile in appearance and likely employing a similar ambush strategy to catch its prey. However, all the mystique surrounding the Corfu Island creature was eventually demystified. Zoologist Dr. Darren identified the creature as a normal everyday object, being a plastic freeboard fender, which is the device used to protect boats from damage, and it somehow found its way into the sea and ended up being misinterpreted because of its unusual shape and texture. Despite the anticlimactic resolution though, the incident underscores the power of imagination and the human tendency to find wonder in the unknown, since personally, if I didn't hear it was a hoax, I'd definitely lead towards an actual creature. It also highlights the importance of scientific inquiry and skepticism in unraveling the mysteries of our world, reminding us that not every unexplained sighting is a doorway to a hidden realm of mythical beasts or ancient survivors, but sometimes just a closer look at our everyday surroundings. Moving on to Tier 2, U-28 Creature. The U-28 creature is one of the most intriguing accounts in the world of cryptozoology, primarily because it doesn't come from usual civilian encounters with unknown animals, but from a wartime report by a German submarine during World War I. This unique sighting occurred following the sinking of the British steamer Iberian by the German U-boat U-28 on July 30, 1915. The encounter was later documented by the U-boat's commander, Friar Georg Gunther von Frosten, adding a layer of military precision and seriousness to the account. According to von Frostner's report, shortly after Iberian was torpedoed and sank in the North Atlantic, there was a massive underwater explosion, possibly caused by the boilers of the sinking ship exploding. This explosion reportedly threw a large mass of debris from the Iberian into the air, among which was an astonishing sight. A gigantic sea creature was seen amongst the wreckage. The creature was described as being around 60 feet in length with a crocodile-like head, large eyes, and a set of 4 limbs that resembled large webbed feet or flippers. The creature appeared momentarily above the water before disappearing into the sea along with the wreckage of the Iberian. This sighting of the U-28 creature stands out for several reasons. Firstly, it was reported by a military officer, lending a degree of credibility to the account not always present in cryptid sightings. Secondly, it's important to note the circumstances of the sighting, which was a violent explosion followed by the appearance of the creature, suggesting an unusual context that is not typical of other cryptid encounters. This has led to speculation that the creature might have been disturbed or drawn to the surface by the explosion, or that the sighting was a misinterpretation of the chaotic events following the sinking of the Iberian. Cryptozoologists and researchers have pondered the true identity of the U-28 creature, with theories ranging from it being an unknown species of large marine animal to a prehistoric reptile like a plesiosaur, which had somehow survived into the modern era. Skeptics, however, argue that the stress of combat and the confusion following the explosion might have led to a misidentification of known marine wildlife or debris from the ship. Despite the various theories and debates surrounding the U-28 creature, the account remains one of the most fascinating and mysterious episodes in the study of unexplained marine phenomena. And the lack of photographic evidence or further sightings makes it unlikely that the mystery of the U-28 creature will ever be definitely solved. Manipogo. Manipogo, also referred to as Winnie Pogo, is a cryptid reported to inhabit Lake Manitoba in Canada, with this legend closely resembling that of the Loch Ness Monster and British Columbia's Ogopogo. The lore of Manipogo dates back to around 1908, featuring descriptions of a serpent-like creature that's captivated the imagination of locals and visitors for over a century. This lake monster is often depicted with a long, muddy brown body, visible humps above the water, and a sheep-like head, with size estimates ranging wildly from 12 to 50 feet in length. The legend has been fueled by various notable sightings throughout the years. One early documented encounter in 1948 described a creature reminiscent of a prehistoric dinosaur, complete with a loud dinosaur-like cry. Another significant sighting occurred in 1957, where witnesses reported seeing a giant serpent-like creature in the lake. In 1962, 2 fishermen, Richard Vincent and John Confell, observed a large serpentine creature close to their boat, lending further credibility to the legend because of their familiarity with the lake's typical wildlife. Manipogo's lore extends beyond these individual sightings though, with a group of 17 witnesses in one instance claiming to have seen 3 Manipogos swimming together, suggesting the possibility of a whole breeding population. Despite these numerous sightings and the enduring fascination with the Manipogo though, there remains no concrete scientific evidence to substantiate its existence. The creature continues to be a significant part of local folklore, and the legend not only draws interest from cryptozoologists and tourists, but has also become an integral part of the culture of Lake Manitoba, inspiring an annual festival and contributing to the area's whole tourist appeal. Grootslang. The Grootslang, translating to Big Lake in Afrikaans, is a creature from African mythology, blending elements of an elephant and a serpent. This primordial being is said to have been a mistake by the gods, who split its kind into snakes and elephants, but left the Grootslang behind. It reportedly dwells in a lake known as the Wonder Hole or the Bottomless Pit in the Richtersveld, South Africa, a place rumored to be filled with diamonds and treasures. Tales of the Grootslang include eerie sightings and mysterious disappearances. Explorers lured by tales of riches in the Richtersveld have vanished, giving rise to speculations that they encountered the beast. Local folklore also speaks of strange sounds in the night and massive snakes seen by residents, attributing missing livestock and other peculiar incidents to the Grootslang. A notable legend involves an English businessman, Peter Grayson, who disappeared in 1917 while searching for the cave's treasures, fueling the myth of the Grootslang's lethal nature. Despite its fearsome reputation, the Grootslang is also described as intelligent and greedy, with a particular attraction to diamonds. Legends suggest that offering diamonds might appease the creature, although this is little consolation for those without such riches. The origins of the Grootslang myth are deeply rooted in African folklore, with ancient rock paintings possibly depicting encounters with this or similar creatures. While the existence of the Grootslang remains unproven, stories of its cunning, strength, and deadly allure continue to interest many. Namazu. The Namazu is a mythical creature that comes from Japanese folklore. According to the legend, the Namazu is a giant catfish that resides beneath the islands of Japan. It's believed that the movements of this enormous fish are responsible for causing whole earthquakes. The deity Kashima restrains the Namazu under the earth with a stone, but when Kashima's vigilance lapses, the Namazu moves, triggering earthquakes. This myth reflects the natural occurrences of earthquakes in Japan, a country that is particularly prone to seismic activity because of its location along multiple tectonic plate boundaries. The legend of the Namazu has been used historically to explain the unpredictable and often devastating nature of earthquakes. The creature was even worshipped as a god after significant earthquakes, as people sought to understand and mitigate the impacts of the natural disasters. The Namazu-e, which is a subtype of ukiyo-e, a Japanese woodblock print, often depicts the Namazu and became particularly popular after the Ensei-Edo earthquake of 1855. These prints somehow show the Namazu being subdued by Kashima or other deities, symbolizing efforts to control and prevent earthquakes. The belief that catfish can predict earthquakes due to their sensitive responses to minor tremors may have inspired this mythology. Mucky. Mucky, a name derived from Muckross, one of the lakes of Killarney in Ireland, is a mysterious creature said to inhabit these waters, drawing parallels with the famous Loch Ness monster, Nessie. The legend of Mucky came to prominence in 2003 when scientists conducting sonar scans to determine local fish populations detected a large solid object in the water, leading to speculation about a lake monster's presence. This object, described in one report as 27 feet long and snake-like, was found in the southeastern part of Muckross Lake, with no conclusive explanation for its nature, despite ensuring that the equipment was functioning normally. The monster's legend was further fueled by historical association with a gargantuan sea serpent rumored to live in the lake's depths. The presence of a nearby mountain peak known as Gognepist, or the Peak of the Serpent, adds another layer of intrigue, suggesting a long-standing myth of large serpent-like creatures in Muckross Lake. Despite these tales and the sonar findings, the true nature of Mucky remains a mystery, with no conclusive evidence to confirm its existence beyond folklore and speculative sightings. The creature has even attracted international interest, with the Japanese TV crew visiting the region in search of this elusive monster, although tourism efforts to capitalize on the legend have not been notably successful. Bao-Nessie. Bao-Nessie, often dubbed the Dragon of the North, is a cryptid reported to inhabit Lake Windermere in England's Lake District. It was first reported in 2006 by Steve Burnip, a journalism lecturer who described witnessing a straight line of broken water with 3 humps, about 20 feet long, moving up the lake. This initial sighting sparked interest in subsequent sightings, which just kept fueling the legend of Bao-Nessie. Efforts to debug Bao-Nessie sightings often compared them to known animals like otters, Welsh catfish, pike, giant eels, sturgeons, and seals, which could be mistaken for a cryptid. However, these explanations typically fall short of accounting for the specific characteristics reported by witnesses, such as a long swan-like neck and serpentine head, features not attributable to animals just mentioned. The Welsh catfish, for instance, while having a serpentine appearance and reaching lengths of up to 16 feet, doesn't necessarily explain sightings of a creature with a long neck and head protruding from the water. Critics and skeptics often still remain firm though that the sightings could be misinterpretations of these animals, attributing overactive imaginations or optical illusions to the reports of Nessie. Despite these explanations though, the detailed accounts and consistent descriptions of a large, serpentine creature with distinct features such as a long neck and swift movement continue to fuel the legend of Nessie in Lake Windermere. Tier 3. Tahoe Tessie. Tahoe Tessie is a creature said to inhabit North America's largest alpine lake, Lake Tahoe, which spans Nevada and California. According to lore, Tahoe Tessie resides in an underwater tunnel beneath Cave Rock. The University of California, Davis Tahoe Research Group's founder, Charles R. Goldman, has suggested these sightings may be attributed to pareidolia or the mistaken identification of large fish species introduced to the lake. The legend of Tahoe Tessie has roots in the stories of local Native American tribes, notably the Washoe and Paiute tribes. These tribes told of water spirits or water babies that resided in the lake, possibly inspiring the tales of Tessie. The term Tahoe Tessie itself emerged in the 1950s, coined by newspaper columnist Bob Price, who drew inspiration from the Loch Ness Monster. Price's stories often depicted Tessie as a benevolent creature assisting people in trouble. Report sightings describe Tessie as a large, serpent-like entity with variations in its appearance, including descriptions of it having humps or fins, resembling a giant fish or eel, and estimates of its length ranging from 10 to 80 feet. Most of these sightings though have specifically occurred near Cave Rock, fueling speculation and theories about its lair. Despite the lack of scientific evidence supporting its existence, Tahoe Tessie remains a popular figure in local folklore and culture, even becoming a mascot for various Tahoe-based companies and a character in children's books and newspapers. And the overall legend of Tahoe Tessie continues to thrive, with purported sightings still reported in modern times. So hey, maybe one of you guys can see it one day, who knows. Bear Lake Monster. The Bear Lake Monster, a cryptid said to lurk in the depths of Bear Lake on the Utah-Idaho border, has intrigued locals and tourists alike since the 19th century. Originating from articles by Joseph C. Rich, a Mormon colonizer who reported secondhand sightings, the legend has since evolved into a mix of myth and tourism draw, despite Rich's later retraction. Described as a massive serpent-like creature with an alligator-like head and short, powerful legs, the Bear Lake Monster has been characterized as grayish-green, capable of attacking swimmers or pulling victims from the shore. Sightings have varied, with the creature often depicted as being at least 40 feet long. The most recent sighting though, reported in 2007, added a modern touch to the legend, with the man claiming to have encountered the monster while checking fishing lines at night. According to his account, he heard a growl and saw the creature staring at him before it disappeared into the water. This sighting, among others, has kept the legend alive, fueling speculation and interest in what might dwell in the lake's waters. Over the years, the Bear Lake Monster has made appearances in popular media, including TV shows like Animal Planet's Lost Tapes and Monsters and Mysteries in America, where it's depicted in ways that range from resembling a crocodile to a mosasaur. Some of these tales often venture into the realm of fiction though, with tales of epic battles between the monster and legendary figures like Pecos Bill. Speculation about the monster's true identity includes theories suggesting it could be a basilosaurus, a paddlefish, or a sturgeon, each offering a possible explanation for the sightings that have fueled the legend. The basilosaurus theory, for example, posits that the creature could have accessed Bear Lake via ancient, now disproven underground channels, supported by its known ability to withstand cold temperatures as evidenced by fossils found in Antarctica. Also, the sightings could be attributed to the rare appearance of large fish like paddlefish or sturgeon in the lake, leading to misidentifications. L'Ariosoro. The L'Ariosoro is steeped in the legends and folklore surrounding Lake Como in Italy. This mysterious creature is part of a couple of Italian mythical beings believed to inhabit one of Europe's deepest lakes, Lake Como, located about 50 kilometers north of Milan. The legend of the L'Ariosoro became widely known after a series of reported sightings in the mid-20th century, sparking interest and speculation about the existence of such a creature. The first notable sighting occurred on November 18, 1946, when two hunters near Colico on the northern shore of Lake Como claimed to have encountered a creature with harsh reddish scales, measuring between 10 to 12 meters in length, near the shore. Startled by the hunters, the creature quickly disappeared into the center of the lake with a sharp hissing sound. This encounter led to the creature being named Lariosauro after a prehistoric reptile, Lariosaurus balsami, whose fossils were found near the lake in the 19th century. Following this encounter, other sightings were reported over the years. In 1954, a creature with a round muzzle and webbed feet was spotted, and in 1957, sightings described a monster in the waters between Dongo and Muso, and another with a head resembling that of a crocodile. The most recent sighting though was in 2003, involving a giant eel-like creature, estimated to be 10 to 12 meters long, seen in Leso. Skeptics, including researcher Giorgio Castiglioni, have proposed alternative explanations for these sightings, suggesting they could be misidentified animals like otters, pikes, or even a group of fish swimming together. Canvey Lake Monster. The Canvey Lake Monster story begins in 1953, when a peculiar carcass was discovered on the shores of Canvey Island, Essex, sparking discussions among the local community and beyond. This initial find was described as a marine creature with thick, reddish-brown skin, bulging eyes, and gills along with a pulpy head and leg-like fins. An eyewitness from the time recounted the creature's flesh as non-fish-like, more resembling wobbly human flesh with cellulite, leading him to mistake it for a mermaid at first glance. A year later, in 1954, another carcass was found by Reverend Joseph D. Olvers, adding to the mystery. This second find was even larger, over 4 feet long, with similar features to the first, including staring eyes and a sizable mouth. Despite the detailed descriptions and public interest, experts were baffled, with no concrete identification provided for the creatures. Locals speculated that they might have been anglerfish, known for their wide mouths and sharp teeth, though this didn't really align with all the observed characteristics. Further investigation into the phenomenon suggested that the Canvey Island monsters might have actually just been anglerfish or possibly frogfish, which is a type of anglerfish capable of using their pectoral fins to walk on the ocean floor. These creatures can appear quite bizarre with sponge-like bodies and sometimes reddish or pink skin, which would match descriptions of the Canvey Lake monster. The mystery was compounded by the quick cremation of the remains and the absence of official explanations, leaving room for speculation and theories about what it really was. Lukwata. The Lukwata is a mysterious lake monster reported in Lake Victoria, spanning across Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya. Cryptozoologists have debated its existence since the early 20th century, suggesting that the name Lukwata may have been used to describe various animals, both known and unknown, within the lake. Some believe the Lukwata could be the same as the Luo of the White Nile, indicating a regional overlap in cryptid sightings. The name Lukwata itself has unclear origins, with some interpretations suggesting it means giant or refers to a monstrous animal in the Ganda language. The creature first came into the spotlight through reports by missionaries and explorers in the late 1890s and early 1900s, describing it as a formidable beast dwelling in the depths of Lake Victoria. Eyewitness accounts through the years have varied though, with the Lukwata often described as a large, serpentine creature sometimes likened to a cetacean, a giant manatee, or a giant fish. One notable sighting in 1900 by Sir Clement Lloyd Hill described a near encounter with the creature. According to various sources, Sir Clement observed a creature with a long neck and a head that resembled that of a lizard or snake. This description aligns with local folklore about the Lukwata, but was particularly striking coming from a figure of Sir Clement standing. The creature's head and neck were reported to have emerged approximately 4 feet above the water surface before it simply submerged back into the depths of Lake Victoria. This sighting contributed to the body of evidence suggesting the existence of an unknown animal in the lake. Throughout the years, various stories have been proposed regarding the Lukwata's identity. Some speculate it could be a catfish or a type of lungfish common in Lake Victoria, which might account for some of the sightings. Others suggest the creature could be a large python or even a prehistoric relic that somehow survived in the lake's isolated ecosystem. Alright, moving on to tier 4, Ishi. Ishi, the elusive Japanese lake monster, is a cryptid reported to inhabit Lake Ikeda, a deep freshwater lake located on Kyushu Island, Japan. The lake, which is nestled within the caldera of an extinct volcano, serves as a backdrop for numerous eyewitness accounts of this mysterious creature. Among the most notable witnesses are Yutaka Kawaji and Hideo Kawaji, who both claim to have seen Issei multiple times both as children and later in life. Yutaka Kawaji in particular reported 3 separate encounters, with the most significant sighting occurring on September 3, 1978, witnessed by a group of 20 people. This encounter involved observing large black humps moving through the water, estimated to be about 5 meters in length and rising about 60 meters above the water surface. In a dramatic attempt to capture evidence, Yutaka Kawaji chased the creature across the lake in a motorboat, although he was unable to catch up with it. This pursuit allowed him to observe the creature's humps briefly, reinforcing his belief in its existence. Further intrigue was added to the legend when Toshiaki Matsuura, drawn to the lake by its folklore, managed to photograph what appeared to be 2 humps with spinal ridges in December of that same year. This photograph, which won a reward from the local tourism department, aligned closely with Kawaji's description of the creature, suggesting a consistent appearance and sightings. Also, the mystery of Issei is compounded by Lake Ikeda's isolation from direct river or sea connections, leading to speculation about how such a large creature could have entered the lake. Theories include subsurface passages connecting to distant water bodies, although the exact origin remains a topic of debate. Despite the occasional capture of large eels and snapping turtles in the lake, none match the description or size of Issei, leaving the true nature of the creature still a mystery. In 1991, there was even a videotape claiming to show Issei, though opinions vary on whether it depicts Issei or more natural explanations like swimming eels. Visitors to Lake Ikeda, though, can engage with the legend firsthand by viewing the Issei statue and utilizing the observation platform, hoping to catch a glimpse of this mysterious creature themselves. Seljordsormen. Seljordsormen, also known as Selma, is a lake monster reported to inhabit a lake in Telemark, Norway. The earliest documented sighting dates back to 1750. Over 500 eyewitness accounts have been recorded, describing a large, serpent-like creature living in the cold, glacier-formed waters of the lake. The creature is often depicted as a significant part of local folklore and has even been incorporated into the town's coat of arms, symbolizing its deep cultural significance to the community. One notable sighting occurred on a calm morning when a couple, while boating on the lake, observed mysterious waves that seemed uncharacteristic of the otherwise still water. Despite capturing video footage of the phenomenon, the exact nature of what they saw remains unexplained, with some speculating it could have been caused by a natural phenomenon, such as underwater gas releases or floating logs. However, for many, this and other similar accounts reinforce the belief in the existence of Selma. Local leaders and residents, including those who have claimed to see the creature, continue to encourage reporting sightings to better document and understand the mystery surrounding Selma. This ongoing fascination with Selma has not only captivated locals, but has also attracted the attention of scientists and monster hunters. Inspired by successful expeditions to Loch Ness, a team of Norwegian scientists embarked on a mission to uncover evidence of Selma's existence in the late 1900s. Despite employing modern research techniques, including sonar and underwater photography, the creature remains elusive, with physical evidence yet to be conclusively documented. Agua. The agua, a cryptid from the lore of Appalachia, particularly around the waters intersecting West Virginia and Pennsylvania, has been a subject of intrigue and fear for centuries. Its most notable sightings occur along the Monongahela River, a place where legend and reported encounters paint the picture of a creature both fascinating and terrifying. One of the earliest and most chilling accounts of the agua dates back to 1745 in Marion County, West Virginia. According to local stories, a giant two-headed turtle, described as being about 20 feet long and weighing approximately 500 pounds, emerged from the Monongahela River. It's said to have attacked a 12-year-old boy who was fishing on the riverbank, dragging him into the depths from where he never returned. This particular sighting sets a precedent for the agua's fearsome reputation, depicting it as a formidable predator capable of preying on humans. Further sightings and stories shared by local communities reinforce the agua's presence in the collective consciousness of those living near its purported habitat. Descriptions of deep-slide markers leading from the water's edge into the surrounding land, presumably created by the agua's long, thick tail as it dragged its prey back into the river, have added a tangible element to the folklore surrounding this cryptid. The speculation regarding the agua's origins varies, with some researchers suggesting it could be a rogue alligator that ventured far north of its usual habitat, while others propose it might be an unusually large specimen of an alligator snapping turtle. These theories attempt to rationalize the sightings within the framework of known wildlife behavior, but do not diminish the allure and mystery of the agua as a unique entity among cryptid history. Old Greenie. Old Greenie is a legendary lake monster believed to inhabit Cayuga Lake, the longest of New York's Finger Lakes and the second largest in surface area. Stories of a serpent-like creature residing in this glacial lake trace back to the 1800s, capturing the imagination of locals and visitors alike. The lake itself, positioned about 350 feet above the sea level, reaches depths of up to 435 feet, providing a vast and mysterious habitat that could conceal such a cryptid. The lore surrounding Old Greenie gained notable attention in a January 5, 1897 article by the Ithaca Journal, which humorously reported the staff's reluctance to approach the water for fear of encountering the beast. According to local tales and eyewitness accounts, the creature has been described as a large, serpentine entity, drawing comparisons to sea serpents and stirring intrigue among the community. In 1929, reports evolved to suggest not one but two mysterious creatures lurking in Cayuga Lake, speculated to have possibly migrated from Seneca Lake to an underground channel, a theory later debunked by scientific study. Throughout the years, several encounters have perpetuated the legend of Old Greenie, including a 1974 incident where a teenager named Stephen Griffin claimed to have been attacked by the creature, resulting in a broken arm because of the creature's powerful jaws. One of the most compelling documented sightings, though, occurred in 1979 when Jack Marshall and his friends mistook Old Greenie for a fallen tree while boating. As they approached, the supposed log transformed into a 30 to 35 foot creature before disappearing beneath the water's surface, leaving those present in awe and solidifying their belief in Old Greenie's existence. Theories about the Old Greenie's true identity varied though, ranging from misidentified lake sturgeons, rare but previously caught in Cayuga Lake, to hypothetical species of giant freshwater eels. Nonetheless, some eyewitnesses remain convinced that Old Greenie is neither fish nor eel, but something far more mysterious and perhaps even more terrifying. Kelpie. The Kelpie, a figure from Scottish mythology, embodies the essence of waterbound spirits that populate the rivers and lochs of Scotland. Renowned for their shape-shifting abilities, Kelpies often take the guise of a horse, but they can also transform into human forms to ensnare their unsuspecting victims. These spirits are notorious for their malevolent nature, particularly towards children and young adults, luring them with the appearance of a tame pony or a beautiful young woman, only to drag them into the depths to meet a watery end. The lore surrounding Kelpies is rich with tales of their cunning and deceit. For instance, one traditional story tells of a Kelpie luring 9 children onto its back, only for the 10th child to escape by cutting off its finger to free himself from the Kelpie's magical grip. The child escapes, but the others are not so fortunate, disappearing beneath the water's surface, never to be seen again. This tale, among others, highlights the Kelpie's sinister delight in the drowning of its victims, a theme common across various stories within Scottish folklore. Despite their feared reputation though, Kelpies are also subjects of fascination, appearing in various forms of art and literature. They're even celebrated in modern times, as seen with the monumental steel sculptures known as the Kelpies in Falkirk, Scotland. These sculptures, standing 30 meters high, pay homage to Scotland's horse-powered industrial heritage while drawing inspiration from the mythical creature. Kelpies also share similarities with other mythical creatures across different cultures, such as the Nixie in Germanic mythology and the Nyker in Scandinavian folklore, all of which are associated with water and often possess malevolent traits towards humans. Interestingly, capturing a Kelpie could grant a person control over the creature, with legends stating that a Kelpie's bridle is the key to their power. Such a captured Kelpie could offer the strength and stamina of many horses, a trait highly prized if one could manage to tame the beast without falling prey to its deadly allure. The Kelpie's narrative is basically a cautionary tale against the dangers lurking in the water, serving as a reminder of the respect and wariness that the nature commands. Tier 5. New Delhi Celestial Serpent. The New Delhi Celestial Serpent is a compelling and mysterious phenomenon that was reported over New Delhi skies between May 28, 2008 and October 38, 2015. This mysterious entity has been associated with various UFO sightings in the region, sparking widespread speculation and interest. The first recorded sighting occurred on May 28, 2008, when an individual named Yeekan, during a flight from New Delhi to Guwahati, captured images of a glowing anomaly resembling a coiled shape in the sky. This initial encounter set the stage for subsequent observations of similar mysterious phenomena over New Delhi. On April 28, 2014, another significant sighting took place. An eyewitness described witnessing a strange light that manifested as a yellow glowing ring, accompanied by a bright red dazzle around its top half. This object appeared to float motionlessly in the sky, defying conventional explanations and further adding to the intrigue surrounding the New Delhi Celestial Serpent. The situation escalated on October 30, 2015, when multiple UFO sightings near the Indira Gandhi International Airport prompted a high alert among government security agencies. The Indian Air Force was even authorized to shoot down unidentified objects, highlighting the serious concern of these sightings. On this day, an Air Force officer reported seeing 3 UFOs over a runway, leading to a coordinated response from several key security agencies, although no conclusive evidence was found upon investigation. The strong reaction from the Indian government, combined with the frequency of UFO sightings across India, has fueled speculation about the existence of an extraterrestrial presence, possibly linked to rumored underground bases in the Himalayas. Overall though, the New Delhi celestial serpent remains an enduring mystery. Lake Pepin Monster. The Lake Pepin Monster, also known as Pepe, is a creature believed to inhabit the depths of Lake Pepin, a natural occurring lake on the Mississippi River bordered by Wisconsin and Minnesota. Tales of the serpent-like entity have circulated since the 1870s. The Dakota Indians, long before modern sightings, traded their birch bark canoes for sturdier vessels to protect against creatures in the lake that could puncture the thinner canoes, indicating ancient beliefs and a powerful inhabitant within these waters. Larry Nielsen, who was a local businessman, significantly increased public interest in Pepe by offering a $50,000 reward for undeniable evidence of the creature's existence. This move not only aimed at confirming the stories but also at boosting local tourism. Nielsen himself reported witnessing unexplained phenomenon on the lake, such as a large wake moving against the current, fueling speculation about Pepe's reality. Cryptozoologist Chad Lewis notes that reports of Pepe mirror those of the Loch Ness Monster, given Lake Pepin's small size and scenic surroundings. While some speculate that sightings could be attributed to large sturgeon or other known aquatic species, the history of sightings, including those by credible witnesses, leaves room for debate about the lake harboring a yet-to-be-identified creature. The legend of Pepe is more than just a tale. It has become a cultural phenomenon, with merchandise like t-shirts and mugs, and even proposed festivals celebrating the creature. Gloucester Sea Serpent. The Gloucester Sea Serpent, a mysterious creature reported in the waters of Gloucester, Massachusetts, was first sighted in 1817. This sea serpent, described as a colossal entity with a series of humps reminiscent of kegs along its back, was first observed by a skipper navigating the choppy seas of Gloucester Harbor. Its appearance, with a body estimated to be about 60 feet long, covered in black, shiny leathery skin, and moving in a caterpillar-like motion, left an indelible mark on the witnesses. The creature's head, likened to that of a serpent but as large as a horse's, featured a pair of dark eyes comparable in size to pewter plates, which just added to the overall fear-inducing presence. The creature's sightings, spanning from 1817 into the 19th century and even reported into the 21st century, have varied in description, with some accounts comparing its head to a turtle, horse, or even a dinosaur. This variation in eyewitness description suggests a creature of considerable adaptability and mystery. The widespread attention and numerous sightings led the Linnean Society of New England to compile first-hand accounts, culminating in a comprehensive report that remains a significant document in cryptozoological studies. Despite these efforts though, the Gloucester sea serpent's existence has been a subject of debate, with theories ranging from unidentified marine species to maybe even hoaxes. Turtle Lake Monster. The Turtle Lake Monster is a creature said to inhabit Turtle Lake in west central Saskatchewan, Canada. Described in various reports as a creature that ranges from 3 to 9 meters in length, it exhibits a diverse appearance, sometimes scaly or smooth, without a dorsal fin and with a head that could resemble a dog, a seahorse, or a pig. This mysterious being has sparked a range of theories about its existence, including speculation that it might be a massive sturgeon or even a relic of prehistoric plesiosaurs that managed to survive in the lake's depths. Stories of the Turtle Lake Monster date back to pre-settlement days, with local Cree legends warning of a creature whose territory, when ventured into, resulted in people vanishing without a trace. Despite the lack of certainty regarding its appearance, the Turtle Lake Monster has become a part of local culture, inspiring monster burgers and hats sold on the shores of Turtle Lake. Sightings have varied over the years, with descriptions ranging from it having a sleek otter-like body to tearing apart fishermen nets and terrorizing boaters. And on average, about once a year, someone claims to have encountered this creature in the Turtle Lake area. Experts and locals alike have pondered the true nature of the Turtle Lake Monster. Some suggest it could be an unusually large sturgeon, a species known to inhabit nearby river systems and capable of living for decades, thus possibly explaining the sightings. Others speculate about the possibility of ancient aquatic dinosaurs like the plesiosaur having survived in the lake's depths. Despite these theories though, the true identity of the Turtle Lake Monster remains a mystery, with the creature continuing to be a source of fascination and speculation among those who live near or visit Turtle Lake. On to the last tier now, tier 6, Lengbakkar. The Lengbakkar, deriving its name from the Icelandic words lingi meaning heather and bak meaning back, is a colossal sea monster from Norse mythology, described predominantly in the Over Odd saga. This creature, imagined as a gigantic whale-like entity, is known for its unique and terrifying method of ensnaring its victims. Residing in the chilling waters of the Greenland saga, the Lengbakkar would disguise itself as a heather-covered island, luring seafarers and their vessels towards what appeared to be a safe land. Unsuspecting sailors, thinking they had found a haven to rest or explore, would land on its back. However, this illusion of safety was short-lived. As soon as the crew set foot on it, the Lengbakkar would submerge into the sea, drowning those on its back into the cold, unforgiving waters. The saga narrates a particularly ominous encounter involving Over Odder and his crew as they navigated the Greenland Sea. Their journey, aimed at seeking vengeance against the troll Ogmandar Floki, led them into the dangerous waters inhabited by the Lengbakkar. The tale describes how they spotted what they believed to be an island and rocks, only to realize, thanks to the wisdom of their deck officer Vignir, that these in fact were the Lengbakkar and another monstrous sea creature, Hafkufa. Vignir's keen observation and advice prevented the crew from falling into the deadly trap set by these creatures, summoned by Ogmandar Floki in a malevolent attempt to thwart their quest for revenge. This narrative showcases the Lengbakkar not just as a mere monster, but as a formidable entity part of Norse mythology, embodying the perils of the sea and the unknown. Such tales served as cautionary stories, highlighting the dangers sailors faced and the mystical creatures that, according to legend, dwelled in the uncharted waters of the ancient world. Nyami Nyami. Nyami Nyami, often referred to as Zambezi river god or Zambezi snake spirit, is a central figure in the mythology of the Tonga people who reside in the regions along the Zambezi River. This creature is believed to offer protection and sustenance to the Tonga people during challenging times. Nyami Nyami is typically depicted as a male entity, embodying the appearance of a snake with its head of a fish, a whirlpool, or a river dragon, symbolizing his dominion over the Zambezi Valley and the river before the construction of the Karaba Dam. The narrative of Nyami Nyami and his wife residing in the Karaba Gorge as the god and goddess of the underworld is deeply embedded in the cultural heritage of the Tonga people. They perceived the construction of the Karaba Dam as a significant disruption, severing the connection between Nyami Nyami and his wife, leading to catastrophic flooding and numerous deaths during the dam's construction, events that were interpreted as manifestations of Nyami Nyami's wrath. Following the dam's completion, it's believed that Nyami Nyami withdrew from the world of humans, yet the Tonga people maintain the belief that he remains a protector of their community. The Kariba legend encapsulates the profound impact of the dam's construction on the Tonga people's way of life, leading to forced relocations and altering their traditional lifestyle. The legend recounts that catastrophic floods that occurred during the dam's construction interpreted as Nyami Nyami's attempts to reunite with his wife, causing widespread destruction and loss of life. These events further cemented the belief in Nyami Nyami's immense power and his displeasure with the dam's construction. Today, minor earth tremors in the Kariba area are often attributed to Nyami Nyami's ongoing efforts to reach his wife, illustrating the enduring presence of this myth in the cultural consciousness of the Tonga people. Each usage. The Each usage, a Scottish water spirit known for its malevolent nature towards humans, is feared as one of the most vicious water-dwelling creatures in Scotland. This spirit, which translates to water horse in English, is found in sea inlets and lochs, and is distinguished from the Kelpie by inhabiting bodies of waters other than rivers and streams. Unlike the generally mischievous Kelpie, the Each usage is described as significantly more dangerous, often taking the form of a horse or a man to lure its victims. When approaching as a horse, it's said that the Each usage can be safe to ride until it senses water nearby, at which point it will bind to the rider, drag them underwater, and devour them completely, leaving only the liver to float back to the surface. The Each usage's desire for human women is noted in several tales, where it marks any woman for certain victimhood. It can transform into a handsome young man to approach women, but can be identified by horse hooves or the presence of water weeds or sand in its hair. There are tales of the Each usage being outwitted or fought against humans, but all stories underlying the danger it poses and the fear it inspires among communities near its supposed habitats. Its appearance varies too, with descriptions ranging from having a sharp beak or a narrow snout, like that of a sea turtle, to a more equine appearance with a long mane and tail, capable of changing color. It's also said to have webbed feet and a slimy coat, often black with a green tinge. The belief in the Each usage was so strong that in 1870 an effort was made to trawl Loch Nan Dubarachan on the Isle of Skye to find it, although the search was unsuccessful. Cryptids. They come in all shapes and sizes, but I feel like the most eerie ones are those that resemble us as humans. So yeah, I came across this iceberg chart that covers exactly that, being a list of the many humanoid cryptids out there, with obvious ones like Mothman and Dogman. And just for anyone new, a cryptid is basically a creature who we don't know for sure exists or not. Alright, let's get into a video now with the first entry of Tier 1, Mothman. The Mothman, a legendary creature that has become an integral part of American folklore, particularly in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, was first reported in 1966. The initial sighting occurred when gravediggers in Clendenin, West Virginia saw a large, flying figure moving from tree to tree, described as a brown human being. This event marked the beginning of numerous sightings of what would be dubbed the Mothman, a man-bird hybrid with glowing red eyes, reportedly capable of flying at incredible speeds. Further sightings soon followed in the Point Pleasant area, including one by two couples who described a 6 to 7 feet tall white-winged creature with a wingspan of 10 feet and bright red eyes. These sightings were so vivid that they were reported to the local paper, despite the witnesses' awareness of how unbelievable their story might seem. The legend of the Mothman kept growing as more sightings were reported. One particularly eerie account involved Newell Partridge from Salem, West Virginia, who saw strange patterns on his television screen followed by a mysterious sound outside his home. Upon investigating, he reportedly saw two red eyes in the darkness, right when his dog disappeared too, fueling speculation that the Mothman was responsible. The Mothman phenomenon ended up becoming deeply ingrained in local and popular culture, especially after the release of the film The Mothman Prophecies in 2002, which was based on Keel's book. The film rekindled interest in the Mothman legend, portraying it as a harbinger of doom and led to further associations with various global disasters. Even though there started to be a decline in sightings since the late 1960s, the Mothman continues to be a subject of fascination, with Point Pleasant even hosting an annual festival to celebrate the Mothman. Dogman. The legend of the Dogman is centered around a creature that is described as having the body of a man and the head of a dog, walking upright on its hind legs. This creature, often reported to be 6 to 7 feet tall, has been a part of northern Michigan folklore, with some of the earliest stories coming from Wexford County as far back as 1887. However, the authenticity of these early tales, including the ones involving lumberjacks, is kinda questionable. The legend gained traction in 1987 when disc jockey Steve Cook composed a song for an April Fool's Day joke about a man-like wolf stalking the forest of Michigan. The song unexpectedly became a hit, leading to people claiming that the Dogman was real and sharing their alleged encounters. This suggests that the legend as it's known today might have been influenced or even originated from this song. Despite this, there are many who believe in the Dogman's existence, claiming to have had encounters with a canine-like animal with human characteristics. These sightings are often at night and involve brief glimpses of the creature in headlights or more extreme encounters of attacks in remote forest areas. The reports are not limited to Michigan though, with people from across the United States claiming to have seen the Dogman. In 2006, the Dogman legend was further popularized by the Gable film, a video that initially appeared to provide proof of the creature's existence. However, it was later revealed to be a hoax by the History Channel's Monster Quest TV show. The revelation that the film was staged by a local named Mike Agrusa using old equipment and vehicles added fuel to the arguments of skeptics who viewed the legend as nothing more than a hoax, but like other cryptid stories out there, who really knows? Goatman. The legend of the Goatman, a mythical creature described as half man and half goat, has been a part of American folklore for decades, mainly in Maryland and Texas, though it's also known in several other states. This cryptid is typically depicted as being extremely aggressive and has been associated with various chilling tales and alleged sightings. To start off with the Maryland's Goatman, it was first allegedly spotted in 1957 in Forestville and Upper Marlboro. One of the most popular legends from this area originated with a 1971 article in Maryland's Prince George County News. The article mentioned the Goatman alongside another creature, the Boa Man, both said to haunt the area around Fletchertown Road. The legend gained momentum when a local family's puppy was found decapitated near the same road. Following this incident, locals reported hearing strange noises and seeing an animal-like creature that walks on its hind legs in the area. Various rumors about the Goatman's origin circulated, including one suggesting that the creature was a result of an experiment gone wrong at the United States Department of Agriculture Research Center in Beltsville, Maryland. Now, the Texas Goatman, on the other hand, particularly from Alton, Texas, is rooted in a story with a background of racist intolerance. The legend centers around Oscar Washburn, a black goat farmer affectionately known as the Goatman. The story goes that in August 1938, Ku Klux Klan members lynched Washburn, throwing him off the old Alton Bridge. However, his body was never found, linked to the legend that anyone driving across the bridge at night with their headlights off would encounter the Goat Man. Sightings in Texas involve reports of a ghostly figure herding goats, or a more aggressive half-goat, half-man figure near the bridge. Lizard Man/Reptile Man. The Lizard Man or Reptile Man is a cryptid from Lee County, South Carolina, with its tail rooted in the murky depths of Scape Orb Swamp. The story gained traction in the late 1980s, captivating the public's imagination with its blend of mystery and horror. It all began on July 14, 1988, when a car parked near Bishopville on the edges of the swamp was found severely damaged. The car displayed bizarre signs of vandalism, like tooth marks, scratches, and muddy footprints, which were unlike any common animal attack. This incident sparked local interest and fear, leading to the sheriff's investigation. The situation escalated when 17-year-old Christopher Davis reported a terrifying encounter with a creature he described as green, wet-like, about 7 feet tall, with 3 fingers, red eyes, skin like a lizard, and snake-like scales. Davis's account detailed how the creature attacked his car after he stopped to fix a flat tire, creating a media frenzy. This led to increased reports of sightings, turning the area into a tourist hotspot and inspiring local businesses to capitalize on the Lizard Man craze. However, the authenticity of these sightings was questionable. A notable encounter by an airman claiming to have encountered and shot the Lizard Man was later confessed to be a hoax. Over the years, further alleged sightings and incidents kept the legend alive, including vehicle damage reported in 2008 linked to the Lizard Man and photos claiming to be of the creature. Even local authorities humorously referenced the cryptid during significant events like the 2017 solar eclipse. Monkey Man of New Delhi. The Monkey Man of New Delhi, a cryptid that sparked widespread panic in 2001, is an intriguing tale of mass hysteria and urban legend. In May 2001, residents of New Delhi, India, reported sightings of a mysterious creature described as a mix between a monkey and a man, about 4 feet tall, covered in black hair, with red glowing eyes, and sometimes even seen on roller skates. These reports, often inconsistent, led to a frenzy among the city's population. During a time of rolling blackouts, poor lighting, and cramped living conditions, the fear escalated rapidly. The Delhi police received numerous reports, but descriptions varied wildly, ranging from a creature with metal claws to one wearing a leather jacket and helmet. Media coverage sensationalized the story, further fueling the hysteria. Vigilante groups formed in response, and sadly, the panic led to 2 deaths and several injuries. The religious context added another layer to the fear, with connections drawn to Hanuman, a Hindu half-god, half-monkey deity. A study later revealed that most reports came from poorer areas of Delhi, suggesting that the phenomenon might have been influenced by socioeconomic factors. The frenzy ended up lasting for about 2 weeks, after which law enforcement threatened legal action against false reports, effectively dissipating the hysteria. Abominable Snowman. The Abominable Snowman, also known as the Yeti, is a legendary ape-like creature said to inhabit the Himalayan mountain ranges of Asia. It's often depicted as a large bipedal being covered with brown, gray, or white hair, sometimes with sharp teeth. The Yeti holds a prominent place in Tibetan folklore, with 3 main varieties described: the Nyalmo, the largest with black fur, the Chuti, around 8 feet tall, and the Rangshim Bobo, smaller with reddish-brown fur. The term Abominable Snowman emerged in 1921 during the British Mount Everest Renaissance expedition. Lieutenant Colonel Charles Howard Bury reported finding footprints at high altitudes that he attributed to a loping grey wolf, but his Sherpa guides suggested they belonged to the Wild Man of the Snows, or Meto Kanmi, translating to Man-Bear Snowman. The name was popularized by journalist Henry Newman, who interviewed the expedition's reporters and may have artistically mistranslated Meto as abominable. In Tibetan culture, the Yeti is more than a mythical creature though. It's part of pre-Buddhist beliefs. The Yeti, or Mirogod, was venerated in spiritual ceremonies and later incorporated in Tibetan Buddhism, sometimes revered as a guardian against evil. Western interest in the Yeti spiked in the 1950s, particularly after Eric Shipton's 1951 Everest expedition, where he photographed large footprints in the snow. These images sparked debate and intrigue, with some considering them as the best evidence of the Yeti's existence, while others dismissed them as misidentified animal tracks. Bukit Tema Monkey Man. The Bukit Tema Monkey Man, or otherwise known as BTMM, is a cryptid said to inhabit Singapore, particularly in the forested Bukit Tema region. This creature, often described as a hominid or primate, has been a part of local folklore for centuries. The first reported sighting dates back to 1805, with a Malay elder claiming to have seen a bipedal, monkey-faced creature in Bukit Tema. During World War II, Japanese soldiers also reported sightings. The creature is typically described as about 1.7 meters tall, hominid-like, and grayish in color. Sightings have been rare and often centered around the Bukit Timah area. In 2007, the creature garnered media attention with a series of sightings reported by the Singapore tabloid The New Paper. The Chinese language paper Xinmin Daily News also reported on the BTMM in 2008. And recently as 2020, a night hiker claimed to have spotted the creature, leading to local media coverage. Despite these reports, the BTMM remains elusive, and its existence is widely debated. Some suggest it's an ancient legend, possibly created to deter children from wandering at night. The small size of Bukit Timah Nature Reserve has led many to believe the BTMM is more myth than reality. Mermen. Mermen, the male counterparts to the mermaids, are mythical creatures known throughout various cultures worldwide. These legendary beings are typically depicted as human from waist up and fish-like from the waist down, sometimes able to assume a fully human form. While their portrayals range all the way from handsome to hideous, they are unified by their connection to the sea. The concept of mermen can be traced back to ancient mythologies. One of the earliest recorded mermen is the Syrian Babylonian sea god Ea, also known as Enki by the Sumerians, linked to the Greek figure Oannes. However, Oannes was more of a servant to Ea rather than being the god himself. In Greek mythology, Triton, son of the sea god Poseidon and sea goddess Amphitrite, was depicted as a half-man, half-fish merman. Another notable figure from Greek mythology is Glaucus, who transformed into a sea god after consuming magical grass. Basically, mermen have been a part of folklore across different cultures. Even in Scotland, legends speak of the children of Muir, a group of merfolk living in the Merch Channel in northern Scotland, and the Finnfolk, shapeshifters residing in Orkney Island's cold waters. These creatures were known for their dark and gloomy nature, and some stories involve them kidnapping human children. And just the last mention, Scandinavian folklore also features mermen, notably the Knack from Sweden. The Knack was a handsome water spirit known to lure people with his musical talents, with another variation seen as more of a troll or water imp, posing a danger to those who swam too far from the shore. Our on to tier 2, Grassman. The Grassman, a cryptid native to Ohio, is a fascinating and lesser known relative of the more famous Bigfoot or Sasquatch. The creature, also known as the Ohio Grassman, has been a part of local legend for nearly 150 years, with the first sightings dating back to 1869. The first well-documented sighting was in the late 1970s in Minerva, Ohio. Basically, in 1978, a family named the Caetans experienced a series of startling encounters with the Grassman. It began when the grandchildren and friends, visibly terrified, ran into their house claiming they had seen a monster in a nearby gravel pit. When Evelyn and Howie Clayton investigated, they saw a large, dark-haired beast, estimated to be about 7 feet tall and weighing approximately 300 pounds. The Grassman reportedly visited the Caetans' property multiple times after that, linked to one of the Caetans' daughters, referring it to as a pet. Despite its daunting appearance and strong, unpleasant odor, the creature never seemed aggressive towards the family. Another remarkable sighting occurred in Bellefontaine, Ohio, in 1980. Ray Quay, an off-duty police officer, encountered the Grassman while unloading pigs on his property. He initially thought the creature he saw was a man, but upon closer inspection, realized it was something non-human. Quay described the creature as being 7 feet tall and extremely hairy. According to Quay, after he shouted, the Grassman fled through tall weeds, showing an apparent desire to avoid confrontation. Owlman. The Owlman, a mysterious creature from Cornish folklore, first gained attention in 1976 in Cornwall, England. The initial sighting of the Owlman was reported on April 17, 1976 by two young girls, June and Vicky Melling, who were on vacation with their family. They described seeing a large feathered birdman with glowing eyes near Mownen's old church, which greatly frightened them. The story gained further traction in a pamphlet titled Morgower, The Monster of Falmouth Bay by Anthony Mownen Peller, circulated in 1976. Following the initial report, more people began to come forward with their sightings, recounting experiences and legends that matched the description of the Owlman. Throughout the years, several other sightings have been reported. In July 1976, two 14-year-old girls saw a similar large owl-like creature hovering over the Mownen church tower. In 1978, a group of young campers, including Sally Chapman, encountered the Owlman in the same exact area. Another sighting was reported by a woman in 1989 near the church, who described a creature that resembled earlier descriptions of the Owlman. These encounters describe the Owlman as around 5 feet tall, with gray feathers, large wings, clawed feet, and eerie glowing or reflective eyes. However, the authenticity of these sightings has been a subject of debate. Author Joel Nichol suggests that church towers, common nesting places for barn owls, could have been the source of the sightings. Another possibility proposed is the sighting of a Eurasian eagle owl. Also, occult historian Gareth Medway posited that the entire phenomenon might have been a hoax orchestrated by Tony Doc Shield, who was known for his reputation in hoaxing. Medway highlighted that many witnesses related to the Owlman sightings were either directly connected to Shields or reported their sightings only to him. Wildman. The Tennessee Wildman is a cryptid with a long history of sightings in eastern Tennessee. The first encounter dates back to the 1800s in McNairy County, Tennessee. This creature is often compared to Sasquatch but is described as more human-like. It's said to be about 7 to 9 feet tall with a solid, muscular build, long arms, clawed hands, and either light gray or ginger hair. Its eyes are small and red and emits a rank odor similar to the skunk monkey. The creature is known for its terrifying presence, being very aggressive and hostile towards humans, especially targeting dogs and women, with some reports saying the Wildman has attempted to snatch and carry away women, although these attempts have always been unsuccessful. It's said that it emits a loud and disturbing scream that frightens anyone who hears it, and is known for its great strength, agility, and speed. Despite numerous attempts by groups of men to hunt this creature, they often find nothing or experience traumatizing events. There's a bunch of theories out there regarding the nature and origin of the Tennessee Wildman. Some believe it could be a surviving member of an ancient hominid species, a genetic mutation or hybrid of humans and other animals, a supernatural or paranormal entity capable of shape-shifting or disappearing, or simply a hoax or misidentification of bears or other animals. The origins of the creature are also linked to a story where it was captured by a circus, exploited, and then escaped. Significant encounters include the sighting by Rob Phillips and his cousin in Elizabethton, Tennessee, around 2000, where they heard an inhuman scream and spotted the Wildman clinging to a nearby tree. Another account from the 1990s described 2 hikers encountering the creature in Elizabethton. They smelled something like a dead animal and heard a loud scream, followed by seeing a massive creature jumping through the trees. Big Gray Man. The Big Gray Man is a mysterious presence or creature said to haunt the summit and passes of Ben Macdui, which is a mountain in Scotland. The creature is often not seen but felt or heard, adding to its mysterious nature. Descriptions depict it as very thin and often 10 feet tall, with dark skin and hair, long arms, and broad shoulders. Most encounters involve the sound of crunching gravel as it walks behind climbers, and a general feeling of unease around the mountain. The Big Grey Man shares similarities with the Brennan Lloyd of Welsh mythology, a semi-corporeal figure that preys on unwary travelers in the midst of mountain locations across Wales. The first recorded account of the Big Grey Man was given by J. Norman Cawley in 1925, recounting a terrifying experience in 1891 near the summit of Ben Macdui. Cawley's account sparked a debate between skeptics and believers, and other climbers came forward with similar experiences of hearing unsettling noises and feeling a sense of apprehension on the mountain. Various explanations have been proposed for the sightings and experiences attributed to the Big Grey Man. These include psychological phenomena like illusions, hallucinations, or misinterpretations of natural stimuli brought on by exhaustion or isolation. Infrared sound generated by the wind could cause feelings of unease and anxiety, possibly contributing to paranormal sightings. Also, the optical illusion known as Brocken's specter is a plausible explanation for some visual elements of the legend. This phenomenon can occur in certain atmospheric conditions, creating the illusion of a large shadowy human figure, which is pretty creepy. Alright, on to tier 3, Yucca Man. The Yucca Man, a cryptid reported primarily in Southern California, is a cryptid described as a large, hairy creature similar to Bigfoot. This cryptid has sparked the interest of many because of its mysterious nature and the intriguing stories surrounding its sightings. One of the most chilling accounts comes from the 1970s when a group of Marines stationed at the 29 Palms base encountered the Yucca Man. According to reports, a Marine was on night patrol when a massive, hairy creature ambushed him. The creature was described as being over 8 feet tall with red glowing eyes, an account that was corroborated by other Marines in the area at the time. The Marine who had the direct encounter was reportedly found in a state of shock, with his rifle bent in half. In subsequent years, there were numerous sightings of the Yucca Man, often described as being 8 feet tall, covered in hair, and with a particularly large chest and long arms. Some reports mention the Yucca Man as being aggressive and intimidating. In 1971, a couple in Desert Hot Springs reported their car being stopped by a large, hairy figure, and in Hemet, California, 17 large footprints were discovered, believed to be left by the Yucca Man. The Yucca Man has also been linked in some stories to supernatural phenomena, including sightings of strange lights in the sky. Some local Native American tribes like the Tongva have historical tales of similar creatures, known as tukwis, which is described as tall, bipedal, and hairy, and associated with omens or supernatural events. Precambrian Shieldman. The Precambrian Shieldman, also known as Old Yellowtop, is a cryptohominid reported in the Timiskaming district of Ontario, Canada. This cryptid has been sighted 4 times over a 64-year period, with the first sighting reported in 1906 and the last in 1970s. Sightings have often occurred around mining areas in Cobalt, Ontario. One of the most intriguing sightings occurred in 1923 when 2 prospectors near Cobalt, Ontario mistook the creature for a bear while it was eating blueberries. To scare it off, one prospector threw a rock at the creature. Surprisingly, the creature stood up on 2 legs, looked at the men, and then just calmly walked away. This incident stood out because it showcased the creature's peaceful demeanor and bipedal movement, differentiating it from typical wildlife encounters. Other notable sighting happened in 1970 when a bus carrying 27 miners encountered Old Yellowtop. The driver, initially thinking it was a bear, braked sharply to avoid it. Both the driver and miners observed the creature's distinctive yellow-white hair and its smooth, effortless bipedal walk. The sighting was significant because of the number of witnesses and the clear observation of its human-like traits. It's believed that Old Yellowtop passed away soon after this sighting though because of old age, as there were no further sightings after 1970. Also, just to add, the name ties into a theory about its origins of the cryptid, which is a speculation that it was a creature that survived from the Precambrian era, which was millions of years ago. Mantis Man. The Mantis Man, a cryptid reported in Hackettstown, New Jersey, near the Musconetcong River, is a mysterious creature resembling a praying mantis, standing about 7 feet tall. This mysterious figure, distinct in its bug-like appearance, diverges from typical members of Mantodea order, which includes smaller praying mantises. The creature's presence has primarily been noted by fishermen, suggesting an affinity for aquatic environments, contrasting the usual terrestrial habitat of praying mantises. The Mantis Man is described as non-aggressive, displaying a skittish behavior towards humans, often fleeing upon encounter. The creature's most striking features, as reported by witnesses, include a transparent body, long, thin arms, and a small head compared to its body. These unique characteristics have fueled various theories regarding its origin. One notable sighting by an individual named Mr. Strickler detailed an encounter with a tall, transparent figure with elongated arms, reinforcing the creature's distinct physical attributes. This sighting, along with others, has sparked debate and curiosity about the Mantis Man's true nature. Theories about the Mantis Man's existence range from the possibility of it being an experimental anomaly, perhaps a result of scientific experimentation or an unusual mutation, to even speculations such as it being an extraterrestrial entity. Some suggest that the creature could be an aquatic variant resembling a praying mantis. However, given the challenges of sustaining such a large insect in Earth's atmosphere, skepticism persists, linked to the hypothesis that the Mantis Man might be a fabricated tale or a hoax. Tier 4. Mossman. The Mossman of Florida is a cryptid that has been part of the local folklore there for quite some time, possibly dating back to 1500s. According to the legend, indigenous tribes around the Crystal River area have passed down tales of encountering a large creature covered in moss, with eyes that burn like fire. These sightings typically occur near bodies of water, such as the Flora Cabin State Park. In more recent times, there have been reports of people seeing a large bipedal figure covered in foliage with shining amber eyes. For instance, a couple at a beach late at night claimed to have seen a creature draped in Spanish moss, and another encounter was reported at Red Reef Park near Boca Raton. In this encounter, a woman saw a green shroud, and when she went closer for a proper look, she saw a creature with amber eyes look right at her. Her and her partner then ran as fast as they could and reported the sighting later, with nothing being found after investigating. In the late 1800s, the Clay County Sheriff even led a search for this large, man-like beast with a rank odor and covered with swamp grass, as he quoted, following reports of it raiding rabbit pens. Sightings have also been reported near Swanee River State Park and Manatee Springs State Park. El Rano Chicken Man. The El Rano Chicken Man, also known as the Abominable Chicken Man, is a cryptid that gained attention in and around El Rano, Oklahoma, primarily in the early 1970s. The creature was first brought to public attention because of an unusual incident where a farmer's chicken coop door was found ripped off its hinges, with large man-like handprints that suggested the involvement of a primate. The incident ended up leading to an investigation by local authorities and wildlife experts. The handprints were analyzed by experts, including the director of the Oklahoma City Zoo at the time, could not conclusively identify the creature responsible. The prints were compared to various large animals at the zoo, but no match was found, deepening the mystery. Local media coverage and witness accounts described the El Rano Chicken Man as a gorilla-like creature, notable for its bipedal stance and large human-like footprints. This led to a speculation that it could be a type of Sasquatch or similar cryptid. Further adding to the mystery, a couple of hunters in November 1970 reported seeing a large, upright-like creature resembling a gorilla near the North Canadian River in El Rano. This sighting was shortly followed by the chicken coop incident in December. Over the years, sightings became less frequent, linked to theories that the creature either died or moved on from the area. Sandman. The concept of the Sandman originated from European mythology, particularly from 18th century German dictionaries, which described the idiom Der Sandmann kommt, meaning the Sandman is coming. This phrase was used to describe someone who looked sleepy, as if sand had been poured into their eyes. The mythology of the Sandman divided into two distinct interpretations. One was a darker version, shown by the 1818 story by German author E.T.A. Hoffmann, where the Sandman is portrayed as a monstrous figure who throws sand in the eyes of children, causing their eyes to fall out if they do not sleep. This tale is considered psychologically intense and creepy. On the other hand, the Sandman also has a more benevolent incarnation, as presented in the 1841 fairy tale by Hans Christian Andersen. In this rendition, the Sandman gently lulls children to sleep and rewards good children with pleasant dreams. The punishment for bad children is simply the absence of dreams. This version of the Sandman explains why people have grit in their eyes when they wake up in the morning, positing the Sandman as a friendly figure who sprinkles magical sand to bring good dreams. In modern times, the kinder version of the Sandman has prevailed in cultural narratives. This figure is often depicted as a friendly sprite or a kind old man who brings stories and dreams to people. The Sandman's role in fairy tales and stories often serves to answer the curious questions of children about the natural world around them. Neil Gaiman's The Sandman comic series, which ran from 1889 to 1996, takes this mythological figure to a new level. In this series, the Sandman, or Dream, is part of the Endless and rules over the world of dreams. He's depicted with various names like Morpheus, Oneros, and the Shaper of Form, and possesses symbols of office like a helm, an amulet called the Dreamstone, and a sand pouch. This adaptation is a blend of fantasy, horror, and mythology, showcasing the Sandman's influence across various realms and times. Boogerman. The wood booger is a cryptid resembling Bigfoot, primarily reported in the forest of southwest Virginia. It's named wood booger after the boogeyman due to rumors of it carrying off children. The creature is said to be nocturnal, setting up camp in remote areas during the day and emerging at night. Sightings are rare though, often from a distance and passed down through generations, linked to a split in beliefs about its existence. Physically, the wood booger is described as standing 6 to 8 feet tall and covered in shaggy hair, which can vary in color from dark brown and black to reddish. It's characterized by broad shoulders, a muscular build, powerful limbs, glowing eyes, and a putrid smell. Some reports mention sharp teeth and claws. The wood booger is believed to inhabit secluded areas in the Appalachian region, including dense forests, remote valleys, and rugged terrains, often near water sources and caves. Sightings have occurred across the eastern United States, particularly in areas stretching from northern Georgia to New York. In northern Virginia, you can also see a statue of the wood booger. The area, which gained popularity after being featured on Animal Planet's Finding Bigfoot, includes not just the statue but also has various outdoor activities. Tier 5. Frogman. The Frogman, also known as the Loveland Frog or Loveland Lizard, is a cryptid legend that originates from Loveland, Ohio. This area, known for its streams and the Little Miami River, is where most sightings of this mysterious creature have been reported. The Loveland Frogman is often described as a bipedal amphibian or lizard-like humanoid, approximately 3 to 4 feet tall with pale, gray-green reptilian skin and a frog-shaped head. The earliest reported sighting dates back to 1955, when a businessman driving late at night claimed to have seen 3 figures with leathery skin and frog faces standing erect on their hind legs. There's variations of this sighting, with one account involving a creature holding a wand that emitted sparks. Another significant sighting occurred in 1972, involving Loveland police officers. Officer Ray Shockey reported an unidentified animal resembling a frog crossing the road. 2 weeks later, Officer Mark Matthews encountered a similar creature, which he initially mistook for a large iguana missing its tail. This creature was later rationalized as a misidentified animal rather than a cryptid. These stories, combined with local folklore and subsequent media coverage, have contributed to the legend's growth. The Loveland Frogman has been a part of local culture now, with representation in various community events and even a musical titled Hot Damn, It's a Loveland Frog in 2014. Meadowman. The Falkville Meadowman is a cryptid story that emerged from Falkville, Alabama on the night of October 17, 1973. The central figure in this tale is Jeff Greenhaw, a 26-year-old chief of police. His life took an unexpected turn following a phone call from a distressed woman reporting a UFO landing outside the town. Responding to the call, Greenhawk, equipped with his camera, encountered a strange entity near the reported site. This entity, later referred to as the Middleman, was described as over 6 feet tall with a bright, reflective surface that Greenhawk likened to rubbing mercury on nickel, as he quoted. The figure's movement were not human-like and reminded Greenhawk of the robot from the TV show Lost in Space. Attempting communication but receiving no response, Greenhawk managed to take 4 Polaroid photos of this entity. The creature reportedly moved away swiftly, with Greenhawk noting its unusual speed and movement, as if it had springs in its feet. Despite chasing it in his patrol car, Greenhawk couldn't catch up and eventually lost sight of it. This encounter had a profound impact on Greenhawk's life. He faced skepticism, ridicule, and social isolation following the incident. His photos were analyzed but drew mixed conclusions, with some suggesting a hoax while others considered the possibility of an extraterrestrial entity. Greenhawk never sought financial gain from this experience, and his commitment to his account, despite the difficulties he faced, added a layer of complexity to the story. Years later, Greenhawk's house was broken into, and the original Polaroid photos, along with the other items, were stolen, deepening the mystery surrounding the event. Man-Beast, Kungurusu. Kungurusu, often termed the Man-Beast, is a cryptid part of the folklore of Mongolia and regions of China. Russian explorer Nikolai Przewalski's encounter in the late 19th century is one of the earliest recorded sightings. In 1872, Przewalski's Tibetan guides introduced him to what they claimed was the pelt of Kungurusu, though he believed it to be a bear skin. A year later, in Qinghai province, China, he observed a creature from a distance, identified by his guides as a Kungurusu. Despite his insistence that it was a bear, he noticed its unusual body and hump. The creature is generally described as having a flat human-like face and often walking on 2 legs. Its body is covered with thick black fur and its feet are armed with enormous claws. The immense strength of Kungurusu is well noted, instilling fears in hunters and leading locals to avoid areas it frequents. These sightings are part of a larger narrative of humanoid creatures across Asia, including the Yeti in the Himalayas. Local legends and historical accounts often describe these beings as hair-covered humanoids, sometimes likened to wild men or ancient human species. The scientific community has explored the possibility that the Almas could be a relic population of Neanderthals, or a closely related species of hominid that has managed to remain undetected. However, because of the lack of concrete evidence, these theories remain speculative. There have been various scientific investigations into the Almas, including the analysis of footprints and DNA testing of hair samples attributed to the creature, but these have yet to provide definite conclusions. Tier 6. Man-Monkey. The man-monkey, also known as the Shropshire man-monkey or Old Ned's Devil, is a cryptid primarily associated with the Shropshire Union Canal in the UK. This creature, not recognized by mainstream science but prominent in local folklore, resembles an ape-like figure and has been the subject of numerous sightings over the years. The most famous encounter occurred on the night of January 21, 1879, as reported by folklore expert Charles S. Byrne. A man traveling near the canal encountered a strange, hairy creature with bright white eyes that sprang out and attached itself onto its horse's back. The man tried to fend off the creature with his whip, but it seemingly passed through the creature, adding to the terror of the experience. The horse, also terrified, ran at full speed with the creature still clinging to its back. The legend of the man-monkey continued with an incident involving a man named Ned, who encountered a similar creature in Smethwick, outside Birmingham, near the end of the 19th century. It was said that Ned fought off and actually killed the creature, which was later displayed in a pub, earning it the name Old Ned's Devil. It's said that the display of the creature vanished years ago though. In more recent times, sightings of the man-monkey have continued to emerge. A report from the 1980s described a man on a boating holiday encountering a large, hairy figure on a canal bridge. This and other similar accounts suggest that the man-monkey legend still remains alive in the region. Bushman. The Bushman, or the Tornit, sometimes known as Alaska's Bigfoot, are a race of wild people established in Inuit mythology. These creatures were not only known for their larger stature and extraordinary strength, but also for their distinct way of living, which differed from their traditional Inuit counterparts. They couldn't build kayaks, tan hides, or preserve food in traditional northern ways. Historically, the Tornit and Inuit lived near each other and shared hunting grounds but resided in separate villages. The Tornit were notably taller, with longer arms and legs than the Inuit, and they had poor eyesight. They were so strong that they could move boulders too heavy for any Inuit to lift. It's said that some of their stone homes are still standing today. They lived in these houses during winter, which were not covered with snow to keep warm. Their winter attire included a long, broad coat made of deerskin, and they ate walrus, deer, and seal. An interesting aspect of their hunting method was the use of a tiny lamp under their skin coats, used for melting snow for water and cooking seal meat. However, their immense strength often led to accidents, as they sometimes inadvertently hurt their playmates during games. The relationship between the Tornit and Inuit was complex. While there was some degree of cooperation, tensions existed, primarily due to the Tornit occasionally stealing kayaks from the Inuit. This led to an incident where a young Tornit damaged an Inuit's kayak, which in turn led to a retaliatory attack by the kayak's owner. This attack marked a turning point, leading the Tornit tribe to decide to leave the area. They modified their appearance to look like strange people as they fled, and the Inuit did not attempt to pursue them. The Tornit's departure was seen as a relief by the Inuit, who were glad to see them go. On the aspect of recent sightings though, the last sighting of these creatures is unknown. Deerman. In North American folklore, Deerman is described as a hybrid entity with the antlered head of a stag, a human torso, and legs that resemble either a man or a deer. This creature has sparked intrigue and fear in various stories and sightings across different regions. One of the earliest mentions of a creature resembling Deerman comes from the traditional stories of Okanagan Indians, as detailed in Susan Allison's account of the Similkameen Indians of British Columbia, first published in 1892. Allison described a creature with a man's body, a deer's head, and bat-like wings, according to Okanagan Indians. This description showed the deep roots of similar cryptid legends in indigenous cultures. Fast forward to modern times though, the legend of the Deerman gained renewed interest in the town of Kewanee, Illinois, where it's said to lurk in the woods, startling people, especially lovers parked on moonlit nights. According to local legend, seeing Deerman 3 times supposedly results in death. This legend was popularized by Jerry Moriarty in his column Mostly Markley during the 1950s and 60s. More recently, in 2018, there are reports of Deerman sightings in central Alberta, Canada, where an anonymous cryptozoologist documented several encounters on his blog. These stories tell of an unusually large deer exhibiting bizarre behaviors like standing and running on its hind legs. Nebraska Man. The story of Nebraska Man revolves around a single tooth discovered in Nebraska in 1917 by Harold Cook, a rancher and geologist. Initially, this tooth was classified by Henry Fairfield Osborne in 1922 as belonging to a previously unknown early human ancestor. This interpretation led to a Nebraska Man being indicated as the first higher primate of North America. However, the scientific community did not universally accept this classification, and the notion of Nebraska Man as a human ancestor was retracted within a few years. The retraction occurred when further field work at the original site led to the discovery of more evidence suggesting that the tooth actually belonged to an extinct species of peccary, a type of wild pig. This realization was officially announced by William King Gregory, a colleague of Osborne in 1927. However, the Nebraska Man episode became a significant point in the creationism versus evolution debate. During the time of discovery and subsequent retraction, this case was happening alongside the famous Scopes trial, which involved the legal fight over the teaching of evolution in public schools. The Nebraska Man discovery was not used as evidence in the trial though. On to Tier 7, Man Bat. The Wisconsin man bat is a cryptid said to inhabit the La Crosse area of Wisconsin. The most detailed encounter occurred on the evening of September 26, 2006, when a 50-year-old father named Wahali and his 25-year-old son experienced a close encounter with this mysterious creature. While driving, they saw a large, dark-colored being, approximately 6 to 7 feet tall, with a wingspan of 10 to 12 feet, flying towards their vehicle. Remarkably, just before a potential collision, the creature ascended sharply into the night sky. Following this encounter, both Wahali and his son suffered from a sudden, unexplained illness that lasted about a week. Further adding to the mystery, other sightings around La Crosse have also been reported. These include a reptilian-like creature with a large wingspan, and a father and son encountering a brown-winged beast with scales while searching for their lost dog. Another report involves a game warden and road crew workers witnessing a massive flying creature. The Wisconsin man bat shares similarities with other cryptid sightings such as the Mothman, leading some to theorize a possible connection between these creatures. This has sparked interest among researchers and cryptozoologists, with comparisons drawn to John Keel's work The Mothman Prophecies, suggesting a connection to a greater, possibly otherworldly reality. Coromandel Man. The Coromandel Man, also known in New Zealand folklore as the Moho, is a cryptid reported to dwell in the Coromandel Moho ranges of New Zealand's North Island. This creature is often described as a large, hairy hominid similar to Bigfoot or Yeti. It has been part of Maori legends and European settler tales for quite some time. Some Maori people believe the creature could be a descendant of the Mauro, a savage and hairy being of the woods, known for their long bony fingers and jagged nails. These creatures were said to eat their food raw and were often solitary, inhabiting the Great Forest. They're greatly feared for their aggressive nature, known to kidnap humans and fight to the death. European settlers' account and more modern sightings have varied. There are stories that, prior to quarantine and controlled imports, a gorilla or large monkey might have escaped from a visiting ship, linked to the creature's sightings. However, this doesn't completely align with much older Maori legends of the creature. There have been numerous reports and sightings over the years. One notable account includes the story of hunters encountering a strange hairy being in Maha Regis, believed by some to be a gorilla. This sighting led to various theories, including the possibility of a gorilla surviving in New Zealand bush for an extended period. Octoman. The Octoman, also referred to as the indescribable Octoman, is a cryptid reported to have been sighted in the Ohio River area in the winter of 1959. This creature first gained public attention when a Cincinnati newspaper ran an article titled, "What is it? Monster Turns Up the Ohio." The reports described a large, gray octopus-like creature, which led to a series of sightings and a wave of fear and speculation. The first sighting of the Octoman was reported in the town of New Richmond by an anonymous man who described the creature as indescribable. This report was initially met with skepticism, but interest grew when a truck driver called in with a similar sighting while driving towards Cincinnati. He described seeing something unlike anything he had ever seen before. Despite initial dismissal of these reports as pranks, several dispatchers, including Frank Billy Heisler, stated that the callers sounded genuinely frightened and sober. One of the newspaper articles describing the creature stated it was large, not a dog or a cat, which leaped in front of my car and on two legs and was taller than the auto. Other witness described it as a strange, grayish creature with a lopsided chest, ugly tentacles, and rolls of fat running horizontally over a bald head. Theories about the Octoman vary, ranging from a new amphibious species to a lost alien or a human-animal-plant hybrid. However, one dispatcher suggested that the witnesses might have mistaken a tree bobbing in the water for a creature. A local dam worker even proposed that strong winds and driftwood could have created an illusion of a strange creature. Our onto the last tier, Veggieman. Veggieman, a lesser known but really interesting cryptid, was reportedly encountered in the woods near Fairmont, West Virginia in 1968. This encounter, unique and solitary in its nature, was experienced by Jennings Frederick during a hunting trip. The Veggieman was described as a peculiar blend of humanoid and plant-like characteristics, standing over 7 feet tall with a skinny, semi-human shape. The creature had large ears and eyes that rapidly changed color from red to yellow, creating a mesmerizing and intimidating appearance. Frederick's encounter with the Veggieman was not only visual, but also involved an unusual form of communication. He described hearing a strange, high-pitched jabbering sound, similar to a sped-up record player, which led him to the creature. As he approached, the Veggieman seemed to communicate telepathically, expressing a desire for help and claiming to have knowledge about humanity. This communication took a startling turn when the creature lunged at Frederick, trapping him and using its thorn-adorned fingers to pierce his skin. Despite this alarming action, Frederick was captivated by the creature's colorful, flashing eyes and did not feel fear or pain. After this brief and intense interaction, the Veggieman released Frederick and disappeared rapidly, leaving behind a deep humming sound from beyond a nearby hill, which Frederick speculated might be the sound of the creature's spacecraft. This led him to believe that the Veggieman might have been an extraterrestrial being. Just to note though, this was only a singular account, but still really interesting. Alright, now the last entry, Mandragon. In 1926, a humanoid creature known as the Mandragon was reportedly seen near the Jiangti Dam in southeastern China. The sighting coincided with a catastrophic event on January 19, when the dam failed, unleashing over 40 billion gallons of water that liberated several farming villages below. The aftermath of this disaster saw an estimated 15,000 casualties. Despite most records of the event being destroyed by the communist regime, survivors claim to have witnessed the Mandragon during the calamity. The Mandragon was depicted as a dark-colored humanoid figure with wings and glowing red eyes, bearing a resemblance to other winged humanoids like the Mothman. However, concrete details about its physical characteristics are scarce and hard to verify. No photographs or reliable documentation support its existence, and most online references to the creature seem to cite each other, linked to a circular and unsubstantiated narrative. Furthermore, searches for the 1926 dam collapse in southeastern China did not yield results that align with the Mandragon story. The specific location of the Jiangti Dam remains unclear in these accounts, complicating efforts for thorough research. Given these factors, including the absence of credible sources and evidence, it's probable that the tale of the Dragon Man could be just a hoax. Amabiye. Amabiye, an aquatic cryptid from Japanese folklore, is a pretty unique one since it was said to have prophetic abilities and had a great cultural impact over the centuries. This mermaid or merman-like was basically said to emerge from the sea to prophesy either an abundant harvest or an epidemic. And what sets Amabie apart is the belief that making and sharing images of it can protect against illness. Believe it or not, this tradition was used during the recent pandemic too, with people creating face masks, hand sanitizers, and everything related to Amabie. The accounts of mysterious beings, including Amabie, date back to ancient texts like the Kojiki, with such entities often serving to explain the unexplained or to convey moral or cautionary tales. The 1840s in particular saw a surge in sightings of creatures like Amabie, coinciding with the period of social and environmental upheaval in Japan. This era was marked by famine and social unrest, and for anyone that knows Japanese history, it was a significant political and societal change as the country transitioned from the Edo period to the Meiji Restoration, and this was super huge for Japan since samurai were completely abolished. The only sighting of the Amabie though that was recorded occurred in April of 1846 in the Higo province. Over several nights, a bright light emanated from the ocean. Upon investigation by a government official, a weird creature was discovered. It identified itself as an Amabie, predicting a 6-year bumper crop along with an impending disease outbreak. Furthermore, it conveyed that a depiction of itself would serve as a protection against the illness, which is probably where all the, face masks and everything created from. Lock Foil Monster. So this cryptid I actually couldn't find too much information about, but it's reputed to inhabit Loch Foyle, a large estuary that lies between County Londonderry in Northern Ireland and County Donegal in the Republic of Ireland. Even though there's not too much information available, I wanted to add this here because of the video associated with it. It's pretty popular, so I put it at the top of this list, and in the video the people sound genuinely convinced, at least to me, that it's a lake monster. I'll play a small clip with the audio and let me know what you guys think in the comments. Umibuzu. The Umibuzu, another creature from Japanese folklore, is often seen as a giant humanoid figure with a smooth bald head, which sort of resembles a Buddhist monk or sea priest. This sea spirit is known to emerge from calm seas and either breaks ships upon its emergence or demands a bucket or barrel from sailors, only to drown them after. The creature's origins are pretty mysterious though, with some tales suggesting it to be the enraged spirits of monks thrown into the sea seeking vengeance against sailors by terrorizing them. There's a pretty recent encounter too that happened that I want to add, with an unidentified sea creature by the crew of the 28th Konpera Maru in April 1971 off the coast of Anagawa. This event, detailed in July 17 of the same year, describes a large creature with gray-brown wrinkles and notably large eyes, and about 15 centimeters in diameter. The creature, which lacked a visible mouth and possessed a collapsed nose, surfaced briefly, displaying only half of its body, which was estimated to be around 1.5 meters in length. The murky conditions, though, obscured the full extent of its form, leaving the observers to speculate that the total length of the creature could be several times greater than the portion observed. The fishermen prepared to engage the creature with a harpoon, but it vanished into the depths before they could even act. The incident prompted speculation from a research officer at the Enyo Susan Kenkyojo, who suggested that the sighting might have been a misidentification of a known marine organism, such as a fish or a whale. However, the size and the peculiar features reported by the crew, like a bald head and everything, didn't match any known species, casting doubt on this explanation and leaving the nature of the Umibuzu still open to interpretation. Kusi. Kusi, also known as Kushi, is another one that comes from Japan, but this one comes from Lake Kushiro in Hokkaido, Japan. Lake Kushiro, the largest caldera lake in Japan and the 6th largest lake in the country, is within Aka National Park. It's known for its volcanic activity, hot springs, and the unique ecological environment provided by its acidic waters, which limit the variety of aquatic life that can thrive there. Witnesses have reported feeling uneasy or disturbed upon seeing the creature, which has been known to make strange grunting or clicking noises. Sightings of the Kusi have been part of the lake's lore for decades too, with increased attention in the 1970s because of several high-profile encounters. In 1974 specifically, footage allegedly captured the creature moving across the lake at high speeds. That same year, a group of 15 witnesses described seeing a large animal with shiny, scale-like skin moving swiftly under the water. Another sighting too in 1988 was reported, involving Mr. Takashi Murata, who reported being paced by a large animal resembling a dolphin, which kept up with his motorboat before vanishing underwater. The Ainu people indigenous to the area have long told stories of giant snakes in the lake, and pioneers in the Meiji area reported similar sightings. Despite the harsh living conditions posed by the lake's acidic waters, these reports have really persisted, suggesting a creature that, if real, must be adapted to a highly specialized ecological niche. Despite extensive searches, including sonar investigations and efforts by TV crews and divers in the 1970s, conclusive evidence of Kusi's existence is not all there. Pinatubo Monster. In 2002, the quiet Philippine village near the Tikis River, located in the Zambales region of Luzon Island, was propelled into a state of fear and fascination because of sightings of large serpentine creatures. These entities, referred to by the local Aida tribesmen as the monsters of Pinatubo, sparked widespread concern and nearly led to a crisis in the village, pushing it to a brink of starvation as the fishermen and their families were terrorized of something maybe lurking in the depths. The creatures were described as huge, black, and serpentine, similar in appearance to Florida's muck monster, yet unlike any known eel, fish, or snake familiar to the Aida people. The first notable sighting occurred on November 5, 2002, when a young Aida boy mistook one of the creatures for a floating log, only to be shocked as it suddenly moved. A significant encounter followed on January 12, 2003, with multiple eyewitnesses reporting a sighting of a 7-foot long and 3-foot wide black animal moving silently down the river. These sightings led to drastic measures within the Aida community to prevent potential harm. In Labuan, a village affected by these events, children were forbidden from bathing or playing in the water, and fishing activities ceased entirely. This led to a dire situation where the villagers had to rely on frogs as their primary source of protein. The Philippine Daily Inquirer published an article on January 14, 2003, where village councilmen Joel Serrano and Alfred Banos appealed to the government for assistance, requesting scientists to investigate the phenomenon. In response, Nelson Bien, a 43-year-old expert from the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources with experience in dealing with unusual aquatic creatures, was dispatched to the area. Despite initial investigation that suggested the creatures might be a large congregation of tilapia, which is a common fish, the explanation was met with skepticism. The villagers, accustomed to the river's fauna, found it implausible that they could mistake a school of tilapia for the large serpentine monsters they reported. Speculation arose that the creatures could be a mutation due to high mercury levels in the river, although this theory, along with the true nature of the monsters of Pinatubo, remains unverified. Barmouth Monster. The Barmouth Monster is a serpentine sea creature reported off the coast of Wales, mostly around the Menai Strait and the Mawadach estuary at Barmouth. Sightings date back to the 1800s, and descriptions of the Barmouth monster vary, with some accounts portraying it as a serpentine beast and others liken it to a crocodile with impressively large footprints. Its length is estimated to be around 10 feet, with skin reminiscent of a dinosaur's, so I feel like this could have gone in the prehistoric video. The first recorded sighting occurred in 1805, where a sea serpent wrapped itself around a ship's mast, only retreating after an attack by the crew, yet eerily following the ship for 2 days. Another notable sighting in 1882 was detailed in a letter to Nature magazine, describing a large, fast-moving object with a snake-like or corkscrew motion spotted near the Londono Pier. What makes this account kinda interesting though is its attempt at a scientific observation, including independent sketches and a consensus on the creature's appearance and motion. Subsequent sightings include various reports of crocodile-like animals and dinosaur-resembling creatures near the estuary, with descriptions emphasizing long necks, square faces, and large eyes. Also, a significant modern sighting occurred too in 2016, when a pensioner captured a monster-like shape in the estuary of the River Aeron. Theories about the Barmouth monster's identity range from a large seal, a European eel, an escaped crocodile, a surviving plesiosaur or tylosaur, an unknown species of fish, or simply a hoax. Our onto tier 2, Rusalka. In Slavic folklore, the Rusalka were conceived as benign spirits in pre-Christian Slavic paganism. They're believed to emerge in spring, blessing the fields with vital moisture to ensure a bountiful harvest. However, this view really contrasts with the more sinister portrayal now that emerged in the 19th century, which depicted Rusalki as malevolent spirits of women who met tragic ends. These ends were said to be mostly from taking their own life by drowning because of unhappy marriages or being victims of bad violence, forced to live out their designated time on Earth in a spectral form. These spirits could either seek vengeance to find peace or lure men into the depths with their beauty or enchanting voices, leading to the men's demise. Variations in Rusalka lore illustrate their adaptability within Slavic folklore, with some tales allowing these spirits more freedom, such as climbing trees, singing songs, or engaging in circle dances during specific times of the year, which is mostly in summer. Lake Kher Monster. The Kher Monster, a cryptid reported to inhabit Lake Kher in Yakutia, northwestern Russia, has some unique characteristics that set it apart from more commonly known aquatic cryptids. The creature, which was first mentioned in 1964 by G. Rokoslev, is described as having a snake-like head and a large fan on its back, which sort of align more with images of prehistoric dinosaurs rather than the aquatic monsters typically reported in lakes around the world. Sightings of the Khyr beast are scarce though, with one of the most notable accounts coming from N. Glandkik, who described an encounter with the creature one morning in November 1964. According to Gladkick, the beast was about 4 or 4.5 meters long, with the neck around 1.5 meters in length, a small flat head reminiscent of a snake, and a large dorsal fin. The dark blue skin and the sizable dorsal fan led to comparisons with prehistoric creatures, notably the Tyrannosaurus, rather than the more common comparisons like a plesiosaur. The explanation of the Khyr beast remains speculative though, with the initial reactions drawing parallels to known prehistoric creatures. There was even a 1965 expedition to Lake Khyr, but failed to uncover any evidence of the beast, yet the local lore and the absence of typical fish and waterfowl in the lake suggest an unusual predator might inhabit these waters, possibly explaining the legend of the bullpike that could swallow a bull whole. However, the credibility of the Khyr beast sightings is complicated by N. Gladkick's admission that his story was in fact a hoax. This admission casts a doubt on the existence of the creature, so it's kind of between myth and potential reality. J. Rokoslev's silence on the matter further sort of complicates things, creating a situation where the Khyr beast is both a debunked myth and a cryptid at the same time. Diplocolus. The Diplocolus, an extinct genus of amphibians, thrived during the early to late Permian period and has unexpectedly found its way into modern cryptid lore through a series of alleged sightings and hoaxes. Despite prehistoric extinction, the Diplocolus has been reported to have been seen, photographed, or filmed in recent times. In November 2004, an article published in the Malta Times by Professor Patrick Sembi of the Department of Biology at the University of Malta brought to light photographs identifying a creature as a Diplocolus. However, he quickly concluded that the photos were in fact fake, given the Diplocolus extinction over 270 million years ago, speculating the creature in the photos was likely a model. Further adding to the mystery though, a sighting was reported near St. Joseph, Missouri on June 2, 2021. This report suggested the presence of the Diplocolus in a local pond, reigniting discussions and speculation about the possibility of its survival through the ages. However, investigations into the origins of the Diplocolus images revealed that they were traced back to an amateur Japanese model maker who created the model in 1992 and submitted a photo of it to a magazine contest. This revelation categorized the Diplocolus sightings as hoaxes, though they continue to interest many who are fascinated by the possibility of prehistoric creatures surviving into the modern era. Another sighting involved a video showing a pink Diplocolus in a lake. While the creature exhibited minimal movement, its authenticity has been questioned, and though not officially debunked, it's widely considered to be a hoax. Fur-bearing trout. The fur-bearing trout, also known as the beaver trout or furry fish, is a creature that might have lived in the cold northern waters of North America, mostly around the Great Lakes region. This fish is said to have a thick coat of fur or hair, an adaptation that supposedly helps it survive in its frigid habitat. The legend of the fur-bearing trout can be traced back to Scottish settlers who emigrated to Canada in the 17th century. An anecdote tells of a settler who, in correspondence back home, marveled at the new lands of abundance of furred animals and fish, as he quoted. Upon request for evidence, he allegedly sent a specimen of this furred fish back to Scotland. This tale, whether fact or fiction, has embedded the fur-bearing trout in the folklore of the region, with the mountain specimens sometimes found as trophies on walls within the Great Lakes area. But the general consensus is that the myth of the fur-bearing trout is likely a blend of misinterpretation and imagination. A probable scientific explanation for the sightings of such creatures is the occurrence of saprolenia, which is a type of water mold that infects fish, especially trouts, giving them a furry appearance. This condition could easily spur tales of furry fishes among those unfamiliar with the disease. Also, the role of taxidermists in creating fur-covered trout specimens as novelties or hoaxes can't really be overlooked. The consensus among skeptics then and researchers is that the fur-bearing trout is in fact a hoax. Despite status as a hoax though, the fur-bearing trout has found its way into popular culture, appearing in television shows such as Chilly Willy and Earthworm Jim, and even being classified as an SCP. It also stands alongside what we know as the fearsome critters of North American folklore. Sepatahunan Cave Horse Serpent. The Sepatahunan Cave Horse Serpent is a cryptid from the depths of a cave in Bogor, Indonesia. Unlike many dragon myths that feature creatures with wings, the Sepatahunan Cave Horse Serpent is described as having 4 limbs, but no wings at all. Its most distinctive feature, a horse-shaped head, aligns it with more various global dragon lore and also adds a different twist to its description. The cave, which is named Sepatahunan, lies in the westernmost part of Bogor and is a dangerous place known to flood during rains. It houses a water source flowing inside, making it a challenging environment for exploration. An expedition by the Jejak Mysterious or Mysterious Tracks team in 2014 ventured into the cave, which is about 3 meters high and wide and estimated to be around 600 meters in length, although the team did not reach the end. During their exploration, the team encountered strange noises and the sound of something moving away from them. A pursuit of these sounds led them back to the cave's entrance, where they discovered fresh, wet tracks suggesting the presence of an unknown creature that had vacated the area. Given the scant evidence and the mysterious nature of the creature though, it's challenging to pinpoint exactly what the horse serpent could be. Local accounts suggest a terrestrial dragon with 4 limbs, living quietly within the confines of the cave. One theory proposes it could be a type of water monitor, which would be a plausible explanation concerning the cave's wet conditions. Alternatively, its reptilian appearance and unique horse-like head might suggest it's a cryptid similar to a living dinosaur, in an order that includes species like Iguanodon and Camptosaurus, known for their different head shapes. Iara. Iara, also known as Yuara or the Mother of Water, is a figure from Brazilian mythology. This mermaid goddess, who reigns in the Amazon River, is seen as a guardian of the waters. In various descriptions, Iara's appearance is subject to regional interpretations. Some describe her as a blonde with green or blue eyes, while others envision her with black or entirely green hair and brown eyes. Regardless of these differences, Iara is universally acknowledged for her extraordinary beauty. The legend of Iara has evolved significantly over time though, from the malevolent male figure of Ipupiara, a fishman known for attacking fishermen, to the female entity known today. Iara emerged as a symbol of seduction and peril, luring men with her enchanting voice to their doom in the depths of the Amazon, which is a common theme in these. About her origins, one version recounts how Iara, a formidable warrior among her people, was turned into a mermaid by the moon goddess Jacy after being betrayed by her brothers. Iara's primary power lies in her irresistible song, capable of enchanting men and leading them to their demise in the river's embrace. Some legends suggest that just looking into her eyes can also cast a spell of madness or infatuation. However, her enchantment can be broken through rituals performed by a paje. Yara has since transcended her mythical origins though to become a recurring figure in modern Brazilian media, from films and television series to comics and video games. These representations often explore her dual nature as both a protector and a temptress. Our onto tier 3, Bakunawa. The Bakunawa, a dragon from Philippine mythology, has a blend of awe and terror and is deeply rooted in the culture of the archipelago. Often seen as a colossal sea serpent, its appearances are associated with natural calamities such as eclipses, earthquakes, and extreme water conditions, which might have reflected the ancient Filipinos' attempts to understand and explain the forces of nature. This creature is described with some pretty interesting detail too. It's said to possess a mouth vast enough to engulf moons, a fiery red tongue, delicate whiskers, gill-like features, and a pair of wings. Legend has it that the Bakunawa was captivated by the beauty of 7 moons created by Bathala, a supreme deity, to illuminate the night sky. Driven by its fascination, the Bakunawa emerged from the ocean depths to consume these moons one after another, plunging the world into darkness. This act of cosmic consumption angered Bathala, setting the stage for an eternal conflict between deity and dragon. To stop the Bakunawa from swallowing the moons entirely, ancient Filipinos would engage in communal noise-making using pans, pots, and other implements to startle the creature into releasing its celestial prey back into the heavens. Capilobo. The Capilobo is a creature from the folklore of Brazil, mostly in the states of Para and Maranhão. This cryptid mostly features in the local lore as a vampiric entity that roams the forest at night. The creature's legend has its roots in indigenous beliefs and storytelling. The Capilobo is known to exhibit dual forms too, one animalistic, resembling a tapir but large, faster, and equipped with a shaggy coat of black fur and an anteater-like snout, and the other as a humanoid with a muscular human body topped with an anteater's head. This humanoid form retains the thick, matted fur and possesses skin so tough that bullets are said to bounce off. Despite standing hunched, it reaches a height of 2 meters. The Capilobo's presence is often indicated by its unbearable stench, powerful enough to stun those who encounter it, and its chilling screams can even paralyze with fear. Despite its predatory nature though, the Capilobo doesn't primarily hunt humans. It prefers dogs, cats, and goats, particularly the newborns. However, should a human cross its path, this is pretty creepy, but the Capilobo is said to suck their brains out or sever the carotid artery to consume their blood. Its appetite is also considered insatiable, and it hunts under the cloak of night, driven by ravenous hunger. The Capilobo is more than just a tale though to scare children. It embodies the deep-seated fears and respect the locals have for the forest and their unseen inhabitants. Also, a thing to add, according to legend, humans who choose to spend their last days in the woods might transform into these monstrous beings, forever roaming the forest as Capilobos. Dobarhu. The Dobarhu, often referred to as the water hound or massive otter, is a creature ingrained in Irish folklore. Resembling a massive otter but sometimes described with the characteristics similar to those of a dog or a seal, this creature is said to inhabit the waters of Ireland, with notable mentions of its presence in Atchill Island and Glendale Lake, among other locations. The creature's name literally translates to water dog or otter in Irish. The Dobarku is often depicted as highly aggressive too, especially towards humans and dogs. Ancient tales describe it attacking in a pair or groups, with a strategy that involves one Dobarku initiating the assault and its companions joining if the first fails. It's also known for its relentless pursuit of prey, capable of following targets through water and onto land without hesitation. Reports of the Dobarku date back to ancient Ireland, with some of the earliest written records from the 17th century. One of the most intriguing pieces of evidence supporting the existence of the Dobarku is the Kinlow stone, which serves as a memorial for a woman reportedly killed by the creature. The stone, along with the Glendale stone found in Cornwall graveyard, features carvings that depict the Dobarku, offering a tangible connection to the folklore surrounding the creature. In modern times, sightings have become really rare though, leading some to speculate that the Dobarku might be extinct or nearing extinction. However, occasional reports, such as the 2003 sighting by Irish artist Sean Corcoran and his wife on Omi Island keep the legend alive and fuel ongoing interest in this mysterious creature. So yeah, the true nature of the Dabaraku still remains a subject of speculation and debate. Some suggest that sightings could be attributed to misidentifications of known animals, such as large seals or otters exhibiting unusual behavior. Others even suggest the possibility of a prehistoric creature that has managed to survive in the secluded waters of Ireland. Ole. The Ole or Ianapa sea monster has its presence in the waters of Ianapa, a renowned tourist hotspot on the Mediterranean. Dubbed the friendly monster by local fishermen, the Ole has sparked curiosity and speculation for years, with numerous sightings reported around the scenic Cape Gressel. Unlike the more ominous cryptids of folklore, the Ole is noted for its non-aggressive nature towards humans, though tales of it ripping and dragging away fishing nets adds an element of caution to those who venture into its domain. Described as a colossal sea serpent and dragon, the Ole's ancient depiction aligns with that of a great otter, embodying characteristics that make it both formidable and elusive. Sightings describe it as having a mouth as vast as a lake, covered with a red tongue, whiskers, and a pair of wings, one set large and ash gray and the other smaller, located further down its body. This blend of features has fueled speculation about its true actual nature, whether it be similar to a crocodile, a serpent, or something else entirely. The mythology surrounding the Ole is varied too, with some attempting to link it to the Greek mythological creature Scylla. Such connections are drawn from the mosaics in the house of Dionysus and Phapos, depicting Scylla as a giant maiden and torso with the serpent's lower body, surrounding by snarling dog heads. This imagery, while interesting, diverges from the singular entity described in modern encounters with the Ole. Efforts to uncover the truth behind the sea monster have ranged from government-led searches to features on television series such as Destination Truth. Hydorachos. The Hydorachos hoax is an interesting episode in the history of cryptids and has a cautionary tale about the allure of the unknown and the lengths to which individuals might go to capitalize on that allure. Created by Mr. Albert Koch in 1845, the Hydorachos was presented to the public as a skeleton of an actual sea serpent. Koch assembled the skeleton from the remains of several Basilosaurus, a species of prehistoric whale presumed extinct, and possibly parts of Pontogenesis. This combination was exhibited in the Apollo Saloon, where spectators could marvel at the supposed sea creature for a fee of 25 cents. Measuring 114 feet in length, the Hydorachos was an immediate sensation. However, upon closer inspection, the scientific community quickly debunked its authenticity as a single prehistoric creature. The skeleton's cetacean teeth, which had double roots fitting into double sockets, varied in age from immature to very old, a characteristic that was inconsistent with what one might expect from a single fossilized entity. This discrepancy, among other anatomical inconsistencies, led to the revelation that the Hydorachos could not possibly be a real sea serpent. Some even speculated that it might be the biblical Leviathan Koch claimed to have discovered in Alabama. Alright, on to tier 4, Kvitok. So this one is actually really interesting. The Kvitok of Greenland is a haunting blend of folklore and historical reality and embodies the deep-seated fears and cultural beliefs of the Greenlandic people. A Kvitok, as described in the tales, is essentially a ghostly figure or revenant, regarded as a man who has been banished from his community. This punishment in the harsh and unforgiving landscapes of Greenland was seen as similar to a death sentence. The isolation and extreme conditions meant survival was next to impossible without the support of a community. Thus, the banished became Kvitok, wandering eternally in the mountains, caught between life and death. These stories, while they serve as a cautionary tale for the living, are actually grounded in the sad realities of Greenlandic life in bygone days. The practice of banishment was a severe but real aspect of their justice system, serving both as a punishment for the individual and a deterrent for the community. The Kvitok then is not just a spectral entity but a reminder of the consequences of social transgression. The belief in Kvitok is also so ingrained in the culture that encounters with these ghostly figures are treated with utmost seriousness by the Greenlanders, including those who are well educated and have been exposed to various cultures around the world. One account involves a man discovering human bones under a pile of rocks, a sight not uncommon in Greenland due to its dry, cold climate which preserves remains for long periods. This account, connecting directly to the lore of the Kivitok, instills genuine fear. The fear of Kivitok extends to practical advice for those who dare to venture into the hills, with locals suggesting carrying matches, a needle, and thread. These items, seemingly mundane, are believed to offer protection or means of bartering with the Kivitok. Tizuruk. The Tizuruk is a cryptid often classified as a sea serpent, reported to inhabit the subarctic waters near King and Nunavik Islands in the Bering Sea, off Alaska's Pacific Ocean coast. This elusive creature has drawn comparisons to several known sea beings, including the Wasco, Sisotil, Stellar Sea Ape, and Cadborosaurus. Some cryptozoologists theorize the Tizuruk could be a pinniped, similar to the Antarctic leopard seal, but residing in the northern hemisphere, thereby acting as its counterpart. Accounts of the Tizuruk were first brought to broader attention by ethnologist John White, who, through interactions with King Island's inhabitants, learned of the profound respect and fear for this creature. These locals recounted tales of fatal encounters with the Tizuruk, emphasizing its dangerous nature. Later, in 1983, further anecdotes emerged from Coast Guard personnel and local communities. Speculation about the Tizuruk's true identity is varied though, with some experts like Leroy P. Mackel suggesting it could be either a type of ancient Zeuglodon or a larger northern variant of the leopard seal, distinguished perhaps by less visible forelimbs. This theory draws on similarities in how both the Tizuruk and leopard seals are said to respond to sounds made by boats. Gamahuero. The Gamahuero is a mysterious creature from the mythology of the Chiloé archipelago in Chile. Described as having the form of a calf or bull with a distinctive single horn protruding from its forehead, this cryptid has a blend of terrestrial and aquatic characteristics. According to local lore, the Gamahuero is born in freshwater environments but is driven by an innate urge to migrate towards the sea immediately after its birth, sort of like how turtles are. This journey from river to ocean is considered a really significant aspect of its life cycle. The diet of the Gamahuero is said to be carnivorous too, encompassing both fish and, in some tales, humans, which further adds to its fearsome reputation among the local populace. However, it's the Gamahuero's horn that holds the most intrigue and value. This horn is believed to possess medicinal properties capable of rejuvenating men and even has the mythical ability to give birth to another Gamahuero when planted. Such attributes make the horn a sought-after commodity, with shamans often seen in folklore as hunters of the Gamahuero, eager to harvest its horn for its potent qualities. One traditional use of the horn involves scraping shavings into a concoction of seawater and apple cider, transforming it into a mixture said to restore vitality and youthfulness in older men. This practice shows how the Gamahuero's significance is not only in the realm of mythology, but also in traditional medicine and cultural rituals. Tarasque. The Tarasque is a mythical creature deeply rooted in the folklore of Provence, France. It's characterized by its distinctive appearance, combining features of multiple animals. It possesses the body of an ox, 6 bear-like legs, a lion's face, and a turtle's thorny shell, with a scaly tail ending in a scorpion's stinger. Despite somewhat endearing short and stout physique, the Tarasque is a great dragon, described in the Golden Legend as a creature half animal, half fish, larger than an ox and longer than a horse, with sword-like teeth and horns. Originating from Galatia, the Tarasque is believed to be the progeny of the Onacus, a scaly, bison-like beast capable of setting everything it touched ablaze, and the biblical Leviathan. Its legend is closely tied to the town of Tarascon, where it was said to terrorize the populace from its dwelling in a marsh between Arles and Avignon, along the Rhone River. Attempts to subdue the beast by the King of Nirluk through conventional warfare proved futile until Saint Martha, a biblical figure, managed to tame the creature using hymns and prayers. Despite being brought to the town in a pacified state, the Tarasque was killed by terrified townsfolk, leading to a collective remorse that ultimately resulted in the town's renaming to Tarascon in the creature's memory. And the Tarasque's legacy continues to be celebrated in modern culture, mostly in Tarascon, where a statue near King René's castle commemorates the creature. An annual festival initiated in 1469 by René of Anjou and recognized by UNESCO in 2005 as part of the oral and intangible heritage of humanity features a large effigy of the Tarasque paraded through the streets, symbolizing the community's historical encounter and reconciliation with the beast. Also, the Tarasque has inspired various cultural and military references, including a French anti-aircraft gun named after it and its inclusion as a formidable creature in the Dungeons & Dragons tabletop RPG. Our answer tier 5. Banyoles Monster. The Banyoles monster, a creature from legend and possibly similar to a dragon, comes from the lake of Banyoles in Catalonia, Spain. The lore surrounding the Banyoles monster traces its origins back to the 18th century, when it was said to inhabit the murky depths of Banyoles Lake, located in the Grana region of northeastern Spain. The monster, according to legend, was a menacing presence until Saint Emeterio, a French monk, managed to lure the creature from the lake using prayers. Remarkably, Saint Emeterio was able to transform this formidable beast into a peaceful herbivore. This tale suggests that the monster still resides within the lake, dwelling in its depths to this day. Over the centuries, the legend of the Banyoles monster has been added by various accounts and stories. While specific documented sightings are rare, the legend itself has served as a catalyst for local folklore, inspiring tales of encounters and narrow escapes. One particularly vivid tale from the late 7th century recounts the appearance of an aquatic dragon that terrorized the region around the lake. This dragon, covered in scales and unable to fly because of its size, reportedly attacked animals and people near the lake, hiding in a cave known as La Draga. The creature's fiery gaze and toxic breath were said to lay waste to the surrounding countryside, spreading disease and death. The narrative took a dramatic turn when Charlemagne, the legendary Frankish king, was said to have sent soldiers to confront the monster. According to legend, these soldiers met a grim fate, prompting Charlemagne himself to face the dragon. The outcome of this mythical encounter varies, with some suggesting Charlemagne nearly lost his life, while others claimed he subdued but could not kill the beast. Ultimately, it was Saint Emeterio who resolved the conflict, not through force but through faith. By drawing the creature out and declaring it harmless, Saint Emeterio not only pacified the monster, but also unveiled the true source of the disappearances attributed to it: Charlemagne's troops, who were abducting locals and consuming livestock. The legend of the Banyoles monster has now transcended its mythical origins to become a part of local culture and traditions. It's inspired songs like the 2008 children's tune El Monster de Banyoles, and continues to fuel the imagination of those who visit Lake Banyoles. Gajah Mina. The Gajah Mina is a sea cryptid from the lore of the Indonesian archipelago. Known among the seafaring Malay and Indonesian peoples, the name translates to fish elephant, distinguishing it from Gajah Lot, which means elephant seal. This creature is recognized as one of the 7 mythological animals in Balinese Hindu culture, often depicted in the form of elephant-headed fish in temple decorations and artifacts, indicating its significance since antiquity. Descriptions of the Gajah Mina typically come from coastal village elders, who claim the creature resembles a whale in size, equipped with an elephant's trunk, fur, a pair of tusks, and sometimes wide ears. These descriptions suggest that Gajah Mina inhabits deep waters, making sightings rare. The creature's skin is said to have soft fur, and fishermen reportedly fear encountering it, associating Gajah Mina with bad luck. Also, there have been notable sightings and discoveries related to Gajah Mina. For instance, in January 2005, a white furred carcass washed up on the Dungan beach in Riau, with villagers believing it to be a Gajah Mina due to its size and distinctive features, such as tusks and a thick skin. Another sighting occurred in June 2010, when a fisherman claimed to have seen a sea elephant trapped in its nets, though he did not approach the creature because of fear. In August 2013, fishermen in Subi found a floating carcass believed to be a Gajah Mina, though they only managed to retrieve its tusk after the carcass decomposed before reaching land. The most recent report came from February 2016, when a villager in Sarasian island Natuna discovered a beach creature with tusks, a trunk, wide ears, and a whale-like tail. Despite plausible explanations suggesting that these sightings could be misidentified decomposing whale carcasses or even elephant seals, or possibly Syrians like dugongs, local elders and fishermen maintain their belief in the Gajah Mina's existence. They argue that their familiarity with local marine life, including the variety of whale species in the region, allows them to distinguish between known animals and the furred Gajah Mina. Lake Harrington Monster. The Lake Harrington monster, also known to locals as the eel pig, is a mysterious creature reported to inhabit Harrington Lake in Kentucky, USA. The legend of the Lake Harrington monster dates back to the lake's completion in 1925, with reports of the eel pig circulating since then. Among the most notable sightings, University of Kentucky professor Lawrence S. Thompson reported multiple encounters with the creature in 1972, which he detailed in an interview with the Louisville Courier. Thompson's inability to identify the creature he observed swimming in the lake multiple times contributed to the mystery of the Lake Harrington monster. He likened its mysterious nature to the way one might regard an alligator as a monster upon first encounter. Despite sporadic sightings over the years, no conclusive evidence has been presented to confirm the existence of the Lake Harrington monster. Speculations about its identity range from it being a misidentified alligator gar or other large fish species native to the lake to an out-of-place alligator that somehow made its way into Harrington Lake via the Mississippi and Kentucky rivers. Another intriguing theory suggests that the monster could be a prehistoric animal that survived in underground limestone caves, which were then flooded during the lake's constructions. Theories about the Lake Harrington monster also touch on the possibility of it being an unknown species of aquatic animal that has somehow managed to elude scientific discovery. The lake's history and biodiversity provide fertile ground for such speculations, despite the lack of concrete evidence to support the existence of such a creature. Zaratan. The Zaratan, a cryptid of maritime folklore, is seen as a colossal sea turtle mistaken for a small tropical island by unsuspecting sailors. This legendary creature is described as having a vast shell and appears to be a sloped, rocky landmass, leading sailors to anchor upon it in search of sustenance. However, as night descends, the Zaratan submerges, pulling the ship and its crew to their doom. While some stories portray the Zaratan as a gigantic whale, octopus, or an immense fish struggling to reach its tail with its mouth due to sheer size, the turtle version is the most prevalent. Its feeding habits are equally fascinating too, with the Zaratan said to emit a sweet aroma to attack fish into its mouth before snapping it shut, consuming entire shoals in a single gulp. The Zaratan's mythological presence extends beyond mere stories though. It appears in the Adventures of Sinbad the Sailor and is mentioned in the Book of Imaginary Beings. Some even speculate that the Zaratan could explain the legend of Atlantis, suggesting that the creature's sudden dive could have engulfed the city, giving birth to tales of the lost continent. The Zaratan also draws parallels with the world turtle, a mythological figure believed to carry the world on its back across various cultures. Scientific explanations for the Zaratan point to sightings of prehistoric turtles, such as the massive Archelon or the even larger Stupendums, even though neither matches the island-sized descriptions of the Zaratan. Alright, now into tier 6. Nuchlavi. The Nuchlavi, a creature from Orcadian folklore, is a fearsome demon that emerges from the Scottish Isles, being most notorious for its malevolence without a shred of goodness. Originating from the Orkney Islands of Scotland, its name is believed to have evolved from Nuchlavi, which itself is derived from Nok or Nuggle, linking it to the Icelandic Nikur. This formidable entity is described as the epitome of evil among Scottish island demons, possessing powers that bring about widespread destruction. During the summer, it's said that the Nuchlavi is confined to the ocean's depths by the Mitr o the Sea, a deity who holds sway over its movements. The Nuchlavi's presence is overall a harbinger of disaster, with attributes like its breath alone being toxic enough to ruin crops, cause drought, and spread disease among both livestock and humans. Notably, the creature detests the smell of burning seaweed used in kelp production, which incites its rage, leading to devastating consequences such as killing livestock. The only being capable of restraining its fury is the Mitr o the Sea. In terms of appearance, the Nuchlavi is a mix of horse and human features. It stands nearly 6 feet tall at the horse's head and about 9 feet at the humanoid head, weighing close to 2,000 pounds. The most chilling aspect of its appearance is its lack of skin, revealing black blood coursing through yellow veins and exposed, quivering muscles and sinews. It's said that to escape a Nuchlavi's wrath, one can utilize its aversion to fresh water, being crossing a stream can provide safety from its pursuit. Additionally, it's reluctant to venture ashore during rainfall, offering another means to avoid its terror. Nixie. In Scandinavian folklore, the Nixie is seen as a male water spirit with a remarkable talent for playing the violin, using its enchanting music to lure people, especially women and children, into the water, eventually leading to their demise. However, not all narratives see the Nixie in a bad light. Some stories suggest a more nuanced character capable of forming bonds with humans, but still often with tragic ends. The shape-shifting ability of the Nixie is a central theme to it too, with the creature able to appear as a mesmerizing man playing the violin by the water, a treasure or object floating on the water, or even as an animal, most notably in the form of a brook horse. This latter, guys, is particularly fascinating because it connects the Nixie to the broader European folklore of water horses, like we just mentioned before. The brook horse in Scandinavian tales lures individuals to ride on its back before plunging into the water with them, and I remember talking about it in a previous video too. The legend reflects the inherent dangers associated with waters in folklore, symbolizing both the nurturing and destructive powers of nature. In Germanic renditions, the Nix and Nixie, with these beings capable of assuming human, fish, or snake forms. The lore surrounding these figures is covered with tales of seduction, transformation, and the thin line between the enchanting and the deadly. Like their Scandinavian counterparts, the German Nixies at times offer aid or knowledge to humans, while at other times lead them to their doom. Lizzie. Lizzie, an aquatic cryptid that appears from the waters of Loch Lochy in Scotland, was first seen in 1929. This creature actually existed before the Loch Ness Monster by 4 years, meaning that Scotland's lakes might hold more secrets than previously believed, or maybe it was the same thing. The initial sighting took place when 2 game wardens near Speen Bridge saw something large and unidentifiable swimming in the loch, which at first they thought was just tree debris. When they looked closer though using a telescope, they realized that it was actually a weird and unknown creature that was reported to be sighted by many people over the years. In 1960, Eric Robinson and his family, along with some others, saw what seemed to be a huge, moving wave in the middle of the loch. Through Robinson's binoculars, he described seeing a creature about 30 to 40 feet long, with a dark spine and lighter belly. The creature even had a large flipper before disappearing under the water, as they claimed. Another sighting in 1975 involved Mrs. Margaret Sargent and her family, who saw an unusual wake followed by a long, black shape moving through the water. However, by the time she went to try and capture it on camera, the creature just vanished. And fishermen too also became interested in the Loch Lochy cryptid. In 1996, Alistair Stevenson encountered a creature he thought was around 18 feet long while fishing for a pike. The creature, which Stevenson had hoped was a large pike, was so powerful that it started pulling his boat. The encounter ended when Stevenson's line and rod snapped, which left the identity of the creature unknown to him. When cryptologist Cameron Turner went to investigate all this, he reported important findings in Loch Lochy near Speen Bridge, using sonar to find a large object moving deep beneath the surface. Follow-up expeditions discovered unusual deep trenches in the loch's bottom, suggesting that Loch Lochy could possibly be the deepest inland lake in Europe if these discoveries are accurate. And that does pose some questions that if it is that deep, it could maybe harbor some unknown animals, but yeah, it's still up to speculation. Beebe's abyssal fishes. Beebe's exploration of the ocean's depths and his discovery of abyssal fishes during the 1930s really caught the interest of those fascinated by the mysteries of the sea, especially since back then the ocean was even more unexplored than it is now. William Beebe, a famous zoologist, came across these creatures while inside a bathysphere off Bermuda's Nonsuch Island in the deep Atlantic Ocean. His findings, which included the abyssal rainbow gar, Bathysphaera intacta, 5-line constellation fish, and a few others, brought many debates and discussions within the scientific community. Beebe's descriptions provide the first time there was actually direct observations of deep sea life in their natural habitat. During an expedition on November 22, 1932, Beebe saw 2 unusual fish bodies that resembled barracudas but covered with glowing organs that emitted a pale blue light at a depth of 2,100 feet. These fishes had unique features like undershot jaws, numerous teeth, photophores along each side, and tentacle-like structures with light-emitting organs. Beebe named them Bathysphaera intacta, a new genus because of their distinct characteristics from known scaleless black dragonfish species. His expeditions also led to the discovery of other mysterious species too, like the pallid salafin found at depths of 1,500 and 2,500 feet, and the 3-starred anglerfish too, spotted at nearly 2,470 feet. The 5-line constellation fish and abyssal rainbow gar were also interesting finds too, that showed the diversity of life adapted to deep sea ocean conditions. Despite BB's detailed descriptions though, these untouchable as quoted species have never actually been captured and, photographed or documented properly. If BB's observations are correct though, these species hold secrets of the ocean briefly revealed to humanity. If BB's observations are correct though, these would be completely new species that hold a lot of mysteries, and it wode be really interesting if we got to find them. Dismet Lake Monster. The Dismet Lake Monster, also known as Smetty, is a creature believed to live in Lake Desmet in Johnson County, Wyoming. Lake Desmet, named after Father Pierre-Jean Desmet, a Jesuit priest famous for his missionary work with Native Americans, is located in a geological formation that exists in a natural basin formed by sediment collapse into spaces that were left by burned coal deposits. So basically, it was originally a lake with high alkali metal levels, making the ocean an unwelcoming area. It ended up going through a bunch of changes though in salinity and pH levels from 1885 to 1915. Human interventions, including dam constructions in 1917, 1957, and Texaco's acquisition in 1976, have grown greatly and really changed Lake Desmet. It ended up going through a bunch of changes though in salinity and pH levels from 1885 to 1915. Human interventions, including dam constructions in 1917, 1957, and Texaco's acquisition in 1976, have grown greatly and really changed Lake Desmet, increasing its size from 1,500 acres to around 3,600 acres. It was during these changes that the legend of Smetty arose, with stories of an alligator-like creature lurking in the lake's depths, even reportedly snatching a Native American child in one account. These tales have been backed up and supported by historical reports, like that of Edward Gillette, a railroad surveyor who recorded accounts of sea serpent sightings in the lake, describing that the creature resembles a long telephone pole with lard buckets attached, as quoted, possibly meaning its fins or its flippers. Dutch flying jellyfish. The Dutch flying jellyfish in the case of UFO sightings is pretty interesting, since it strays a lot from the typical disc or cigar-shaped anomalies usually reported. Harry Purden discovered it in the Netherlands on June 1st, 2015, while taking pictures of the sky after a storm. This unusual sighting fits in the category of atmospheric jellyfish, a type of UFO that looks like marine creatures but is seen floating in the sky. Enthusiasts and scientists like bird scientist Dr. Maggie Eldern Pocock have wondered about these to possibly be signs of aliens. Harry Purden came across the Dutch flying jellyfish unexpectedly while trying to take a photo of a stormy sky, noticing a strange flash that wasn't actually from his camera. When he checked his photos, he found an image that was similar to a jellyfish with a greenish glow floating in the dark sky. This sighting led to many theories about what it could have been, from simple explanations to more wilder theories of aliens actually existing. Some believe it might be a small meteorite or space junk, with its green color possibly coming from static electricity as it moved through the clouds. Others suggested it could be a new type of rocket test by NASA, or just a simple effect like a lens flare. Some UFO enthusiasts though still hope it could be a spacecraft from another planet, but Purden himself leans towards a more meteorological explanation, suggesting it might have just been an unusual light pattern through storm clouds. Borneo's giant snakes. Borneo's giant snakes, known as Nabao in local legends, are basically reported sightings of massive snakes in the wilderness of Borneo. These creatures have become part of local folklore, with many indigenous tribes and villagers, mainly those along the Balai River, sharing stories of experiencing or being afraid of these huge snakes. A main thing about this entry though is photographic proof of a snake-like creature swimming in the Balai River, believed to be the Nabao, which would be a towering 100-foot snake, believed by the locals to live in the gloomy waters. However, after examining the evidence properly, which was an aerial photograph, it showed that the image was actually a fake. While at first caused excitement and even became discussed by news outlets, The photograph was later proven to be a photoshopped hoax. Skeptics and digital investigators, including YouTuber Bill's channel, pointed out the inconsistencies in the image, proposing possibilities such as a log or speedboat or simple digital manipulation. Despite this, the legend of the Nabog still continues, with some villagers remaining firm in their belief of the existence of this ancient snake. Bahamut. Bahamut, mainly portrayed in Islamic mythology as a huge giant fish who supports the land, is a figure mentioned in various mythological traditions. This merry jinn, sometimes described with a monstrous head and hippopotamus-like teeth, is said to have an important role in the cosmic structure. In Arabic folklore, Bahamut is described as a giant fish carrying the land, connected to stories that date back centuries, with the creature mainly positioned at the base of a multi-layering of earth, sky, and sea. Accounts from George Louis Borges and Edward William Lane, based on cosmological descriptions by Ibn al-Wardi, describe the Bahamut as being too huge for humans to understand, supporting not only the land but also many other beings and structures on its back, such as a bull named Kujata, a ruby mountain, and an overseeing angel. The interest around Bahamut goes beyond its origins in Islamic cosmology though, to influence even modern popular culture, where it has been reimagined in different ways, from a benevolent dragon god of justice in Dungeons & Dragons, to even a world-threatening existence in collectible card games and video games like Final Fantasy and Rage of Bahamut. Each different interpretation adds different twists to the legend, shifting Bahamut from a mysterious cosmic fish into a more terrifying dragon or even a mythical creature able to change the destiny of worlds. And I know Dungeons & Dragons is really popular, so let me know if you've ever seen it in the game. Our answer tier 2, Charles Mill Lake Monster. The Charles Mill Lake Monster is an unusual cryptid found in North America. It was first seen in 1959 near Charles Mill Lake in Mansfield, Ohio by 3 teenagers, and it was described as a tall, armless amphibious creature with green eyes and webbed feet. The lake, built in 1935, is said to be the cryptid's home, along with catfish that usually reside there. The counter I wanted to add with the creature involved Denny Patterson, Wayne Armstrong, and Michael Lane, who witnessed a 7-foot-tall being emerging from the lake. Even though the sighting was brief, the description of the creature, which had a lack of arms and webbed feet, separates it a lot from other legends who are more water-dwelling. But overall though, there's kind of a lack of sightings or evidence. Although tracks resembling those of skin divers were found near the lake, the actual creature was never located. Cryptozoologist Lauren Coleman ended up visiting the site and noted the ideal habitat the swampy lake would provide for this creature. Also, the legend of the Charles Mill Lake Monster is connected to another creature too, known as Orange Eyes, which is a hairy humanoid with glowing eyes in the same area. While both creatures share the trait of glowing eyes, their physical descriptions differ significantly, with Orange Eyes resembling Bigfoot more closely. Some doubt the creature's glowing eyes could be a reflection of artificial light rather than bioluminescence. This optical phenomenon, seen in certain animals in specific lighting conditions, could explain the shifting colors of the cryptid's eyes without resorting to more supernatural explanations. Arkansas Goro. The Arkansas Goro, a creature that falls more into the category of fearsome critters than anything, is a mysterious being believed to live in the caves of Arkansas, specifically in Searcy County. Its name comes from the Goro sound it's rumored to produce while hunting, which overall adds to its scary legend as it's said. The tale of the Goro gained public attention mainly through an article in the Arkansas Gazette on January 31st, 1897, written by Albert Smithee and featuring illustrations by Elmer Burroughs. The story originated from the accounts of William Miller, who was a businessman from Little Rock and who heard stories of the Goro during his journeys into the Ozarks. This creature was blamed for the deaths of livestock and pets near Blanco and Searcy County, prompting Miller to gather a group to hunt down and try to confront the creature. The reported encounter concluded with the group managing to kill the creature after a tough fight, and there were claims that the body was sent to the Smithsonian Institution, but it never arrived.
Additional sightings and stories surrounding the Goro, such as one involving E.J. Rhodes encountering the creature in a cave called Devil's Hole, suggest that the Goro may not be a singular being, but actually a whole species of creatures, with young ones hatching from large, soft-shelled eggs. Despite its prominent place in local lore though, and its appearance in popular works like Lenwood S. Sharpie's The Plaid Fairy Book, the existence of the Goro is more likely to be regional folklore that has been embellished over time, possibly influenced by Ozark folk humor. Theories to elucidate the Goro's existence range from mistaking known animals, like the American alligator, to completely made up stories created for entertainment or even moral teaching. Ahuizotl. The Ahuizotl is a creature from Aztec and Mayan mythology, with its story also present in the folklore of the Hopi and Shasta tribes of North America. It's been traditionally described as resembling a small dog with distinctive markings on its head, small ears, and notably a hand at the end of its tail. Some suggest that the creature may have been actually a real animal, possibly related to otters, otter, or ferrets. It was said to lurk in bodies of water, producing cries that imitated those of a child or a distressed woman to lure unsuspecting individuals close. It was believed that once a person approached, the Ahuizotl would use its unique tail hand to strangle the victim and subsequently consume the eyes, nails, and teeth before discarding the body. Even Hernan Cortes is said to have reported a bout with the Ahuizotl to the king of Castile, claiming that one of his men fell victim to the creature. This historical account lends a bit of credibility to the tales of the Ahuizotl, suggesting that the legend was well known and even feared during the Spanish conquest. In contemporary culture though, the Ahuizotl has made appearances in various forms of media, showing the enduring interest in this being. Its adaptability and continued relevance can be seen in the works such as The Secret Saturdays and even My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, which was something I really loved watching as a kid. Ayia Napa Sea Monster. The Ayia Napa Sea Monster, also known as Tu Filioco Tiras or the Friendly Monster by local fishermen, is rumored to inhabit the waters near Ayia Napa, Cyprus, mainly around the Cape Gresso. This area, which is a popular tourist destination in the Mediterranean, has been the site of numerous sightings of this creature. Despite the sort of monstrous reputation it has, there hasn't been any reports of the creature harming humans, although it has been accused of damaging fishing gear. Some local newspapers have referred to the phenomenon as the Cyprus Loch Ness, which draws comparisons to Scotland's iconic Loch Ness Monster. The true nature though of the Ayia Napa Sea Monster has some speculation behind it, with theories ranging from a crocodile to a serpent-like being. Most of the evidence of the creature is anecdotal though, meaning it's based on folklore and eyewitness accounts from tourists and locals. There's also limited photographic evidence, mainly consisting of unauthenticated short films and pictures. The creature was also featured in an episode of Destination Truth, a television series that investigated its mystery. And the myth of the Ayia Napa Sea Monster has also been associated with the ancient Greek mythological creature Scylla. Mosaics from the 2nd century AD in Paphos, Cyprus, depicted Scylla as a monstrous figure with the torso of a maiden and the lower body of a serpent, along with 6 dog heads. In recent years, government officials have conducted searches for the monster in an effort to uncover the truth behind the reported sightings. Tourists are drawn to the possibility of encountering the Ayia Napa Sea Monster, making it a great attraction for boating day trips in the area. Local hotels also benefit from the proximity to areas where the monster has been sighted, which shows how it really has a lot of impact on the region's tourism industry and just the whole culture over there. Canadian and Cuban albino shark. The Canadian and Cuban albino shark has been sighted in the Gulf of Mexico and off the coast of Cuba. This creature, believed to be a variation of the great white shark, challenges the traditional understanding of shark habitats and sizes. Even though the Gulf of Mexico is not typically known as a habitat for great white sharks, there have been occasional sightings of these predators, including albino variations as far south as Corpus Christi and Padre Island, as confirmed by the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. One of the most famous encounters involving the Canadian and Cuban albino shark occurred in June 1945 when 6 Cuban fishermen from Kojimar went out fishing in a small skiff. After several hours passed without a catch, their day took a sudden turn when a massive shark, later known as El Monstruo de Kojimar, attacked their boat. The ensuing battle between the fishermen and the shark, which aggressively tried to overturn the skiff, ended with the capture of the shark. Reports claimed that the shark was more than 21 feet long and weighed about 7,100 pounds, making it pretty insane and would have been considered one of the largest great white sharks ever recorded. However, there's been some debate over the accuracy of these measurements, with some suggesting a smaller size and questioning the absence of an official weigh-in. The legend of the Canadian and Cuban albino shark is also linked with other stories of gigantic sharks around the world, such as an alleged 36-foot shark in Australia and even larger one in New Brunswick. While these reports are really extraordinary, they add to the wider narrative of giant sea creatures, possibly undiscovered in the depths of our oceans. And recent sightings continue to support the idea of unusually large great white sharks, with incidents like the attack near Stradbroke Island, Australia, where an 11-foot shark was nearly cut in half by a larger shark, and even sightings of a dinosaur-sized shark off the coast of South Africa. Our answer theory 3, Abaya. According to Melanesian mythology, the Abaya is a massive and magical eel that is believed to live in the deep waters of freshwater lakes in the Fiji, Solomon, and Vanuatu Islands. This creature is known not only for its large size, but also for its protective nature towards the other creatures in its aquatic environment, since it's said that the Abaya considers all beings in the lake as its own offspring and will fiercely defend them against any potential dangers. Legends also mention how the Abaya has the ability to create large waves with its strong tail, using this as a defense mechanism against anyone trying to harm the creatures in its territory. One version of the myth even suggests that the Abaya can bring about heavy rainstorms, causing floods to punish those who harm the beings in its domain. While the extraordinary powers associated with the Abaya may have originated from human imagination and the fear of the unknown, some believe that the myth could have originated from actual encounters. It's thought that these stories could be based on sightings or interactions with the giant eel species that is yet to be discovered living in the secluded depths of the freshwater lakes on these islands, which sounds a bit plausible. Aydakar. During the summer of 1975, Lake Golkol in Kazakhstan became the backdrop for an extraordinary encounter. Anatoly Perchersky, a geological professor and geographer, along with his son Volodya, set out on an adventure that many might dismiss as a wild goose chase. Their quest was to seek evidence of the legendary Aydakar, also referred to in some tales as the hug snake, a massive serpent believed to inhabit the depths of the lake. Driven by curiosity and stories of this colossal creature, the Percheskas decided to investigate the mysteries of Lake Golkol firsthand. Their expedition, which was fueled by a mix of scientific curiosity and local folklore, aimed to uncover the truth behind the sightings of the lake monster that a lot of people were talking about. As luck, or perhaps fate, would have it, their efforts were rewarded in the most unexpected way. While observing the tranquil waters of the lake, they noticed an unusual disturbance on the surface. About 25 feet away from their position, the water began to churn violently, breaking the lake's calm demeanor and hinting at the presence of something formidable beneath. What happened next is really what stands out though. According to Percheske, a massive serpentine creature emerged from the disturbed water. With wide-eyed astonishment, he observed the beast, noting its enormous head, which he estimated to be around 6 feet in length. The creature's body, which was serpentine and bulky, stretched an imposing 50 feet in length, according to his estimation. The sight of such a creature in the flesh was enough to send a lot of adrenaline through the observers. Percheska, driven by instinct and a sense of urgency, shouted to his son to make a swift retreat. Together, they scrambled up a steep embankment, putting distance between themselves and the creature that had just breached the surface. Realizing the gravity of their encounter and perhaps hoping to gather evidence, the pair hurried back to the camp to retrieve a gun. However, by the time they returned to the shoreline armed and ready to face the creature, it had already begun its descent back into the depths of Lake Kolkol, leaving behind more questions than there are answers. Lake Elsinore Monster. The Lake Elsinore Monster, also known as LZ or Hamlet, has a history of sightings that span over a century. The first recorded sighting dates back to 1884, when observers reported seeing an enormous sea serpent in the lake's waters. This initial encounter set the stage for future sightings and added to the growing legend of Elsie. In 1934, the monster was spotted by C.B. Greenstreet, who described seeing a creature about 100 feet in length, with the tail extending roughly 30 feet. This particular sighting was significant not only for the detailed description provided, but also because it led to the creature being named Elsie and Hamlet, names that have stuck to this day. The sighting helped propel the monster to fame, making it a notable point of interest in Lake Elsinore, and years later in 1967, a family witnessed a dark creature covered with humps emerging from the lake, which added to the growing collection of eyewitness accounts. Then, in 1970, Bonnie Play had two encounters with Elsie, describing it as a 12-foot long, saurian-like creature with distinctive humps. Shortly after, even 3 state park officials reported seeing the creature swimming close to their boat. But yeah, fast forward, the 1990s saw a resurgence of sightings, with a notable encounter in 1992 and a man in 1993 who reported seeing a 15-foot long, whale-like creature. Even in 1994 too, a fisherman experienced a close encounter when he believed he had hooked Elsie. Initially thinking it was a log, he was startled to see an alligator-like head emerge. The creature ultimately broke the line though and basically just disappeared into the depths of the lake. White River Monster. The White River Monster, also known as Whitney, is an aquatic creature reported to inhabit the waters of the White River in Newport, Arkansas. This cryptid first entered the public consciousness with recorded sightings dating back to 1915, though lore suggests its presence in the river all the way since the American Civil War. The initial sighting on July 1st, 1915, by a plantation owner depicted Whitney as an immense creature with gray skin, described as being as wide as a car and the length of 3 cars. Over the years, the White River Monster has had various reports, with sightings resurging in 1971 after a period of dormancy. Witnesses have provided a range of descriptions, with one claiming the creature possessed a gray hue and had a horn on its forehead, while another account said it had a spiny back. Additional reports include the discovery of 3 or 5-toed footprints, 14 inches in length, alongside unidentified sounds attributed to the creature. Speculation about the White River Monster's true nature, though, has led to various theories. Cryptozoologist Roy P. Mackle suggests that the creature might be an elephant seal that ventured into the White River area via the Mississippi, an idea that aligns with some descriptions of Whitney's appearance. Others theorize that it could be a large yet unidentified species of fish. A more wild hypothesis, though, proposes that Whitney might be a Sphanctonus, a prehistoric fish presumed extinct, which, against all odds, managed to survive in the freshwater environment of the White River. Our answers here for Lake Bohenagamuk Monster. Ponic, a cryptid monster reported to inhabit Lake Bohenagamuk in Canada, has had over 1,000 sightings throughout its history. This creature has been described in various ways, but common features include being 35 to 60 feet long, having 2 or 3 humps, a sail running the length of its spine, flippers, a barrel-like neck, and a head shaped like that of a horse. The legend of Ponic dates back to 1873, when a lumberjack named Louis Berube reported seeing a huge fish in the lake. Another early sighting by Benoit Levasseur described a creature about 25 to 30 feet long that emerged from the water before simply diving back in. Also, something to add, the construction of a new road across Lake Bohenagamuk in 1933 increased the frequency of sightings, as Ponic was observed more often by passerby. In 1957, Father Leopold Plante reported seeing a black entity with 2 humps surface before diving back into the lake's depths. Mrs. Sylvie Theroy Lavoie's encounter in 1981 involved witnessing a large object moving swiftly underwater, and more recently, Father Calix Berobi described seeing the creature's back, complete with a dorsal fin, appear and disappear in the afternoon light. Theories about Panic's true nature range from it being a large, unidentified species of fish, a surviving nothosaur from ancient times, a giant otter, or an unknown species of cetaceans adapted to lake living. Some speculate that Panic could even be an adapted Spinosaurus aegyptiacus, which was known for its distinctive sailback and aquatic hunting behavior, although this theory faces criticism because of the geographical and historical inconsistencies. Akura. Akura, which is part of the folklore of Aboriginal people of South Australia, embodies a majestic and powerful snake deity. This creature is sometimes linked to the rainbow serpent, which is another central character in the spiritual and cultural beliefs of numerous Aboriginal Australian communities. Akura is depicted as a giant water snake covered with a beard, mane, scales, and sharp fangs, and its movements are believed to have sculpted the landscapes of the earth. Also, the Akura is not just a mythical being but a symbol of the shaman's power, and it's said that only these spiritual leaders can approach Akura without facing dire consequences. One of the most interesting aspects of Akura's lore is its association with water and rain, elements crucial for the sustenance of life and the land. According to Aboriginal people's storytelling, during periods of drought, shamans would embark on a journey to Akura's dwelling, a cave, to perform a vital ritual. They sought to drown Akura and extract his kidney fat. This fat was then heated over fire until it melted, dripping onto the coals below. The process was believed to basically emit a powerful scent as the fat burned, which would rise into the sky. This act was said to summon strong winds, part the clouds, and bring forth a heavy downpour of rain, rejuvenating the parched land. Wasco. The Wasco, also known by names such as sea wolf, Wasco, and water dog, is a creature from the mythology of the Haida people from the Queen Charlotte Islands in British Columbia, Canada. This sea serpent or lake monster is often seen in Haida art as a hybrid between a whale and a wolf. First reported in 1927, the Wasco has interested cryptozoologists a lot who see it as a historical representation of encounters with the Cadbosaurus wilsey, another cryptid reported in the Pacific Northwest. Its depiction has led some to compare the Wasco with other sea serpents of the region too, such as the Palarayuk and Tizaruk, which we've mentioned previously. Prominent researchers like Michael D. Swords and Dale A. Drinan have really explored the Wasco's lore, trying to figure out its place in cryptozoology. Swords' work in particular delves into the Wasco's cultural and potentially zoological significance. Also, there's even some tales of a Wasco residing in Spirit Lake on Graham Island, meaning it's still a living part of the Haida people's connection to their environment. Cicero. The Cicero, a serpent revered by various tribes along the Pacific Northwest coast, comes from indigenous folklore. This creature is often seen as a serpentine being which has distinctive features like horns, a dorsal fin, front flippers, sharp teeth, and large, imposing eyes. Its presence has been reported in the waters of the Queen Charlotte Strait and Strait of Georgia in British Columbia, and while its exact diet remains unspecified within these accounts, the sharpness of its teeth hints at a predatory nature, suggesting it might have been a fearsome hunter in the waters of the Pacific Northwest. Cryptozoologists and enthusiasts have drawn parallels between the Cicero and unknown cryptids like the one we mentioned before, viewing it through a lens that bridges cultural mythology with speculative zoology. Leelanau Lake Monster. Lake Leelanau, which is in Leelanau County, Michigan, is home to a mysterious creature that stands out even among other cryptids because of its unique camouflage and the pretty creepy encounters it's inspired. Often referred to as Leelanau by locals, the creature reportedly inhabits the two connected lakes of the region, North Lake Leelanau and South Lake Leelanau. Unlike many lake monsters that draw comparisons to more prehistoric plesiosaurs, Leelanau's description deviates a lot, hinting at a potentially undiscovered species. The origins of Leelanau's legend are actually mixed with the construction of Lake Leelanau Dam in the late 19th century. The dam basically raised the water level by 10 to 12 feet, flooding surrounding land and creating marshy areas where this creature is said to thrive. This change in landscape may have sealed the creature within the lake, according to local lore, And one of the most compelling stories of Leelanau comes from the summer of 1910, involving a local teenager, William Gauthier. Gauthier, while fishing in the lake's shallow reeds, decided to venture into a previously unexplored section of the lake. As he maneuvered his rowboat through the water, he chose what appeared to be a tree stump to secure his boat. The moment his rope touched the stump, two enormous eyes opened at the water's surface, revealing the stump to be a camouflaged creature. Frozen with fear, Gauthier could only watch as the creature dove under his boat, its length so vast that its head emerged on the opposite side while its tail was still visible where it had initially been spotted. This chilling encounter shows not only the creature's size, but its supposed ability to blend into its surrounding, making us wonder how often it has been near without any notice. The experience left Gauthier profoundly shaken, to the extent that he avoided the lake for many years afterward. While other sightings have been reported around the turn of the century, many individuals were reluctant to share their experiences for fear of ridicule. This pattern of rare sightings and the subsequent silence has brought up some mystery, with the last known sighting occurring many years ago. This gap in reports has led some to speculate that the creature, if it was ever trapped in Lake Leelanau, may no longer exist. Alright, Tier 5. Blue Men of the Minch. The Blue Men of the Minch, ethereal beings from Scottish folklore, are said to dwell in the waters of the Minch Strait, lying between the Outer Hebrides and mainland Scotland. These spirits, also known as storm kelpies, are unique to this region, with no similar tales recorded elsewhere, except for a possible sighting in Shetland in 1700 by clergyman John Brand, who described a blue-bearded man emerging from the sea. Physically, the blue men resemble humans but are different because of their blue skin. On calm days, they are sometimes seen lounging on the water's surface, basking in peace. However, their serene appearance actually belies their true nature, being that they're capable of creating violent storms to sink ships and drown sailors. Unlike other sea spirits in Scottish lore, which often have a singular form or a set of abilities, the blue men are more versatile, engaging in activities like playing shinty under clear night skies and challenging ship captains to rhyming contests to decide their fate. These contests are probably the most fascinating aspect of their legend, since a captain must match wits and rhyme with the blue men's chief, and success means safe passage, while failure basically means doom for the ship and its crew. In one recorded exchange, the captain's clever replies share his ship from destruction. The blue men's leader, known as Shoney or the Blue Chief, sometimes demands tribute from passing ships, threatening destruction if his demands aren't met. This aspect of the lore hints at ancient practices of appeasing the sea and its spirits for safe passage. Attempts to capture or confront the blue men directly seem doomed to fail too. Attempts to capture or confront the blue men directly seem doomed to fail, as illustrated in a tale where sailors nearly capture one sleeping on the surface. The blue men's compatriots, identified only by common names like Duncan and Donald, come to his rescue, perhaps hinting at a deeper, more human-like society beneath the waves. Speculation about the origins of the blue men varies widely, from fallen angels diversifying into various mythological beings to misinterpreted sightings of picked warriors or North African slaves abandoned by Vikings, dressed in blue and mistaken for spirits by the local Scots. These theories provide a glimpse into how folklore can evolve from historical events, cultural exchanges, and the mysteries of our natural world. Draugr. The Draugr, a fearsome undead creature from Norse mythology, has a pretty haunting presence in the sagas and tales of old. These beings are essentially revenants, reanimated corpses with physical abilities they possessed in life, tethered to their burial mounds and often guarding treasures interred with them. The origins of the Draugr lie deeply rooted in the belief systems of the Norse people, encompassing regions of Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Iceland, and the Faroe Islands. Unlike ghosts, Draugr maintain a more corporeal form, enabling them to interact with the physical world in terrifying ways. They possess superhuman strength too, the ability to grow at will, and other powers that vary across stories, including changing their size and controlling the weather to create storms. One of the most notorious Draugr is Glamr, whose story is detailed in the Grettis saga. Glamr's restlessness and death led to a reign of terror until he was confronted and ultimately defeated by the saga's hero, Grettir. Glamour's tale is pretty much a prime example of the malevolence associated with Dragar, being that even in death he was able to curse Grettir. The creation of a Dragar could occur under specific circumstances, as it said, merely noted if the deceased was buried in an upright position, which might suggest an unwillingness to rest peacefully. Traditionally, individuals who were mean, nasty, or greedy in life were prime candidates for becoming Dragar. This belief is pretty common in a lot of cultures and stories, since it underlies the notion that one's actions and character in life could have dire consequences after death. Preventing the rise of a Dragar was a matter of significant concern too, resulting in various rituals and burial practices. These included placing scissors on the chest of the deceased, tying the big toes together, and employing strategic burial tactics to confuse or trap the spirit should it attempt to rise from the grave. And a prime example is actually the Vikings' methods of burial that reflect a deep-seated fear of the undead and the lengths to which they would go to protect the living from the potential threat of a Dragar. Presi. Presi, a lake monster, is said to reside in Lake Superior in the United States. With a history of sightings dating back to the 1800s, it's described as an enormous creature about 75 feet in length, and it's said to possess a horse-like head with sharp, protruding teeth positioned on a long, slender neck. Its body is thought to be equipped with large pectoral fins too, kept close to its sides for streamlined movement, and it's also believed to have a tail similar to that of a whale. One of the earliest recorded encounters occurred in 1897 near Duluth, Minnesota. A man, having fallen overboard from his yacht after colliding with a rock, reported a terrifying encounter in the water. He claimed that a creature, presumably Presi, attempting to constrict him in a snake-like manner. This account, among others, has fueled the legend of Presi, showing how it's potentially a dangerous creature capable of interacting with humans in a direct and frightening way. The origins and true nature of Presi, though, remain subjects of debate and exploration. Some suggest that the sightings of Presi could be attributed to encounters with large lake sturgeons, which are known to grow over 6 feet in length and inhabit Lake Superior's waters. Others speculate that Presi could be some type of aquatic snake, especially considering the report of constriction behavior. Despite the plausible explanations offered by natural phenomena and known species, the legend of Presi still continues. Colossal Clawed. Colossal Clawed is another sea monster said to inhabit the waters near the Columbia River in Oregon, United States. Its lore dates back to 1934 and is described as having a length varying between 15 to 40 feet. The first recorded sighting was by L.A. Larson, the first mate of the Columbia River lightship, who depicted the creature as a 40-foot animal with an 8-foot neck, a large round body, a menacing tail, and a head that bore an evil snaky look, as quoted. Larson's account was corroborated by other crew members too, who observed the creature through binoculars, which basically marked the beginning of the Colossal Clawed legend. In 1937, Charles E. Graham, the captain of the fishing trawler Viv, reported encountering a large, hairy tan-colored creature with an overgrown horse head, estimating its length at about 40 feet with the waist measuring 4 feet. Months later, another sighting described the creature as resembling an aquatic giraffe along Devil's Churn. By 1939, the crew of the halibut fishing ship Argo also reported a sighting, describing Claude as having a camel-like head with coarse gray fur, glossy eyes, and a bent snout, which reportedly reared up from the water close to the ship. Speculation on the true identity of the colossal cod ranged from natural explanations such as a jellyfish or whale to more wilder theories suggesting it could be a surviving plesiosaur, like a lot of the lake monster cryptids we know of. Afanc. The Afanc, from Welsh mythology, is featured in numerous stories that often involve interactions with humans. One notable tale involves a maiden's attempt to neutralize the creature by allowing it to sleep on her lap. As the Afanc rests, villagers seize the moment to chain it. Upon waking, the creature reacts violently, accidentally killing the maiden in its frenzy. Despite this tragic outcome, the villagers succeed in dragging the Afanc to a lake nearby, where its fate diverges in different versions of the tale. Some say it was killed, while others say it was merely relocated. Another part of the Afanc's lore is mixed with the Arthurian legend, mainly to the figure of Peredur. In this narrative, the Afanc dwells in a cave near the palace of the sons of the King of the Tortures, a grim place named for the daily slaying and resurrection of the king's 3 sons by the creature. The story doesn't really clarify why this cyclic violence occurs though, but it suggested that the maidens of the court have the power to revive the slain sons. Peredur, seeking glory and honor, decides to confront the Afak alone after being warned by 3 chieftains that they wouldn't be able to resurrect him should he fall. On his journey, he encounters a maiden revealed to be the Queen of Constantinople, who informs him of the Afank's invisibility and its method of killing with poison darts. She provides Peredur with the seeing stone to reveal the creature, and armed with this magical aid, Peredur ventures into the cave and successfully kills the Afank, a deed that was seemingly predicted, as noted by the chieftains upon their arrival at the cave. Grindylow. Grindylows, which are from the folkloric traditions of the English counties of Yorkshire and Lancashire, are seen as human-like entities with elongated arms and fingers. These creatures are said to lurk in marshes and deep pools, preying on children who wander too close to the water's edge without adult supervision. The Grindylow's method of attack is pretty sinister though, since it waits for a moment of vulnerability before dragging its unsuspecting victims into the depths. The origin of the Grindylow's name is believed to be linked to Grendel, a character most famously associated with the epic poem Beowulf. Grendel's name appears in various Old English charters, often in contexts related to bodies of water such as meres, bogs, and lakes. This connection hints at sort of a deep-rooted fear and respect for water bodies in ancient cultures. In the role within folklore though, Grindylows serve more of a cautionary tale, representing the personification of the dangers of water. They're similar to the boogeyman concept, used to instill a sense of wariness and respect for natural water bodies among children. This has made Grindylows an effective tool for parents and communities to warn their children against the real dangers of drowning in unsupervised or unsafe water conditions. Grindylows also share similarities with other water spirits from British folklore, such as Peg Powler and Jenny Greenteeth, both of which are known for their malevolent tendencies towards humans, especially children. Nowadays, in modern cultures, Grindylows have also appeared in modern literature and media. Notably, they feature in the Harry Potter series as creatures inhabiting the lake near Hogwarts, depicted with octopus-like tentacles and large yellow eyes, diverging from their traditional portrayal but still retaining their menacing nature. They also appear in China Miéville's novel The Scar and the Pathfinder role-playing game. Our onto tier 6 now, Are River Monster. The Are River Monster is a huge eel-like creature said to live in the Are River in Switzerland. This river, a tributary of the Rhine, is the longest river fully within Switzerland, stretching 183 miles. For hundreds of years, people have told stories about large, snake-like monsters in the water. The Aar Gorge, a deep Anor valley near Middingen, is particularly famous for these sightings. The gorge has cliffs about 170 feet tall on both sides, making it a scary place even before you add monsters into the mix. Before 1889, when a walking path was built, the only way across was by going through dangerous rapids. Old tales going back to the 1500s warn of eel monsters that would attack anyone trying to cross, especially during times when Lake Lucerne flooded and supposedly let more monsters into the river. These creatures haven't really been reported recently though, but the stories continue to be part of their local folklore. Also, interestingly, the gorge is where Sherlock Holmes is famously said to have met his end in a battle with Professor Moriarty, according to Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's stories. Borach al-Ligas. The Borach al-Ligas is a creature from Swiss folklore, often described as a lake monster with a very unusual appearance. Unlike typical monsters that might have a definite shape or form, this creature is said to look like a big, shapeless sack similar to a walking stomach. Its body is covered with eyes that can produce flames, making it both fascinating and pretty terrifying at the same time. This creature supposedly came from a gateway to hell in the Luzjersee Lake in Switzerland, and it was said that people in the past were super afraid of this creature. Fishermen would stay away from parts of the lake where it was seen, shepherds kept their animals from its territory, and parents even warned their children not to get too close to the water because of it. There aren't really detailed stories of people meeting this creature face to face, but it was enough of a concern that people took precautions to avoid it. The creature is also said to eat a variety of things, from plankton and small fish to larger animals and sometimes even humans. To spot this creature, it's said that one tip is to look for places where people are scared to fish or where animals won't graze near the shore. While it sort of sounds like something out of a fantasy story, This creature still holds a spot in the local folklore and adds to the overall mythological creatures in European legends. Ashops. The Ashops is often described as North America's own version of the Loch Ness Monster, with its roots in the folklore of Quebec, Canada. This creature is believed to inhabit the Ashuapmushuan River, which flows into Lac Saint Jean, inspiring its name. The description of the Ashuaps vary though, but it's commonly said to be between 10 to 60 feet in length, with a color that ranges from deep blue to black. Sightings of the Ashuaps have been reported for generations, with one notable encounter occurring in 1978 when Marcel Tardif and his wife reported seeing a blackish animal, estimated to be about 50 to 60 feet long, off Scott Point. On the same day, another incident involved Michel Vireault, his wife and daughter, who experienced their canoe being overturned by unidentified force, speculated to be the Ashuaps. Mamlambo. The Mamlambo, known in South African and Zulu folklore as the brain sucker, is a cryptid rumored to haunt the waters around the Mislava River in South Africa. This creature, described as quasi-reptilian, has caused some fear in the villagers surrounding the river because of its violent tendencies of dragging its victims underwater to consume their brains by devouring their faces. Known as being between 6 to 7 feet in length, the Mamlambo possesses a long tail, 4 short legs, a crocodilian body, a serpentine neck, and a horse-like head. Some reports even suggest the creature may exhibit bioluminescence, with eyewitnesses claiming it shines with a green light at night. Also, it's said to have 2 glowing green eyes, capable of mesmerizing anyone who looks into them. The Mamlambo's attacks are particularly brutal too, like we touched upon earlier, since it's known to drag its victims into water, drown them, and then crack open their skulls to consume the brain and blood. This has basically caused locals to avoid the river areas that are believed to be its domain. Sightings of the Mamlambo have been reported for many years, with notable encounters occurring as recently as 1997. Despite these claims though, local police have attributed the alleged victims of the Mamlambo to drownings during the heavy rains of the Lesotho wet season. They argued that the disfiguring injuries found in the bodies are the result of river crabs, not a monstrous cryptid. Despite the skepticism of authorities, villagers near the river maintained their belief in the Mamlambo's existence, attributing numerous disappearances and deaths to this feared creature.
Quetzalcoatlus. Quetzalcoatlus was a giant pterosaur from the late Cretaceous period in North America, known for its massive size, and when you compare it to a human, it's pretty scary. The name Quetzalcoatlus comes from Quetzalcoatl, a feathered serpent god from Mesoamerican mythology. Scientists believe the largest Quetzalcoatlus could have had a wingspan of up to 52 feet, making it one of the biggest flying animals ever. The interest in Quetzalcoatlus as a cryptid though mainly comes from Mayan sightings that resemble descriptions of prehistoric pterosaurs. One notable report came from Pennsylvania in 2001, where a 19-year-old driver saw what he described as a huge bird with a wingspan of 10 to 15 feet and a long, strange head. This sighting, along with others in Pennsylvania and Texas, presented the idea that a creature resembling Quetzalcoatlus might still be out there. These sightings though have led to many different explanations about what it could possibly be. Some people think witnesses might have just seen large birds, which they would have thought were, pterosaurs or Quetzalcoatlus, which have long wingspans and can look unusual from a distance. Others speculate that there's actually a real possibility that surviving pterosaurs are out there, linking these sightings to the ancient Quetzalcoatlus. Despite these theories though, no solid evidence has been found to prove the existence of such a creature living among us. Direwolf. The direwolf lived during the Pleistocene era and was about 3 feet 5 inches tall and weighed between 125 to 175 pounds. It was known for its strong build and powerful jaws that could crush bones. Compared to modern wolves, the direwolf had a smaller brain size, and many direwolf skeletons have been found in the La Briatar pits, which provides a lot of information for us about these animals. They lived alongside other prehistoric giants too, like the saber-toothed cat, Smilodon, and it's believed that the direwolf was the original wild dog. However, details about their social behavior, such as if they lived in packs or hunted alone, are mostly based on speculation because of limited fossil records. Evidence suggests that there may have been 2 types of direwolves, one in North America and one in South America. Today, there's no evidence that the direwolf still exists, but there have been reports of sightings of creatures that resemble them, hence why it's on this list. Cryptids like the Wahila, Shankawarikin, Amarok, which we've talked about before, and even Fenrir are said to have similarities to the direwolf. Some people think that there may be a population of direwolves thriving in the remote Nahanni Valley, where a creature called the Wahila has been sighted. This creature is described as a wolf on steroids as quoted, and has features similar to the direwolf such as bulky legs, a wider head, and shorter ears. The direwolf has also been featured in popular media, gaining attention in the Game of Thrones series where they played an important role. They've also appeared in video games like Call of Duty Black Ops 3, Ark, Survival Evolved, the Final Fantasy series, and the mobile app Disco Zoo in various forms. Bunyip. The bunyip is a mythical creature from Aboriginal stories in southeastern Australia, said to live in swamps, billabongs, creeks, and waterholes. Its name means devil or evil spirit in the Wemba Wemba language, showing that it's feared by the indigenous people. People have described the bunyip in different ways though, some saying it looks like a dog with dark fur, a horse-like tail, flippers, and even tusks like a walrus, and that leaves a lot of speculation about what it actually looks like. The first reported sightings of the bunyip date back to 1818, when explorers found large bones in Lake Bathurst, thinking they belonged to a manatee or a hippopotamus. However, it wasn't until the mid-1830s that the name bunyip itself became popular after fossilized bones were discovered in Wellington Caves, eventually identified as belonging to prehistoric marsupials like Diprotodon. And the bunyip became even more famous in 1845, when the Geelong Advertiser published a detailed description, marking the first recorded use of the name bunyip. Also, a noteworthy thing to add was in 1847, a strange skull was found near Bulleraland, initially believed to be from an unknown creature, but later identified as a deformed foal or calf, yet still displayed as a possible evidence of the bunyip at the Australian Museum in Sydney. There are many legends about the bunyip, including one about a man named Bunyip, who turned into an evil spirit for breaking a sacred law and started attacking people and livestock. In 1857, a newspaper article described an encounter with the creature, likening it to a large seal with a swan-like neck, a dog-like head, and a strange pouch under its jaw, which just added to the mystery surrounding this beast. And yeah, it resembles a prehistoric creature, as you can see in the pictures. Terror birds. Terror birds were powerful predators that used to live in South America and stood almost 3 meters tall. They were at the top of the food chain at the time for many years before becoming extinct, and they couldn't fly and were much larger than any flightless bird we know today, like the ostrich. The closest living relatives to terror birds are believed to be the secretary bird in Africa and the sirmas in South America. Fossil discoveries in Texas and Florida challenged the idea that terror birds were only in South America, showing that at least one species had migrated to North America and survived until around 2 million years ago. These North American terror birds could have been as tall as 6 to 12 feet and had evolved arms with claws instead of wings, making them look like small predatory dinosaurs. Legends from the Yakima Indians in the northwestern United States talk about a giant ground-dwelling bird called Bach-an-aho, which had a crooked beak and left 3-toed tracks similar to the terror bird. There have also been reported sightings of a large bird resembling what we just talked about in the Mount Adams region of Washington state, with the most recent sighting in 1975. In popular culture, terror birds have also been featured in different forms of media. The British TV show Primeval included terror birds as both enemies and heroes in its episode and spin-off series, Primeval New World. Also, a movie called Terror Birds was released in 2016, showing a town under attack by these ancient creatures that were brought back to life and escaped into the wild. Mapinguari. The Mapinguari is a mysterious creature from the Amazon region that has captured the interest and sparked debate among a lot of people. It's said to originate from Brazilian folklore, where it was believed to have been once a shaman who angered the gods and was turned into a hairy beast as punishment. The creature's origins are steeped in mysticism and are part of the mythology of the Amazon. Over time, descriptions of the Mapinguari have varied though, with some modern sightings linking it to a giant sloth and older accounts describing it as more ape-like. Some experts believe it could be a surviving species of giant ground sloths from the Ice Age. The Mapinguari is known for its overall foul odor though, which can render a person unconscious, and its unusual features such as a mouth in the middle of its stomach, one eye, long claws, caveman skin, backward feet, and a second mouth on its belly. Sightings of the Mapinguari have been reported all the way since the early 20th century, with some as recent as 2014 in countries like Brazil, Peru, and Venezuela, as well as possibly in Bolivia, Ecuador, and French Guiana. Witnesses have described the creature as a primate or a quadrupedal animal with caiman-like skin, long brown fur, and robust claws. It's said that the foul odor it emits is from its belly, and it stands on its hind legs when startled. Its behavior is pretty mysterious though, with reports suggesting it can walk on all fours or on two legs. It's also believed to be active during the night and at dawn, feeding on vegetation like bacaba and basal palms. Reports have linked the Mapinguari to attacks on livestock, which kinda indicates a potential migratory pattern that brings it closer to human settlements. Despite the fear surrounding the Mapinguari, there's still no really concrete evidence of its existence. Samples of hair and droppings collected for analysis have typically been identified as belonging to known animals like giant anteaters or small rodents. But yeah, it's said to resemble a prehistoric creature. Congamado. The Congamado is a mysterious creature similar to a pterosaur, rumored to live in the warm regions of Africa, mainly in Zambia, the Congo, and Angola. Its name, which means destroyer of boats or capsizer of boats, comes from stories of it flipping canoes and attacking people near rivers. Described as a reddish lizard with wings made of thin skin and teeth in its mouth, the Congamado is said to have a wingspan that ranges from 4 all the way to 100 feet. When locals were presented with images of pterosaurs, they supposedly recognized them as representations of the Congamado, suggesting a strong resemblance between the cryptid and ancient pterosaurs as they saw it. This creature shares similarities too with other mythical flying beings around the globe, like the ropen of Papua New Guinea. Historic accounts by European travelers in Africa have mentioned confrontations with large winged creatures though, leading to injuries for the victims. It's believed that the Congamado mainly feeds on fish, but has been accused of attacking humans and disturbing graves to eat dead bodies. Also, although recent sightings have been taking place in popular bird watching spots, bird enthusiasts have not observed anything unusual, which sparks some theories that the Congamado sightings might be mistaken identities. One of the earliest known interactions with the Congamado is from adventurer Frank Melland, who portrayed the creature in his book In Witch-Bound Africa from 1932. Ever since then, the Congamado has been brought up in a lot of discussions about its existence, which might be a surviving type of pterosaur. Trilobite. Trilobites, which were ancient marine arthropods that existed during the Paleozoic era and disappeared from the fossil record about 251 million years ago during the Permian period, are of interest in both paleontology and cryptozoology. While there have been no recent sightings or scientific evidence of trilobites after the Permian period, some in the cryptozoological community are interested by the idea that they may have survived. The speculation about their potential presence today comes from the resemblance of seafloor trackways to Cruzinia, trace fossils usually associated with trilobite activity. Many people believe that surviving trilobites may still be living in the ocean's depths, eluding detection by modern science. In 1967, zoologist Roy P. Mackle of the University of Pittsburgh was told about these trackways and even considered trying to capture the creatures responsible for them. However, the project to uncover the mystery of these tracks never moved forward, and the identity of the track maker still remains unknown. Mackle himself believed that the chances of finding living trilobites were very slim. Some Cruziana trace fossils have been discovered though in freshwater and Triassic sediments, where trilobites are not typically found in the fossil record. This has led researchers to believe that these traces were made by other arthropods, not trilobites, which further decreases the likelihood of trilobites still existing today. Our answer tier 2, American lions. The idea of American lions involves numerous claims of lion-like creatures being spotted in regions that are not typically known to have such large felines, especially throughout the Americas. Although true lions have not been native to the Americas since ancient times, aside from the cougar or mountain lion because of their distinct classification, there have been consistent reports of lion or lion-like creatures that have sparked curiosity and investigation about their potential existence. The prehistoric lion of North America, scientifically referred to as Panthera leoatrox, is an important focal point in the conversation about American lions. This particular species, which was potentially a subspecies of the African lion, was considerably larger than present-day African lions and had a darker, potentially black coloring, as per some studies. The physical contrasts, such as the lack of manes in males and the unique black coloring, set the prehistoric lion apart from the usual lion appearance and corresponds more closely with sightings of large black panthers in the Americas. In South America, the intrigue intensifies with the jungle lion of Peru, described as having red fur and being frequently observed in the Yanachaga National Park. These reports contribute to the assortment of lion-like creatures that have been reported in the continent, questioning the idea of their extinction or misinterpretation. Javanese wolf. The Javanese wolf, a species of prehistoric canine that lived in Java during the Pleistocene era around 800,000 to 300,000 years ago, is the focus of a fascinating story that combines paleontology with cryptozoology. Although the fossil records of this creature are incomplete, evidence suggests that the Javanese wolf was similar in appearance to large canines of the past and present, like the African wild dog and Xenoceon. Its large, powerful teeth and robust jaw structure indicate that the Megaceon may have been larger than modern wild dogs, which made it a really formidable predator for its time. Despite being confirmed as an ancient species, the Javanese wolf's connection to cryptozoology arises from recent sightings and reported attacks by mysterious canines, leading to debates about the possibility of its survival in modern times. In Malaysia, a tragic incident unfolded when a 46-year-old woman named S. Saraswati died from injuries sustained during a frightening encounter with a dog. The event occurred on December 29 as Saraswati and her son Vilachumi were riding a motorcycle home after visiting relatives. A dog suddenly began chasing them aggressively, causing Saraswati to lose control of the motorcycle, which resulted in a fall where she and her son were bitten by the dog, leaving them with severe leg injuries. Despite receiving initial medical treatment and being discharged with instructions for follow-up care, Saraswati's condition worsened, leading to her death from complications related to the attack. The local police chief, Subt Yusuf Awang, confirmed the incident and mentioned an ongoing investigation to determine if the attack was fatal. In Indonesia, another disturbing incident occurred when a neighborhood guard in Batam, an island off Sumatra, discovered the remains of a 50-year-old man named Andre Lemboga in his home. His skull was found in the kitchen with the rest of his body outside the house, which indicated a possible attack by the dogs. This grim scene puzzled the local community and raised questions about the aggressive nature of these canines. While these events don't really directly link to the Javanese wolf, they have renewed interest in legends of mysterious canines in Southeast Asia. The Javanese wolf, which is a creature from ancient times and believed to be extinct, plays a really key role in these contemporary encounters, suggesting that the tales of cryptic canines may have some factual basis. Mahamba. The Mahamba is a mystical creature believed to live in the murky waters of Lake Lukwala in the remote Congo rainforest. It's described as a huge crocodile-like animal and can grow up to 50 feet in length, surpassing the size of any known crocodile species that are alive today. Some speculate that the Mahamba may be a remnant of the Mosasaurus, the large sea-dwelling reptiles that became extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period. Local legends, mainly among the Bubangani people, depict the Mahamba as a terrifying predator capable of attacking and consuming rafts and canoes. Its appearance is so distinctive and frightening that it's often linked to the Nakoli, the local word for crocodile, though the Mahamba is believed to be significantly different and more formidable. There are even reports of the Mahamba attacking humans, which adds another layer of danger to its myth around there. Theories regarding the true nature of the Mahamba differ greatly though. Some propose that it could be an exceptionally large crocodile or maybe a completely new crocodilian species. Others speculate that it could be an ancient descendant of crocodilians like Deinosuchus or Sarcosuchus that somehow survived past mass extinctions. It's also suggested that the Mahamba might be an unknown aquatic reptile or a massive amphibian with crocodile-like traits, still concealed in the uncharted swamps of the Congo. Miramar Toxodon. The Miramar Toxodon originates from the coastal region of Miramar, Buenos Aires province in Argentina. In the period between 1912 and 1913, scientist Carlos Amguino made a significant discovery in late Pliocene sediment, thought to be around 2 million years old. He found stone tools next to a remarkable discovery, which was a stone arrow or spear point lodged in the femur of a toxodon. Toxodons were a type of large hoofed animals resembling horses or rhinos that once roamed South America and are believed to have gone extinct approximately 10,000 years ago. This finding raises some questions and challenges the traditional understanding about human history in South America and the timeline of the Toxodon's existence. If the stone tool truly dates back to the same time as the Toxodon remains, it would imply that humans lived in South America almost 2 million years earlier than currently believed. This would significantly change the timeline of human migration and settlement in the region. However, there's alternative interpretations for this unusual discovery. One possibility is that the artifacts of the Toxodon femur were removed from later sediment layers, indicating that the connection of the tools with the fossil might be coincidental rather than the proof of coexistence. Another theory suggests that the arrows were inserted into the femur long after the Toxodon had died, possibly by humans who came across the fossil remains hundreds of thousands of years later. In spite of these interpretations, the idea of a large, grazing Toxodon surviving into the Holocene and becoming a target for early human hunters is an alluring possibility. Such a scenario would not only offer proof of human presence in South America much earlier, but also propose that the Toxodons lived alongside humans, possibly enduring much longer than previously thought. Karoo Monster. In 1946, there were reports from the Karoo, a large semi-desert region in South Africa, of sightings of a huge reptile measuring up to 3 meters long. These reports captured the interest of the public and also the media, which was largely because of Karoo's reputation as a place where many fossil discoveries, mainly from the Permian era, have been made. At first, there was speculation that the creature might be a living Permian therapsid, a type of prehistoric reptile that resembled mammals and existed millions of years ago before becoming extinct. This speculation was influenced by the area's history of paleontology, which was known for being one of the best places in the world for finding Permian fossils. Bernard Heuvelmans and other experts, however, have proposed a more plausible theory, suggesting that the Karoo monster could have been a giant monitor lizard instead of a remnant from the Permian era. This interpretation is more in line with the region's known natural history and current diversity of species. The idea of a Permian therapsid surviving in the modern-day Karoo is seen more as a curious historical concept rather than a realistic hypothesis today. Also, Bruce Champagne, another figure in the field of cryptozoology, has interestingly classified some of his sea serpent groupings, like a giant turtle type, as reptiles that resemble mammals. This unconventional classification indicates a continued interest in the idea of ancient reptiles living into modern times in remote areas of the world. The concept of the Karoo monster being a direct descendant of Permian therapsids like Dinophali, remaining hidden for millions of years to appear in the last 250 million years, does really trigger our imagination though. It links the fossil evidence with speculative ideas in cryptozoology. Carcadon. The Carcadon, a mythical creature believed to wander the grasslands and deserts of Persia and North Africa, has some unique qualities and an overall mysterious presence. Initially mentioned in ancient texts dating back to the 10th or 11th century, the Carcadon has been compared to the Persian equivalent of the unicorn. Abu Rayyan al-Biruni, a Persian scholar from the 10th century, provides one of the earliest portrayals of this beast. He describes the Carcadon as a creature resembling a buffalo covered in black scales, sporting a dewlap under its chin, 3 yellow hooves per foot, and most notably, a single horn on its nose that curls upwards. This horn, described as longer than a hand's width and cone-shaped, in addition to its donkey-like ears and unique upper lip, suggests that the Indian rhinoceros is a possible source for such descriptions. By the 13th century, Persian physician Zakaria al-Qazwini expanded on the creature's legend, linking medicinal powers to its horn, like treating epilepsy and alleviating constipation. In the 14th century, famed explorer Ibn Battuta described the Carcadon as a formidable creature capable of frightening even elephants, aligning with narratives in 1001 Nights, specifically in Sinbad the Sailor's second voyage. And another description diverges a lot from earlier accounts, proposing that the creature resembles a bull with wolf-like attributes and 2 horns, departing from the singular horn tradition. This illustration raises inquiries about the true nature and origins of the creature. The unearthing of fossils attributed to Alismotherium, a colossal rhinoceros-like creature that once lived in eastern China and southern Russia, poses a really interesting question about the Carcadon myth. Reaching heights of 6 to 7 feet with a 6-foot horn, Alismotherium's resemblance to historical depictions of the Carcadon leads some to speculate that this ancient behemoth could be the actual inspiration for the legend. Despite being thought to have become extinct 1.6 million years ago, accounts recorded by Ibn Battuta hint at the possibility that the Elasmotherium or a similar creature might have survived into more recent times. Mehirung Baringmal. In the expansive landscapes of Australia, a country that has a lot of ancient stories and mysteries, the Mehirung Baringmal is an interesting figure. This creature, which is said to be a large, flightless bird larger than even the modern emu, has been featured in Aboriginal myths as well as rock paintings in Cape York, Queensland, and even some rock carvings in New South Wales. These representations hint at a time when enormous birds coexisted with humans, with Aboriginal legends telling of their existence during volcanic eruptions in the Western District of Victoria around 3000 to 2000 BC. The theories surrounding this creature are based on the paleontological evidence on Australia, which indicates possible links to two ancient birds identified through fossil records. One theory suggests a connection to Gynaiornis newtoni, a bird which was related to ducks and geese and stood at about 6 feet 7 inches tall. This bird, which was known from intact skeletons discovered near Lake Halabana in South Australia, is believed to have survived until at least 26,000 years ago, and sort of aligns with the time frame of human memory and adds to the lore surrounding the creature. Another hypothesis proposes that the Aboriginal tales might recount interactions with Dromornis sertoni, one of the largest flightless birds to have ever existed. Fossils found in the Northern Territory indicate that this bird lived from the late Miocene to the Pleistocene, spanning about 15 million to 30,000 years ago. Weighing about 1,300 pounds and standing at 9 feet tall, Dromornis sertoni's impressive size and attributes makes it a plausible source for the origins of the Mehirung Baringmal legend. Our on to tier 3 now, Tully Monstrum. The Tully Monstrum, commonly known as the Tully Monster, is a mysterious and fascinating fossil in paleontology, first found in the Mazon Creek fossil beds in Illinois. It lived around 300 million years ago during the Pennsylvanian period, a time when vast coastal swamps and deltas dominated the landscapes of what is now the eastern and midwestern United States and parts of Europe. This unusual creature, which resembles a soft-bodied jawless fish, has interested scientists and the general public because of its unique anatomy and uncertain placement in the evolutionary tree. With two large eyes on stalks, a claw-like mouth at the end of a proboscis, two significant posterior films, and a broad fin-like tail, the Tully Monstrum has sparked theories connecting it to various mysterious and legendary creatures from our past. Some researchers suggest that it might have survived into modern times, lurking in lakes and rivers and occasionally startling people. They propose that its proboscis could be mistaken for a plesiosaur's long neck, which is a common feature in eyewitness reports of lake monsters. Investigation into its identity have even tied it to ancient European tales of dragons and other mythical beings, which aren't too plausible. Ted Haldane, a well-known investigator of the Loch Ness Monster, considered the possibility that such creatures could be remnants of Tully monstrums, proposing that centuries-old dragon legends in Europe could have also originated from encounters with this ancient creature. Despite its association with legendary creatures though, recent scientific research has revised our understanding of Tully monstrum's place in the animal kingdom. Originally classified as an invertebrate, subsequent studies have instead redefined it as a vertebrate closely related to lampreys. This classification puts the Tully monstrum in a more familiar context of vertebrate evolution, although it doesn't really diminish its appeal as a prehistoric curiosity. Ogagwe. The Ogagwe, also known as the Kaukandakari or Kilomba in Zimbabwe and Congo, is a prominent figure in the folklore of East Africa. It's said to reside in the forests and jungles of Tanzania and Zaire, and has been part of local legends since the early 20th century. Captain William Hitchens first brought attention to the Ogagwe in 1900, with his encounter detailed in a Discovery magazine issue 37 years later. Described as a small, hairy humanoid, the Ogagwe is usually around 1 to 1.7 meters in height and has human-like features along with unique traits like long arms, rusty-colored hair, and yellowish-red skin. Sometimes it's said to have a copper hue too. The creature has small feet about 12 centimeters long, and its physical features distinguish it from modern chimpanzees. It also has a round forehead, small and sharp teeth, and distinct hair and skin colors. Captain William Hitchens encountered the Ogagwe in 1900 while traveling through the Usher and Simbit forests in Tanzania's Wembe Plains. He saw two small, brown, furry creatures
that look like little men, as quoted, around 4 feet tall in a forest clearing. Another account by British officer Cuthbert Barugny in 1927, published in Discovery magazine, described similar beings interacting with baboons, which hints at a potentially unknown species or prehistoric animal. In the late 1950s, animal collector Charles Cordier even reported a run-in with an agogwe in Zaire, which actually escaped from his trap. Some theories suggest that the agogwe could be a surviving Australopithecine species, which was a primitive human ancestor from around 2.5 million years ago. Nguma monene. The Nguma monene is a cryptid believed to live in the dense, isolated rainforests of Central Africa, mainly in the Congo Basin. According to rumors, it's a huge serpent-like reptile that has intrigued cryptozoologists and adventurers for a long time, with reported sightings suggesting a creature of a really large size and mysterious behaviors. Described as having a long body that can reach up to 50 feet in length and a diameter of 2 to 3 feet, the Nguma monene is thought to have a grayish-brown color. Its head and neck resemble that of a snake, complete with a split tongue, while its body has a serrated ridge along its back, and hints at a possible ancient origin. Because of its short legs and amphibious qualities, the creature can swiftly navigate through swamps, where it's said to hunt birds and monkeys. The name Nguma monene comes from the Lingala language, meaning large boa. Accounts of the Nguma monene by eyewitnesses are scarce but really interesting. The most notable sightings occurred near the Donga Mataba River, a tributary of the Ubangi River in the Republic of the Congo. In 1961 and again in 1971, individuals claimed to have encountered this gigantic reptile, with witness Joseph Ellis estimating a visible part of its tail to be about 32 feet long. Ellis' story is noteworthy as it highlights the creature's considerable size and camouflage in its swampy habitat, although the head and neck were not seen during the encounter. These sightings captured the attention of Roy P. Mako, who was a biologist from the University of Chicago, and organized expeditions to the Kuala swamps in search of the elusive Mokele Mbembe, which is another reported cryptid of the area. Mako suggested that the Nguma monene's physical traits, notably its body shape and serrated back, point to it being more lizard-like than snake-like. The identity of the Nguma monene has also sparked various theories, with some suggesting it could be a surviving dinosaur like a Spinosaurid, which are large carnivorous dinosaurs resembling crocodiles and adapted to aquatic life. Others propose it might even resemble a synapsid such as Dimetrodon, which was an early mammalian ancestor known for its unique sail. A more conservative view, though, suggests that the Nguma monene could be an unidentified species of large marsh lizard, which is sort of a plausible explanation for a lot of these. Patrick Creek Monster. There have been several reports of a mysterious creature known as the Patrick Creek Monster in the Yukon, Canada. Some believe it could be a surviving dinosaur like a theropod based on a story by French writer Georges Dupuy in 1908. The narrative tells of sightings in 1903 and 1907, describing the creature as resembling a medium-sized dinosaur. Despite doubts about the authenticity of the story, it sparked interest and led to similar reports all the way in Siberia and even Alaska. Indigenous communities in Canada have stories about a Medicine Valley in the Yukon, where large monsters lived, with tales passed down through generations, describing encounters with dinosaur-like creatures. In 1903, hunters James Lewis Butler and Tom Leemore found large tracks near Clear Creek, and later witnessed the creature up close with Dupuy, Father Pierre Lavenouge, and others. Lavenouge also reported seeing the creature carrying a dead caribou in 1907. Plans for a hunting expedition by the Duke of Westminster were cancelled because of World War I, and leaves the mystery kinda unresolved. But reports from the Soviet Union in the 1920s hinted at similar dinosaurs on the Kamchatka Peninsula, although these claims were not confirmed. The Patrick Creek Monster was said to have ceratosaurid features, a horn on its snout, a 50-foot body length, and hairy hide, which challenges traditional views of dinosaur appearance, but aligns with more recent discoveries of feathered dinosaurs. Doubts about the creature's existence stems from concerns about the habitat's sustainability for a large reptile and the unlikelihood of a dinosaur surviving undetected in the modern era. While some, like Stephen R. Bissett, think the story is made up, others view it as, a cryptid that might be out there. Onza. The Onza is a cryptid believed to inhabit the mountains of northwestern Mexico,
with reported sightings dating back to the time of the Spanish conquest of Aztec Mexico in 1519. It was even said to have been kept in Emperor Mozuma's zoo, known as Cuitlamitzel by the Aztecs. Resembling a feline similar to a cougar, the onza has caused debates about its actual classification, with some experts proposing it could be a jaguarundi, a species which is related to cougars. The most well-known encounters with the onza took place in 1938 and 1986, when animals resembling cougars were shot in Sinaloa and later identified as onzas. The 1986 case in particular involved rancher Andres Murillo, who mistakenly shot the animal thinking it was a jaguar, only to realize its distinctive features. It weighed about 60 pounds and was about 45 inches long with a 23-inch tail, and had a physique resembling a cougar but with long, thin legs and a longer tail. Its diet consisted of deer based on its stomach contents, and physical distinctions between the onza and cougars include a lighter build, longer striped legs, elongated ears, and a tail. Research by Texas Tech University in the 1990s on a frozen onza corpse suggested it could be a genetic variation of the cougar rather than a separate species, which was backed by DNA testing showing no major genetic differences from cougars. The onza has also been associated with the American cheetah, a distinct big cat closely related to pumas instead of marred cheetahs, which died out around 10,000 years ago. Some cryptozoologists even hypothesize the existence of two Mirasanic species in Mexico, often calling one the onza and the other by local names. This theory raises an interesting possibility of ancient American felines surviving or being misidentified. Our answers here for bear dogs. Bear dogs were a group of carnivorous mammals that looked like a mix of bears and dogs, but they weren't directly related to either bears or dogs. They shared characteristics with both, which placed them in a unique category within the suborder Caniformia. The size and shape of these creatures varied across different species though, with the most recent fossils found in the New World dating back around 2 million years ago, and in the Old World around 10,000 years ago. Even though bear dogs are extinct, there have been legends and sightings suggesting they may still exist in remote areas, like icy valleys between Canada and Alaska. The wahila is a cryptid similar to a huge wolf, but more like bear dogs, reported in Native American legends from places like Nahanni Valley, also known as Headless Valley because of mysterious bodies found there without heads. Non-indigenous accounts describe the wahila as bigger than a wolf, with a strong bear-like body and long pure white fur. It has distinct features from wolf like a wider head, heavier build, shorter legs compared to its body, smaller ears, and toes that are more spread out. One sighting by a mechanic described it as a wolf on steroids, estimating its height at 3.5 feet at the shoulder, larger than the biggest known wolves. Also, the wahila prefers to be alone and likes extremely cold, isolated northern areas, which kinda adds to its mysterious reputation. These traits, combined with the living in one of the least explored regions, suggest that there might be a small chance that a remaining population of bear dogs still exists today. Local tribes and legends in Nahanni Valley also speak of evil spirits, with tales connecting the headless bodies not only to the wahila but also to Sasquatch-like monsters and even werewolf beliefs. An episode of a show called Mountain Monsters documented a search for the creature called the bear beast in Ray Lake County, West Virginia, believed to be a mix of a grizzly bear and a canine, despite the only native bear species in the state being black bears. Buffalo lion. The buffalo lion, which originates from East Africa, is known as a large lion without a mane that is infamous for preying on humans and buffaloes. Unlike typical African lions that live in prides, buffalo lions are known to be solitary animals. There are rumors that they often hunt humans, which has led to speculation about whether they're a new subspecies of African lion, a completely new species, or a group of manyless lions with a particularly aggressive attitude towards humans. Because of their lack of mane, it's suggested that buffalo lions may be genetically different from the usual lions found in Africa, potentially making them a new subspecies. However, some experts in cryptozoology suggest a more interesting idea, that they could be a surviving member of the extinct cave lions, which would explain their size and lack of mane. Despite these theories, confirming the exact classification of buffalo lions has been difficult, as no body has been thoroughly examined. The idea of maneless lions is not entirely new in the area though. Historical reports such as Swasso Man-Eaters of 1898 mentioned two maneless male lines that were responsible for the deaths of numerous workers on the Kenya-Uganda Railway. These lines were exceptionally large, with one measuring 9 feet 8 inches long and the other 9 feet 6 inches long. Their skins and skulls are currently displayed at the Field Museum of Natural History in Chicago. In a similar incident in 1991, in Mifui, another large maneless male line was killed after attacking people. This specimen is also exhibited in the same museum to display its actual size, although specific measurements are difficult to come by. These historical man-eaters may suggest that the buffalo line could have been inspired by true accounts of maneless lines, or that the infamous man-eaters themselves were actually buffalo lines, but were not identified as such at that time. Glacier Island Carcass. The Glacier Island Carcass is a discovery made on Glacier Island in Alaska, where explorers reported finding the remains of a huge creature frozen in ice. This finding attracted attention in historical records and was even mentioned in Charles Fort's writings. The creature was described as covered in fur with reptilian characteristics, and it measured an impressive 42 feet long. Early descriptions indicated a head of 6 feet, a body of 20 feet, and a tail of 16 feet, making it unlike any known wildlife in the area. The carcass was so well preserved because of the Arctic conditions too. Initially, observers believed they had come across a prehistoric monster preserved in the upper reaches of the Columbia Glacier. This discovery sparked both excitement and doubt, prompting W.H. McDonald, the Chugach National Forest supervisor, to lead a 6-man expedition to uncover the truth behind the find. Upon investigation, McDonald and his team took detailed measurements, noting that the creature had a head similar to an elephant, almost 5 feet long, with a trunk-like snout. The carcass was also 24 feet long, with a 14-foot tail starting at the rib section, and it weighed around 1,000 pounds. The creature's flesh was also likened to that of a horse, and it had fur-colored skin, a trunk-like extension, and an elephant-like skull, causing some to speculate that it might be a woolly mammoth. However, discrepancies in reports such as mentions of a completely reptilian body or a body without a clear head have led to debates about the creature's true identity. Some have compared it to other mysterious carcasses like Trunco and Hodei's monster, implying a possible connection to marine creatures with trunk-like extensions, which goes against the mastodon theory. McDonald suggested that the creature was not originally from Glacier Island, but had been trapped in the Columbia Glacier and eventually carried to sea, where it ended up on the island. This theory, however, was never actually confirmed, as the carcass disappeared back into the sea shortly after being found, eliminating any opportunity for scientific analysis or definitive investigation. Cushait. The mystical creature known as Cushait in Scottish folklore is also mentioned in Irish folklore as well, and is similar to the Welsh Cuain Anand. It's believed to live in the rock crevices and wander the moors of the Scottish Highlands. Traditionally portrayed as having a dark green shaggy coat, the Cushait is said to have the size of a small cow, making it a notable figure in the stories in which it is featured. One of the most unsettling aspects of the Cushait legend is its method of hunting, which involves silently stalking followed by 3 frightful barks that can be heard over great distances, including out at sea. Folklore warns that upon hearing the first bark, individuals should seek shelter right away before the third bark, as failure to do so could lead to overwhelming terror and potential death. The origins of the Cushait are still the subject of speculation though, with one theory proposing that it may have descended from ancient ungulates, which resembled modern cows and horses. Dominic Sudoku. During the 1850s in Fredericksburg, Texas, Abbe Emmanuel Dominic documented the appearance of a cryptid known as Dominic Sudoku, or the rosed-horned clawed goat. This unique creature stood out because of its distinct features that set it apart from any known animals. It was described as the size of a cat but resembling a goat, with a beautiful silky white coat that resembled high-quality silk and was snow white in color. What made this animal really striking though were its claws instead of hooves, and its rare rose-colored horns, which made it a really interesting sight for anyone who encountered it. The cryptid was actually in possession of a Comanche woman who brought it to Fredericksburg. An officer was so captivated by the creature that he offered 500 francs to buy it, and the commandant's wife even suggested trading a valuable diamond for it. Despite these offers, the Comanche woman refused to part with the animal, meaning it was probably a pet since she'd probably have some deep emotional connection to it. This decision to keep the pseudo-goat only added to the mystery though surrounding its origins and characteristics, and led to some speculation from cryptozoologists. Some experts suggested that it could be descended from Chalicotheres, ancient creatures that shared similarities with the described cryptid. Others proposed that it may be a surviving notungulate or a unique species of bovine. The presence of a sagittal crest, similar to those seen in some apes like gorillas, in the descriptions further added to the mystery of the pseudo-goat, with its clawed paws and rose-colored horns remaining distinctive features that defied easy classification even today. Alright, Tier 5, Beast of Boonville. In 1936 and 1937, there were sightings in Boonville, Indiana of a strange creature known as the Beast of Boonville, and some people believed it could be a giant sloth. The Beast of Boonville, which was rumored to have come from Mexico, was first seen by fisherman Ralph Duff, who witnessed it brutally attacking his dog. His wife also saw the creature and described it as a huge hairy animal bigger than a bear, which ran away when she screamed. Initially, Ralph Duff thought it might be an ape and tried to catch it by setting up traps along the river. The following year, Mrs. Duff saw the animal again and compared it to a giant ape. This led to a local community hearing strange screams and cries, prompting organized search parties. The situation even got worse when a police dog was reportedly badly injured by the beast and had to be put down. The mystery surrounding the Beast of Boonville became even weirder though when a person claimed it was actually a giant sloth on August 18th. He told the Boonville newspaper that he and his uncle had captured the sloth in Mexico 2 years earlier but lost it near Evansville. He wasn't sure if the sloth had 2 or 3 toes, but said that sloths could vary in that regard. There are also rumors about a circus truck seen in the area around the same time, implying that it might have even potentially escaped. However, the search was called off on August 19th and doubts began to surface. By September, a letter to the Republic suggested that the whole story may have been made up by local farmers to scare off berry pickers. Slothfoot. Slothfoot is a creature that has been reported throughout North America, with sightings reported from Canada to Mexico. First documented sightings of Slothfoot date back to the 1930s, with one of the most prominent incidents occurring in Boonville, Indiana. In 1936, a fisherman named Ralph Duff claimed to have encountered a large hairy beast that had killed his dog. His wife also witnessed the creature too, describing it as a towering monster larger than a bear, initially mistaking it for a giant ape. Following this encounter, organized searches were conducted, with witnesses reporting blood-curdling screams and even a police dog being attacked. An interesting claim emerged suggesting that the creature was actually a giant sloth that had wandered from its habitat near Evansville, having been previously captured during an expedition in Mexico. In Micmac Indian folklore from Nova Scotia, Canada, there are tales of giant squirrels too that destroyed wigwams by consuming bark, which some speculate may refer to ground sloths based on their diet and distinctive tails. This suggests that such creatures may have survived into the region until relatively recent times. In the 1960s, reports even emerged of the Beast of Sherman in New York, described as large white-furred creatures resembling prehistoric sloths. Similarly, the Yukon beaver eater reported in 1989 from Canada was said to match the description of a giant ground sloth. Further reports from Georgia and Kentucky between 2002 and 2011 describe sightings of a ground sloth, with witnesses noting a large and fast-moving animal that resembled a sloth and challenged the common belief that these creatures are slow and lazy, which raises some cool questions. And another thing to add, there was a notable sighting in Virginia in 2013, which was captured on a trail camera by hunter Roger Williams, and showed what seemed to be a juvenile bear or Sasquatch, but some suggested it could be a ground sloth because of its long tail and unique movements, and caused some reevaluation of conventional beliefs of local wildlife. Tennessee Cave Creature. In 2009, there was an interesting incident in Hamlin County, Tennessee, that sparked conversations about ancient creatures and Cherokee folklore. A woman named Leslie came across a peculiar creature in a cave, which was described as a dwarf Bigfoot or Slothfoot, with unique characteristics. The creature was approximately 4 feet in length, had a hairless face with white skin and human-like features, a body covered in brown fur, short legs, heavy paws with flattened claws, and was capable of climbing cave walls and remaining still. Leslie believed that could be related to Bigfoot, but smaller in size. This sighting, just like our previous entry, suggested that this could have been the ancient ground sloth. The description of the creature included a three-toed paw, which reminded people of both two-toed and three-toed sloths, despite their naming confusion. The extinct melonic, which was closely related to two-toed sloths and once lived in the area during the Pleistocene era, was used as a reference in these speculations. And another thing that adds to the sort of complexity of the story, Leslie, who is a documented member of the Ibai tribe and the founder of the Back Creek Stone at the Museum of the Cherokee Indian, connected the creature to Cherokee mythology. The legendary figure Spearfinger, or Yuthlenta, was known for her stone-like skin and deadly sharp fingers or claws, and was believed to live in eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina. Her skin, which resembled the osteoderms found in melodontid ground sloths, provided protection similar to chainmail. This folklore, mixed with the area's geography and cultural history, adds an interesting dimension to the mysterious sighting in Hamilton County. Hugag. In North American lumberjack folklore from the 19th and early 20th centuries, the hugag is a strange creature that has been documented in the dense forests of lake states like western Wisconsin, northern Minnesota, and parts of Canada near Hudson Bay. The creature was first introduced by William T. Cox in his 1910 book, Fearsome Creatures of the Lumberwoods. The hugag is said to resemble a moose but with some notable features, such as having non-jointed legs that prevent it from lying down. It's said the hugag must stand continuously. It also has a long upper lip that makes it difficult for it to graze, so it feeds by stripping bark and twigs from trees. The description of the hugag mentioned its leathery, hairless head and neck, drooping cerated ears, four-toed feet, long bushy tail, and shaggy coat, giving it a prehistoric appearance. In 1936, a hugag was reportedly found stuck in mud and subsequently killed in Turtle River, northern Minnesota. The overall sightings have led to different theories about the hugag's origins, with some speculating that it could be a surviving member of prehistoric fauna like the North American ground sloth, based on its physical features and unusual diet. But yeah, a lot of these are related to the North American ground sloth, which is pretty interesting. Kumi lizard. The Kumi lizard is a creature that has been sighted in New Zealand and is said to resemble the extinct Megalania, a large martor lizard. Unlike the Megalania though, which lived on the ground, the Kumi lizard is said to live in trees. Captain James Cook, during his encounters with the Maori in Queen Charlotte Sound, mentioned the large tree-dwelling reptiles that were feared in the surrounding bushlands. In 1998, a Maori bushman reported seeing a 1.5 meter long Kumi lizard. That same year, a carcass believed to be that of a Kumi lizard washed ashore along with the bones thought to belong to the creature. However, sightings of the Kumi lizard became rare after the early 20th century. The most recent documented encounters with the creature date back to 1898, with reports of a large reptile near Gisborne and a frightening encounter between a bushman and a massive martor lizard in Arohana. Although the Kumi lizard has not been directly observed in recent times, there have been photographs of footprints that are believed to belong to the mysterious creature. Some experts speculate that the Kumi lizard could possibly be a crocodile martyr, which is a known species that can grow to large sizes and lives in trees. Alright, on to the last tier now, tier 6, Khair Beast. The Khair Beast is a mysterious creature said to live in Lake Khair in Yakutia, northwestern Russia. It first gained attention in November 1964 when G. Rokoswev described a strange creature with a serpentine head and a prominent fan on its back in the lake. Another sighting in 1964 by Anne Gladkick provided more details, describing a large animal about 4 or 4.5 meters long, with a long neck, a small, flat, snake-like head, a large dorsal fin, and smooth dark blue skin. The creature appeared to be grazing and made eye contact with Gladkick before he ran away in fear. Some believe the Khair Beast resembles a plesiosaur because of its physical features, although others see similarities to Ouranosaurus. An expedition in 1965 tried to find evidence of the beast but came back empty-handed, despite reports from locals in Khair settlements of unusually large pikes in the lake and claims that birds and typical lake creatures avoided the area. The truth of the Khair Beast legends was cast in doubt when Ant Gladkick confessed that his story was made up. However, G. Rokoswev stood by his account, leaving the status of the Khair Beast still uncertain. Ichisanga. The Ichisanga, a creature from Zambian folklore, is well known among the Lambas and is commonly linked to the Kafue River and the surrounding rainforests and swamps. This mysterious animal, identified as a plant-eater water creature, resembles a rhinoceros, complete with a single horn on its forehead. Despite its diet of grass and leaves, The Ichisanga is feared by locals for its aggressive behavior, especially towards hippos and sometimes even humans. The Ichisanga is particularly aggressive when encountering hippos, attacking them to defend its territory. This aggressive behavior highlights its territorial nature and contributes to the fear it evokes in the community. The true nature of the Ichisanga, though, is a topic of speculation, with some suggesting it could be a living dinosaur, resembling creatures like Centrosaurus in appearance and behavior. Others propose it might be a unique type of rhinoceros or an unidentified mammal. The Ichisanga shares similarities with other cryptids too from Central Africa, such as Emlinetuka and Chipekwe, all described as large, horned, semi-aquatic beings, which adds to the mystery of the legend. Ruby Valley Beasts. The Ruby Valley Beasts, also known as the Ruby Valley Slothmen, are mysterious cryptids that have been sighted in the Ruby Valley area of northern Nevada. There's some limited information available though about these creatures, mainly stemming from a post made in 2013 by a user named EZ on the X board of 4chan. According to EZ, they came across large sloth-like beings in the region and may have injured one or more of them before having to run away. The description given implies that these creatures could bear a resemblance to ground sloths, which is intriguing since ground sloths are considered extinct. However, because the story is based on a post on an internet forum, the authenticity of the Ruby Valley Beasts and their existence is highly doubtful. The idea of finding a living relic like a ground sloth in modern times has interest enthusiasts of cryptids and generated interest in the account though. The idea of finding a living relic like a ground sloth in modern times though has interest enthusiasts of cryptids and generated overall interest in the account. Following the original post, users from the K and X boards of 4chan showed interest in investigating the location mentioned by EZ in order to collect evidence or validate the claims. Unfortunately though, there's been no further information or results from these investigations shared or documented on the forum, which adds to the mystery surrounding the Ruby Valley Beasts. Given that the story of the Ruby Valley Beasts originated on an online message board and lacks supporting evidence or additional sightings, it's natural for skepticism to be present. Old Greenie. The story of Old Greenie, a mysterious being living in Cayuga Lake, New York, has interest and frightened locals since the 1800s. Things took a dramatic turn on January 5, 1897, when the Ithaca Journal reported that staff were reluctant to go near the lake because of fear of encountering the creature. An interesting account in the article recounted a resident of Ithaca's sighting along the lake's eastern shore. The observer and a friend claimed to have seen a large, snake-like creature, a belief supported by a wanderer who also said they had spotted the entity. This wanderer later shared the story with a reporter from the journal, adding to its growing belief in Old Greenie's presence in Cayuga Lake. The sightings became even more detailed and frequent as time passed though. By 1929, the journal was reporting not just the isolated sightings, but the existence of two large sea monsters in the lake, estimated to be between 12 to 15 feet long. There are speculations that these creatures may have come from Seneca Lake's population of serpents, potentially migrating through an underground passage, but this theory has since been disproven by scientific studies. A particularly concerning account occurred in 1974 when a young man named Stephen Griffin claimed to have been attacked by Old Greenie. Griffin described the creature as resembling an eel with incredibly strong jaws that caused him serious harm, breaking his arm with his bite. Another memorable encounter took place in 1979 involving Jack Marshall, a professional diver, and his friends. They initially mistook the creature for a large log while boating on Cayuga Lake, only to realize it was a living being, about 30 to 35 feet long, which then disappeared underwater, leaving them amazed and stunned. Yukon Beaver Eater. The Yukon Beaver Eater, also known as Saito Ichin, comes from the oral traditions from the Canadian First Nations. It's said to be larger than even the biggest grizzly bear and gets its name from the unique hunting technique of flipping up beaver lodges to catch the beavers inside. Apparently, natives saw illustrations of ancient animals and thought the ground sloth resembled the legendary beaver eater. In 1989, Don Charlie shared a story with the British Columbia Scientific Cryptozoology Club about Violet Johnny encountering a creature at Tachkan Lake while fishing with her family. This beast, which standed at 8 or 9 feet tall, was identified as a Saito Ichin and caused panic among the family, who fired shots over its head before leaving quickly. There are reports of a white man shooting one near Lake 2, hinting that the beaver eaters live in the mountainous area east of Frenchman Lake. Connecting the beaver eater to the giant ground sloth raises some questions about adaptation and survival though. Although giant ground sloths were plant eaters that went extinct along with North America's large animals, some suggest a species could have evolved into a beaver eater. There are also theories about unusually large grizzly bears, the survival of Arcada simus, or a giant beaver from the Castoroids genus. A paper from 1996 suggested some giant ground sloths could have been omnivores, challenging previous beliefs about their diet. This idea proposes the existence of a meat-eating sloth that filled an ecological niche before extinction. On the other hand, though, some believe Saito-Ichin might primarily consume beaver rather than the beavers themselves, offering a less dramatic but still interesting explanation for its diet.
South American dinosaurs. South American dinosaurs, ranging from massive sauropods to theropods and mysterious pterosaurs, are said to have the possibility of prehistoric survival in the modern era. A significant figure in this context is the British archaeologist and explorer Percy Fawcett, known for his daring expeditions into the South American jungles. Despite facing numerous dangers, including hostile terrain and wildlife, Fawcett was driven by tales and manuscripts he encountered early in his explorations in South America, which led him to believe in the existence of a lost city filled with gold, which he dubbed Z. His explorations also led him to believe in the presence of prehistoric creatures living in the area, drawing on reports and his own experiences, such as sighting what he believed could be a diplodocus in the Beni swamps of Madre de Dios. Fawcett's tales of encountering inexplicable tracks and creatures fueled speculation and interest in these cryptids. Fawcett's most famous expedition occurred in 1925 though, when he, along with his son Jack and friend Rayleigh Rimmel, ventured into unknown territories in Brazil in search of Z. After their initial communication, they mysteriously disappeared, sparking numerous theories and search missions to uncover their fate. Despite various efforts, their end still remains a mystery, with people saying they might have met fatal encounters with indigenous tribes or just succumbed to the jungle's harshness. The fascination with South American dinosaurs is not just isolated to Fawcett's adventures though. Other reports and discussions continue to add to the stories of these cryptids, with enthusiasts and researchers debating their existence and sharing findings. Barahai. The Barahai is a cryptid reported from the dense forest rivers of Liberia, mostly within the expanses of Lofa County and along the secluded stretches of the Kahai River. This mysterious creature has sparked interest and fear among the local people, who describe it as a great amphibious reptile that shares features of both crocodiles and monster lizards, which kinda reminds you of the Postosuchus of prehistoric times, which was an apex predator. And its legend has had such an impact on local culture that adventurers and researchers from around the globe have been interested in whether this creature is actually out there. John Mark Shepard, an American aid worker and missionary, was among the first to bring widespread attention to the Barahai, compiling first-hand accounts from the locals who revered and feared this beast in equal measure. These accounts were forwarded to well-known cryptozoologist Lauren Coleman in December 2007, shedding light on a creature that, until then, had remained largely obscured from the broader cryptozoology discourse. The locals' testimonies painted a picture of a creature that, despite its monstrous reputation, was just part of their everyday reality. Remarkably, some fishermen even claimed that they had managed to catch and kill Barahai. According to these accounts, the fishermen would entangle the massive reptile in nets before hitting them with shotgun blasts. The meat of the Barahai, it was said, would then find its way into local markets, where it was sold as a rare delicacy. In 2016, the Barahai's mystery deepened even further when cinematographer Paul Mungem embarked on a journey to Lofa County for his program Expedition Mungo. His investigation revealed a community living in the shadow of the Barahai, where even seasoned fishermen dared not to venture into certain tributaries of the Kahai River, fearing an encounter with this apex predator. And Mungem even confirmed that the locals didn't add any supernatural qualities to the Barahai, viewing it instead as an actual natural inhabitant of their environment. Eyewitness accounts of the Barahai are both fascinating and horrifying too. Some tell of narrow escapes from this riverine terror, while others recount tragic tales of lives lost to its appetite, which includes humans as prey. It's said to drag its victims underwater, drowning them before dragging their carcasses to the riverbank to feast. South Carolina Thunderbird. In South Carolina, there have been several interesting reports of a cryptid known as the Thunderbird, a creature that resembles descriptions more of pterosaurs
than any bird known to modern science. The legend of the Thunderbird originates from Native American folklore, mostly among the Santee people of South Carolina. These narratives describe the Thunderbird as a powerful and mysterious creature, often associated with thunderstorms and regarded as a carrier of immense power. Such descriptions have endured through generations too, suggesting that the Thunderbird isn't just something of imagination, but a creature that has been observed across different epochs. One of the most notable modern sightings occurred in the summer of 2004, when a couple driving towards Myrtle Beach reported hearing loud, unusual flapping sounds, like a large fabric being violently whipped by the wind. Their encounter escalated when they observed a large pterodactyl-like creature pursuing their car, leaving a weird snotty residue on the vehicle's window. This creature was described as having white skin, which typical birds or bats don't really have. Another incident from 2013, a report surfaced detailing an encounter with a similar creature that leather-like wings and eyes of an almost orange-reddish hue. This sighting, along with others, has been consistent in describing the creature's great wingspan and its terrifying swooping approach towards witnesses. Going back even further though, a 1989 sighting by Susan Wooden between Greenville and Florence, South Carolina, described the Thunderbird as having a wingspan of 12 to 15 feet, leathery wings, a distinct head appendage, and a long tail that set it apart from any known bird species. This encounter took place in broad daylight too, which lended some more credibility to the detailed physical attributes reported. Solomon Islands Dragon Snake. In the Solomon Islands, the dragon snake is a cryptid which locals say looks like a dragon or living dinosaur and has been the center of numerous stories, mostly because of its aggressive behavior towards humans. One night, a fisherman had a close encounter that he'd never forget. While out on the water in his small fiberglass boat at 3 a.m., he saw the dragon snake flying nearby. Curious, he shone his torch at it, which seemed to provoke the creature. It flew straight at him and hovered above his boat. Panicked, the man tried to escape, steering his boat back to the shore, with the dragon snake following closely. During this chase, the creature attacked, firing something like a ball of light at him, which partly missed but still scorched the inside of his boat. Once on shore, the fisherman ran into the bushes, but the dragon snake still pursued him, even mimicking his movements around a tree. In a moment of desperation, the man prayed for safety, and remarkably, the dragon snake left. Shaken, he made his way back to the village and later needed medical treatment. Marius Borean, a former engineer, shared another chilling account too. Living in Cape Esperance, he and his friends were night fishing when one of them spotted the dragon snake. It shone brightly like a star about 60 feet across. After a while, it dived into the water and then resurfaced, glowing even more intensely before flying over the trees. Over 7 months, Borean claimed to have seen the creature around 60 times, which is pretty insane. With its described ability to glow and spit fireballs, it's unlike any known animal we know, linked to a lot of speculation of what it really could be. Our answer tier 2, Giant Anaconda. For over a century, explorers and natives in the Amazon have reported sightings of giant anacondas far surpassing the size of the largest known living snakes. These reports include snakes measuring from 50 to 150 feet long, with some claims of weights as extreme as 5 tons. Among the most notable accounts is that of British explorer Percy Fawcett, who we mentioned earlier, when in the early 20th century he claimed to have killed a 62-foot anaconda, a story that was met with skepticism at first, but later supported by cryptozoologist Bernard Heuvelmans. Fawcett's encounter took place not far from the confluence of the Tigor and Rio Negro rivers. He described shooting a giant anaconda with a .44 caliber rifle as it made its way up the bank, causing a significant disturbance in the water and against the boat. This account stands as one of the most detailed descriptions of an encounter with a giant anaconda, if it actually happened. The possibility of these giant anacondas is partly supported by the existence of slide marks left by these snakes. These marks, found in remote areas, are said to be 6 feet wide, suggesting the presence of snakes much larger than any currently documented. The anaconda's largely aquatic lifestyle and the dense, unexplored nature of the Amazon rainforest further fuel speculations about their existence and whether these places could actually harbor them. The discovery of Titanoboa, a prehistoric snake that lived approximately 60 million years ago,
and could grow up to 42 feet long, also add some credibility to large snakes being alive. However, the titanoboa is known to be long extinct, and no modern evidence has conclusively proven the existence of anacondas of similar size. And plus, back then the humidity and the environment was much different, so it does pose a lot of different questions. While some mainstream scientists acknowledge the potential for anacondas to reach lengths of up to 45 feet, the discovery of 6-foot wide slide marks has led others to wonder about snakes reaching up to 60 feet long. The search of these colossal serpents continues though, with the hope that one day evidence of their existence will be conclusively documented, which could unravel one of Amazon's greatest mysteries, and it would be really scary knowing that something like that is out there. Velichko's hairy monitor. The hairy monitor is a cryptid that originates from the heart of Mali, Africa. According to reports, this creature has been known to a local Bambara people, with its existence coming to light through the observations of Russian agricultural scientist Evgeny Velichko. Working in Mali for UNESCO, Velichko encountered tales of the hairy monitor from the Bambara people living around Katibogo, but it wasn't until a personal experience in 1966 that he became a direct witness to this mysterious animal. While driving from Katibogo to Bambako, Velichko's attention was caught by an unusual sight, a large monitor lizard-like creature emerging from a ravine. This wasn't just any ordinary lizard though, it had a size of about 2 meters and was covered in chocolate brown hair with a woolly texture, about 1.5 inches long. It was even said to have a long and bushy tail like a fox's, which makes it not like any known species of monitor lizard. The animal's appearance was so distinct that Velichko, despite not being an expert in African fauna, felt compelled to share his setting with Vogrug Sveta magazine, hoping for some clarification or identification from readers more familiar with the wildlife of Africa. This account has fueled speculation in the cryptozoological community, with some Russian cryptozoologists wondering the possibility of the hairy monitor being a living fossil or a prehistoric remnant. They suggest it could be a descendant of the Permian non-mammalian therapsids, which are ancient reptiles that predated dinosaurs. This theory aligns with the creature's unique features, which don't match those of any current African wildlife or known prehistoric reptiles, presenting a pretty weird puzzle that defies easy categorization or explanation. Warline. The warline, also known as the jungle walrus, is a river monster that has had many sightings across various countries in Central Africa. From Angola to Mali and from the Central African Republic to Kenya, this creature has been described under different names but still shares a common fearsome reputation across the stretches of tropical rivers it's said to inhabit. Known by its semi-aquatic nature, the warline is often seen as a hairy beast with prominent tusks or fangs, which you'd probably guess but resembles Smilodon a lot. Even though its size isn't too great though, it's said to attack and kill hippos, asserting its dominance over territories. Some accounts even suggest the creature might have scales, attributed perhaps to the sheen of wet fur rather than actual reptilian skin. One of the most chilling accounts of the warline is its alleged man-eating behavior. Among the various types of warlines, the Murunugu of the Central African Republic and Chad stands out because of the frequency and detail of its sightings. Described as leopard-shaped with striped or dappled fur, long fangs, and a savage appetite for human flesh, this creature has been a source of a lot of terror for locals. The recorded encounters with warlines span decades too, with notable incidents including a 1911 attack where a Murunugu allegedly killed a French soldier. Despite the lack of concrete evidence though, the persistence of reports and the specific descriptions lend a certain credibility to the existence of something unexplained within these rivers. The evidence for the warline primarily consists of eyewitness accounts too, unusual wounds found on hippos, and ancient cave paintings that seem to depict the creature. While no physical remains have been conclusively linked to the cryptid, the consistent reports across time and geography still keep the mystery alive. Ngubu. In the savannas of Cameroon, the Ngubu is described as having 6 horns and hooves, and it reportedly competes with elephants for territory, despite its smaller size similar to an ox. This description has led some to speculate that the Ngubu might be a surviving ceratopsian, a group of horned dinosaurs that lived millions of years ago. The story of the Ngubu came to broad attention in November 2000, when William Gibbons and David Wetzel conducted preliminary research in Cameroon. They're investigating another cryptid, the Mokele Mbembe, which you probably all know, when they heard about the Ngubu from a group of pygmies. These locals distinguished the creature from the ordinary rhinoceros, describing its multiple horns and stating that an elder in the community had killed one with a spear years ago. They also mentioned that sightings of the Ngubu had become rarer, suggesting a decline in its population. While some think it might just be a misidentified or exaggerated rhino, the detailed descriptions of its horns and behavior doesn't entirely fit that of any known species of rhinoceros. Our answer tier 3, Beast of Sherman. In the 1960s, a young boy and his family in Sherman, New York, claimed to have encounters with two mysterious creatures that would be hard to believe if not for the details they shared. These incidents mainly came to light through a letter mentioned by John Keel, a well-known figure in the study of paranormal phenomena, in one of his books. The letter, written in 1970 by then 15-year-old, delves into experiences his family had with these strange beings on their property adjacent to the swamp. The creatures described were unlike anything typically found in forests of New York. They were massive, with bodies cloaked in white fur, and possessed physical characteristics reminiscent of ancient creatures long thought extinct. These beings, according to the letter, could navigate the environment on both 2 and 4 legs, and they exhibited sizes that ranged dramatically, from 12 to an impressive 18 feet in length, with tails extending another 6 to 8 feet. Such dimensions caused them to be among the largest cryptids ever reported in North American folklore. What makes the account from Sherman really interesting though is the detailed observations provided over an extended period. The creatures weren't fleeting visions or shadows in the night, they were substantial and reoccurring, observed by multiple members of the family and, according to the letter, at least 2 other residents of the area. This ongoing interaction with the cryptids offers a depth of narrative not really found in similar cryptid stories, where singular, often ambiguous encounters are the norm. These encounters in Sherman also of course raise questions about the nature and origin of the creatures. The comparison to the Mapinguari of South America and the prehistoric sloth hints at a possibility that remnants of ancient species might still roam secluded parts of the world, including the less explored regions of New York. Makara. The Makara is a creature from Hindu mythology that's caught the attention of people for centuries, especially because of its unique depiction art and carvings found in old temples across India, Cambodia, and Vietnam. This creature is often shown as a mix between a land animal, like a crocodile, and an aquatic one, with parts of its body resembling a fish or peacock's tail. What makes the Makara stand out though are the stories and the ancient carvings that have led to lots of speculation about what it could really be. One interesting place where the Makara appears is at Ta Prohum, a temple close to Angkor Wat in Cambodia. Here, there's a small carving on a temple wall that seems to show something that looks a lot like a dinosaur. This has made people wonder if the people who built these temples might have known about dinosaurs from finding their bones, or if the carving shows an animal they knew but that we don't know today. Some people think the carving might actually be that of a common animal like a cow or rhino, but with some background details that make it look more like a dinosaur than it really is. Apart from these historical carvings though, there have been some claims and sightings in more recent times that bring the Makara back into conversation. For example, there was a controversial discovery in Vietnam in 2013 where a strange creature was found, leading to lots of guesses about what it might really be. Some thought it could be related to the Makara or even a real-life sea dragon or dinosaur. However, this find eventually turned out to be a hoax. Kaya Emunu. In the dense jungles and coastal areas of Papua New Guinea, the Kaya Emunu is a cryptid often compared to the Therizinosaurus, a dinosaur known for its towering height and distinctive long claws. The creature stands out for its unique physical characteristics, described as having a long neck similar to a sauropod, yet still stands on 2 legs and wields formidable front claws. The mystery of the Kaya Emunu was brought into the spotlight by an article penned by Brian Irwin, an Australian who ventured into Papua New Guinea and collected first-hand accounts of the residents of West New Britain. According to their testimonies, the creature has made its presence known on Umbungi Island, among other locations, since the 1990s. Description of the Kaya Emunu paints a picture of a beast of substantial size, measuring 10 to 50 meters in length with a long tail, long neck, and a demeanor that suggests the creature not to be trifled with. Its skin is said to be smooth and shiny brown, evoking an image far removed from the typical fauna known to the region. Irwin's encounter with a young man named Robert on Umbagi Island provides a detailed account of a sighting around 2005 or 2006. Robert described the creature as having a turtle-like head, a detail that contrasts a lot with the more horse-like head associated with the original source. The creature's diet appears to be vegetarian too, as it was observed eating vegetation before retreating into the water. This sighting, corroborated by others including Tony Avil, adds a layer of credibility to the existence of the Kaiamunu, suggesting it's not merely stuff of legend. Sightings of the Kaiamunu are sporadic though, with reports around Christmas time every 4 to 5 years, suggesting the creature might be nocturnal or elusive in nature. The few who have seen it though describe an animal that is as majestic as it is mysterious, capable of traversing both land and water with ease. Lau. The Lau is a mysterious creature said to inhabit the dense, papyrus-filled swamps around central Sudan's lake. Descriptions of the Lau vary widely, but most accounts depict it as a massive, dinosaur-like creature, which draws some comparisons to the prehistoric Elasmosaurus. Reports suggest the Lau can grow from 12 to 100 feet in length, possessing a long, tapering neck and a body likened to a donkey with flippers. Its most distinctive feature, however, is a series of bristling, tentacle-like appendages that reportedly protrude from its muzzle, aiding in the capture of its prey. The Lau's skin is described as having a yellowish-brown pigmentation, and despite the diversity in its reported appearances, ranging from a muscular and rounded form to an aquatic super snake with legs, most agree on its really formidable nature. The creature is often associated with the Lukwata of Lake Victoria, sharing a notorious appetite for human flesh and emitting a cry similar to the thundering of elephants. The first international spotlight on the Lau came in 1914 when a group allegedly killed a specimen in the swamps of Adar to use its bones for amulets, though no scientific body has ever examined the corpse. More sightings followed in subsequent years, including a 12-foot Lau seen in Bahr el-Zaraf and various reports throughout the early 20th century of the creature's presence and the eerie sounds it produced. In 1924, a British petty officer named Stephens received a supposed sample of a Lau's vertebra. However, controversy arose when it was discovered that the bone provided was not actually from a Lau, but another animal kept as a coveted talisman by the local who had promised a specimen. The intrigue surrounding the Lau reached its peak in 1937 when a photo of a wooden effigy of a Lau's head used in native rituals was published. Carved by a hunter who had spent years in the Nile swamps, this effigy provided a tangible link to the legend, but still pretty mysterious. Vio. The Vio is a cryptid believed to inhabit Rinca Island, Indonesia. It's described as a giant pangolin, comparable in size to a horse, stretching up to 10 feet long. Unlike typical pangolins though, the Vio boasts an extensive coat of bulletproof scales over its body, with fur on its head, throat, underbelly, inner legs, and tail. These creatures are known to spend their days hidden in the hills, emerging at night to forage along the coast, where their diet primarily consists of termites, ants, and occasionally stranded shellfish. They are recognized by their distinctive hoo-hoo-hoo call, often heard in the evening. One notable encounter involved a hunter from Rinca and a policeman who stumbled upon a Vio near Lohobuaji. The encounter was tense, with both men opting to lie still on the ground until the creature passed by, avoiding any confrontation. Despite some attributing Vio sightings to other animals like dugongs or the Komodo dragon, locals are clear in their distinction. The Vio's enormous size and unique features have led some cryptozoologists to speculate that it could be a surviving population of Manis pleojavancus, a large pangolin species that once lived in the region but is now considered extinct. Our onto tier 4 now, Masonichids. Masonichids, an interesting yet largely overlooked branch of the mammalian family tree, once roamed our ancient landscapes. Unlike the predominantly herbivorous ungulates that dominate our current ecosystem, Masonichids were fearsome predators. These creatures varied greatly in size though, ranging from small forms to those as large as horses. The physical characteristics of the Masonichids were quite distinctive too, featuring an evolutionary stage of hooves that was more primitive than those of modern ungulates. Their hooves appeared to be in a transitional state, not fully developed into the types we see today in creatures such as horses, deer, or cattle. For a long time, the prevailing narrative within the scientific community was that these hoofed predators faced extinction, with the exception of one lineage that ventured into aquatic environments, eventually giving rise to early whales such as the Basilosaurus. This narrative, however, has evolved. Recent discussions within the scientific community suggest that Masonichids might not be the direct ancestors of today's cetaceans, but rather close relatives to the actual progenitors. This revised perspective is supported by findings that many early ungulates were omnivores or carnivorous, with the shift to herbivore occurring later in the evolutionary history. Cryptozoological records hint at the possibility that Masonichids may have not completely vanished too. Reports from remote regions like South America describe creatures such as the tapir uara, which might suggest the existence of surviving Masonichid populations. Similarly, the horned cats of the islands near Java could potentially belong to this group, considering the islands are often the hotspot for living fossils. Yet, it's the tale of the beast of Gevudan in Europe, a region least expected to host such relics, that stirs the imagination with notions of a surviving hoofed predator. Yirmu. The Yirmu, also known as Uku, is a cryptid reported from the Andaman Islands, a territory once under British Raj and now part of India. Described as a giant carnivorous creature, it's instilled a lot of fear across various tribes of the Great Andamanese. This being is said to possess the capability to kill any living creature it encounters. Its presence is marked by a distinctive call that sounds like dar. According to local beliefs widespread across the Andaman Islands, this animal lurks within the remote jungles. In the northern parts of Andaman, it's referred to as Jirmu, while the Upukiwar language names it Uku. Tribal communities report that the Jirmu still remains among them. The introduction of elephants by the British in the late 19th and early 20th centuries led to some confusion among the Andamanese, who initially mistook these animals for the Jirmu due to their size. The notion of the Jirmu as a theropod dinosaur comes from interpretations that only such large carnivores could match the descriptions given by locals. However, this interpretation has sparked some debate. Some argue that the cryptid could have been a misunderstood setting of natural fauna, such as elephants, which the Andamanese identified as Jirmu, or even an unknown elephant-like animal. The comparison to theropod dinosaurs and specific references to dinosaur-like features in some depictions have been critiqued for lacking evidence and potentially misrepresenting the creature's true nature based on the available information. Kawuk. The Kawuk is a cryptid reported to inhabit the dense jungles of Nusa Kambangan Island, Indonesia. Described as a bipedal reptilian creature, it's known for its hostility and aggression towards humans, distinguishing it from the native wildlife. The Kawuk's physical description aligns somewhat with that of a marta lizard, featuring 4 limbs and carnivorous habits. Unlike its known reptilian counterparts though, the Kawuk is said to possess the unique ability to stand upright and has been observed engaging in pack hunting, mostly under the cover of night. This behavior has instilled a deep fear among the island's residents, leading them to avoid storing corpses or carcasses in their homes to prevent attracting these creatures. In a notable encounter documented by Mirdaka News in 2014, a fisherman named Hiri and his companions witnessed a group of Kawuks tracking the body of their recently deceased friend. This event unfolded near the village of Solok Timur under the cover of night, necessitating the swift relocation of the body onto a ship to avoid any attack by the Kawuks. The urgency was heightened by the arrival of approximately 10 Kawuks, prompting the group to quickly move the corpse to safety. Such sightings are uncommon though, largely due to the limited presence of the media on the island and stringent controls over the movement of individuals by local authorities. The island, often referred to as the Indonesian Alcatraz, is an isolated and sparsely populated territory known for housing Indonesia's most secure prison. The island's dense jungles and limited electricity supply contribute to its mysterious and foreboding atmosphere, with the residents often relying on traditional machetes for protection against the wildlife. The Kawuk's true nature though remains a subject of speculation. It could represent an undocumented species of marta lizard, though existing species don't exhibit the same pack hunting behavior or bipedal stance attributed to the Kawuk. Alternatively, it might be a surviving population of a non-coelosaur theropod dinosaur or a heratosaur, suggesting a prehistoric relic. This theory, however, contrasts with the behavior of Komodo dragons, which share the island and are generally docile towards locals, who regard them as kin. Kor. The kor is a flying reptile reported from Manus Island, Papua New Guinea. Similar descriptions to the ropen of Umboy Island, located about 410 kilometers to the south, the kor is known by its bioluminescent capabilities, displaying various colors. This cryptid is said to have a long tail and is covered entirely in skin, with some individuals reaching considerable sizes. The kor is known to catch fish by skimming the ocean surface at night, using the light emitted from beneath its wings and belly to attract fish before swiftly capturing them in flight. There have been several accounts of encounters with the kor, with one of the most notable reports coming from a local named RK. He shared that until the early 1940s, the kor was a common and formidable threat to humans on Manus Island. According to RK, the arrival of Japanese soldiers during World War II led to aggressive encounters with the kor, which were met with gunfire, wounding several of the creatures. The soldiers pursued the injured kor to their cave dwellings and destroyed the entrances by detonating explosives. It was said that they further ensured the demise of the kor by calling for native artillery to bombard the cave-infested hills. Another encounter in the early 1960s involved a fisherman who was attacked by a kor, resulting in the destruction of his canoe. In a desperate defense, the fisherman used his traditional spear to fatally injure the creature as it pursued him to shore. Although he managed to kill the kor, the fisherman succumbed to his injuries 3 days later. In more recent times, RK observed mysterious lights moving above fish shoals in 2010 between Rambayuto and Lobolan Islands. He recounted seeing lights 2 years prior during a boating trip, where he heard wing flaps and witnessed the creature diving into the sea, only to resurface moments later. The nature of the kor remains speculative though. It's often considered a possible relic pterosaur similar to the Ropen and Solomon Islands dragon snake, showing similar traits like bioluminescent, leathery wings, and a distinct tail. Another hypothesis suggests that the kor could be a dragon-like creature, although it lacks the fire-breathing capability noted in the dragon snake of the Solomon Islands. Roe. The roe, which was reported in the late 1930s in Western New Guinea, Indonesia, presents a mysterious figure in the realm of cryptids. Described as a living dinosaur or large reptile, its appearance and behavior have puzzled even renowned cryptozoologist Bernard Heuvelmans. The roe is seen as a humpback dinosaur about 40 feet long, featuring a long and slim neck and tail. Its head is small and beaked, resembling a turtle, complete with a bony frill and a sharp beak. The creature's front legs are shorter than its hind legs too, suggesting it could rear up. The roe's body, covered in light brown-yellow scales, camouflages it with the swampy habitats it's said to reside in. Notably, its back is covered with triangular plates, and its long tail ends in a heavy, granitous spike, which, really reminds you of a dinosaur. The existence of the roe came to light through the accounts of Charles Cannibal Miller and his wife Leona, who encountered the creature during their honeymoon adventure in West New Guinea's jungles. They were living among the Kiriri, an undiscovered tribe, when they noticed the tribe using objects resembling elephant tusks, which are actually roe horns. The Kiriri eventually led the Millers to the roe's habitat, a swampy river delta. The Millers' sighting described the roe emerging from the reeds, its long neck rising and tail lashing out as it made noises. The creature even reared up several times, seemingly aware of their presence before disappearing into the surroundings. Despite this detailed account though, the story of the roe, complete with Charles Miller's supposed film of the creature, remains shrouded in skepticism. No physical evidence such as the tail spikes or photographic documentation has been presented to the public, and the very existence of the Kiriri tribe and the specifics of the encounter are doubted by many. Further intrigue is added by similar reports from other explorers and locals in New Guinea, hinting at the presence of a neodinosaurian cryptid across the region. However, the combination of characteristics from disparate dinosaur lineages like sauropods, ceratopsians, and stegosaurs in the description of the roe leads to speculation that the story may be a hoax or an embellished tale. Our Unsteer 5. Manta Bungal. The Manta Bungal is a mysterious creature from the folklore of the Tagbonua people residing on the Palawan Island in Philippines. Known for its elusive nature, this cryptid is said to dwell in the dense forests surrounding the Victoria Peaks, a region covered in mystery and has stories of local mythology. Characterized by its massive build similar to that of a cow or an elephant, the Manta Bungal possesses unique features that set it apart from known wildlife. It's described as having a long, shaggy coat of hair that cascades to the ground, hiding much of its frame. Unlike the typical predators of the wild, the manta bungo's most distinguishing feature is its enormous mouth, equipped with 2 pairs of giant incisors, both on the upper and lower jaws, which is said to use with deadly efficiency to shred its unfortunate victims. Despite its herbivorous diet primarily consisting of fruits and fresh shoots, the manta bungo exhibits a surprisingly aggressive demeanor towards humans and other intruders. It's known to trample and tear apart any perceived threat, leaving behind a trail of destruction for scavengers to feast upon. Their instinctual aversion to man-made structures is evident in their behavior, as they reported to demolish huts and other small buildings before turning their aggression toward living targets. The manta bungo is most often encountered either roaming alone or in pairs, though they have been known to congregate near watering holes, reminiscent of elephant behavior. Sightings of the cryptid are rare too, with accounts often stemming from individuals venturing deep into its domain. One such account tells of a man who, upon hearing bovine-like moos during a stay in the mountains, found his campsite utterly destroyed by the manta bungo, his belongings chewed to bits. The true nature of the manta bungo, though, remains a subject of speculation. Some theorize it could represent a surviving relic population of prehistoric elephant, such as Stegotetrabelodon or Agampothere, pointing to its similarity to these extinct giants. Others suggest it may be an entirely new species of large animal yet to be recognized by science. Xiao. The xiao, also known as the raucous bird, is a mythical creature from Chinese folklore, resembling a bird with notable distinctions that align it with characteristics of certain dinosaurs, such as the Microraptor or Changoraptor. These ancient dinosaurs, which inhabited China during the Cretaceous period, are believed to bear similarities to the xiao's description, suggesting a possible link between myth and prehistoric reality. The xiao is described to inhabit the remote areas around China's Bridge Channel Mountain, characterized by its unique anatomy of 4 wings and a tail resembling that of a dog. Also, it's noted for producing sounds similar to a magpie. Mythological descriptions of the xiao sometimes include having a singular eye on its forehead, and it's believed that consuming the xiao could cure abdominal pain and diarrhea. Despite these descriptions though, there's no contemporary sightings or substantial evidence to support the existence of the xiao in modern times. The creature's description might hint at an undiscovered species of bird, or potentially a surviving relic of dinosaurs like the Microraptor. These dinosaurs are known for their 4-wing structure and long, fluffy tails, which they might have used for gliding between trees in pursuit of prey, which closely mirrors the xiao's described abilities. Stoa. The stoa, a lesser-known cryptid said to reside in the Amazonian rainforest of Brazil, mostly around the area known as Cerro do Curupira, emerged through accounts dating back to the early 20th century. The first notable report came from a 1920 encounter by Lord John and his military squad near a tribal village by a lake. During this incident, a group of large lizard-like creatures described as being the size of a buffalo and grayish in color reportedly leaped from a cliff and began attacking the natives with brutal force. The creatures were said to be immune to bullets and eventually succumbed to the effects of numerous poisoned arrows shot by the natives. These descriptions closely align with the physical attributes of the Carnotaurus, a large theropod dinosaur known to have inhabited South America around 75 million years ago. The region where these sightings were reported remains largely untamed though, with a small number of native inhabitants living in seclusion. Interestingly, the effectiveness of the poison arrows over bullets in bringing down these creatures highlights the lethal potency of the toxins used by the natives, derived from the venom of colored frogs, capable of killing a human in less than 2 minutes. This detail lends a kinda interesting twist to the narratives, suggesting that traditional indigenous knowledge and weaponry might still hold formidable power against such formidable beasts, which makes you wonder if they're used specifically for creatures resembling prehistoric animals. Uhuru. The Uhuru comes from the depths of Kenya's jungles. According to first-hand accounts, the creature is described as a behemoth, heavily armed with large, thick bony plates across his back, similar to a living fortress. This cryptid was first brought to public attention by missionary Cal Bombay and his wife, who relayed stories of their encounters with the Muhur. Since then, it sparked speculation about its possible connection to long extinct dinosaurs like the Stegosaurus, which was a plant-eating dinosaur from the late Jurassic period
known for its distinctive row bony plates along its back and spiked tail. However, the witness descriptions of the muhuru seem to align more closely with Ankylosaurus, another group of armored dinosaurs, rather than Stegosaurus. Witnesses and locals describe the muhuru as having a demeanor that belies its herbivorous diet, with aggressive tendencies towards intruders in its territory. This behavior, along with its fearsome appearance, has cemented the muhuru's reputation as a creature to be both revered and feared. Numerous accounts provide a vivid picture of the muhuru's physical abilities and behavior. One account details a harrowing encounter with the beast, describing how it completely destroyed a campsite, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Such tales contribute to the growing lore surrounding the muhuru and just add some layers to its mysterious existence. The possibility that the muhuru could be a descendant of dinosaurs that has evolved over 150 million years to adapt new features, such as a clubbed tail, presents an interesting hypothesis for scientists and cryptozoologists. This theory suggests that the passage of time could have witnessed the emergence of a subspecies with distinct characteristics from its ancient ancestors. Alright, on to the last tier now, tier 6. Black Demon. The black demon shark, known in Spanish as El Demonio Negro, is a mysterious and massive marine creature reported to dwell off the coast of Mexico's Baja California peninsula. For years, local fishermen and residents have shared tales of sightings, adding to the legend of this elusive oceanic cryptid. Descriptions of the black demon vary though, but it's consistently reported as an enormous shark, with estimates of its length ranging from 20 to 60 feet and weighing up to 100,000 pounds. Unlike any known shark species, the black demon is characterized by a strikingly dark coloration and a significant large tail, which distinguishes it from the familiar great white shark. First coming into spotlight around 2008, the black demon shark has sparked intrigue and speculation among cryptozoologists and marine biologists alike. There are several theories about the creature's true nature. Some suggest it could be a surviving megalodon, the prehistoric giant shark that is thought to have gone extinct millions of years ago. Others believe the black demon could represent a new, yet to be discovered species of shark, or perhaps an extraordinarily large specimen of the known great white shark. Despite the mystery surrounding the black demon, various expeditions and investigations have been launched in hopes of uncovering the truth. Notably, the creature was featured in an episode of Monster Quest titled Mega Jaws, where researchers aim to gather evidence of its existence. However, these efforts have yet to produce conclusive results, and sightings of the black demon remain rare, leaving much about this creature shrouded in mystery. Karaduku. The Karaduku, or Kara lizard, is referred to by the Great Andamanese, whose language lends the term duku for lizard. This cryptid has intrigued both locals and explorers in the Andaman archipelago. According to the indigenous people, this creature is a descendant of marten lizards, notable for its formidable size and large teeth, which it purportedly uses to consume its prey. Descriptions of the Karaduku portray it as a massive lizard-like creature, invoking images of a creature far removed from the typical wildlife encountered in the region. The first notable attempt by outsiders to document the Karaduku came from British explorers in the early 20th century. Mr. Portman, one of the explorers, claimed that the natives had killed one of these creatures in the Middle Andaman and presented him with its bones. Despite his assertions, none of his contemporaries nor any other officers who had extensively explored the islands reported encountering such a creature. This skepticism was compounded by explorers' inability to align the descriptions of the Karaduku with any known animal in the area. Some speculate that the term might refer to sperm whales, known to the Great Andamanese as Birigata, yet this hypothesis did not fit the lizard-like descriptions offered by the locals and observed by Portman. Alright, onto the last entry, Sta. In Egyptian mythology, the Sta represents a fascinating amalgam of animal traits, described as possessing the head and neck of a highly venomous asp paired with the body of a large feline, although other quadrupedal forms have occasionally been substituted for the feline aspect. This creature, like many hybrid entities in ancient Egyptian lore, was revered as a deity, embodying the complex relationship between the natural world and the divine representation in Egyptian culture. Speculation about the Sta's real-world inspiration includes the possibility of it being based on ancient observations of large marten lizards. Some researchers propose that it could have been an extinct species of leggy reptile that developed a more feline-like physique to better compete with Nile basin predators. A minority of experts even entertain the idea that the Sta might have been a small sauropod,
linking it to the dinosaur family known for their long necks and four-legged stance. Another interesting theory posits that the star could have been inspired by fossils of Basilosaurus, which was a long-necked prehistoric whale discovered in the Wadi al-Hitan or Wadi of the Whales in Egypt. The presence of these ancient whale fossils in the region could have influenced local mythology, leading to the creation of hybrid creatures like the star in Egyptian lore.
With all the cryptid stories out there, you'd bet there's some things that were just straight up fake. Whether it's a playful prank or a whole creation meant to be profited from, there have been a bunch of hoaxes throughout cryptid history. So in this video, we'll be focusing on exactly that, and we'll be covering half of this iceberg chart since this will be a part 1 of 2. And for anyone who doesn't know, a cryptid is basically a creature whose existence isn't confirmed yet, like the Loch Ness Monster. Anyways, I'm excited for this video, so let's get straight into it with the first entry of Tier 1. Minnesota Iceman. The Minnesota Iceman is an example of a cryptid hoax that comes from the 1960s and 1970s. It was basically a sideshow exhibit that portrayed a man-like creature encased in a block of ice, which was not only bizarre because it was literally someone frozen in ice, but also because it would have presented a missing link between modern humans and Neanderthals. It ended up gathering a lot of attention since the exhibit was displayed at state fairs, shopping malls, and even carnivals across the United States and Canada. It was described as a male, human-like figure approximately 6 feet tall, hairy, and with large hands and feet. It had very dark brown hair which was about 3 to 4 inches long, and a distinctly flatted nose. Because it had such a detailed description, some speculated that it could be a Bigfoot, Yeti, or an unknown species of primate. The promoter, Frank Hansen, claimed it was discovered in Siberia, and that he was its caretaker for an absent California millionaire. The exhibit sparked considerable attention, including from the FBI, who were informed it might be a human murder victim, but did investigate because of the widespread belief it was a hoax. Eventually, the truth behind the Minnesota Man slowly unraveled as a classic case of hoax. Over the years, several individuals have come forward to debunk the myth, with the notable one being a father and son team from California, claiming they were hired to create a rubber Neanderthal body which was then displayed in a cabinet under ice for a businessman. This revelation, among others, pointed to the fact that the Iceman was a fabricated spectacle rather than a genuine cryptid discovery. Deloy's ape. The Deloy's ape was discovered by Swiss geologist Louis-François Fernand Hector Deloys during a 1920 oil survey expedition in Venezuela. This discovery was an alleged new species that was never heard of, and the creature was even photographed to show evidence of the unknown primate species. The incident occurred between 1917 and 1920 near the Venezuelan-Colombian border. Deloys and his crew, while resting near the Tara River, encountered 2 aggressive monkeys, one which he killed and photographed. Years later, French anthropologist Georges Montadon, who was his friend, discovered the photo and speculated that the creature was in fact an anthropoid ape, meaning a missing link between apes and humans because of its human-like features and lack of a tail. It was about 4 feet 5 inches tall and had 32 teeth, characteristics not typically found in New World monkeys. Montadon even created a new genus, Amenoranthrompoides, and named the species Loicy in honor of its discoverer. Montadon ended up presenting this hypothesis at the French Academy of Sciences, but critics soon pointed out that the features of the photographed creature resembled a spider monkey, including its facial structure and sex organs. The size of the monkey and lack of tail were also points of contention. The skepticism led to heated debates, and Montadon's hypothesis was increasingly viewed as fraud, especially as he failed to provide convincing evidence to support his discovery. Today, the identity of Deloy's ape is largely regarded as a spider monkey, and the story is thus considered a hoax or a case of misidentification. Giant penguins. In February 1948, large, mysterious 3-toed footprints were discovered on a Florida beach, resembling those of an enormous sea turtle, but with a spacing that suggests a much larger creature. As more prints continued to be found over the months, the story evolved, with naturalist Ivan Sanderson even speculating that they could have been made by a giant penguin, about 15 feet tall. The mystery of these giant footprints stirred considerable curiosity and speculation. There were even some sightings where the creature was reportedly seen floating on water off the Florida Gulf Coast and from an airplane near the Suwannee River. It wasn't until 1988 that the truth behind this phenomenon was actually revealed. A local prankster, Al Williams, and Tony Signorini confessed to creating the giant penguin tracks. As the story goes, they went as far as crafting cast iron monster print shoes, which is then strapped to feet, stomping up and down the local beaches to leave the tracks, which takes some dedication. If you're wondering why though, apparently they were inspired by a photograph of fossilized dinosaur tracks on National Geographic. This whole event sort of highlighted the ease with which cryptid myths can be created, and sometimes the public's readiness to believe in the extraordinary. Surgeon's photo. The surgeon's photo is probably the most famous photo out there for the Loch Ness Monster, and is in fact a hoax. You've probably seen this photo before, and I'd go even as far as saying it's one of the most famous cryptid pictures out there. I personally had no idea it was a hoax up till now, so it kind of shocked me. It all started when the Daily Mail hired big game hunter Marmaduke Weatherhell to find the Loch Ness Monster. This was in 1933 when talk about Nessie was like everywhere in the area. Weatherhell reported finding large footprints, which were later debunked as having been made with a dried hippo's foot, leading to his humiliation. After this, he went away from the public, but we'll get back to him. On April 21st, 1934, the Daily Mail published the surgeon's photograph, taken by Dr. Robert Kenneth Wilson, depicting Nessie's long neck emerging from the water. For decades long, this photo was a topic of debate among believers and skeptics, and thought to be real evidence for Nessie. The truth about its authenticity ended up being revealed 60 years later, when in 1994, Christopher Sperling admitted his involvement in creating the hoax. Sperling was the stepson of Marmaduke Weatherall, the same hunter who had been publicly humiliated after failing to find the Loch Ness Monster for the Daily Mail. Weatherall, seeking redemption, crafted a plan to fabricate evidence of the monster. They built a model of the monster's neck and placed down a toy submarine. Dr. Wilson, known for his respectable status and love for practical jokes, was chosen to present the photo to the media, creating the surgeon's photograph we all know now. Hook Island Monster. The Hook Island Monster was first reported in 1964 by Robert Lesaric near Hook Island. He claimed to have encountered a giant sea serpent, estimated to be about 20 feet long with a 4-foot wide head, brownish color, and shark-like skin. This creature allegedly struck his boat with his powerful tail, flipping it over. Lesaric, along with his family and ship hand, described the creature as resembling a massive, 30-foot long tadpole, which they initially believed to be dead. However, when Lesaric attempted to film it, the creature supposedly opened its mouth and moved towards them, causing them to flee to their boat. Interestingly, they reported a wound on the creature's side, speculating it might have been injured by a ship's propeller. The description included details like pale eyes with sill-shaped pupils on top of its head, a smooth body with no fins or spines, and black color with traverse stripes. However, skepticism surrounded this incident. Some suggest the photos were manipulated, or the creature was a school of fish, a swamp eel, or even a plastic sheet shaped like a monster. The most proper evidence against the Hook Island monster's existence came from an article in Scientific American. It revealed that Lesaric had previously sought to organize a financially lucrative expedition to find a sea serpent and had also been planning something that would bring in a lot of money related to a sea serpent. Also, the film that Lesaric claimed to have taken of the creature revealed nothing substantial, leading to the conclusion that the Hook Island monster was in fact a hoax. Kasai Rex. The Kasai Rex was a claim that there was a carnivorous dinosaur living in Africa. It started when John Johnson, a Swedish plantation owner, reported a 1932 encounter in the Kasai Valley, Democratic Republic of the Congo, describing a large creature attacking a rhinoceros. He claimed it was a T-Rex-like creature, around 43 feet long, with a reddish color and black stripes, a long snout, and numerous teeth. Also, in another expedition in 1933, which was a year later, a group of hunters, including an ivory trafficker, ventured into the Kasai Valley with the aim of capturing the creature, initially believed to be a colossal crocodile. Their experience was marked by a startling encounter with what they thought to be Kasai Rex. Described seeing a reddish tail similar to an anaconda and facing a massive, aggressive creature that caused them to flee in fear. The Kasai Rex's existence remains unproven since there's not much evidence really out there. Also, there's no known Tyrannosaurus species that have ever inhabited Africa. The hoax part of this entry focuses more on the photograph of Kasai Rex. One photograph showed what appeared to be a large monitor lizard, but was actually a cutout from a nature magazine. The other depicted a Tyrannosaurus-like creature eating a rhinoceros, but was debunked as a statue placed atop the animal. The Kasai Rex's narrative also suffers from a lack of unique local names and inconsistency with African wildlife knowledge, and I think in general it's kind of hard to believe that a dinosaur might still be alive. Ningen photo. The Ningen is a cryptid that surfaced in modern Japanese folklore in the mid-2000s. It's described as a giant humanoid whale-like being ranging from about 20 to 90 feet and said to inhabit the icy waters of the Antarctic. The first one mentioned of the Ningen was in a 2000 post on a Japanese online forum, 2channel. It claimed that the crew of a whale research ship spotted the creature near the vessel off the Antarctic coast. One of the key elements contributing to the Ningen legend was the circulation of photographs, which were later identified as hoaxes, like the entry says. Two of the most popular photos circulating on the internet have been proven to be digitally fabricated. One photo was created by adding arms to a dolphin image, and another was modified from a stock photo of a blue whale. The latter photo, despite its wide circulation, was criticized for its unrealistic portrayal, particularly in terms of lighting and proportions, and was deemed a product of Photoshop manipulation. In addition to these photos, there was also claims that the Ningen sightings in Google Earth images and YouTube videos. For instance, in 2005, an image captured by Google Earth near the Southern Ocean was supposed by many to depict a Ningen. However, skeptics argued that it was more likely an iceberg that coincidentally resembled the mythical creature. Similarly, in 2010, a video published by a Japanese chemical research company showed a large creature on the ocean floor, leading some to speculate it was a Ningen. However, others suggested it was likely a snaggletooth snake gill. So yeah, this entry was basically saying how the photos were hoaxes, but not necessarily the cryptid. Fiji Mermaid. The Fiji mermaid was an artifact presented as the mummified body of a creature that was half mammal and half fish. It was showcased in P.T. Barnum's American Museum in New York in 1842, and was actually composed of the torso and head of a juvenile monkey, sewn onto the back half of a fish. The creation was about 3 feet long and, as you can see, really different from traditional depictions of mermaids. The origin of the Fiji mermaid can be traced back to early 19th century, when Japanese fishermen reportedly caught it alive, and before it died, it warned them of an illness. The fishermen then allegedly created pictures of the mermaid to protect others from the disease, selling these pictures for a cost. However, photography wasn't common at that time, making the story doubtful. It's much more likely that the mermaid was fabricated in Indonesia or Japan, using parts of different animals along with wire and paper mache. American sea captain Samuel Burr-Ades purchased the mermaid for $6,000 in 1817, believing it to be real, and in 1842, Ades' son sold to Moses Kimball of the Boston Museum, who then took it to P.T. Barnum, which is how it ended up in New York. Despite discovering it was fake, Barnum saw an opportunity to profit and created an elaborate hoax to draw public interest. He created a story about Dr. Griffin, who had a genuine mermaid and was putting it on display. Despite some people recognizing it as fake, the mermaid attracted a lot of attention and significantly boosted Barnum's profits. The whereabouts of the original piece aren't really known anymore though, so some of the pictures you're seeing are actually ones from Peabody Museum at Harvard University, which was also fake since it was made by paper mache. Loch Ness Muppet. The Loch Ness Muppet hoax of 1977 centers around Anthony Doc Shields, an individual with a colorful background as a showman, wizard, and psychic entertainer. Shields claimed to have captured a photograph of the Loch Ness Monster while camping near Urquhart Castle on the shores of Loch Ness in Scotland. The photograph taken by Shields in 1977 quickly garnered public attention because of its startling clarity. Unlike many other purported images of the Loch Ness Monster, which were often blurry or ambiguous, Shields' photos seemed to provide a clear view of the creature. However, this clarity also led to skepticism among experts and the general public. The creature in the photo didn't look too real since it lacked naturalistic features and had an artificial appearance. Also, the absence of ripples in the water around the creature's neck suggested that it was not a living entity moving in the loch, but rather a stationary object. The skepticism was compounded by Shields' background, since as we said earlier, he had a reputation as a performer and entertainer. Also, an interesting detail is that despite photographing lake monsters, Shields himself didn't claim he believed in their existence. This contradiction between his actions and beliefs further fuels skepticism, since it's kind of hard to believe in something if the person giving the evidence doesn't believe it in himself, you know? Jackalope. The jackalope, a mythical creature in North American folklore, is a fusion of jackrabbit and antelope, often depicted with deer antlers. Its origins trace back to the 1930s in Douglas, Wyoming, when Douglas Herrick and his brother came across a jackrabbit carcass accidentally next to a pair of deer antlers. This sparked the idea of putting the deer antlers onto a jackrabbit carcass, which was then sold to a local hotel, marking the beginning of the jackalope's popularity. The story gained traction, leading to the production and sale of many similar jackalopes. Even the town of Douglas embraced this legend, with the Chamber of Commerce issuing playful jackalope hunting license to tourists and hosting an annual Jackalope Day celebration to commemorate the local folklore. The jackalope ended up becoming so popular that the Herrick brothers even started a business selling mounted jackalopes. Just to add though, some people actually believe the jackalope does exist. The existence of horned rabbits has been noted in European records since the 1500s, with some reports dating back to the 1800s in Wyoming. Our non-tier 2, Hodug. The Hodug comes from American folklore and is possibly connected to Native American stories of water panthers and other spirit beings. Its earliest known print reference dates back to 1870 in Kent County, Michigan. Folklorist Charles Lee Brown described the Hodug as a ferocious beast with horns, bulging eyes, claws, and a ridge of sharp spikes along its back and tail. It was said to feed on mud turtles, water snakes, muskrats, and occasionally human flesh. The creature supposedly never laid down, sleeping against tree trunks, and could only be captured by cutting deeply into its trees. The hoax element of the Hodug story emerged in 1893 when Eugene Shepard, a timber cruiser and land surveyor, claimed to have captured a live Hodug. In 1895, his supposed capture was used in advertisement for the Centralia Lumber Company. To further promote the Hodug, Shepard, with the help of a woodcarver named Lou Kearney, created a fake Hodug for the 1896 Oneida County Fair. They crafted the body from wood, covering it with ox hide, and added cattle horns and movable parts. This fabricated creature was said to eat only white bulldogs on Sundays. Shepard's admission of the hoax came when the Smithsonian planned an investigation visit. Even though it was proven fake, the town of Rhinelander embraced the Hodug as a mascot, creating statues, paintings, and toys, and celebrating the creature in local culture. Jenny Hanover. A Jenny Hanover is a modified carcass of a ray or skate, crafted by hand and dried to mimic a mummified fictional creature such as a demon or dragon. This practice originated in the 16th century, with these specimens often sold as curiosities to sailors and collectors. Jenny Hanovers have been fashioned to resemble various mythical creatures, including devils, angels, and dragons, and some writers have speculated that the sea monk, another legendary creature, might have been a Jenny Hanover. The earliest known depiction of a Jenny Hanover was in 1558 by Connor Justner. Justner warned against believing these miniature dragons were monsters, a common misconception at the time. One of the most prevalent misconceptions was that Jenny Hanovers were basilics, legendary creatures said to kill with their gaze. Since no one could definitely describe the basilics, it was easy to pass off Jenny Hanovers as these fierce entities in the 16th century. Owlman. The Owlman, a creature from Cornish folklore, is an owl-like humanoid reported in Mountain, Cornwall, UK in 1976. It's sometimes compared to the American Mothman legend, which is a popular cryptid. The story began with Tony Doc Shields, which we mentioned before too, claimed to investigate a sighting by two girls, June and Vicky Melling, who saw a large winged creature hovering above St. Maunan and St. Stephen's Church on April 17, 1976. Shields dubbed the creature Owlman based on a drawing provided by one of the girls. The tale gained further attention with another sighting by two teenagers, Sally Chapman and Barbara Perry. This happened in July 1976 and they described a large owl with pointed ears and glowing eyes. Subsequent reports of Owlman sightings near the church occurred sporadically in 1978, 1979, 1989, and 1995. In 2000, a loud, owl-like sound was reported in the Mullion churchyard. Some, like author Joe Nickel, suggest that barn owls, commonly nesting in church towers, were likely the source of these sightings. Revere and Loyal and Farnothope also proposed that a Eurasian eagle owl might be the basis of the legend. However, occult historian Gareth Medway suggests that the sightings might have been a hoax by Shields himself, who started the tales, since he was known for fabricating such stories, as most witnesses were directly or indirectly connected to him. Shields had a reputation as a public seeker, known for his dramatic antics and involvement in other dubious events, so the link between him and the sightings have caused people to think they're a hoax. Thetis Lake Monster. The Thetis Lake Monster, a famous Canadian cryptid, was first reported in the summer of 1972 at Thetis Lake near Victoria, British Columbia. The initial encounter involved two teenagers, Robin Fluin and Gordon Pike, who described seeing a large creature emerging from the water. This creature, they claimed, chased them to their car, even managing to slice open one of the teens' hands during the pursuit. The boys then reported the incident to Royal Canadian Mounted Police, or the RCMP, describing the monster as about 5 feet tall, 120 pounds, covered in scales with a fish-like mouth, webbed and clawed hands and feet, and razor-shaped fins on its arms, legs, and head. The RCMP launched an investigation but found no physical evidence or additional witnesses, and said it as a hoax since the description the boys gave was like the exact same as the Gill Man from the film The Creature from the Black Lagoon. The sighting came just a few days after the film came out too, so that was also taken into consideration. After just 4 days from the initial report, two other individuals claimed to have seen the creature on the opposite side of the lake. In the second sighting, 12-year-old Mike Gold and 14-year-old Russell Van Ness reported seeing the monster emerge from the lake, look around, and then submerge again. Years later, Van Ness admitted that they fabricated their story after hearing about the first report. Despite this admission, the original witness, Fluellen and Pike, have consistently maintained their story over the years. Additionally, there are legends from Native Americans about a part reptile, part human creature that lived in the lake. Lake Worth Monster. The Lake Worth Monster, a creature from Texan folklore, is said to dwell near Lake Worth, just outside Fort Worth, Texas. It is described as part man and part goat with scales and long claws, and captured public attention in July 1969 after reports of sightings by local citizens. The most notable incidents include the monster landing on a man's car after leaping from a tree and throwing a tire at a group of people. A photograph claimed to be of the monster was taken by Alan Plaster and published in newspapers, leading locals to flock to the lake at night in hopes of a glimpse. However, later investigations by local police found no evidence of the creature's existence in the Lake Worth and Greer Island area. Alan Plaster later suggested the photograph he took showing a man-sized white furball was part of a prank. Reports of the Lake Worth monster stopped with the resumption of school, leading men to believe that the incidents were pranks made by local high school students. This was further supported by an anonymous letter received in 2005 by a reporter at the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, claimed to be from one of the 3 classmates who decided to go out to Lake Worth and scare people, as he quoted, using a tinfoil mask. A 2009 report in Fort Worth, Texas magazine also featured an unidentified man confessing to the tide-throwing incident. Despite these revelations, some, like cryptozoologist blogger Craig Woolheater, have suggested that the Lake Worth monster could be an undiscovered, uncatalogued primate species that walks on 2 legs. Cardiff Giant. The Cardiff Giant is one of the most notorious archaeological hoaxes in American history. It was unearthed on October 16, 1869 by workers digging a well in Cardiff, New York. It was a 10-foot tall, roughly 3,000 pound statue made to appear like a petrified man. George Hall, a New York tobacconist and atheist, created the giant following a heated debate over a biblical passage suggesting the existence of giants. Hall's intention was to demonstrate the gullibility of people when it came to supernatural claims. Hall hired men to acquire a large block of gypsum in Iowa under the pretense of creating a monument for Abraham Lincoln. The block was then shipped to Chicago, where sculptors were secretly hired to carve the giant. Hall was actually really good at creating an age appearance for the giant, as he used various stains and acids. The giant was then transported and buried on the farm of Hall's cousin, William Newell. Nearly a year later, Newell orchestrated its discovery. The giant quickly became a sensation, drawing hundreds of visitors daily and generating significant profit for the town. Initially, some believed the giant to be a petrified human, while others thought it was a statue. Yale paleontologist Othniel C. Marsh debunked the giant as a hoax, noting it was made of gypsum, which wouldn't have preserved tool marks if it had been buried for centuries. Despite this, Hall sold his interest in the giant for a substantial sum. Showman P.T. Barnum created a replica of the giant, further popularizing the story. Hall eventually confessed to the hoax, stating his intention was to expose the credulous nature of religious believers and challenge later interpretations of biblical texts. Both the original giant and Barnum's replica were later revealed as fakes in court. Sewer monster caught on camera. The sewer monster caught on camera incident occurred in Houston and sparked significant public interest and speculation because of its unusual and somewhat disturbing footage. After a period of heavy rainfall, a horrifying, squirmish mass was discovered on the street outside an apartment block. The footage of this creature quickly went viral, linked to widespread speculation on social media about the nature of the creature. Upon closer examination though, the organism was later identified as not a singular entity, but a mass of intermixed tubifax worms. These worms, known for feeding on detritus or dead organic matter, are similar to common earthworms, and are usually found in soil near water bodies like rivers and lakes. It's likely that the rainstorm washed them out in the open, creating the weird scene captured on camera. This isn't the first time such a phenomenon has occurred though. A similar incident occurred in 2009 where massive worms were found in a sewer. Tubifax worms have unique behavior in the absence of soil. They coil around each other. According to bryozoologist Timothy Wood, the contractions seen in the video are due to a single worm contracting, which almost simultaneously stimulates all others to do the same. This results in the appearance of a single large muscle, which contributed to a monster illusion in the viral video. Ica stones. The Ica stones are a collection of andesite stones from the Ica province in Peru, known for their engraved motifs. These stones, largely regarded as modern hoaxes, often depict anachronistic scenes or objects such as dinosaurs and advanced technology. Engraved artwork on the stones was first reported in Peru during the 15th century, but the modern set of Ica stones, popularized in the 1960s and 1970s, were first brought to attention by physician Javier Cabrera de Cuellar. Cabrera's collection, comprising about 20,000 stones, was mainly acquired from farmer Basilo Utsaya, who later admitted to forging the stones. Despite these admissions, the stones have never been examined in an archaeological context, and no other evidence supports the advanced civilization supposedly depicted on them. The dinosaurs on the stones reflect outdated ideas from the 1960s, and include species not known to have lived in South America. These factors make it highly unlikely that they are depictions made by people who witnessed living dinosaurs. Despite being widely seen as hoaxes, the Ica stones remain popular among certain pseudoscientific communities, such as young Earth creationists and ancient astronaut proponents. It is acknowledged that some of the Ica stones might be genuine pre-Columbian artifacts, but this is mainly maintained for stones not part of Cabrera's collection, and which feature more conventional pre-Columbian motifs. Generally, historians and archaeologists consider the Ica stones to be forgeries created for profiting from tourist buyers. Ken Feder, in his Encyclopedia of Dubious Archaeology, described the Ica stones as one of the most transparent and absurd archaeological hoaxes ever perpetrated. Alright, on to Tier 3, Morgauer. The Morgauer, a sea serpent in Cornish folklore, is said to inhabit the sea near Falmouth Bay, Cornwall, England. The legend described the creature as first appearing near Pendennis Point in 1975, characterized by a trunk, a very long neck, and black or brown skin, resembling that of a sea lion. Local fishermen blamed bad weather and poor catches on the sighting of the Morgauer. Some versions of the story trace the creature's appearance back to World War I, following the torpedoing of a British merchant ship by a German submarine, describing the Morgauer as a 6-foot-long entity resembling a crocodile with 4 webbed feet and a powerful tail. In 1976, the Falmouth Packet newspaper received 2 blurry photos of the Morgauer, signed Mary F. However, a name we've been hearing all this time, most of the Morgauer lore is linked to Irish artist and magician Tony Doc Shields, who spent significant time in Cornwall during the 1970s and thought to have created the name Morgauer. The Mary F photos, believed to be his work, appear to show a plasticine model rather than a real animal. Also, a skull claimed to be Morgauer's, found on the Durgan Beach in 1975, turned out to be that of a pilot whale. These findings suggest that the Morgauer legend is more likely a creative hoax than a genuine cryptid sighting. And yeah, Tony Doc Shields has been mentioned 3 times now. Drop bear. The drop bear is a fictional creature in contemporary Australian folklore. It is often described as a predatory, carnivorous version of the koala. This mythical animal is a popular subject in tall tales designed to scare tourists, portraying drop bears as large, vicious marsupials that inhabit treetops and attack unsuspecting people by dropping onto their heads from above. The origin of the drop bear myth is unclear. Some attribute to a sketch in Paul Hogan's comedy show where koalas jump out of trees to attack a man. Others believe it started as a scary story for children or a trick on soldiers visiting Australia. The myth has been mentioned in various Australian publications since the 1960s. These stories are typically used as a joke to amuse locals and confuse outsiders, similar to North American fearsome critters like the jackalope. Tourists are the main targets though, with tales often accompanied by absurd advice purported to deter drop bear attacks, such as placing forks in hair, spraying Vegemite or toothpaste behind ears or in armpits, urinating on oneself, and speaking English in an Australian accent. The Australian Museum even contributed to the myth by creating an entry for the drop bear. Describing it as a large, arboreal predatory marsupial related to the koala and detailing its physical characteristics in a manner similar to a real animal species. This entry, a small display in the museum, showcased the drop bear as more of a playful part of Australian cultural humor. Diplocalus. The Diplocalus hoax involves a series of photographs that have circulated online, depicting what appears to be a living specimen of the extinct amphibian Diplocalus. These images initially caused confusion and excitement, as Diplocalus, known for its distinctive boomerang-shaped head, went extinct approximately 270 million years ago. In one instance, a photograph claimed to show a mysterious creature found in Malta. Professor Patrick Scambry of the University of Malta identified the creature in the photograph as a Diplocalus, but noted that the images had to be fake given the animal's long extinction. He speculated that the depicted creature was a model. This image was later traced back to a Japanese model maker who had created it in 1992 for a contest. In a separate instance, another model of Diplocalus, known as Dyad, Diplocalus in a dish, created confusion in 2007, being mistaken for a real creature. This model even featured in British zoologist and cryptozoologist Dr. Carl P. Schunker's book, Extraordinary Animals Revisited. But yeah, props to people who created the models, cause they did look pretty real. Metapeg creature. The Metapeg creature, a supposed cryptid, was revealed to be a hoax orchestrated by a taxidermist named Urso Monarez Ruiz, nephew of Maria Moreno. This hoax involved the corpse of a skinny squirrel monkey, which Ruiz modified by removing its ears and covering it with hair and fluids of various animals. The creature was then sold for 300,000 pesos, which is about 23,000, to Jamie Molson, a well-known figure in ufology. Ruiz later confessed in an internet forum to creating the hoax, saying that he not initially claimed the creature was real. It was Molson who made that assertion. Despite the revelation, the story of Metapeg creature gained traction and circulated globally, even undergoing scientific tests. Ruiz took pride in the fact that his creation had fooled people around the world, including scientists. Alejandro Franz, an investigator, pointed out inconsistencies in Ruiz's claims and accused Molson, Maria Moreno, and Marco Salazar of being complicit in the hoax from the start. He basically suggested that their decision to conduct DNA testing, which was not their usual practice with such finds, was indicative of their knowledge that the results would be inconclusive. Observers had noted from the beginning that the creature resembled a skinned monkey, casting doubt on its authenticity from the outset. Pacific Northwest Tree Octopus. The Pacific Northwest Tree Octopus is a famous internet hoax created in 1998 by humor writer Lyle Zapato. This fictitious cephalopod, named Octopus proctolobus, a blend of Latin and Spanish words meaning Pacific tree octopus, was described as an endangered species capable of living both in water and on land. It was supposedly found in the Olympic Natural Forest and nearby rivers, where it spawned and laid eggs, with Sasquatch as its major predator. This hoax gained notable attention and has been used extensively in educational settings to teach internet literacy and critical evaluation of online information. For instance, in a 2007 study by Lua et al., 53 American school children were exposed to a website about this fake species and asked to assess its credibility. Surprisingly, more than half of the participants said the website was very reliable. Only 11% considered it unreliable, and interestingly, those skeptical students had just completed a lesson on being cautious about online information. A similar study in 2017 in the Netherlands showed that out of 27 school children, only 7% identified the website as a hoax. This study highlighted how the educational setting, trust in authorities, and emotional engagement influenced the children's perception of the website's authenticity. The hoax's impact was further acknowledged in 2018, when its website was included in the Library of Congress's Web Culture's Web Archive, recognizing its role in digital culture and internet literacy. Partridge Creek Beast. The Monster of Partridge Creek is a fictional tale published in 1908 by French writer Georges Dupuy in Je sais toi and The Strand magazine. It's set in the Yukon Territory of Canada and narrates purported encounters with a large dinosaur at Partridge Creek. In the story, a banker, James Lewis Butler, and a miner, Tom Leemore, tell Dupuy about their experience while moose hunting near Clear Creek. The animals they were pursuing suddenly fled in terror, and the men followed tracks they believed were made by a large animal into a gorge. Dupuy, along with the French missionary and 5 unnamed First Nations individuals, joined the search. They reportedly observed a 30-foot-long creature with a hairy body for 10 minutes. Dupuy and Butler became the subject of ridicule in Golden City following the report of the creature. The Dawson Daily Nugget even published a sarcastic piece, likening Dupuy to Edgar Allan Poe. The story included a letter from the French missionary claiming he saw the creature again, carrying a dead caribou. Despite its fictional nature, the tale was scrutinized in the scientific community. Naturalist Richard Lydecker, in a 1908 issue of Knowledge and Illustrated Scientific News, expressed skepticism about the existence of carnivorous dinosaurs in northern Alaska, stating it was implausible and contradicted the belief that larger dinosaurs lived in warmer climates. Ozark Howler. The Ozark Howler is a creature from Arkansas folklore and is said to inhabit the Ozark Mountains, a region known for its stunning natural beauty. It's described as a dog-bear-cat hybrid and has sparked curiosity and speculation for years. In 1999, this cryptid became a hot topic in online forums and local news, with reports describing it as a bear-sized creature with horns, shaggy fur, glowing eyes, and a distinctive howl. However, suspicions about the authenticity of these sightings soon arose. An investigation revealed that in 1994, University of Arkansas fraternity members created a fictional story about a horned black hound in the Ozarks as a prank. The story gained traction and led to numerous alleged sightings over the years. Despite these revelations, some people remain convinced of the creature's existence, pointing to tales of the howler dating back to the 1800s. The mysterious nature of the Ozark Howler is further complicated by historical references, such as those from American frontiersman Daniel Boone, who allegedly encountered a mysterious horned creature in the Ozarks in the 1800s. These accounts blend with folklore, adding layers of the legends to the Ozark Howler, but because of the university thing, that's where the hoax part comes in. Geff the Talking Mongoose. Geff, also known as the Talking Mongoose or the Daily Spook, is a famous case from the early 1930s on the Isle of Man. The Irving family, who lived at Cashin's Cap near Dalby, claimed to have encountered a talking mongoose named Geff. They report that Geff communicated with them, guarded their house, and even accompanied them on trips. Despite its popularity in the tabloid press and the interest of paranormal investigators like Harry Price, Nandan Fodor, and others, evidence for Geff's existence was lacking, with supposed physical evidence being attributed to the Irvings as sheepdog. In 1935, Harry Price and Richard S. Lambar investigated the case, producing The Haunting of Cashin's Gap. They found that a hair sample attributed to Geff was actually dog hair. Also, Price's observations of the farmhouse test that a structure can enable the projection of voices through wooden panels, leading to suspicions of ventriloquism. Nandan Fodor, a researcher who stayed with the Irvings, didn't encounter Geff. He developed a psychological theory that Geff was a manifestation of a part of Jim Irving's personality. Skeptics, including locals and reporters, believed the phenomenon was a hoax, possibly perpetrated by Voirrey Irving using ventriloquism. Some, like media scholar Jeff Nisance, even suggest that Geff was an imaginary companion created by Voir. Fearsome critters. Fearsome critters are a unique aspect of North American folklore, particularly associated with logging camps in the Great Lakes region. These telltale animals were part of oral tradition in the early 20th century, serving as an entertainment or a means of hazing newcomers. Stories about fearsome critters were often exaggerated or completely fabricated, involving elaborate gags where narrators convincingly described encounters with these mythical creatures, convincing listeners of their existence. These myths were spread across the continents by lumberjacks who traveled between camps. The fearsome critters were more comical than frightening, with a greater emphasis on behavioral traits rather than physical appearance. Some were portrayed as ordinary animals with unusual behavior, while others were more fantastical, pushing the limits of biomechanics and physics. The literature on fearsome critters also included detailed descriptions of their habitats and appearances, but there's a lack of consensus on specific critters, with some regional variations in their descriptions. For example, the Wampus Cat's portrayal varied significantly across different sources. Alright, now into the last tier for this video, tier 4. Santa Monica Giant Squid. The Santa Monica Giant Squid was a well-circulated hoax that captured significant public attention. In this incident, an image of a supposedly enormous giant squid was washed ashore in Santa Monica, California. The photo and accompanying story, which suggested that the squid was a victim of radioactive gigantism, quickly went viral. However, it was soon revealed that the images in the story were nothing more than a fabrication. The picture used in the hoax was actually of a real giant squid, but one that had washed ashore in Spain in 2013. The story and image were published as a piece of satire on a website known for its humorous and fictional content, yet managed to fool a large audience. Over 500,000 people interacted with the image on Facebook, demonstrating how easy such hoaxes can spread in the digital age. Ompax. In 1872, a fish named Ompax spatuloides was supposedly discovered in Australia. It was described as a poisonous fish and was even listed as a real species in some fish lists until the 1930s. However, it turned out the Ompax was actually a hoax created by people at the Guyanite Station in Queensland. They made the fake fish by combining parts of different animals: the body of a mullet, the tail of an eel, and the head of a platypus or needlefish. They served this concoction to Carl Theodor Steiger, the director of the Brisbane Museum. The expert then published a description of the supposed species in the Proceedings of the Linnean Society of New South Wales. However, doubts about the existence of Ompax arose as early as 1881, but the name continued to appear in fish lists for many years. Steiger claimed that the fish was brought to him by indigenous people from a nearby location. In 1930, an anonymous confessor revealed that the specimen was made from the tail of an eel, the body of a mullet, and the head of an Australian lungfish. The addition of a platypus bill was also mentioned in the confession. Castelnau chose the name Ompax for the genus, probably to add to the mystery surrounding the fish. So basically, Ompax was a fake fish created as a joke, and it fooled some experts for a while before its true nature was actually revealed. Jake the Alligator Man. Displayed at Marsh's Free Museum in Long Beach, Washington, Jake represents an alleged half-man, half-alligator creature, though in reality he's a clever piece of taxidermy. The origins of Jake trace back to 1967 when he was purchased for $750 from an antique store by the owners of Marsh's Free Museum. Since then, Jake has become a popular exhibit, attracting visitors intrigued by his mysterious and bizarre appearance. In 1993, the Weekly World News featured a postcard image of Jake on its front page, claiming a half-human, half-alligator discovered in Florida swamp, which further fueled his legend and mystique. Despite the obvious questions about the authenticity, Jake the Alligator Man has had a significant cultural impact in northwestern United States. He has garnered a sort of cult following, and his birthday is celebrated annually in August with a variety of events, including a bachelor party, car show, bridal contest, and live music. This celebration reflects the quirky and whimsical nature of Cryptid Hoaxes, where a blend of humor, creativity, and a suspicion of disbeliefs come together to create a unique communal experience. Interestingly, the concept of an alligator man isn't confined to Jake alone though. Historical accounts and folklore dating back to the 1700s mention man-like reptiles in the Everglades, suggesting a longer tradition of such cryptid stories. These tales include speculation about migratory patterns of these creatures and their possible connection to other hybrid cryptids, like the New Jersey Gator Man. These stories often feature the creatures communicating with grunts and howls, adding to the mystery behind the Alligator Man myth. Thunderbird Photo Hoaxes. The Thunderbird Photo Hoax is a tale surrounding an alleged photograph that has never been definitely proven to exist. The mystery began with a report in the April 1890 edition of the Tombstone Epitaph, detailing two ranchers in Tombstone, Arizona, who encountered and killed a winged monster. Described as resembling a huge alligator with an extremely elongated tail and an immense pair of wings, and it was said to have been photographed with its corpse nailed to a barn. The story was later republished in various newspapers, but with no mention of the photograph. It resurfaced in 1963 in an article by Jack Pearl in Saga magazine, where he claimed the bird resembled a thunderbird, a mythological creature in Native American culture. Pearl's description of the photograph, however, contradicted earlier reports, as none of the original publications has stated any photos were taken. This discrepancy led to speculation that the photo might be an example of the Mandela effect, where multiple people share a similar false memory. Over the years, many have claimed to have seen this photograph in various media outlets, but no one has provided proof of its existence. The surge revival in other media, such as the Sunday Examiner, added layers of the mystery, including claims of similar sightings and supposed photographic evidence. Numerous other fake photos have emerged over the years though. For example, a photo created in 2010 by Christopher Smith depicting a captured pterosaur was falsely circulated as a real Thunderbird photo. There were also two alleged photos of pterosaurs from the American Civil War, which were later revealed to be part of a television show, further complicating the search for the truth behind what this photograph actually was. The James Curry Film. The James Curry Film is a film that allegedly captured the Loch Ness Monster and is shrouded in mystery and skepticism. The story of this film dates back to 1938 when James Curry, a retired bank manager from London, reportedly filmed the Loch Ness Monster. He used a movie camera with a 6-inch telephoto lens and captured the creature, described as having a long neck, 3 humps, and a triangular-shaped head, at the Loch Ness. Curry allegedly captured up to 3 minutes of footage of this grayish-brown creature. However, instead of sharing this potentially groundbreaking evidence, he decided to store the film in a bank vault in London, until such time as the public takes such matters seriously, as he quoted. The existence of the James Curry film, however, has never been verified. Unlike the McCurry film, another alleged Loch Ness Monster footage, there's scant information on Curry's family or genealogy, and no death certificate or any other corroborating information has been found. A search of 1938 press clippings revealed nothing about this incident, casting further doubt on the film's authenticity. The story resurfaced in the monster hunting community in the 1970s, but inquiries and investigations into the film, the people mentioned in the related article, and the author of the article, Charles Frozer, turned up no concrete evidence or leads. Notably, no one from the time of the original article had heard of Fraser, suggesting he might have been a freelance writer, not a prominent employee at the Aberdeen Evening Press. Given the lack of evidence and the discrepancies in the accounts, it's why I believe that the 1970 article discussing the James Curry film is a fabrication. The reasons behind this potential hoax aren't clear, and the truth remains mysterious. The sky. It covers our whole planet and is home to a bunch of known and perhaps unknown avian species. Throughout history, people have looked up, admiring the capability of flight, and left wondering what else might be living out there, unseen or yet undiscovered. From possible living pterosaurs spotted across the world to strange jellyfish seen by the military, welcome to the Avian Cryptids iceberg. Also, if this video gets some good feedback, I'll consider making a part 2 since there's still a lot of entries out there. Alright, let's get straight into the video now with the first entry of Tier 1, Living Pterosaurs. Living pterosaurs, which is probably something a lot of people have thought of, including myself, are basically reports of seeing these creatures in various parts of the world. Like in the United States, for example, sightings have spanned from North Carolina all the way to Hawaii and even some remote parts of California. In North Carolina specifically though, creatures have been observed soaring low over cars in cities, which caused people to compare what they saw to either dragons or Jurassic beings. Witnesses report these creatures as having no feathers, with sharp-edged features and an overall prehistoric appearance. Cryptozoologist Jonathan Whitcomb has been a key figure in cataloging these sightings, suggesting these are non-extinct pterosaurs, what many might call pterodactyls or flying dinosaurs. Further afield, on Umboy Island in Papua New Guinea, the local lore of the ropin describes a nocturnal creature that exhibits bioluminescence, a glowing flight through the night sky that has been part of local legend and the focus of several expeditions by researchers from the United States. Eyewitnesses have provided detailed descriptions, including the long tail some pterosaurs are known for, challenging the belief that such species are extinct. One really interesting piece of evidence I want to add though that's discussed in the cryptid community is the so-called Civil War pteranodon photo. This photo shows a group of Civil War soldiers standing over a downed pterosaur, which has been scrutinized a bunch for its origins, with some claiming it predates the digital era and thus could not be a modern fabrication. The photo's analysis suggests the presence of a real object though, but it's generally considered a hoax, like people say it's definitely a hoax. Tuscumbia space penguins. On a February morning in 1967, Claude Edwards, a farmer in the small, quiet town of Tuscumbia, Missouri, encountered a bizarre sight that would forever leave its mark on the community and UFO enthusiasts worldwide. According to Edwards, on that day, he witnessed a group of small, green, penguin-like beings scurrying around a massive, mushroom-shaped object, which he suggested to be about 70 feet away from its position. This object, grayish-green in color and supported by a circular tube, was situated in the meadow next to his barn. The beings, estimated to be about 3 feet tall and sharing the grayish-green hue of their ship, appeared to have large, wide-set black eyes, possibly goggles, and moved their arms so swiftly that Edwards found it difficult to even figure out if they had hands. Also, their faces had dark protrusions where noses and mouths would typically be, leading to a speculation that these might have been some form of breathing apparatus. Edwards likened these creatures to green penguins from outer space, as quoted, and described them as moving frantically, moving their arms as if agitated by his presence. Edwards then made a bold attempt to approach the craft with the intention of damaging it to prevent takeoff, but was stopped by an invisible force field that stopped him dead in his tracks about 15 feet away from the object. He described feeling as though he had walked up against a wall, unable to see or physically feel the barrier, but clearly perceiving its presence. Despite his efforts, including throwing rocks at the craft, Edwards was unable to breach this barrier. The UFO, displaying an array of dazzling colors through evenly spaced oval portals, eventually tilted towards him before swiftly ascending and disappearing into the sky, leaving behind a story that continues to captivate and puzzle to this day. This incident draws parallels too with other UFO sightings, such as the encounter by Finnish lumberjacks in 1971, with a creature known as the Kinula humanoid, suggesting a possible pattern of visitations by beings in protective suits or similar physical characteristics across different times and locations. Moa. The moa, an extinct giant bird native to New Zealand, has had some pretty controversial claims of sightings long after its presumed extinction. Colonial-era tales such as those from surveyors and prospectors marked their early European encounters with what they believe could be moas in the remote New Zealand wilderness. Notable among these claims is George Polly's in the 1920s, of seeing a bird 20 foot high in the Otago region, South Island. Another one comes from Alex Mackenzie, who in 1876, as a child in Martins Bay, Fiordland, claimed to have had a close encounter with a large, tailless bird, which he initially thought to be a takahe, but later doubted that when she actually saw one after its rediscovery in the 1940s. This claim was later added by a detailed description of the encounter and the measurements of the bird's tracks taken by her father, which just add to the mystery. Another significant sighting occurred in January 1993 when Paddy Franey, a West Coast publican and mountaineer, claimed to have sighted and even wrestled with a moa. Although taken seriously by the media, authorities were skeptical, leading to what was known as moa mania that year. The event highlighted the persistent fascination and hope that the moa, or at least some form of it, might still roam the remote parts of New Zealand. Bernard Heuvelmans, a prominent cryptozoologist, included a chapter on moa sightings in his 1958 book On the Track of Unknown Animals, indicating the global interest in these creatures. There was even a photograph taken around 1993, but as you can probably guess, it was blurry, but it still fueled some debates and theories about the existence of moas in modern times. Big Bird. In 1975, Texas witnessed a wave of sightings of a creature dubbed Big Bird, and no, not the Sesame Street character everyone knows of. The reports began with 2 police deputies in Harlingen encountering a bird with a 10-foot wingspan. The sightings then escalated with 2 teenagers in San Antonio reporting a 5-foot-tall bird leering at them, leading to the discovery of large, 3-toed tracks. A Brownsville man later reported a face-to-face encounter with a creature he described as otherworldly. The most dramatic account, though, came from Raymondville, where a man was attacked by the creature, resulting in his hospitalization. Despite initial skepticism and attempts to explain the sightings as misidentified known birds, the consistency and detail of the reports, including physical evidence like the tracks, all end up causing local and even national frenzy. Even rewards were offered for the capture of the creature, showing just how much the public was interested and concerned at the same time. Eventually though, the sightings ceased as suddenly as they began, leaving the community with lingering questions and a legacy of one of the most intriguing cryptid tales in Texas history. Lechuza. La Lechuza, a figure from Mexican folklore and widely recognized in parts of Texas too, is described as a witch who can transform into a large owl, often as big as a human. This creature is said to have originated before the age of the conquistadors and is associated with various origin stories, including women seeking revenge for wrongs done to them, witches punished by villagers, or beings of dark magic. It's feared for its predatory nature, said to feast on humans and capable of carrying away a full-grown man or even attacking cars with this large talon, while also being able to drain the car batteries of a car, since it said it might have control over electricity and storms. Sightings of La Lechuza describe it as making eerie whistles or mimicking the cries of a baby to lure in its victims. The origins of the Lechuza legend are traced back to pre-Columbian Mesoamerica, where indigenous peoples had spiritual connections with animals, which were later demonized by Spanish coloners, associating nocturnal animals with witchcraft. The legend likely evolved as a cautionary tale to keep children in line or encourage conversion to Christianity. It's suggested that whistling at night could summon La Lechuza, and unbaptized children are particularly at risk. Modern sightings continue to add to the lore of La Lechuza, with various reports of encounters in northern Mexico and the Rio Grande Valley. The creature has also been compared to the harpies of Greek mythology and the Native American thunderbird too, both of which share similar attributes of storm control and an overall ominous presence. Despite the variations in stories, the consistent theme is La Lechuza's association with omens, revenge, and the supernatural. Aswang. The aswang, which comes from Filipino folklore, is a creature that's said to be capable of shape-shifting and known for its hunger for human flesh, particularly targeting children and unborn fetuses. It's said that the aswang guises as a human by day and then transforms into various forms by night, like vampires or a witch. Its ability to blend in human society and only to prey on unsuspecting victims under the cover of the darkness feeds into fear of the unknown, which is a usual theme in folklore worldwide. The aswang has several varieties though, each associated with specific behaviors and characteristics. Like the tik-tik or wak-wak, for example, is known for the distinct sounds it makes, and it supposedly turns into a large bird for hunting. The sigbin or zigbin transforms into a creature resembling a Tasmanian devil, while the mananagal is seen as a woman who can split her body in half and then fly. These beings are strongest at night, gaining superhuman abilities and the capacity to shapeshift or deceive humans and satisfy their gruesome appetites. Historically, the Aswang concept dates back to the 16th century, when Spanish conquerors were documenting Filipino fears of such creatures. These stories, however, may have been influenced by earlier Malay folklore, introducing similar monstrous beings to the Philippine Islands. The Spanish further exploited the Aswang myth though, linking it to local spiritual leaders to undermine indigenous beliefs and practices to instead promote Christianity. Dr. Maximo Ramos's work, particularly the Aswang complex in Filipino folklore, goes into more information about Aswang mythology and the richness of the legend, so I suggest checking it out if anyone wants to learn more about it. His research basically underscores the importance of understanding regional variations and interpretations of the Aswang. Roc. The roc is a mythical bird of extraordinary size and strength, prominently featured in Middle Eastern and South Asian folklore, being most notably in the works of 1001 Nights. It's often described as a bird of prey similar to an eagle or a vulture, but unlike the ones we know, this one is of colossal proportions, with the wingspan so wide it's said it could block out the whole sun. In the tales, the roc is known for its incredible strength too, being capable of carrying off elephants in its talons. One of the most famous stories involving the roc is from Sinbad the Sailor, a series of tales in 1001 Nights. The story goes that on Sinbad's second voyage, he finds himself stranded on an island that actually turns out to be the back of a gigantic sea monster, which dives into the sea, leaving him to drown. Sinbad is then saved by the roc, which carries him to safety. Another tale from Sinbad's adventures describes how he encountered a roc's egg, mistaking it for a domed building. Sinbad's men, driven by curiosity, break the egg open, only to be attacked by the parent rocs. They escape though by fashioning clouds of wool and being carried off by the birds, who mistake them for the lost chick. Even Marco Polo, in his book of travels, mentioned the roc as a legendary bird of enormous size said to live in Madagascar and presents it as an actual real creature, although he likely referred to the extinct elephant bird of Madagascar. In his accounts, the roc was depicted as massive with a wingspan of 16 yards and feathers as large as palm trees. But yeah, even though Marco Polo claimed to have sighted the bird, it's likely his description was based on hearsay or just misinterpretation. Piasa bird. The Piasa bird comes from Native American folklore, being particularly associated with the Algonquin tribes. It's most famously depicted in a large, colorful mural painted on the bluffs along the Mississippi River near present-day Alton, Illinois. The name Piasa is believed to mean the bird that devours man in the Illini language. It's often depicted with the body of a dragon, the face of a man, sharp teeth, antlers or horns, the scales of a fish, and the tail of a bird. According to the legend, the Piasa bird was a terrifying predator that lived along the cliffs of the Mississippi River and preyed upon the local Illini tribe. The story goes that a brave chief named Uatoga devised a plan to rid his people of the menace. Him and his warriors ended up being successful in ambushing and killing the Piasa bird, thereby ending its reign of terror. The original mural of the Piasa bird was first recorded in European accounts by French explorer Father Jacques Marquette in 1673 during his exploration of the Mississippi River with Louis Jollet. Marquette's diary describes his painting as a frightful image of a creature painted high on the bluffs. The original mural isn't actually visible anymore though, and what's seen today near Alton is instead a recreation based on 19th century sketches and descriptions. Alright, moving on to tier 2. King Shan flying jellyfish. The King Shan flying jellyfish is a cryptid that emerged from a sighting in Qingshan, China on October 19, 1998. It was first observed by a Chinese Air Force pilot and confirmed by up to 140 ground officials, leading to a bunch of widespread interest. Basically what happened was a military radar detected an unusual blip over an Air Force training school in Changzhou, which is part of China's Hebei province. Witnesses described it as a mushroom or jellyfish shaped, with a bottom adorned with bright, dangling lights. Its ability to ascend suddenly, evading 6 jet fighters that attempted to approach it, further contributed to its mystique. This occurrence has not only intrigued those in China, but has also drawn comparisons to other similar sightings in countries like Russia, Norway, and the Netherlands, suggesting a global presence of such atmospheric phenomena. This sighting has led to various interpretations too of what the flying jellyfish could be, ranging from an atmospheric jellyfish to possible unidentified flying objects. Despite the intrigue it sparked, there isn't really any concrete evidence to conclusively prove its existence. Skavader. The skavader, which is from Swedish folklore, was a taxidermy created in 1918 by taxidermist Rudolf Granberg. It features the forequarters and hind legs of a European hare, combined with the back, wings, and tail of a female wood goose. This fictional creature is showcased now at the museum at Norra Berge in Sundsvall, Sweden, and has interested a lot of people with its peculiar appearance. The origin of the skavader stems from a tall tale about a hunter named Håkan Dalmark, who allegedly encountered this hybrid creature during a hunt in 1874. The tale became widely known after his housekeeper presented him with a painting of the skavader created by her nephew. This painting, later donated to a local museum, inspired Granberg to create the taxidermy, which has since become a popular exhibition item and an unofficial symbol of Sundsvall. In addition to his backstory, the skavader's existence is sometimes used to ascribe to any improbable or contradictory combination of elements, showing how folklore can influence language and cultural expressions too, which is pretty cool. The creature's legacy also extends to its role in symbolizing unity and the blending of opposing forces, as depicted in tales that attribute special abilities and roles to the skavader, such as delivering messages or facilitating peace between communities. Washauriwe. The Washauriwe is a cryptid said to live in the Curupira region of South America, specifically within the Curupira Plateau. This creature is described as having characteristics reminiscent of pterosaurs, with notable features including a wingspan reported to be up to 20 feet, a long pointed beak, and a distinct crest on the back of its head. Descriptions vary though, with some eyewitnesses depicting it as dark colored, while others suggest a reddish-brown hue. Sightings of the Washauriwe have been sporadic too, with the first recorded encounters by Western explorers occurring in the early 20th century. These explorers, including a prospector named Riggs, documented their experiences with the Washauriwe through interactions with local tribespeople. According to these indigenous narratives, the Washauriwe is not just a creature of the physical realm, but also carries a lot of supernatural implications, being seen as a messenger of the gods capable of influencing fortune. One of the earliest detailed sightings was reported by Riggs, who, during his exploration of the Curupira region, was informed by a Waka tribesman named Retawa about the creature. This account, along with others, shows how it's seen as a formidable presence within the dense rainforests of Central and South America. But even though there's numerous expeditions trying to find evidence of its existence, the Washauriwe still remains a mystery. The creature's habitat, which is suggested to be the dense and largely unexplored rainforest atop the isolated plateaus of South America, does offer a plausible explanation though for the lack of concrete evidence and the difficulty in studying this cryptid more extensively. Kongamaro. The Kongamaro, meaning overwhelmer of boats in local dialect, is a cryptid said to exist in the swamps of western Zambia, Angola, and the Congo. Described in various accounts since the early 20th century, it's said to be a large, bird-like creature, being often compared to a pterosaur. Descriptions of the Kongamaro vary, but it's commonly depicted as having a wingspan of about 4 to 7 feet, a beak full of teeth, and a generally reptilian appearance, often with leathery wings. The Kongamaro first gained wider attention through the writings of explorer Frank H. Melland in his 1923 book In Witch-Bound Africa, where he described encounters with the creature as recounted by local tribes in Zambia. According to these accounts, the Kongamaro was feared by the locals, particularly in regions near rivers where it was said to attack people. In the 1950s, engineer J.P.F. Brown reported seeing two creatures in northern Rhodesia, which is now Zambia, that he identified as being similar to pterosaurs. Another notable account is from Dr. J.L.B. Smith in 1956, who received a report of a man who was hospitalized after an attack by a large bird-like creature in the Bangwalu swamps. When trying to figure out what happened, the man allegedly identified a pterosaur illustration as resembling his attacker. Skeptics often attribute these reports to misidentified known wildlife, like large birds or bat species, but with any cryptids, it's still subject to theories. Adar Luch Gwyn. The Adar Luch Gwyn is a creature from Welsh mythology, specifically mentioned in the Mabinogion, which is essentially a collection of ancient Welsh tales. The name Adar Luch Gwyn translates to birds of Luch Gwyn, or Gwyn's dust birds. These mythological birds are described as having the ability to understand human languages and possess magical properties. According to legends, the Adar Luch Gwyn were given to Droidas ap Tryfin by his fairy wife. They were said to be extremely fast, able to catch the swiftest of arrows in flight, and they obeyed only their owner's commands. Their most notable appearance in Welsh mythology is in the story of Culhwch and Olwen, one of the tales from the Mabinogion. In this story, the birds are used in an attempt to kill King Arthur, a plot devised by Druidus against Arthur. Druidus instructed the birds to kill the first man to arrive at a certain battle, believing Arthur would be the first to enter. However, because of a delay caused by one of Arthur's men, Druidus himself arrived first and was killed by his own birds, fulfilling the command given to them. From this tale, the Adar Llywelyn symbolized the unpredictable nature of magic and the idea that one's own weapons or schemes can turn against them. Their story is a cautionary tale about the use of power and the consequences of vengeance. Tengu. The Tengu is a mythical creature from Japanese folklore, often portrayed as a bird-like demon or goblin. Tengu are traditionally considered harbingers of war and chaos, but over time their portrayal has evolved, and they're sometimes seen as protective spirits or deities. The reason they're on this list is because Tengu are depicted with both human and avian characteristics. The most recognizable features of a Tengu are long nose or beak and red face, which are considered their most defining traits. The two main types of Tengu are the Karasu Tengu, which is a crow Tengu said to have avian features, and the Dai Tengu, meaning great Tengu, said to have more human-like appearance. The origin of Tengu is believed to be a blend of early Japanese folk religion, Shinto, and Buddhism. In early legends, Tengu were seen as disruptive demons and harbingers of war, associated with spirits of fallen warriors. Over time, however, their image shifted. In Buddhist teachings, they were considered protectors of the Dharma, which are Buddhist teachings, but still prone to anger and violence. In Japanese folklore, on the other hand, Tengu are known for their martial prowess, being depicted as skilled warriors who are said to have taught famous historical figures and legendary swordsmen. They also feature in Japanese arts and theater, appearing in no, kabuki, and folk tales. You can even find some Tengu references in anime like One Piece, if anyone's a fan like I am. Alright, moving on to tier 3, Bennu bird. The Bennu bird, often associated with the Egyptian phoenix, is a mythical bird from ancient Egyptian mythology, being closely linked to the sun, creation, and rebirth. It's also sometimes considered the Egyptian counterpart to the Greek phoenix. The Bennu bird is believed to have its origins in the Heliopolitan creation myth. It was a self-created being said to have risen from the primeval waters of Nun, or from the heart of Osiris, who is the god of the afterlife, death, life, and resurrection. It was associated with the sun god Ra, being seen as its soul, and was often depicted as a heron symbolic of the sun's cycle, representing both the end of the day and the beginning. As such, it was a symbol of death and rebirth, reflecting the daily cycle of the sun's disappearance at night and its rebirth in the morning. The Bennu bird was also shown perched on a sacred willow tree in Heliopolis, the center of the sun cult in ancient Egypt. It was even associated with the Egyptian calendar and believed to have a lifespan of 500 years, at the end of which it could self-immolate and then be reborn from its own ashes, similar to the Greek phoenix. But yeah, from all that, you can see how it was a really important part of Egyptian mythology. Hippogriff. The hippogriff, a mythical creature with the front parts of a winged griffin and the body and hindquarters of a horse, was invented by Ludovico Aristio in his epic poem Orlando Furioso in the early 16th century. This creature symbolizes the coming together of two beings, considered to be natural enemies, thereby representing love's ability to conquer all obstacles, which sounds a bit cliche, but anyways. Aristotle's creation was based on a proverbial expression about the impossibility of crossing a griffin with a horse, showing how the creature represents impossibility or incongruity. Throughout history though, the hippogriff has been seen as a symbol of love and majesty, often appearing in heraldry to represent strength and speed, as well as in various artistic and literary works from the Middle Ages to the Renaissance and beyond. Interestingly enough, a hoax in 1904 in Lake George, New York, featured a creature dubbed the hippogriff, with bird of prey features and horse-like ears, reigniting curiosity and fascination around this legendary beast. In modern day times, its role extends into various fictional realms, which I bet for anyone who's seen Harry Potter, they would have recognized right away that it resembles the Buckbeak. It also appeared in the Chronicles of Narnia and even the Witcher series, so I'm curious if any of you have ever seen this creature before. The creature's life cycle and social behaviors in fantasy literature, such as its slow reproduction rate, intelligence, and complex social interactions, further add to its intriguing persona. Camazotz. Camazotz comes from Mayan mythology, being depicted as a giant vampire bat, symbolizing night, death, and sacrifice. This entity, known in the Quiche or Zapotec language as the death bat or snatch bat, has its roots in southern Mexico and Central America. In the Popol Vuh, an ancient Mayan text, Camazotz is referenced as a monstrous bat-like creature. There's even been some modern reports too in Mexico though, that align with the mythological description of Camazotz. One such incident occurred in Monterrey, Mexico in 2004, where Officer Leonardo Samaniego, while patrolling in Guadalupe, encountered a large, hovering black figure after midnight. The figure, described as humanoid with big black eyes and brownish skin covered in black fur or clothing, attacked Samaniego's patrol car, violently shaking it and smashing the windshield. After a collision that left him unconscious, tests were conducted later, which confirmed he wasn't under any influence during the encounter. This incident, which resulted in a damaged vehicle and its psychological assessment, remains unexplained, drawing some comparisons to the Mothman sightings in the US. In 2009 too, a similar sighting was reported in Chihuahua. A young man driving near La Junta encountered a hunched-over creature that, upon standing, revealed itself as a large, fur-covered being with a human-like face and 2 sets of wings. The creature, with red eyes, pursued his vehicle for 15 minutes. Following this incident, which was reported in the local newspaper, other individuals in the region too began coming forward with their own accounts. Alicanto. The alicanto, which is from Chilean folklore, is most notably prominent in the myths of miners. This bird is known for its strikingly bright and colorful wings, which are said to glitter, especially at night. The colors of its plumage are believed to vary depending on the type of mineral it has eaten. Gold gives it a golden glow, while silver makes it silver. According to legend, the alicanto's diet consists only of these precious metals. One of the most interesting aspects of this legend though is its association with fortune and misfortune for miners. It's said that if a miner follows the alicanto at night, the bird might lead them to a hidden treasure of gold or silver, depending on the color of the wings. This has caused alicanto to be a symbol of good luck for miners in their quest for riches. However, there's also a catch to the seemingly fortunate opportunity. The alicanto is known to be a cunning creature, meaning if it realizes it's being followed, it will lead the greedy miner over a cliff or into a deep pit, resulting in the miner's demise. This aspect of the alicanto's myth serves as a cautionary tale against greed and the pearls of blindly pursuing wealth without heed to the dangers involved. Washington's Eagle. Washington's eagle, also known as the bird of Washington, is a mysterious and controversial figure from North American ornithology. This bird was first reported by John James Audubon, the renowned naturalist and painter, during his 1814 expedition up the Mississippi River. Audubon claimed to have encountered a previously unknown species of eagle, which he described as standing 3 feet 7 inches tall with a wingspan of 10 feet 2 inches. He noted its all-brown plumage, which resembled that of an immature bald eagle, and distinct features that didn't match any known species. Audubon named this creature Falco washingtoni in honor of George Washington, drawing parallels between the bird's majestic qualities and those of the first American president. Despite Audubon's detailed observations and the inclusion of the bird of Washington in his seminal work, The Birds of America, the existence of the species has been widely debated among scientists and ornithologists. Critics have questioned Audubon's measurements and descriptions, suggesting the bird of Washington could have been a misidentified juvenile bald eagle or even a golden eagle. Others have proposed that it might have been a genuine species that has since become extinct or was an invention by Audubon. The supporters of the bird of Washington's existence, though, point to Audubon's methods and deep familiarity with various eagle species, arguing that it's kinda unlikely he would confuse this bird with immature bald or golden eagles. Audubon's detailed diaries differentiate between the so-called brown eagles and S eagles, suggesting he recognized the bird of Washington as distinct. Also, Audubon used a precise double grid system for his paintings to ensure the accuracy of his representations. The debate over the bird of Washington's existence, though, remains unsolved, with no known specimens available for modern scientific analysis. Tier 4. Wakwak. The wakwak is a vampiric bird-like creature in Philippine mythology known for its nighttime predations in rural areas, which is similar to the mananagal and the ikak. Unlike the mananagal though, the wakwak can't separate its torso from its body. Some believe the wakwak is a type of vampire, while others consider it a nocturnal bird associated with witches, named for the distinctive sound it makes when flying. The creature's presence is often linked with the sounds of the common house gecko, mistaken by some for the wakwak's call. The wakwak is particularly feared for its sharp talons and bat-like wings, with which it's said to slash its victims and consume their hearts. This creature is depicted with a human-like feminine face in some stories, which sort of adds to its whole eerie persona. To deter the Wak-Wak, people used to use fire, salt, garlic lanterns, and even inverted brooms at doorways to try and protect themselves from these malevolent supernatural entities. Over time though, the narrative of the Wak-Wak, while still remembered, has become less prevalent, transforming more into a tale told to scare children or caution them against venturing out at night. Heitubueri. The Heitubueri is part of the mythology of the Solomon Islands, particularly within the culture of the people of Malaya. This creature is often depicted as a dragon-like creature and is revered as a powerful ancestral spirit. Unlike typical Western dragons, this creature possesses distinctive features that set it apart, having a blend of human and avian traits, which include a human-like face, 4 eyes, and a large body covered with feathers. It's also said to have pendulous breasts that signify its nurturing role, which isn't too typical for avian cryptids. This maternal aspect of this cryptid also contrasts a lot with more ferocious dragon depictions in other cultures. Legends recount that the Heitubueri laid eggs from which the first humans were born, so it shows his position as sort of a guardian of life. This belief also shows the deep connection between the people and the natural environment, where spiritual entities like the Heitubueri are seen as integral to the creation and maintenance of life. This creature also holds a protective role, safeguarding the people and the land from harm. Its presence in folklore serves as a reminder of the respect owed to the forces of nature and the spiritual guardians that inhabit the world. Tier 5. Utboror. In Icelandic folklore, the Utboror holds a particularly somber place. This figure originates from a heart-wrenching practice of the past, where unwanted newborns, often those born out of wedlock or as a result of incest, were simply left in the wilderness to perish. This act, driven by societal pressures to avoid scandal and dishonor, condemned these innocent souls to a fate devoid of love, warmth, and untimely life. The Utboror was seen as the manifestation of these abandoned children, returning from the realm of death to dwell in the liminal spaces of our world. As a ghost, the Utboror is said to appear with the avian characteristics, often resembling a raven, a detail that might be tied to the color of the cloth in which the child was wrapped when abandoned. This connection to birds could also symbolize the soul's attempt to transcend its earthly torment and reach the heavens, only to be bound to the land of the living by its untimely and tragic demise. The Utboror's appearance, rising on one knee and on one hand, fluttering about in a desperate, unending search for peace, evokes a pretty powerful image of unrest and sorrow. The lore also divides these spirits into 2 distinct types, those who haunt their final resting places and those who are consumed by a vengeful despair. This dichotomy reflects the depth of their tragedy. Not only were they denied life, but in death, they're denied peace, trapped in a cycle of sorrow and rage. The Utboror's yearning for hallowed ground, or basically just a grave where they can rest, speaks volumes about the human need for closure, respect, and remembrance. It's a chilling reminder of the consequences of societal shame and the lengths to which it drives people to conceal their misdeeds. Zemu. The Zemu is a mythical creature from Eastern European folklore, particularly Romanian and Moldovan mythology. It's often depicted as having a humanoid appearance with dragon-like features, capable of shape-shifting and possessing magical powers. The Zemu is known for his malevolent actions too, such as kidnapping princesses and battling heroes who try to rescue them. In some tales, the Zemu desires to marry the princess, which leads to conflicts with human protagonists. The Zemu is said to live in a far-off, otherworldly realm, or sometimes in a dark, hidden castle. It kind of reminds me of Shrek, where he went to the castle. It's capable of creating and controlling natural phenomena too, such as storms and lightning, using them to its advantages in battles or to terrorize people. Despite formidable powers though, the Zemu is often outwitted by clever heroes who manage to rescue the captured princess and defeat the creature using intelligence, bravery, and sometimes magical items. This creature is similar to dragons in Western folklore too, but with distinct characteristics and roles in stories. The Zemu's tales are rich in symbolism, often representing the struggle between good and evil, the trials of bravery, and the quest for freedom and love. Sasabonsam. The Sasabonsam, also known as the Asanbosam, is a creature from the folklore of Akan people from West Africa, particularly from regions like southern Ghana, as well as Côte d'Ivoire, Togo, and historically connected to 18th century Jamaica through the enslaved Akan people. This entity is characterized by its vampire-like qualities, including iron teeth, pink skin, long red hair, and notably, iron hooks for feet. It's described as residing in trees, from where it ambushes its victims and having wings that are said to be around 20 feet long. The folklore surrounding the Sasabonsum serves as a cautionary tale too, emphasizing respect for nature and the rules of renewal in the forests of West Africa. Traditionally, the Akan people observed a prohibition against entering the forest on Thursdays, a day dedicated to Asasia, the goddess spirit of the land, symbolizing a time for rest and renewal for the land and all its beings. The Sasabonsum served as a guardian of this tradition, enforcing the sacredness of the day and the need for ecological balance by instilling fear of breaking this rule. However, the narrative and perception of the Sasabonsum experienced shifts because of colonization, where it was appropriated by Christian missionaries and transformed into a symbol of evil, like the devil, diverging from its original role. Over time, the story of Sasabonsum has evolved but remains a potent reminder of the importance of folklore in teaching sustainability, respect for the environment, and the complex interplay between culture, spirituality, and colonial histories. This creature story is not just about the fear, but also about the guardianship of the land and the lessons on sustainability and respect for nature's cycle that imparts. Pawakai. The Pawakai, a legendary creature from Maori mythology, is a monstrous bird that has captured the imagination with tales of its ferocity and immense strength. This mythical bird is deeply rooted in the cultural narratives of the Maori people of New Zealand, symbolizing the fearsome power of nature and the mysteries that ancient forests held. The myth of the Pawakai speaks of a giant bird of prey, capable of swooping down to snatch up men, women, and children, carrying them off to its lair. Such stories likely served multiple purposes, like explaining unexplained disappearances or instilling respect for the wild. Also, the legend of Pawakai might have been inspired by the Haast eagle, an actual species that once existed in New Zealand. The Haast eagle is known to have been the largest eagle in the world, with the capability to hunt large prey such as the moa, which we talked about before, and yeah, it was pretty large. The connection between the Pawakai of mythology and the Haast eagle of reality blurs the line between legend and historical fact, suggesting that these stories may have been grounded in real encounters with this impressive predator. This connection is also added to the fact that the eagle's extinction is believed to have occurred relatively recently in human history. Tizzy Wizzy. Tizzy Wizzy is an interesting figure from folklore of Lake District, known for its unique appearance and intriguing backstory, and it's a pretty cool name. This mythical creature is said to have the body of a hedgehog, wings similar to those of a dragonfly, antennae similar to a bee's, and a fluffy tail resembling that of a squirrel. Legend of the Tizzy Wizzy first emerged around 1900, when a boatman from Bowness claimed to have spotted this rare creature. This story quickly became a local sensation, capturing the imagination of locals and visitors to the Lake District. The alleged sighting led to a capture of a Tizzy Wizzy too in 1906, which was then photographed in a local studio. This photograph became the basis for thousands of postcards sold in the area, fueling the legend and attracting tourists eager to catch a glimpse of this mysterious creature. The story of the Tizzy Wizzy is also interwoven with tales of hoaxes and clever marketing though. It's suggested that the entire legend may have originated as a creative way for a local boatman to attract tourists and make money. He supposedly concocted the whole story of the Tizzy Wizzy, leading to the first Tizzy Wizzy hunt and subsequently selling postcards featuring the creature. Despite the commercial origins of its legend, the Tizzy Wizzy still remains a beloved part of the Lake District's cultural heritage, with many still intrigued by the possibility of its existence. The creature is said to be a superb underwater swimmer too, which supposedly explains why it's so difficult to spot. On to last tier now, Napa Rebobs. The Napa Rebobs are a part of local lore in Napa Valley, California, particularly around Patrick Road. These entities are described as flying monkeys, rumored to be the creation of a mad scientist working to meld monkeys and humans or to develop a new type of soldier. These tales, which emerged around the time of B-rated monster movies of the 1950s and 60s, have contributed to the mystique surrounding these creatures. According to a local legend and various accounts, Rebobs are said to terrorize people, particularly targeting teens who venture up Patrick Road at night. Descriptions vary too, with some accounts suggesting they're half monkey, half robot, adding a robotic twist to the traditional image of flying monkeys. This blend of animalistic and mechanical features could also explain their odd name and purported abilities. Even the area around Patrick Road is known for its dense foliage and secluded atmosphere, so it's often cited as a habitat for these cryptids. This area includes a mysterious graveyard too, and stretches of land cordoned off by cyclone fences and no trespassing signs, which only add to the area's eerie reputation and the lore of the Rebobs. Despite the skepticism and the possibility of these stories being concocted to scare youngsters or as a part of local myth making, the legend of the Rebobs has persisted, capturing the imagination of both locals and visitors. The Rebobs legend is so ingrained in Napa Valley's culture too that it even inspired a band to name themselves after these cryptids and incorporate their lore into songs. There was even a proposal to make the Rebob the new mascot for Napa High School, but this idea was not ultimately adopted. Bifang. The bifang is a mythical bird from Chinese mythology, fascinating for its unique appearance and the legend surrounding it. Described as resembling a crane with only one leg, the bifang features distinctive red and cyan blue markings and a white beak. This creature is believed to inhabit barren Mount Zangi in China and is known for its singular call, which resembles its name. The bifang holds a special place in mythology too as the omen of fire. Its appearance is often associated with inexplicable fires starting in towns, a characteristic that is likely linked to its red coloration. While in some traditions the bifang is seen merely as a harbinger of fire, other sources say it has the ability to start fires itself, possibly using fire carried in its beak. Despite these fearsome qualities though, the bifang was not always seen as a malevolent figure. Historical texts like the Master Hanfei depict it as a benevolent attendant of the Yellow Tiarch, and even in the Master of Hunan, it's revered as a divine essence of wood. Achiela Bopa. Achiela Bopa, which is revered in Pueblo and particularly Zuni mythology, is a great bird god characterized by his extraordinary size and the striking beauty of his rainbow-colored feathers, which are said to be as sharp as knives. This celestial being is often associated with creation itself, and legends say he emerged from the universe's heartbeats. It's said that the Achiela Bopa also has the power to kill anyone who disrespects him with merely a flap of his wings, emphasizing the need for reverence towards this deity. In terms of cultural relevance, he embodies the universe's power and majesty, serving as a reminder for the awe-inspiring aspects of nature and the cosmos. His story and image continue to inspire both traditional and contemporary depictions, reflecting the enduring legacy of the Pueblo mythology. Also, Achiela Bopa's depiction as a bird god with knife-sharp feathers parallels other mythological birds too across different cultures, suggesting universal themes of divine or supernatural avian beings that bridge the human with the celestial. His representation in art and ceremonies underscores his importance, not just in the religious texts, but also in the cultural and artistic heritage of the Pueblo people. Mboy Tuoy. Mboy Tuoy, translating to snake parrot in Guarani mythology, is depicted as a formidable creature combining the features of a serpent and a parrot. This second son of Tao and Karana is known for his parrot-like head, massive beak, and a serpentine body covered with feathers, particularly around the head. This legendary monster is said to patrol swamps and acts as a guardian of amphibian life, reveling in the humidity and beauty of the flowers. Mboy Tuoy is also known for his powerful and terrifying squawk, which can be heard from afar, instilling fear in all those who hear it. The mythology surrounding this creature is part of a larger narrative in Guarani mythology involving Tao and Karana, whose union produced 7 monstrous offspring, each cursed by the high goddess Arase into terrifying beasts. These siblings include not only Mboy Tuoy, but also Teju Jagua, Monai, Jasi Jatere, Kurupoi, Ao Ao, and Luiason, each possessing its own unique abilities and domains within the natural and supernatural worlds. Gudayo. The Gudayo is another one from ancient Chinese mythology, distinguished by its remarkable and somewhat eerie characteristics. Resembling an eagle, the Gudayo is notable for its 2 horns atop its head, a feature that sets apart from any known bird species. This creature is not just a mythical bird though, it embodies the fears and superstitions of ancient China, particularly through its haunting cry, which is said to mimic the sound of a crying baby. This unsettling call, echoing through the mountains where the Gudayo is said to reside, would have undoubtedly added a layer of mystique and terror to the folklore surrounding this creature. According to the legend, the Gudayo is a man-eater, preying on humans who venture too close to its domain. It was said that the Gudayo's dye of humans placed it among the ranks of mythical beasts that embody natural dangers and the fear of the unknown. The mention of the Gudayo living in waters in some accounts adds another layer to this mythological significance. Water, often symbolic of the subconscious and the unknown, provides a fitting habitat for such a creature, further emphasizing its connection to the depths of fear and the mysteries hidden in the natural world. So that ends the video. I hope you all enjoyed it. Let me know if you guys have any feedback, and thank you for watching. Bye.